The invasion of another realm heralds the rise of martial arts. This is a world saturated with spiritual energy, where martial arts flourish and warriors roam freely. Qingchen, a prodigious student from China, unexpectedly traverses to a high martial arts world and awakens a system. Initially intending to develop steadily and gain admission to a prestigious university, he is taken aback by the awakening of a divine martial soul. From that moment forth, he advances relentlessly, achieving the top rank in the National College entrance examination. In the freshman trials, he battles against kings and attracts attention. At the Heavenly Dao Academy, he establishes the Heavenly Dao Battle Team. Witness Qingchen's gradual ascent as he ultimately reaches the pinnacle of existence between heaven and earth. Chapter 1. The Supreme Talent Cultivation System. Year 388 of the Soul Martial Era. Blue Star Huahua. Qingchen No. 1 High School, Class 7 of the 3rd year. Ding. Activating the Supreme Talent Cultivation System. Activation failed. Please collect energy items promptly to activate the system, or it shall vanish. Upon awakening, Qingchen hears a mechanical, synthesized voice echoing in his mind. The next moment, he wipes the drool that is about to spill from the corner of his mouth, wearing a face of utter disillusionment. It is not that he desires to feel this way. Rather, he is rendered speechless by the circumstances. The world he has traversed into, aside from modern technology, is populated by formidable warriors and countless spiritual beasts. In this realm, through cultivation, humanity can wield extraordinary powers, shattering mountains and splitting stones, stirring rivers and overturning seas, and even soaring through the skies. However, the prerequisite for achieving these feats is to become a warrior. He had thought that having a system accompanying him as he traversed would mark him as the chosen one. Yet he never anticipated this 3-no product system would be utterly unresponsive. What constitutes an energy item? It provides no hints, leaving him to ponder where he might procure such items. This wretched system, Qingchen mused. In the next moment, the familiar sound of the class bell rang. The familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar homeroom teacher lingered for a few minutes before reluctantly departing. Just as the homeroom teacher left, a beautiful woman entered. She appeared remarkably youthful, and from the homeroom teacher's words, she seemed to be around 20 years of age, hardly older than the students of Class 7. Perhaps due to her cultivation, to some extent, her appearance was quite comparable to that of the students in Class 7. Having such a capable, youthful, and beautiful woman as a mentor, Qingchen found it rather delightful. At the very least, she was a feast for the eyes. There are only 10 days left until the college entrance examination. Students wishing to apply to the Martial Soul University should submit a registration fee of 10,000 yuan by tomorrow. The rest of you should focus on your studies in the coming days. The beautiful woman on stage smiled. Everyone should decide based on their own circumstances whether to apply. Even if you do not aim for the Martial Soul University, attending a renowned liberal arts institution is still an excellent choice. Since the last class had just concluded, many students were still drowsy, but upon hearing the words Martial Soul University, they instantly became alert. Liu Yin, the martial arts instructor for Class 7, had barely finished speaking when the classroom erupted in excitement. Did you hear? Yesterday, a silver-winged, two-headed mantis invaded Qingchen and was slain by a core student of the Martial Soul University. It is said that the individual is already a formidable being at a young age. Is that true? A student could slay a silver-winged, two-headed mantis? That is a legendary beast. Ordinary martial arts academies would certainly struggle, but that is one of the top 3 prestigious colleges in Huahua, the Monster Academy. Moreover, it's a core disciple. I would be content to gain admission to an ordinary martial arts academy. It is worth noting that only 3 students in the entire Yang City gained admission to the 3 prestigious colleges in the past 2 years. Qingchen then recalled that this world's college entrance examination differed from the previous one. It included a new category of university, Martial Soul University. Just from a name, it is evident that Martial Soul University is composed entirely of warriors and soul masters. The college entrance examination is a decisive opportunity that determines one's fate. Gaining admission to Martial Soul University signifies a promising future, along with boundless glory, wealth, and a higher social standing. However, the challenge of gaining admission to Martial Soul University is indeed akin to scaling the heavens. First, one must reach the 4th level of body refinement, which is merely the most basic requirement. The process of body tempering consists of 9 levels, and the more one undergoes this process, the greater the likelihood of awakening a martial soul. Typically, children from ordinary families attain only the 1st or 2nd level of body tempering, while only a select few from well-off families manage to reach the 3rd level, which is already a remarkable achievement. However, to gain admission to the Martial Soul University, one must attain the 4th level of body tempering. This singular condition has thwarted the aspirations of countless students at Yangqing No. 1 High School. Just as Qingchen was lost in reverie about his future, a burly classmate named Hong Bing in the front row suddenly turned around and inquired, "Qingchen, Yushan, do you too intend to register? Lu Qingchen had a vivid impression of Hong Bing, not due to his handsomeness, but rather because his robust physique was a match for his deskmate and close friend, Yushan. His close companion, Yushan, had been significantly stronger than the average person from an early age, and by the time they reached their senior year, he had surpassed 2 meters in height and weighed over 300 pounds. Furthermore, Yushan's innate physique was considerably superior, making him the most promising candidate in their class for admission to the Martial Soul University. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to respond, his friend jumped in ahead of him, exclaiming, "Of course we must register. If we don't, we will regret it for the rest of our lives." At that moment, Hong Bing's deskmate also turned around, his expression somber. "Yushan has a great chance of being accepted, but as for me, Lao Hong, and Lu Qingchen." He shook his head and said, "The registration fee alone is 10,000 yuan, and there's no guarantee of acceptance. That amount could cover a year's living expenses at an ordinary university. I still want to give it a shot." Hong Bing hesitated, aware of his own strong physique and third-level body tempering. With some effort before the college entrance examination, he might still have a chance. "Then let's go for it. We are all looking forward to celebrating your acceptance banquet." No one discouraged Hong Bing's aspirations, as they were all classmates, and to do so now would be tantamount to jeopardizing his future. Although they were all young, they understood how insignificantly small 10,000 yuan was in comparison to the opportunity of gaining admission to the Martial Soul University. At the school gate, Lu Qingchen strolled leisurely, his mind filled with thoughts of the Martial Soul University as discussed by his classmates. Currently, he had only reached the second level of body tempering. Even if he managed to break through to the third level before the entrance exam, the hope seemed exceedingly slim. Did he really have to live as an ordinary person for the rest of his life after crossing over? Where could he find energy-infused items? This system. Just as Lu Qingchen was musing in discontent, a towering figure rushed toward him from behind. "Chengge, why are you walking so fast?" The recently arrived Yushan was panting heavily, his face a mask of discontent. "If you keep going at this pace, the food will be cold." Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes. He and Yushan had grown up together, living in the same community, and their families were close friends. They had practically grown up as if they were siblings. As they walked, they inadvertently found themselves at a vast, abandoned site. This site was a dumping ground for all the discarded items in their area. Suddenly, as Lu Qingchen passed through this abandoned site, a mechanical, synthesized voice from the system echoed in his ears, startling him. After the initial fright, surprise washed over him. His eyes sparkled as he hurriedly pulled Yushan toward the junkyard. The junkyard was devoid of any guardians, as it was filled with discarded items of little value. In the past, it was somewhat better, with occasional scavengers sifting through to find items of negligible worth, such as plastic bottles, metal scraps, and various unidentified metals. However, in the past 2 years, for reasons unknown, the amount of refuse had gradually increased, leading to a marked decline in scavengers visiting the site. Following the system's guidance, Lu Qingchen and Yushan pinched their noses and stepped cautiously toward a specific location. After wandering for quite some time, approximately 20 minutes later, a dusty, dark yellow small bell came into view. Filled with excitement, Lu Qingchen swiftly picked up the dust-covered bell. 2 seconds later, a celestial melody resonated in Lu Qingchen's mind. Ding! Divine power detected. System is activating. Chapter 2. I aspire to attend the Martial Spirit University. Ding! Divine power detected. System activation in progress. Boom! These words reverberated through Lu Qingchen's mind like a thunderclap. In an instant, Lu Qingchen felt an overwhelming emptiness in his thoughts, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if he had heard the most exquisite sound in the world. The golden finger had finally arrived, suppressing the excitement within. Lu Qingchen cradled the small bell in his arms as if it were a treasured artifact. Beside him, Yushan looked on in confusion, asking, "Chengge, why are you hugging a broken bell? Is it truly a treasure?" Lu Qingchen gently caressed the dusty little bell in his embrace and smiled at Yushan, saying, "Indeed. I've heard that this abandoned site harbors numerous treasures." Yushan had always held Lu Qingchen's words in high regard and immediately began to search the surroundings. Lu Qingchen glanced around and noticed a bronze-colored scroll lying next to the small bell. If the bell was not an ordinary item, then this scroll, which accompanied it, must also be a precious find, he mused. Thus, he took the bronze scroll into his arms, resolving to study it further upon returning home. Just as he prepared to leave, he realized Yushan had wandered off, prompting him to search for his friend. He soon spotted Yushan emerging from a pile of discarded items, cradling a multitude of objects in his arms, his face beaming with delight. "Chengge, as expected of you, we're returning with a bounty." Lu Qingchen playfully kicked him, retorting, "Why did you gather so much? What if it doesn't fit at home?" Yushan scratched his head, looking entirely innocent. Upon returning to the neighborhood, the two parted ways, and Lu Qingchen, filled with exhilaration, made his way home. Although he had traversed into another world, he was grateful that his parents, friends, and classmates remained unchanged, Otherwise, he would have struggled to call out to unfamiliar faces as his parents. The neighborhood where Lu Qingchen resided was called Qingchen Community, a locale that had once been quite renowned decades ago. The residents were either government officials or affluent individuals. Lu Qingchen vaguely recalled hearing from someone that his father had once been a formidable martial artist, but for reasons unknown, he had settled in Qingchen and never returned to the martial path. As time passed, Qingchen flourished and many inhabitants gradually relocated, leaving the Qingchen community as one of the few remaining neighborhoods with buildings over several decades old. Room 502, Building 2. Standing outside the door, Lu Qingchen gazed at the weathered crimson paint, which had flaked away from much of the door, feeling a mix of emotions. After composing himself slightly, he called out, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." A few moments later, the door swung open to reveal a tall, middle-aged man with bright eyes and slightly graying temples. "The brat is back. Go rest for a bit. Dinner is almost ready." "All right, Dad." Lu Qingchen tossed his backpack onto the sofa and headed straight for the kitchen, his nose twitching in delight. "Mom, did you make sweet and sour ribs? It smells so good." He picked up a rib, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth, nearly exclaiming, "Oh my, this is delicious." In the kitchen, Lu Qingchen's mother turned around at his exclamation and said gently, "If it's tasty, eat more. You're at the age where you're growing. I've also prepared chicken soup for you in the clay pot." Lu Qingchen felt warmth in his heart. Even though he had crossed into another world, his parents remained the same, always wanting to provide him with the best. At the dining table, Lu Qingchen devoured his meal, while his mother, Xiaolan, continuously served him dishes. "Xiaochun, eat more ribs, you're still growing. Have some fish for nutrition." With his mouth full of food, Lu Qingchen mumbled, "Dad, Mom, I want to attend the Martial Spirit University." "What did you say? You want to attend the Martial Spirit University?" Lu Qingchen's father, Lu Chongting, exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Yes, Dad, I've made up my mind. I want to attend the Martial Spirit University," Lu Qingchen stated firmly. Lu Chongting was taken aback. His son, who had never shown enthusiasm for martial arts, now expressed a desire to enroll in the Martial Spirit University. Lu Qingchen had always struggled at the second level of body refinement and had a sister who had already been accepted into the university, which had dampened his enthusiasm for martial arts. Moreover, his father's health was not the best, and Lu Qingchen did not wish to squander the family's resources on a remote hope. All right. Truly, you are my son. A man should tread the path of martial arts," Lu Chongting proclaimed, his excitement palpable as he slapped his thigh and shouted. Beside him, Xiaolan gently cautioned, "Xiaochun, I don't wish for you to pursue martial arts. It is fraught with peril, and one misstep could lead to ruin." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "However, you are now a grown man, with your own aspirations. Just remember to exercise caution in martial arts. Do not be reckless like your father." Enough. I have faith in Xiaochun. Even if our child cannot reach the pinnacle, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force, not inferior to his father. Lu Chongting's face radiated pride and confidence. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. As soon as the meal concluded, Lu Qingchen eagerly retreated to his room. The moment the door closed, he silently chanted, System Daddy, congratulations, the Supreme Talent Cultivation System has been successfully activated." A mechanical synthesized voice suddenly echoed in Lu Qingchen's mind. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. Ding. Due to the collection of energy as divine power, the beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Please check it. Claim. Lu Qingchen responded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 great creation pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 small creation pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 drop of true dragon blood essence. Immediately, a series of images flashed in Lu Qingchen's mind. Supreme Talent Cultivation System. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Spirit. Not yet awakened. Preliminary detection indicates dual martial spirits. Realm, 2nd level of body refinement. Spiritual power, 9. Techniques, none. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell. Bronze Scroll, 1 great creation pill, 5 small creation pills, 1 drop of true dragon blood essence. A dual martial spirit? I possess a dual martial spirit. Ha. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened, his heart brimming with exhilaration. System, what about this Eastern Emperor Bell, the Bronze Scroll, and the pills? Can they be utilized? The host can access the item information and usage methods through thought. The mechanical synthesized voice echoed once more. Oh, understood. Lu Qingchen rubbed his hands together. System, what functions do you have? Can you make me invincible right away? His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he began to dream. This system is the Supreme Talent Cultivation System, designed to help the host forge the strongest foundation and cultivate them into a peerless genius. As for being directly invincible, please do not indulge in such fantasies. The system paused before continuing. Each time the host achieves perfection in a realm, the system will automatically grant rewards. The more perfect the realm, the higher the achievements, the better the rewards. Lu Qingchen finally comprehended the concept. In simple terms, the system required him to attain invincibility within the same realm. and only by reaching perfection in one realm could he earn rewards for the next one. Shaking his head, Qingchen was acutely aware that previously, the notion of achieving invincibility within the same realm was but a delusion, and awakening a martial spirit was a daunting challenge. But now, he thought, chuckling to himself. With a flicker of thought, Qingchen began to probe the information regarding his items. The Eastern Emperor Bell, Chapter 3, 8th Layer of Body Refinement Realm. The Eastern Emperor Bell, also known as the Chaos Bell, it is said to be a divine artifact birthed alongside the great deity, Dongwang Tai, from the primordial chaos. Emerging from the void, it stands as the pinnacle of ancient artifacts, possessing the power to control the sun and moon, reverse the stars, and traverse the river of time. Its inherent power is capable of annihilating the heavens and devouring the cosmos. Method of use: one must drop blood to acknowledge its master, which will subtly transform the host's innate qualities. Bronze Scroll, a mysterious scroll that, once unsealed, reveals unexpected surprises. Method of use: one must drop blood to acknowledge its master. Great Celestial Creation Pill, a treasure that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, condensing the quintessence of the sun and moon, imbued with boundless creative power, suitable for consumption at any realm. One of the unparalleled treasures for forging the strongest foundation. Minor Creation Pill, capable of reviving the dead and reshaping the flesh, improving innate qualities, it unconditionally elevates one small realm for those below the holy realm. Note: a person may consume only one, and it is ineffective for those above the holy realm. True Dragon Essence Blood, a drop of blood from a true dragon. It can refine the physique and enhance the constitution. Method of use: simply swallow it. After perusing this information, Qingchen sat in a daze for a while, exhaling a deep breath, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. Yet, there was an inexplicable oddity within him. He could not discern whether it was the simplicity of acknowledging the divine artifact's master that struck him as strange, or if there was another reason at play. Regardless, he resolved to acknowledge the Eastern Emperor Bell first as the system advised, for it is indeed a divine artifact capable of enhancing his innate qualities. Qingchen murmured softly to himself. Subsequently, Qingchen bit into his middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to merge with the Eastern Emperor Bell. In an instant, the bell radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a streak of luminous energy that entered his body. A faint, peculiar sensation coursed through the palm of his right hand, prompting Qingchen to raise it. To his astonishment, he discovered an imprint of a golden bell etched at the center of his palm. The color and shape of this mark were identical to that of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Dazed, Qingchen gazed at his palm, silently reciting a thought. As his voice faded, the golden bell imprint shone brightly, and a moment of disorientation enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a sea of flames. In the center of the inferno stood a towering pillar, inscribed with ancient characters of unknown origin. Although Qingchen could not comprehend them, their meaning was clear. Only the supreme master of the fire path could command the Eastern Emperor Bell. As Qingchen gently pressed his hand against the pillar, a mysterious force surged into his body, seemingly destined to alter his fate. This power was peculiar. Before he could endure it for 3 seconds, Qingchen lost consciousness. Time passed, and Qingchen eventually awakened. He opened the window to peer outside, greeted by a pitch-black void, and glanced at the clock, 2 in the morning. His entire body ached as if scorched by fire. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he mentally commanded, "System, open the information panel." In the next moment, the panel appeared before him. Host: Qingchen. Martial soul, not yet awakened. Fire, unknown. Realm: 4th layer of body refinement. Mental power: 11. Cultivation method: none. Items: Eastern Emperor Bell, Bronze Scroll, 1 Great Celestial Creation Pill, 5 Minor Creation Pills. 1 drop of True Dragon Essence Blood. 4th layer of body refinement. Truly remarkable, the Eastern Emperor Bell is powerful indeed. Although I feel some pain, it is absolutely worth it. Qingchen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the information panel, murmuring to himself, "I am still a step away. My goal now should be the 3 prestigious academies. However, what I must do right now is..." With a thought, a pill the size of a dragon's eye, pure and white as jade, materialized in his hand. Qingchen scrutinized it carefully, but could discern nothing remarkable. Closing his eyes, he tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. In the blink of an eye, he felt a mysterious force coursing through his body, as if cleansing impurities within. As time passed, this force grew increasingly potent, and finally, after a minute, it reached its zenith. Experiencing excruciating pain within, Qingchen clenched his teeth, but the agony surpassed human limits. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and as darkness enveloped his vision, he collapsed onto the bed. Indeed, he had lost consciousness once more. At 6 in the morning, Qingchen groggily awoke, only to find his body covered in dark impurities emitting a foul odor, prompting him to rush to the bathroom while pinching his nose. A quarter of an hour later, a tall youth emerged. The already handsome boy, after consuming the Great Celestial Creation Pill, appeared even more striking. His thick black hair gleamed, his skin seemed to glow, and his eyes sparkled like distant stars, elusive yet captivating. Is this the sensation of raw power? Truly remarkable, the youth whispered. Next, let's see what this bronze scroll truly contains. Qingchen bit his finger once more, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the bronze scroll. After a few moments of tranquility, the scroll transformed into a crimson light, shooting into Qingchen's mind. In the next instant, an ancient and resonant voice echoed in his consciousness. The sacred canon of heaven's fire, the pinnacle of the fire path. Those who cultivate it to completion can incinerate mountains and boil seas, reducing all things to ashes. It turned out to be a cultivation method. Qingchen's eyes widened in astonishment. It is well known that the most critical aspect of cultivation is the method itself. A superior cultivation method is essential to truly unleash the power of one's martial soul. Many factions consider cultivation methods of utmost importance. Why do people aspire to enter martial soul universities? Aside from the various cultivation resources, the most crucial factor is the cultivation methods. Qingchen exhaled slowly. I must ensure that no one learns of the system's existence. If these resources become exposed, I would surely meet a disastrous end. He understood the principle of a man without guilt can suffer for possessing a treasure. With a mental command, the information panel opened once more. Host, Qingchen. Martial soul, not yet awakened, fire, unknown. Realm, 8th layer of body refinement. Mental power, 19. Cultivation method, the sacred canon of heaven's fire. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell. 5 minor creation pills, 1 drop of true dragon essence blood. 8th layer of body refinement. Truly impressive. This system is extraordinary, Qingchen thought, grinning foolishly. Xiaochen, wake up. Xiaoyu is outside, ready to call you to school, came his mother Xiaolan's voice. Hearing her, Qingchen sprang from his bed, hastily opening the door, and quickly washed up before preparing to put on his shoes and depart. Just as he was about to leave with Yushan, his father called out to him. Xiaochen, here is 40,000. Use it to register for the Martial Soul University, and with the remaining money, buy a body refinement pill. Qingchen felt warmth in his heart. Dad, there's no need for that. His father interrupted. Take it. Just have that intention. Don't worry about money. We still have plenty. This afternoon, I will use my connections to help you acquire some body refinement herbs. Qingchen accepted the money, refraining from further protest, and stepped out. At that moment, Yushan exclaimed, Chenggu, you're planning to take the Martial Soul University entrance exam? I must be hearing things. Yes, you heard correctly. Not only do I intend to take the Martial Soul University exam, but I also aim for the 3 prestigious academies, Qingchen replied earnestly. Chenggu, as expected of you, that's incredible. Yushan nodded, having always trusted Qingchen's words, believing that whatever he said was right. If all goes well in the entrance exam, both of us should be able to enter the 3 prestigious academies. Should we lend a hand to that girl Muting? Absolutely. I am already at the 6th layer of body refinement, Yushan boasted, patting his chest. Qingchen rolled his eyes at him. Being at the 6th layer of body refinement was hardly impressive. Fortunately, he had his system to rely on. Yet, for reasons unknown, a peculiar expression flitted across Qingchen's face at the mere mention of the system. As the two entered Class 7 of their senior year, they immediately spotted Su Muting. Qingchen exchanged a glance with Yushan before making his way towards her. Su Muting had grown up alongside Yushan and Qingchen, living in the same neighborhood, and their parents maintained a cordial relationship, often returning home together. However, it was curious that Su Muting had not been seen the previous day. Just as Qingchen was about to approach her, a figure obstructed his path. Yan Zian, Su Muting's friend and the class monitor. Is there something you need? Yan Zian inquired coolly. I'm looking for Muting, Qingchen replied, casting a puzzled glance at Yan Zian. You can say whatever it is here, Yan Zian insisted. Ignoring him, Qingchen maneuvered around and directed his gaze at Su Muting. I have something to discuss with you. You can speak here, it's the same. Yan Zian interjected. Su Muting's gaze faltered, as if she dared not meet Qingchen's eyes. Muting, what do you mean by that? Qingchen furrowed his brow. Do you not understand? It means Muting does not wish to grow too close to you. She prefers to maintain her distance, Yan Zian sneered. Qingchen's eyes sharpened, earnestly scrutinizing Su Muting, yet she refrained from looking back at him. I see, Qingchen said calmly, his voice barely above a whisper. Chenggu said he would help you with your training, Yushan chimed in, his tone somber. You claim you will assist Muting with her training? I could almost believe that, but Qingchen, have you looked in the mirror? What realm are you at? Yan Zian scoffed disdainfully. The attention of the class shifted towards them. Chapter 4. Let us go register. Yushan disregarded Yan Zian entirely and turned to Su Muting. Speaking in a grave tone, I want to know your decision. After a moment of silence, Su Muting clenched her fists and, through gritted teeth, said, Qingchen, Yushan. Though we have played together since childhood, we are adults now and should maintain our distance. Moreover, I understand. Qingchen interrupted her before she could finish. You are right. We have grown up and have our own thoughts now. I respect your decision. With that, he turned on his heel and left the classroom with Yushan, not looking back. Qingchen watching the two retreating figures. Su Muting's mouth opened as if she wished to say something, Yet ultimately, she could not voice her thoughts, for Yan Zian had already grasped her hand. Muting, ignore them. You and I are destined to be students of the Martial Soul University. Our futures will no longer intertwine with that waste. Su Muting bit her lip and softly acquiesced, ultimately relinquishing her desire to explain. Yan Zian was correct. After being admitted to the Martial Soul University, her paths with Lu Qingchen would likely diverge. On the school rooftop, the highest point of the academy, Lu Qingchen and Yushan often enjoyed casual conversations. The gentle breeze and the view from above provided a unique sense of serenity. Yushan, I believe it's not wrong for us to have our own thoughts as we grow up. I just didn't anticipate that after all these years of friendship. Lu Qingchen mused, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, a complex expression shadowing his handsome features. I understand. But it's clear that she is aware of the discord between you and Yan Zian, yet still permits him to stand in her way, indicating her stance. To speak of maintaining distance after so many years of friendship, what does that signify? Yushan remarked darkly, his anger palpable. It's not so bad, really. After all, she is the class monitor, comes from a prosperous family, and has reached the 5th stage of body refinement. Her admission to the Martial Soul University is secured. In her eyes, I'm merely a 2nd stage body refiner, Lu Qingchen replied with a resigned smile. If it were someone else, the choice would be evident to all. Yushan remained silent, observing him. As a lifelong friend, he understood Lu Qingchen's nature well, and further persuasion seemed futile. By the way, which school do you wish to apply to? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingchen suddenly inquired. His expression suggested that he had not been affected by the earlier incident. One of the 3 prestigious schools, I suppose. I'll decide after my aptitude is assessed. How about you? Same here. I might consider the Monster Academy since it's the top institution on the continent. Quite enviable, Yushan nodded. Aren't you at all concerned that I might not make the cut? Lu Qingchen asked, astonished. You said you would succeed in whatever you set your mind to. Yushan affirmed confidently. Lu Qingchen rubbed his forehead, bemused by his friend's unwavering self-belief. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of the bell echoed through the air. The two made their way back to the classroom. The earlier commotion had subsided, and the class was now enveloped in silence. Just as Lu Qingchen and Yushan settled back into their seats, Hong Bing in the front row turned to them and said, I've discussed it with my family and decided to apply to the Martial Soul University. What about you? Before Lu Qingchen and Yushan could respond, Hong Bing continued. I just broke through to the 4th stage of body refinement. My dad said our family is counting on me. No matter the cost, I must enroll. They're relying on me to bring glory to the family. Lu Qingchen chuckled. Are you boasting or just being modest? At that moment, Yushan chimed in. Feigning a sigh, I'm only at the 6th stage of body refinement. I'm not sure if I can make it. The pressure is immense. Hong Bing's smile faltered as he cast a glance at Yushan, silently turning away. What a brute. One cannot compare to a brute, Hong Bing muttered inwardly. With that thought, he felt much better and turned back, saying mysteriously, have you all heard? The admission policy for the Martial Soul University has changed this year. As he spoke, it was as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of excitement. A girl sitting by the aisle leaned in eagerly. Quick. Tell us what has changed. Though not conventionally pretty, she exuded vitality, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Her desk mate, another girl, also showed keen interest, whispering, yes, do share. The spirited girl was named Zhang Ying, while her companion, delicate and gentle in demeanor, was called Su Man. Both girls had attained a body refinement level above the 4th stage, and their backgrounds were notably privileged. Seeing the interest peaked among the girls, Hong Bing felt invigorated. He winked mysteriously, saying, I heard through the grapevine that the Martial Soul University will no longer accept students who have repeated their studies for more than 2 years. Additionally, those with an attribute sensing talent of at least Earth grade will be directly admitted. After a pause, he added, of course, one must reach the 4th stage of body refinement. Otherwise, it's all talk. Lu Qingchen felt a stir within. Attribute sensing talent. Was this a new requirement for this year's examination? What is attribute sensing talent? The crowd inquired. Hong Bing seemed to revel in the attention, his face alight with excitement. I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard it's related to martial souls. Ah, I see. At this moment, the classmates in the room began to murmur among themselves, engaging in speculation. Perhaps one's own affinity for the fire element was a factor. How, then, was talent assessed? Just as Lu Qingchen was lost in thought, a graceful figure entered the classroom, none other than Lu Yin, the martial arts instructor for the senior class. The classroom fell silent in an instant, as everyone wished to leave a favorable impression on the beautiful teacher. They had heard, from sources unknown, that the mentors at the Martial Soul University wield considerable authority and could even pre-select students for admission, making it crucial to make a good impression. After all, one could never tell when fortune might strike, and being favored by such a captivating mentor would indeed be a source of great honor for one's family. Casting a glance over the swiftly quieted class, Lu Yin blinked and spoke softly. Students who have decided to apply to Martial Soul University, please come to the homeroom teacher's office shortly to pay the registration fee and fill out a form. The school will assist you with the unified application after review. as a martial arts instructor. She was not merely a teacher of the school, but one dispatched by Martial Soul University to assist the senior students with their martial arts inquiries. Naturally, this also allowed her to identify promising candidates early on, for everyone harbors a degree of self-interest, and Martial Soul University is no exception. After all, proximity to power often yields advantages. Once she finished speaking, the class erupted with excitement. Lu Yin did not leave the classroom, but instead, her eyes sparkling with interest, carefully scanned the students. Initially, all appeared well, and she did not notice anything particularly remarkable. However, when her gaze fell upon Yushan, she was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, her heart brimmed with delight as she realized this robust student had reached the 6th level of body refinement. Gradually shifting her gaze from Yushan, Lu Yin continued to observe Lu Qingchen beside him. Oh, the 2nd level of body refinement? No, something feels amiss. Why does he seem somewhat inscrutable? Sensing Lu Qingchen's elusive aura, Lu Yin pondered briefly before exiting the classroom. Upon seeing Lu Yin leave, the students preparing to register rose from their seats, eager to make their way to the office. Hong Bing, seated at the front, was the first to stand, followed closely by the 2 sisters, Zhang Ying and Su Man. Of course, the eccentric Yushan stood as well, along with 2 other boys from the class, just as several were about to head to the office. Lu Qingchen also slowly stood up. Hong Bing grinned. Hey, Lao Lu, we're going to register, not to the restroom, right? Off to register, Lu Qingchen nodded. Hong Bing was momentarily taken aback, as were the 2 sisters beside him. After a pause, Zhang Ying couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Qingchen, you're signing up too? I must have misheard. This spirited young lady was shocked, and her voice was anything but quiet, causing the entire class to turn their heads. Having been classmates for 3 years, everyone was well aware of the dynamics in the room. Although Lu Qingchen was tall, he had always appeared somewhat frail compared to his peers, but now, as they looked at him, they realized he was indeed quite imposing and not at all weak. Previously, standing alongside Yushan had given him a slender appearance, but now, the muscles beneath his loose t-shirt were strikingly powerful. His chiseled features as distinct as if carved from stone, and his deep-set eyes exuded a masculine charisma. Most of the girls in the class were now gazing at him, including Su Muting. After a moment, the girls collectively averted their gazes. Lu Qingchen flashed a smile, displaying his pearly white teeth, and addressed Hong Bing and the 2 sisters. Let us go, everyone, together to register. The group made their way to the office, notably excluding Yin Zian and Su Muting. Along the way, they chatted and laughed. Hey, Lao Lu, have you been secretly honing your body all this time? Hong Bing inquired. Lu Qingchen, honestly, have you been training at home? Zhang Ying pressed. Lu Qingchen, unfazed, flashed a broad smile and replied, my talents are extraordinary. I hardly need to train in secret. Besides, if I don't register this time, I'd surely regret it for life. Once admitted to Martial Soul University, 10,000 is but a trifling sum. Hearing this, the others began to feel somewhat swayed. Indeed, if one were to be accepted, what was 10,000? Gaining admission to Martial Soul University signified a bright future, a prestigious status, and intoxicating power. Chapter 5, Soul Orbs. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the awakening of one's martial soul. At that moment, one of the other boys, who had a somewhat effeminate appearance and freckles, voiced his concern. If we can't awaken our martial souls, Lu Qingchen recalled the boy's name as Su Xian, who typically had little presence. He hadn't expected him to apply. The other boy, with a rugged exterior and a buzz cut, was named Zhang Wei and was Su Xian's friend. After Su Xian spoke, the group fell silent, each understanding that reaching the 4th level of body refinement was merely a basic requirement. The more one refined their body, the greater the chances of awakening their martial soul, except for bloodline martial souls. Below the 4th level of body refinement, the chances of awakening a martial soul were less than 1 in 10 million. Over the years, only 2 or 3 individuals had awakened their martial souls at the 3rd level, and they were all bloodline martial souls, inherited from their families. Don't lose heart, everyone. We haven't even begun. There's also the attribute sensing talent. Those with a grade of Earth or higher can be directly admitted, Lu Qingchen encouraged, attempting to uplift the spirits of his peers. Indeed, and the likelihood of those who reach the 4th level of body refinement awakening their martial souls remains quite high. Yushan added. Only then did the group nod in agreement. After all, reaching the 4th level of body refinement was a sign of considerable talent, and the chances of awakening were still substantial. They arrived at the office door. Inside, the homeroom teacher, De Huang, was engaged in light conversation with Lu Yin, though his tightly gripped water cup betrayed his inner turmoil, for this matter pertained to his bonuses, ratings, and even his future. Upon noticing the students enter, the homeroom teacher quickly rose and beckoned them to sit down. Shortly thereafter, Yin Zian and Su Muting arrived as well. Yushan instinctively glanced at Lu Qingchen, observing his calm demeanor as he idly toyed with a black pen. Once everyone was present, the homeroom teacher, De Huang, collected his thoughts and began. First, let us listen to Mentor Lu Yin as she explains the rules and procedures for applying to Martial Soul University. Lu Yin surveyed the students and smiled gently. I will briefly outline the admissions criteria for Martial Soul University. The fourth level of body refinement is one requirement. But you must also awaken your martial soul. The awakened martial soul will possess soul slots, at least 1, and at most 7. Generally speaking, the number of soul slots determines the level of your martial soul, which we often refer to as talent. The students understood, realizing there were classifications of this nature. Soul slots could be embedded with soul orbs. For instance, if a person had only 1 soul slot, they could only embed 1 soul orb, while 5 soul slots would allow for 5. At this juncture, Hong Bing couldn't help but interrupt, asking, "Minter, what exactly are soul orbs?" Lu Yin continued, "I was just about to explain. Soul orbs are actually formed from the condensed power of slain spirit beasts, containing certain abilities of these creatures. You can think of each soul orb as embodying a unique soul skill. Then soul orbs must be exceedingly precious." Zhang Wei possessed a keen intellect and immediately discerned the significance of the soul pearl. Indeed, it was included among the rewards for the top 3 scorers in the upcoming National College entrance examination. Lu Yin, with a serious demeanor, added, "There is another matter I must discuss with you all. Regardless of your realm and body refinement, if you have not awakened your martial soul, you will essentially be ineligible for Martial Soul University. It is crucial to understand that after reaching the body refinement stage, one must cultivate spiritual energy, the vessel for which is the martial soul. Without a martial soul, it is impossible to cultivate spiritual energy." Lu Yan's words appeared to open a gateway for the group. They realized that the soul pearl could indeed facilitate the cultivation of spiritual energy after reaching body refinement. However, apart from Lu Qingchen, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the rest, as they grappled with the implications of not having awakened their martial souls. A glance from Lu Yin at Lu Qingchen revealed her surprise at his calmness. Yet she sought to reassure everyone. The probability of awakening a martial soul at the 4th stage of body refinement is still quite substantial. There is no need for excessive concern. Gradually, the group's anxiety subsided. Subsequently, the process of payment, registration, and filling out forms was straightforward. With only a few days remaining until the college entrance examination, she urged them to focus on physical training, assuring them that the school would soon provide the specific timetable for the Martial Soul University exams and various precautions. The group then exited the office. Inside, De Huang was in high spirits, smiling as he remarked to instructor Lu Yin, "This year, there are quite a number of students reaching the 4th stage of body refinement. Far better than previous years." "Ah." Lu Yin, slightly puzzled, responded, "I too find it strange. This year, the number of students reaching the 4th stage in each class has increased several-fold compared to prior years. I wonder what could be the reason." The homeroom teacher, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth, proclaimed, "Isn't this a good thing? What is so strange? As the nation grows stronger, the children enjoy better nourishment, naturally leading to higher realms." Lu Yin furrowed her brow, refraining from responding to the homeroom teacher's comments. After a moment of silence, she stepped out of the office. "Is this Director Li?" "Yes, this is Lu Yin. I have information to report. The situation this year is somewhat peculiar." Upon returning to the classroom, the students began reviewing and working on problems. Although the cultural scores for those applying to Martial Soul Universities do not heavily influence outcomes, it is still wise to prepare. After all, should they fail to awaken their martial souls, attending a prestigious school could still secure them a decent job. At the very least, it would provide an alternative path. Lu Qingchen, however, did not engage in review. For someone possessing extraordinary abilities, it would be a disservice to his system to undertake additional preparations. Beside him, Yushan had already laid his head on the desk, and in mere seconds, he succumbed to sleep. Lu Qingchen cast a bemused glance at him, inwardly musing, "System, may I inquire about something?" "What is it, host?" The system responded, "I am currently at the 8th stage of body refinement, and I wish to know whether it is better to use the minor creation pill or the true dragon blood first." Lu Qingchen contemplated. "It is advisable for the host to first consume the blood to alter the constitution, and then take the pill for maximum efficacy," the system's synthesized voice advised. "Understood," Lu Qingchen replied, rubbing his head as he fell into deep thought. "Now that I am at the 8th stage of body refinement with 2 martial souls, I know one is of the fire element, so gaining admission to a Martial Soul University is certainly feasible. Nonetheless, I am uncertain about the admission standards of the 3 prestigious schools and how many soul slots my martial souls possess. I should not overthink it." Before long, dusk settled in, and De Huang reminded everyone to review diligently before school was dismissed. On the way home, Yushan, with an air of mystery, approached Lu Qingchen and said, "Brother Chun, guess what marvelous treasure I found yesterday at the junkyard?" "I want to guess," Lu Qingchen replied dismissively. Yushan shot him a resentful glance before producing a square object from his bag. Startled, Lu Qingchen exclaimed, "Did you bring back a brick?" Yushan chuckled. "You wouldn't understand. This is no ordinary brick. I clapped it against my dad yesterday, and guess what? He fainted." Lu Qingchen gave Yushan a thumbs up, saying, "You truly are a devoted son. Coincidentally, I found something good as well. Here, take this." Lu Qingchen presented a pill, the minor creation pill, to Yushan. Yushan, Astonished, examined it closely and questioned, "Can this be consumed?" Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes and jested, "How else do you think I broke through? Wow, no wonder I thought. Brother Chun, you changed overnight. Hurry, take it home and remember to use it." Yushan fell silent. "What are you doing? It's just a pill. We have a relationship, after all. I expect you to join me in conquering the world." Lu Qingchen teased. Yushan remained silent, accepting the pill and casting a deep look at Lu Qingchen. Upon returning home, the dining table was still laden with an abundance of dishes. As the college entrance examination approached, Lu Qingchen's mother, Xiaolan, prepared lavish dinners every evening. Lu Qingchen surveyed the surroundings, not seeing his father, and inquired, "Mom, where's Dad?" As Xiaolan approached with a plate of braised pork, she gently replied, "Your father went to buy you materials for body refinement. He should be back soon." Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open, and Lu Chongting entered, beaming with joy. "Today was fortuitous. I found a 50-year-old blood spirit mushroom. This little rascal might just be able to elevate his cultivation realm again." Hearing this, Lu Qingchen chuckled while seated, flashing a bright smile at his father, Lu Chongting. "Dad, I've already broken through to the 4th stage of body refinement." Chapter 6, The Shock of Lu Chongting. "Dad, I've already advanced to the 4th stage of body refinement." Lu Qingchen refrained from revealing that he had leaped to the 8th stage, as such a leap would be too astonishing. Stating he had reached the 4th stage would be more acceptable to his parents. If they inquired about the reason, he would explain that he had found a porcelain bottle at the junkyard containing several pills. He also intended to use this opportunity to give his father a minor creation pill, which might help restore his father's injured body. "What, little Chun? You've reached the 4th stage of body refinement." Lu Chongting's eyes widened in surprise, while Xiaolan beside him also stared, astonished. Moments later, their shock transformed into smiles, and Xiaolan patted Lu Qingchen on the shoulder, saying, "Good lad, you truly are my son." "Dad, aren't you curious how I broke through to the 4th stage?" Lu Chongting shook his head. "My son is exceptionally gifted. Reaching the 4th stage of body refinement is a trivial matter." Dad, you have too much faith in me. If it weren't for my extraordinary luck, I would still be stuck at the 2nd stage of body refinement." Lu Qingchen inwardly thought, then proceeded to explain. "I found a bottle of pills at the junkyard beside our neighborhood. After consuming one, I broke through, and I feel an abundance of energy." As he spoke, he produced a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Lu Chongting. Lu Chongting accepted the bottle, poured out the pills, and examined them closely, even sniffing them. The next moment, his father's expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "You say you found this pill?" "Yes. I picked it up because the porcelain bottle looked nice, and I had no idea it contained several pills." Lu Qingchen nodded, casually fabricating a reason. What he did not expect was that his father, upon hearing these words, would tremble while gripping the porcelain bottle. After a lengthy silence, Lu Chongting regarded his son with an unusual expression. "Little Chun, do you know what kind of pill this is?" As Lu Qingchen was about to respond, his father's voice resonated once more. At that moment, Lu Chongting's expression was filled with exuberance, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "The minor creation pill. This is the minor creation pill," he exclaimed, pouring out the precious elixir and eagerly explaining its significance to Lu Qingchen. "Isn't it just a minor creation pill? Why such excitement?" Lu Qingchen murmured, unable to contain his curiosity at his father's fervor. "This is indeed the minor creation pill. Countless kings and even emperors yearn for just a single one. Not only does it eradicate all bodily ailments, but it also mends the martial soul. And its innate creation power enables one to advance further in their current realm. It is one of the rarest treasures for forging an unparalleled foundation in the body refinement stage." Lu Chongting elucidated with fervor. "What kind of luck did you stumble upon to find 5 of these in a junkyard?" 5. Such treasures are beyond monetary value." Lu Qingchen, however, remained unfazed. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I will consume one, give one to Yushan, and let you and Mom each have one. The remaining one can be for my sister." "Little Chun, do you understand how precious this pill is? Are you certain you wish to give it to us?" Lu Chongting's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. The pill was indeed of great importance to him, yet it rightfully belonged to his son, necessitating a clear discourse on its worth. "But you are my parents. Who else would I give it to?" Lu Qingchen replied, a hint of exasperation crossing his features. "All right, Dad, enough with the chatter. Just take one for Mom, and make sure you both consume it promptly." Lu Chongting glanced at Xiaolan, who nodded gently, and said, "You should accept this gesture of affection from little Chun." The man fell silent for a moment, saying nothing, merely patting Lu Qingchen on the shoulder before retreating to his room. Turning to Xiaolan, Lu Qingchen smiled. "Mom, you should join Dad in taking it. I'll head back to my room." Xiaolan winked at her son, saying, "Little Chun, you have truly helped your father immensely." With that, she too returned to her room, mirroring Lu Chongting's actions. Once both parents had retreated, Lu Qingchen eagerly returned to his own chamber. Sitting on his bed, he silently intoned. And soon, a droplet of crystalline blood materialized in his palm. This blood was peculiar, as if a miniature dragon swam within it. He then retrieved the blood spirit mushroom purchased by Lu Changting and consumed it bite by bite. Finally, he mixed the drop of true dragon blood into a cup filled with water and drank it in one gulp. As the true dragon blood coursed through him, Lu Qingchen felt a surge of warmth radiating from his chest and abdomen, followed by a torrent of heat flowing into his limbs. Truly, this was the essence of true dragon blood. He felt his body brimming with strength, gradually turning crimson, even his sweat transforming into a red hue, exuding a mist of ruby vapor. As time passed, his body began to tremble, and his eyes sparkled with a fiery golden hue. His pupils morphed into slits, a phenomenon typically reserved for divine beasts like dragons. The golden flames slowly dimmed, and Lu Qingchen's pupils returned to their original state. With a thought, he accessed his information panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial soul, not activated, fire, unknown. Realm, body refinement stage, 10th level. Mental strength, 20. Cultivation method, heavenly flame, sacred code. Unknown, to be activated upon martial soul awakening. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, 2 minor creation pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, for establishing an unparalleled foundation. Subsequent rewards will be automatically dispensed upon martial soul awakening. 10th level of body refinement stage. Only the awakening of the martial soul remains. Lu Qingchen exhaled slowly. Stretching his limbs, he felt an overwhelming sense of power, a stark contrast to his previous state. At that moment, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from his parents' room, which soon faded into silence. It seems my father is quite the intriguing character as well, Lu Qingchen mused. In the following days, Lu Qingchen took a leave of absence, claiming he needed to refine his body. His homeroom teacher, Da Huang, sensing the robust vitality emanating from him, readily acquiesced. The evening before the college entrance examination. In room 502 of Qingchen community, Lu Qingchen devoured a rib heartily, while his mother, Xia Lan, busily organized his clothing but still expressed concern. Little Chun, are you sure you don't want me to accompany you to the exam? With a smile, Lu Qingchen reassured her, Mom, the school has arranged transportation and accommodations. There's no need for that. Besides, Yushan will be with me. You can rest easy. Upon hearing that Yushan would accompany him, Xiaolan felt somewhat reassured. Little Yu is quite reliable. Be sure to heed his advice and avoid acting impulsively. If anything arises, consult him. How could I not know that he is reliable? Lu Qingchen thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. Mom, I will certainly consider his opinions. You and Dad just stay home and await my triumphant return to celebrate my first place. On June 6th, at precisely 7 in the morning, Yushan was already waiting at Lu Qingchen's doorstep. With backpacks slung over their shoulders, they set off for school. At the school entrance, a considerable number of students from Jincheng No. 1 High School had gathered, with several government-marked buses parked nearby. Private cars were aplenty as parents busily reminded their children. Lu Qingchen and Yushan craned their necks, searching for their classmates from Class 7 of the senior year. Just as they were scanning the crowd, a voice called out from behind, none other than Hong Bing. Spotting Lu Qingchen and Yushan, he raised his voice. Hey, Lao Lu, Lao Yu, we're over here. Clearly, he was well prepared, his booming voice attracting the attention of many parents and students nearby. With a hint of embarrassment, Lu Qingchen and Yushan made their way toward Hong Bing under the gazes of the crowd. As they approached, Lu Qingchen noticed Zhang Ying and Su Man, the two sisters, animatedly conversing with their homeroom teacher, Da Huang, while Su Muting and Yin Zian whispered together. Lu Yan sat on a nearby step, and upon spotting Lu Qingchen and Yushan, she quickly rose and walked toward them. As she approached within a meter of them, her heart surged with astonishment. Heavens, what am I witnessing? 8th level of body refinement stage, and one of them is inscrutable. Wasn't he just at the 6th level days ago? Are they monsters? Lu Yin was momentarily speechless, her mind a tumult of emotions. Observing her silence, Da Huang coughed lightly, prompting, Instructor Lu, why don't you explain the assessment process to everyone? Lu Yin snapped back to reality, tidying her hair and smiling at the group. Allow me to outline the itinerary. Today, June 6th, we will first board government vehicles to the Green Hotel in Jinling City, with strength testing commencing at 2 p.m. I must inform you that the body refinement stage consists of 9 levels. The first 3 levels increase strength by 100 kilograms with each refinement, while reaching the 4th level signifies a qualitative transformation, boosting strength directly to 1,000 kilograms. As the conversation unfolded, the group observed that Lu Yan's expression suddenly transformed into one of gravity. Chapter 7. The 3 Prestigious Academies. She spoke in a solemn tone. Those who do not achieve a strength test of at least 1,000 kilograms will be eliminated. Of course, I am aware that all of you have reached the 4th level of body refinement. However, I must emphasize that you must exert every ounce of strength during the test. Do not hold back even a fraction of your energy. If you fail to pass this hurdle, discussions regarding the subsequent awakening of your martial souls will be moot. As for the following assessments, I shall inform you after you have successfully completed the afternoon's test. Lu Qingchen and Yushan remained relatively unfazed. Yet the silence among the few classmates who had just reached the 4th level of body refinement was palpable. Hong Bing scratched his head and remarked, "Do you think I might be eliminated? I just broke through to the 4th level not long ago." Lu Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "You need not worry. The school has made significant investments this time. Each of you will receive a chi blood pill during lunch, along with a nourishing meal to replenish your energy." The homeroom teacher, De Huang, added, "Indeed, it is rare for the school to be so generous. I am confident that each of you will pass the test." Lu Yan's and De Huang's encouragement seemed to uplift the mood, as the atmosphere markedly improved. Inside the bus, apart from the students of Class 7 of the 3rd year, there were instructors Lu Yan and De Huang, several unfamiliar school leaders, and 2 military personnel. One of the school leaders exchanged glances with De Huang, who paused momentarily, cleared his throat, and announced, "Students, these esteemed individuals are leaders from our school, here today to accompany you for the examination at the Martial Soul University." The students glanced at De Huang before returning to their own activities. Observing their indifference, De Huang continued, "The chi blood pills and the nourishing lunch you will receive today have all been personally sponsored by these leaders, in hopes that you will achieve commendable results." Before De Huang could finish, Lu Qingchen and Yushan stood up, their faces beaming with smiles. "Thank you, esteemed leaders, for your hard work." Soon, the entire class stood, mimicking Lu Qingchen's exaggerated gratitude. Among them, a middle-aged man with thinning hair but a lively demeanor stood up and hurriedly said, No, you are all the school's prodigies. There is no need for such formality. We certainly wish for you to excel and bring glory to the school. If you gain admission to the Martial Soul University, your future accomplishments will be boundless, and we will need your assistance to elevate our institution further." Listening to the school leader's speech, Lu Qingchen and the others smiled politely, though their expressions grew somewhat strained. In truth, everyone understood that the more martial souls one awakened, the greater the chances of being admitted to the Martial Soul University. Gaining entry to one of the 3 prestigious academies was indeed remarkable, as the Martial Soul University and the government would generously reward the school with vast resources. It was said that in previous years, 2 students who gained admission to the 3 prestigious academies had seen their homeroom teacher rise to the position of vice principal at Qingchen No. 1 High School, thanks to the incredibly bountiful resources provided as rewards. Although their homeroom teacher had aged past the prime age for such aspirations, these resources could be passed down to their descendants. The martial arts instructors were similarly motivated, with each class assigned a martial arts teacher, most of whom were students from the Martial Soul University. Of course, the purpose of these instructors was to scout out exceptional talent to bring back to their respective universities. The more geniuses they brought back, the better the quality, and the more abundant the cultivation resources provided by the higher-ups. However, for the time being, no one was aware of which Martial Soul University Lu Yin belonged to. Every few years, ranking competitions were held at the Martial Soul University, where it was said that the higher the ranking, the better the resources allocated to each academy. The 3 prestigious academies not only ranked among the top 3 each year, but also boasted the most formidable environments, resources, and faculty. Notably, each of the 3 prestigious academies had substantial backing from powerful factions. Among them, the widely recognized Monster Academy, currently ranked first among the Martial Soul Universities, was supported by the Alchemist Association, which explained why countless students were eager to gain admission. Additionally, the War God Academy was backed by the military, allowing graduates to be directly awarded military ranks, along with immensely generous benefits. Another institution, known as the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, remained less well known, its historical roots being remarkably ancient, shrouded in mysterious influence. This academy, in the past, had not publicly recruited students, unlike the first 2 institutions that participated in national examinations. However, in recent years, due to the overwhelming number of applicants to the Monster Academy and the rising quality of its students, it began to surpass the Heavenly Dao Academy in ranking competitions, causing the latter to drop to 3rd place. Consequently, in the past couple of years, the Heavenly Dao Academy had also started participating in national examinations, though details about its benefits remained unclear. It was rumored that its welfare was even superior to that of the Monster Academy. Thus, numerous candidates for the national examination aspired to awaken top-tier martial souls and gain admission to one of the 3 prestigious academies, as entry into these institutions was akin to achieving instant success. At that moment, Lu Yin smiled slightly and addressed the leaders. "I believe our Class 7 students will not forget their alma mater upon enrolling at the Martial Soul University." The students nodded enthusiastically, prompting the leaders to cease their remarks. As everyone sat quietly in the bus, awaiting their arrival, the sudden ringing of a bell broke the silence. It was Lu Yan's phone. She quickly retrieved her phone to answer. "Oh, is that so? All right, I understand." After hanging up, she rubbed her forehead, her expression growing somber. Upon looking up, she was startled to find everyone on the bus staring intently at her. With a complex expression, Lu Yin explained, "This year, there are too many students from Kyoto taking the assessments, and the testing locations are insufficient. As such, some students from Kyoto have been distributed to various regions for their evaluations. Our Jinling city has approximately 1,000 candidates from Kyoto." Noticing Lu Yan's troubled demeanor, De Huang tentatively inquired, Instructor Liu, the students from Kyoto are only here for the assessments, right? There shouldn't be any issues. If it is solely for the assessments, then indeed, there shouldn't be any problems. However, it is concerning since this is the first time such a situation has arisen, and it may lead to unexpected incidents. De Huang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I thought it was a major issue. They are just students coming for assessments. What kind of accidents could occur? Moreover, surely the Kyoto region has instructors and school personnel accompanying them, right? Yes, Teacher Huang is correct. There is no need for concern. 2 hours later, in Jinling City, Tianyang District, at the Green Hotel. This establishment was the designated hotel for the third-year students participating in the Martial Seoul University assessments. The hotel appeared quite impressive, and Lu Qingchen surveyed his surroundings, noting its opulence. Room 404. Lu Qingchen set down his luggage and glanced around the room, nodding in satisfaction. Given the high number of candidates and the need to provide students with a comfortable resting environment, the rooms were booked as double occupancy. Having a bed to oneself was already a luxury. Lu Qingchen cast a peculiar glance at Yushan, contemplating how the two of them would manage to fit in one bed. Yushan, however, was not overly concerned. After dropping his luggage, he flopped onto the bed, which creaked under the strain. Poor bed, Lu Qingchen thought to himself. The two engaged in conversation for a while before turning to their individual tasks, knowing they had tests to prepare for in the afternoon, thus foregoing any rest. As Lu Qingchen was about to continue his contemplation of the sacred text of Burning Heaven, a sudden knock echoed through the air. He rose to open the door, only to find Lu Yan, the martial arts instructor of Class 7, standing outside. Upon recognizing her, Lu Qingchen scratched his head and inquired, Instructor Lu, is there something you need? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yan swiftly entered the room and shut the door behind her. Startled, Lu Qingchen exclaimed, Instructor Lu, propriety dictates that men and women should maintain their distance. Please, refrain from such behavior. Lu Yan rolled her eyes, lightly tapping Lu Qingchen on the head as she retorted, What nonsense are you imagining? Rubbing his head, Lu Qingchen was astonished that Lu Yan could so easily inflict a noticeable bump on his head despite his cultivation level being at the 10th stage of body refinement. Unbeknownst to anyone, after striking his head, Lu Yan discreetly placed her hand behind her back and smiled, saying, Indeed, there is a matter we need to discuss. Is it concerning the visitors from Kyoto today? Lu Qingchen inquired. How did you know? Lu Yan gaped at him, her eyes wide with surprise. Lu Qingchen chuckled. I could tell from your demeanor in the car that something was amiss. Yushan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that most could discern Lu Yan's unusual mood after she received the call. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yan addressed Lu Qingchen and Yushan, You two rascals. Honestly, what stage of body refinement have you both reached? Lu Qingchen glanced at Yushan, who was also staring back at him. In unison, they both averted their gazes and said, We are at the 4th stage of body refinement. Lu Yan, amused by their antics, produced 2 chi blood pills and asked, What is it really? 8th stage and 9th stage of body refinement. Lu Qingchen and Yushan quickly revealed, their pretense abandoned at the prospect of benefits. Afterward, Yushan swallowed hard and turned to Lu Qingchen in astonishment. Chenggu, when did your cultivation surpass mine? With an air of mystery, Lu Qingchen replied, I've always been ahead of you. I merely prefer to keep a low profile. Lu Yan looked at the two of them with exasperation. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Yan continued, Given the presence of visitors from Kyoto, this assessment may not be very peaceful. What is going on? Yushan asked. Curious. This matter is somewhat complex, so let me explain gradually, Lu Yan said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. People from Kyoto have always regarded themselves as superior. Even the students are no exception. Furthermore, the Monster Academy is located in Kyoto, and many students from prominent families have already been pre-selected. The students from Kyoto typically come from affluent backgrounds, leading some of them to exhibit extreme arrogance. I've even heard that some academies have injured others during assessments, causing those individuals to fail due to their injuries. Do the examiners not intervene? Will the government not punish these students? Yushan asked indignantly. Lu Yan cast him a sidelong glance and replied, The examiners will intervene. However, unforeseen incidents are inevitable. Moreover, some students come from powerful backgrounds, and certain examiners are reluctant to offend them. As for the government, Lu Yan shook her head, the government will indeed punish them. But you must understand that these students have incredibly powerful backing. Ordinary penalties hold little weight for them. And some of their elders hold positions in the top 3 prestigious schools, which even the government must regard with some deference. Lu Yan paused, then added, In time, you will come to understand that as you grow stronger, the rules will bend to accommodate you. In this world where martial artists reign supreme and martial arts flourish, the might of one's fist dictates the truth. So, the reason you sought us out is Lu Qingchen furrowed his brow and asked, It's nothing major. I merely hope that if the Kyoto students provoke you, you will ignore them. If they truly go too far, and you can assist your classmates, please do so. As you two are the only ones in the entire school whose cultivation can rival those from prominent families. With a peculiar look, Lu Yan regarded the two of them. Understood, we will do our best to avoid conflict. But if avoidance proves impossible, Lu Qingchen's eyes narrowed as he declared, then we shall fight. As martial artists. Why should we fear a battle? Excellent. You have a promising spirit. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lu Qingchen, as if she were beholding a rare gem. Yushan grinned. Indeed, if avoidance is impossible, then let us fight. All right, it's getting late. So I won't keep you from your rest any longer. After some idle chatter, Lu Yan waved her jade hand, tossing the chi blood pills to the two. Even though you may not need to consume them, you can exchange them for other resources. Remember, martial cultivation cannot thrive without resources. With that, Lu Yan pushed open the door and exited the room. Lu Qingchen exchanged a glance with Yushan, who appeared resolute. As noon approached, another knock resounded at the door. Yushan stood up to answer it, revealing their classmate, Hongbing. Come quickly to the homeroom to collect your chi blood pills. Once we've gathered them, we can all eat together. Hongbing exclaimed excitedly to Lu Qingchen and Yushan. The trio made their way to the homeroom of their instructor, De Huang. Upon entering, they found everyone already assembled, but Lu Qingchen noticed that Lu Yan was absent. De Huang, observing Lu Qingchen's searching gaze, cleared his throat and announced, Instructor Lu Yan and the other leaders have gone to procure lunch for everyone. We shall now distribute the chi blood pills. Saying this, De Huang produced 9 small porcelain vials to distribute among the students. As Lu Qingchen and Yushan received their vials, the others immediately consumed their pills. Why aren't you two taking yours? Hongbing asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Lu Qingchen chuckled, we'll consume ours after lunch. Seeing this, the others did not press further. After everyone had ingested their pills, De Huang nodded and smiled. Let us wish everyone good luck in passing the afternoon assessment. Now, let us head to the dining hall, as Instructor Lu should have returned with lunch. Everyone rose and followed De Huang to the dining hall. The opulent crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, rendering the entire space elegant and tranquil. Gentle melodies filled the air, calming the nervous students. On the exquisite round dining table, 9 sumptuous lunches awaited, and the moment they arrived, the tantalizing aroma enveloped them. Yushan sniffed the air excitedly. I can smell the dragon whisker fish. Lu Yan, overhearing Yushan, smiled knowingly and replied, Yushan is correct. The leaders have indeed splurged this time, as today's lunch consists of nourishing ingredients. The others, unfamiliar with dragon whisker fish, looked puzzled, prompting Yushan to elaborate. My father once had the fortune to acquire one. Consuming dragon whisker fish can enhance one's strength. I've heard that a single fish costs around 50,000. Indeed, what Yushan says is accurate. This lunch not only provides each student with a dragon whisker fish, but also includes jade ginseng soup, and the rice is sourced from purple spirit rice. If I recall correctly, a stalk of jade ginseng is valued at approximately 20,000, so combined with the purple spirit rice and dragon whisker fish, this meal is worth at least 80,000. As Lu Qingchen realized this, his eyes widened in astonishment. A meal costing 80,000 for 9 people amounted to over 700,000. At that moment, everyone began to grasp the value of the meal. Exchanging glances before they rushed toward the dining table, Zhang Wei, whose rugged appearance was slightly striking, leaned over his meal and mumbled indistinctly to the group. Do you think that if we lack awakened martial souls, we would be unworthy of this meal? Upon hearing this, the others suddenly found the dragon beard fish before them less appetizing. Lu Yan pursed her lips and remarked with a smile, just enjoy your lunch. Why overthink it? Does eating this meal really affect your martial soul awakening? The classmates, finding her words reasonable, resumed their hearty eating. Yushan, finishing his last spoonful of soup, was the first to finish. He patted his stomach, fell silent for a moment, and then let out a peculiar sound, burp. Zhang Ying looked at him in exasperation and said, could you be a bit more refined? The teachers are present. Take a cue from Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen cast a curious glance at Zhang Ying, also patted his belly, and moments later, burp. Truly a lively spirit, Lu Yan sighed. The meal concluded swiftly in a relaxed atmosphere, after which Lu Qingchen and his companions returned to their rooms to rest. In the vast hotel housing thousands of students, most were conserving their energy, resulting in an unusually quiet interior. Soon, the afternoon approached, and the atmosphere grew tense. Outside their rooms, students paced back and forth, the heavy footfalls revealing their agitation, as teachers began knocking on doors one by one. Everyone rise. Gather downstairs. Remember to bring your ID and admission ticket. With the calls echoing, the hotel became a flurry of activity as students collected their documents and made their way downstairs. Lu Qingchen and Yushan hardly rested, having spent the day chatting in their room. What a joke. If an 8th or 9th tier of body refinement can't pass the test, then few would succeed. Moreover, after a sumptuous lunch, Lu Qingchen felt invigorated, as if he could vanquish a bull. Yushan felt similarly. Downstairs, Mentor Lu Yin and class teacher De Huang awaited the students of class 7. Upon seeing Lu Qingchen and Yushan descend, Lu Yin hurriedly approached them, saying, don't forget what I told you to. If necessary, lend your classmates a hand. Lu Qingchen and Yushan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Yan Zian and Su Muting also arrived. Upon seeing Lu Qingchen, Yan Zian said nothing, while Su Muting opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Soon, Hong Bing and the others joined as well. As the students descended, teachers from various high schools shouted with large megaphones, "Students of number 1 high school, gather here. Students of Lingqing number 2, line up. Students of number 7, come this way." Lu Qingchen and his group reached the assembly point for Jinsheng number 1 high school. Within just 3 minutes, examiners began to call the roll. Once the roll call concluded, students whispered among themselves while the leading teachers shouted for silence. The examiners stepped forward and addressed the crowd solemnly. "Students, the first test of the Martial Soul University is about to commence. Whether or not you pass this stage is crucial. It is a significant turning point. Rejoice if you succeed, but do not despair if you do not. After all, there are many paths in life." Chapter 9. The power testing device malfunctions. The examiners began to dispense motivational speeches, which, though ineffective for Lu Qingchen, a seasoned individual with a past full of adversity, proved to resonate well with these inexperienced students. Having been through numerous trials, Lu Qingchen was impervious to such platitudes. After several bowls of motivational chicken soup, the examiners surveyed the students' conditions, nodding in satisfaction before declaring loudly, "The first stage of the Martial Soul University assessment, the power test, begins now. Next comes the grouping. Listen carefully. Number 00001, Wang Tong, testing in Area A. Number 00002, Lan, testing in Area B. Number 00038, Yushan, testing in Area A. Number 00088, Lu Qingchen, testing in Area A. Lu Qingchen and Yushan were fortunate to be placed together, while the other students from Class 7 of Jinsheng number 1 High School were assigned to Area D. After announcing the groupings, one of the examiners said, "Students in Area A, follow me." Lu Qingchen and Yushan accompanied the instructor responsible for Area A to the testing venue. Before them lay an expansive martial arts hall, bustling with several martial arts instructors, including Lu Yan, whom Lu Qingchen and Yushan recognized. At the center of the hall stood a colossal power testing device. Distinctly different from any Lu Qingchen had encountered before, its entire surface was black, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The front featured an enormous square target, designed to allow students to fully exert their strength, taking into account that some students might possess greater arm strength while others excelled in leg power. Some students gazed in excitement at the power testing device, whispering to one another, "Can this machine really assess our strength? I don't know, but it looks incredibly sturdy." No doubt about it, this is the specialized equipment for the Martial Soul University assessments. Its quality is guaranteed. Noticing the students murmuring, the examiner sternly commanded, "Silence. The test is about to commence. Those whose names are called, step forward for testing." Number 00001, Wang Tong. A strikingly handsome student emerged from the crowd. It was Wang Tong. Give it your all against the target, using both hands and legs. Wang Tong, summoning all his strength, turned red in the face and swung his fist at the square target. Bang! The power testing device emitted a resounding noise. The screen beside it displayed the words, 1,300 kilograms. Pass. Next student prepare. The examiner called, jotting down notes. "Woohoo, I passed," Wang Tong exclaimed, jumping with excitement as some martial arts instructors smiled at him. Number 00002, Su Kuan. Bang. 888 kilograms. Fail. Next. Su Kuan's face fell in despair as he burst into tears, prompting several students to comfort him. Number 00038, Yushan. The crowd watched as a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, strode forth. It was Yushan. He approached the power testing device without hesitation and unleashed a punch. Bang. The square target quivered, and the screen slowly illuminated the numbers, eventually settling at 4,100 kilograms. 4,100 kilograms. The examiner announced, his excitement evident. The students exchanged incredulous glances, erupting into commotion. Impossible. Can a high school senior achieve this? He must be cheating. Examining officer, I demand a re-evaluation of his age. He hardly looks like a high school senior. Yushan scratched his head, feeling wronged. Though I may appear robust, I truly am a senior. Silence. Every student present here has gone through rigorous selection. How could there be any cheating? Moreover, the inability of some does not signify that others are equally incapable. Instead of casting aspersions on others for alleged cheating, it would be far more prudent to return home and practice diligently. The examiner, with a stern visage, spoke in a low tone. At this moment, Lu Yin revealed a faint smile. Next, contestant number 00039, Wang Chong. A rather diminutive student emerged from the crowd, the very same who had just accused Yushan of cheating. After a brief pause, the examiner announced, 666 kilograms, disqualified. Next, the crowd erupted in laughter as Wang Chong wished fervently to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Soon, it was Lu Qingchen's turn. He stepped forward from the throng, beaming radiantly at the examiner. Esteemed examiner, if I were to break the testing apparatus, would I be liable for damages? The examiner glanced at the tall, yet not particularly robust, Lu Qingchen, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he replied. If you can indeed break the testing apparatus, I shall gladly cover the costs for you. Qingchen nodded, reassured, standing before the square target. He summoned all his strength in his legs, twisting his waist slightly to unleash a formidable force. His fist, moving at a speed akin to light, struck the target with a resounding impact. Boom. The force testing apparatus emitted a thunderous sound. Moments later, the display screen surged to 49.99, then gradually fluctuated. Ultimately, with a crack, it shattered. Indeed, it had shattered. The maximum capacity of this force testing apparatus was 5,000 kilograms, and it was believed that no one in the body refinement realm could achieve such a terrifying strength. Yet, alas, the individual before them was exceptional. Having consumed the Great Creation Pill and undergone bodily transformation with true dragon's blood, Qingchen's physical prowess could only be described as monstrous. His strength far exceeded that of any martial artist of the same realm, establishing an unparalleled foundation. The examiner's mouth fell agape, seemingly at a loss for words, but ultimately remained silent, a look of resignation crossing his face. He hastily exited the training ground, leaving behind a single remark: "You all wait here. The testing apparatus is no longer functional. I shall report this to the authorities and return shortly." As his figure vanished, the students, who had only just quieted down, erupted into chaos once more. "How could I be assigned to this area? This place is full of freaks. I'm not testing anymore. I want to go home, mommy." As some called for their mothers, Qingchen sighed involuntarily. Alas, the resilience of today's youth seems remarkably lacking. Indeed, it was not just the students. Even the martial arts instructors present began to murmur among themselves. "Who is this student? Our Omping Martial Spirit University will take him. Ridiculous. A student like this would not escape the clutches of the three major academies. 5,000 kilograms in the body refinement realm, and another at 4,100 kilograms. Note that the apparatus broke. It might not be limited to just 5,000 kilograms. Amidst the discussions among the instructors, Lu Yin remained silent. She approached Qingchen and Yushan with a solemn expression. "I hereby extend a formal invitation for you both to join the Heavenly Dao Sacred Institute. Although you have yet to awaken your martial spirits, should either of you awaken one, both of you will gain direct entry into the Heavenly Dao Sacred Institute. As for the benefits, they will depend on the talents of your awakened martial spirits, but I assure you, even if one of you fails to awaken a martial spirit, his treatment will be equivalent to that of a regular outer court student at the Heavenly Dao Sacred Institute." Lu Yin fixed her gaze on the two. "So, what do you say? Have you considered it? Will the Heavenly Dao Sacred Institute be able to instruct on any martial spirit that is awakened?" After a brief silence, Qingchen posed this question. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an inquiry from a student. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Heavenly Dao Sacred Institute boasts countless martial arts instructors, representing various martial spirits. Moreover, its history is the most ancient, with records of all manner of extraordinary martial spirits, something the other two major academies cannot match. Then I have no objections. Yushan, what about you? Qingchen nodded in agreement. "Wherever you go, I shall follow, Brother Chun." Yushan grinned foolishly. "All right, I shall report this up the chain. Once the martial spirit awakenings conclude, I will inform you of the specific benefits." Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised by their swift consent, her smile widening uncontrollably. Chapter 10, The Heavenly Punishment Hall. However, just as Lu Yin departed, Qingchen and Yushan heard a commotion outside. Not good. There's a brawl in Area D involving people from Kyoto. The moment this was announced, the entire testing ground erupted into excitement. "Brothers, let us go see the show." An unknown voice shouted, and one by one, students rushed toward Area D, with the examiners and martial arts instructors unable to contain them. There was no stopping it. The number of students for this assessment was simply too great. Qingchen had initially been indifferent, but upon recalling that some of his classmates were assigned to Area D, he quickly grabbed Yushan and dashed over. Area D testing ground. The boys from Class 7, led by Hong Bing, along with Su Xian and Zhang Wei, formed a protective circle back-to-back around several girls in the center. Su Muting sat on the ground, crying softly, while Zhang Ying and Su Man comforted her while keeping a watchful eye on the Kyoto students. Surrounding Hong Bing, Zhang Wei, and Su Xian were approximately a dozen students from Kyoto. Nearby, Yan Zian was whispering to a student with a somewhat sinister appearance, whose face bore pockmarks. The pockmarked student grinned wickedly, nodding as Yan Zian nearly jumped with excitement. The two then stood with their arms crossed, watching the unfolding scene with amusement. Without hesitation, Yushan strode forward, and upon seeing his imposing physique, the crowd parted to make way. He approached, effortlessly seizing one of the Kyoto students encircling Class 7 and tossing him aside. Upon noticing Qingchen and Yushan's arrival, Hong Bing rushed forward, anxious as he explained. That Kyoto guy wanted Su Muting to be his girlfriend, but she refused. He then began to act unruly, and Wu Nti let her go. Zhang Wei tried to intervene, but took a few punches for his trouble. It was him. Hong Bing pointed to Yan Zian and the pockmarked student, elaborating. And Yan Zian, seeing the Kyoto students harassing Su Muting, didn't he intervene, and even told us that those who know their place are wise. Zhang Ying's face was filled with indignation. clearly disgusted by Yan Xian's behavior. Indeed, Su Muting considered him a good friend, and yet he had the audacity to utter such words, Su Man added softly. At this moment, the dozen or so Kyoto students, all at the 5th and 6th levels of body refinement, exuded an overwhelming aura as they sensed Yushan approaching. Faced with such pressure, Hong Bing, Zhang Wei, and the other Class 7 students felt as if they had a hand gripping their throats, their faces reddening. Humph. Observing this scene, Yushan scoffed, and his aura, at the 8th level of body refinement, surged forth like a tidal wave toward the Kyoto students. Those closest to Yushan turned crimson as they felt the immense pressure, their minds going blank. Meanwhile, Hong Bing, Su Man, and the others gaped in awe, their eyes wide, staring at Yushan, who resembled a deity of war. Lu Qingchen stepped forward to assist Su Muting, along with Zhang Ying and Su Man. Standing behind Yushan. Despite the preceding incident, they were still classmates, and it was impossible to turn a blind eye. Furthermore, Lu Yan had previously advised him to lend a hand whenever a fellow student was in distress. It was only when the pressure on a few individuals from Kyoto became nearly unbearable that Yushan gradually withdrew his formidable aura. Once he diminished his presence from the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the students from Kyoto could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Casting a glance at the several fallen Kyoto students, Yushan turned around and inquired of the group, "Are you all right?" "We're fine." Hong Bing and the others shook their heads, indicating no harm had befallen them. However, at that moment, a sharp gust of wind suddenly surged toward them. In a moment of urgency, Yushan could only cross his arms to defend against the blow, yet he was still forced back several steps. The assailant was the student with a pockmarked face, who, upon witnessing Yushan stagger, wore a cold smirk and taunted, "I thought you were formidable. Yet it seems you only bully those beneath your level. Pathetic." Yushan, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage and prepared to retaliate. Yet, just as he was about to counter, a howling wind reached his ears, followed by a familiar figure darting past him. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the pockmarked youth was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily to the ground. "What are you?" "Just a pathetic creature attacking those of lower realms," Lu Qingchen shouted, his eyes gleaming with coldness. "Fool, do you know who I am?" The pockmarked student, assisted by Yan Xian, immediately bellowed at Lu Qingchen. To this, Lu Qingchen merely scoffed, "I care not who you are, even if you were the king of heaven. Should you dare harm my brother, I shall not hesitate to strike. You insolent wretch, you're courting death." The pockmarked student raged, his voice rising in fury. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. What transpired here? Yao Qingwu, a martial arts instructor, having overheard the commotion, hurried over with a look of anger etched upon his face. "Instructor who? This person attacked me. Kill him swiftly." The pockmarked student, now identified as Yao Qingwu, shouted as he caught sight of the instructor's arrival, a malicious glint flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the instructor who immediately turned his gaze to Lu Qingchen, coldly questioning, "Is it you who injured Yao Qingwu?" Lu Qingchen, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, grinned wryly. "So, you strike the young, and now the elder comes? Is this the manner of the people from Kyoto? Humph, such a young age, yet lacking in decorum. Since you are so, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." Instructor who retorted with a disdainful snort, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a tidal wave toward Lu Qingchen. In an instant, Lu Qingchen felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. This oppressive force seemed intent on crushing him entirely. The tiles beneath his feet began to crack under the immense weight. Standing firm against this formidable pressure, Lu Qingchen activated the sacred text of the burning heavens. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Old dog, you can only rely on your realm to intimidate? Today, I shall either perish here or survive. And I will surely come for your head in the future." Refusing to yield, a chilling determination glimmered in Lu Qingchen's eyes, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Instructor who, incensed by the audacity of a mere student, raised his hand high, his eyes glinting with cold fury, intent on killing Lu Qingchen right then and there. "Fool, you seek death." Just as Lu Yan returned from reporting to her superiors, she immediately assessed the scene and, without hesitation, launched her own attack. A torrent of soul energy surged forth, and a silver beam shot from her eyes, piercing toward the instructor. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yan had pulled Lu Qingchen behind her. The sudden mental assault caused instructor Hu to grunt, blood leaking from his orifices. "You seek death." Recovering from the daze, instructor Hu was engulfed in rage, astonished that this seemingly youthful woman possessed strength equal to his own. Gathering his soul power in a frenzy, he prepared to retaliate without hesitation. "Cease this at once." Just as he was about to strike at Lu Yan, a thunderous voice erupted from afar. "I have seen the silver executioner." The instructors present immediately bowed in respect upon seeing the middle-aged man donning a silver mask. Lu Yan and the elder who also acknowledged him, halting their actions as they clasped their fists in greeting, "We pay our respects to the silver executioner." The leading middle-aged man nodded and inquired, "What has transpired here? Speak truthfully." "Respected executioner, it is as follows. The people from Kyoto harassed the female students of Qingchen No. 1 high school, and when the students from Class 7 intervened, Yao Qingwu from Kyoto suddenly launched a sneak attack. Finally, it escalated to instructor who attacking the students. One of the instructors hurriedly explained, "I see." The middle-aged man coldly snorted. It appears the Monster Academy has grown increasingly audacious in recent years. A mere outer academy instructor daring to strike at students assessed by the Martial Soul University? Come with me to the Heavenly Punishment Hall for judgment. Upon hearing he was to be taken to the Heavenly Punishment Hall, instructor who panicked, disregarding the disdainful gazes of others as he begged for mercy, respected executioner. "I beg you. I realize my mistake. I do not wish to go to the Heavenly Punishment Hall." However, the middle-aged man did not allow him to finish. Waving his hand with a cold command, "Take him away." Thus, several members of the Heavenly Punishment Hall swiftly approached, restraining instructor who with handcuffs and leading him away. On behalf of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy, I express gratitude to the executioner. Lu Yin smiled and bowed to the middle-aged man. "Do not mention it," he replied, waving his hand. "Fair enforcement of the law is our duty." The Monster Academy has become increasingly arrogant in recent years, although the hall master is absent. Someone must step forward to confront it. With that, the middle-aged man nodded to Lu Yin and vanished like a fleeting ray of light. Chapter 11. The Rumor, Attribute Testing. As the members of the Heavenly Punishment Hall departed, Lu Yin turned to Lu Qingchen and Yushan, her expression filled with concern. "Are you both all right? Do you need my assistance?" "No, thank you." Both Lu Qingchen and Yushan shook their heads. Aside from Yushan sustaining a blow, Lu Qingchen had suffered no substantial harm. And given Yushan's physique, the strike had barely affected him. "Very well then." Lu Yin nodded, and with a flash from her storage ring, she produced a small porcelain vial, pouring out 2 white pills and handing them to the duo. "This is a recovery pill, a reward for both of you. After taking it, rest well in preparation for tomorrow's assessment." "Hee. Thank you, Instructor Lu Yin." Lu Qingchen and Yushan chuckled, accepting the pills, and, under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, swallowed them without hesitation. As the medicinal elixir settled within, a refreshing sensation blossomed within their bodies. Moments later, both Lu Qingchen and Yushan discerned a palpable increase in their spiritual power. Truly, the mentors of the Heavenly Dao Academy are remarkably generous. This experience was simply delightful. Overwhelmed by the transformation occurring within him, Lu Qingchen nearly gasped in exhilaration. Observing that both Yushan and Lu Qingchen had consumed the elixir, Lu Yin felt reassured and addressed the group, saying, "Since everyone has completed the assessment, let us return to the hotel to rest." With that, she led the way out of the testing grounds. Lu Qingchen and Yushan promptly followed suit, but as they passed by Yin Zian, Lu Qingchen could not resist a low, mocking remark. "You truly live up to the title of Class 7's leader." In response, Yin Zian merely clenched his fists, remaining silent. It was only after everyone had departed that he lifted his head, his expression a tempest of emotions. Moments later, he growled through gritted teeth. "Once, young master, Yao brings me into the 3 prestigious academies. Let us see whose choice will ultimately prevail." However, by then, the students of Class 7 had long since vacated the premises, leaving no one to overhear his words. On the journey back to the hotel, perhaps buoyed by the success of the strength assessment, the mood was remarkably buoyant, and the atmosphere soon became lively. "Mentor Lu, what was the story behind that Silver Punisher? How could he disregard even the mentors of the 3 prestigious academies?" Hong Bing inquired, his face alight with excitement and envy. Yes, Mentor Lu, please enlighten us." The others chimed in eagerly. They too were keen to uncover the identity of this Silver Punisher, who wielded such authority that he dared to detain even the mentors of the Monster Academy. Lu Qingchen shared their curiosity, struggling to comprehend that such a force could exist outside the 3 prominent academies, one that seemed unperturbed even by the Monster Academy. Lu Yin, observing the eager expressions of her students, reluctantly nodded. "Very well, though my knowledge is somewhat limited, I shall share what I know." She began. The Heavenly Punishment Hall, as the name implies, represents an organization dedicated to punishment, with each of its members undergoing rigorous selection. Furthermore, they recruit exceptional students from all Martial Soul universities each year. However, those who are admitted must first pass stringent tests of character and skill, making entry a formidable challenge. Moreover, these regulations are tacitly acknowledged by all Martial Soul institutions, including the 3 prestigious academies. For this reason, the status of the Punishers within the Heavenly Punishment Hall is exceedingly elevated, regardless of one's standing. Should a Punisher determine that you have committed a grave error, you will be taken to the hall. Mentor Lu, isn't it said that the 3 prestigious academies are filled with formidable individuals? Why would they willingly adhere to the rules set forth by the Heavenly Punishment Hall? Su Muting could not help but ask, quickly lowering her head after posing her question. Lu Yin glanced at the inquisitive student and continued. "This query has indeed been raised before, but a certain incident once reverberated throughout all factions in Huagua." She paused, recalling the events of that particular day. "What incident?" The group exchanged glances, their voices in unison, each asking with anticipation. "I have only heard this from others, so I cannot vouch for its authenticity." Lu Yin waved her hand, indicating for them to listen. It is said that one day, a core student from the Monster Academy became infatuated with a female student from an ordinary martial soul university. After his advances were rebuffed, he, in a fit of rage, severely injured her. Upon learning of this, the dean of that martial soul university, accompanied by a majority of the mentors, confronted the core student from the Monster Academy, demanding an explanation. To their astonishment, they were met with overwhelming force from an elder of the Monster Academy, leaving the entire group of mentors on the brink of death. Nearly all of them returned home in a state of utter defeat. How could the Monster Academy act in such a manner? The crowd erupted in outrage, astonished that the foremost academy in Huagua could resort to such tactics. However, Lu Yin paid no heed to their indignation and proceeded to elucidate. This egregious act by the Monster Academy was subsequently reported to the Heavenly Punishment Hall, which promptly dispatched a king-level punisher to tend to the wounds of the mentors from the Martial Soul University, and even sent forth golden punishers to apprehend the elder and the student from the Monster Academy. The outcome, as one might expect, was inevitable. Although the elder possessed formidable cultivation, he was no match for the golden punisher, who incapacitated him within mere exchanges. Just as the golden punisher sought to apprehend the elder from the Monster Academy, the vice president unexpectedly intervened. It is said that this elder was a junior of the vice president, who was exceedingly powerful. Not only did he defy the rules by severely injuring the golden punisher, but he also issued a stark warning that no one from the Heavenly Punishment Hall could act recklessly on the territory of the Monster Academy. Such arrogance from the Monster Academy. Surely, the Heavenly Punishment Hall would not let this transgression go unpunished? Lu Qingchen interjected, unable to contain himself. Indeed, they would not. Lu Yin affirmed, nodding. This defiance incited the ire of the Heavenly Punishment Hall. Upon the Golden Punisher's return, one of their 4 leading punishers, the Azure Punisher, emerged from seclusion. He set forth with 6 Golden Punishers, launching a direct assault on the Monster Academy. The Vice President, of course, appeared to confront them. But within just a few exchanges, he was taken away along with the elder and the student. Would the Monster Academy simply allow the Vice President's capture to go unchallenged? Yushan could not help but inquire. Certainly not, Lu Yin replied. On that very day, the Dean of the Monster Academy, accompanied by several formidable elders, approached the Heavenly Punishment Hall to demand the release of their captured members, only to be met with severe suppression, taking 3 days for them to be released. Ultimately, it was only after the Dean personally visited the ordinary Martial Soul University to apologize and compensate them with numerous resources that the matter was brought to a close. However, the Vice President, that elder, and the student were never seen again. From that point onward, no faction in Huagua dared to obstruct the operations of the Heavenly Punishment Hall. Reflecting on this tale, Lu Yin couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. Yet, no one noticed the complex emotions that flickered across her face after sharing this narrative. The students, however, were visibly stirred. With Hong Bing and Zhang Ying unable to suppress their musings, how wonderful it would be to enter the Heavenly Punishment Hall in the future. Let's see if those in the capital would dare to act so brazenly. As long as you can gain admission to a Martial Soul University, there remains hope for being noticed by the Heavenly Punishment Hall, Lu Yin replied with a smile, offering encouragement to her students. Thus, the group returned to the hotel, where their homeroom teacher, De Huang, awaited their arrival at the entrance. How did it go? How many passed the assessment? He asked, a hint of anxiety in his gaze as he scrutinized Yushan and the others. With a proud grin, Hong Bing replied, everyone passed. Really? De Huang's expression instantly transformed into one of exhilaration. Lu Qingchen suspected that had it not been for his age, the old teacher might well have jumped for joy. Due to the early conclusion of the assessments and the success of the entire class, De Huang generously treated everyone to afternoon tea. Mentor Lu, could you elucidate the examination process for tomorrow? Also, when does the soul awakening ceremony commence? Zhang Wei, who bore a somewhat rugged appearance, interjected from the table. The mere mention of the soul awakening invigorated the crowd, and Lu Qingchen was no exception. I was just about to inform you, Lu Yin remarked, sipping her tea with a serious demeanor. Tomorrow morning, there will be a talent test for attribute perception. This test serves as a preliminary evaluation of the attributes of the souls within you, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lu Qingchen grasped the essence. It was merely a foretaste of the attributes of their souls. What method will be employed for the assessment? Su Man inquired softly. Tomorrow, we will utilize the attribute perception stone. By placing your hands upon it, your talents will be revealed. Generally speaking, the stronger and more singular the light emitted by the stone, the more formidable the soul will be. But what if it does not emit light? Yushan asked, his expression one of confusion. In that case, I regret to inform you that you shall not participate in the soul awakening ceremony. The absence of light from the attribute perception stone signifies that you possess no soul. Lu Yin waved her hand dismissively, a look of resignation adorning her face. Chapter 12, The Soul Path of Martial Arts. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of feelings. Indeed, because awakening a soul requires the initiation of the soul awakening ceremony, The sheer number of participants necessitates this preliminary elimination process. The students nodded, contemplating this revelation. However, you need not fret excessively. For those with souls, the perception stone will undoubtedly emit light. Moreover, following this round of testing, numerous mentors from martial soul academies will be eager to recruit students. For instance, those whose attributes radiate with great brilliance will attract considerable attention, with many mentors vying for them and presenting enticing conditions. Of course, if you possess confidence in your abilities, you may opt to wait until after the soul awakening to choose your academy. But, Luyan paused. There are also students who have declined the invitations of mentors, only to discover upon awakening their souls that their talents are lacking. In such cases, gaining admission to a superior martial soul academy becomes exceedingly difficult. So, it is entirely a matter of luck. The students pondered, their emotions complex. The path of martial arts is inherently intertwined with fortune. From the moment of soul awakening, those who awaken supreme souls are meticulously nurtured by various powers, while those with inferior souls often find themselves neglected. Furthermore, some individuals are fortunate enough to be born into advantageous circumstances, with rare resources laying their foundations, enhancing their physiques, and even possessing bloodline souls, all of which are products of luck, an integral component of strength. Luyan's expression turned grave. Do not underestimate luck. Many who ascend to profound realms of martial cultivation owe their success to it. Can you envision a soul of inferior quality reaching the pinnacle of this world? I tell you, there exists such a martial artist in the Hall of Heavenly Punishment. Yet, none could fathom the profound impact Luyan's words would impart upon these students yet to officially embark upon the journey of martial arts. The students of Class 7 felt as though a mysterious door had been flung open before them, revealing a world they yearned to explore. That evening, Qingchen was engrossed in the study of the sacred flame cannon, while Yushan fiddled with a square object he had salvaged from a junkyard. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yushan answered to find Su Muting standing outside. What brings you here? Yushan inquired, his face impassive. I came to speak with Qingchen. I wish to convey a few words, Su Muting said, her gaze lowered, a note of trepidation in her voice. As Yushan contemplated refusing her request on Qingchen's behalf, he noticed Qingchen rise and shake his head at Yushan, saying, I will step outside for a moment. It's fine. But it's all right. I shall return shortly, Qingchen reassured, patting Yushan on the shoulder. Reluctantly, Yushan resumed his place on the bed. Outside, Qingchen and Su Muting walked side by side, both enveloped in silence. After a period of mutual quietude, Su Muting, filled with anxiety, addressed Qingchen. Qingchen, I apologize. Qingchen raised his hand to interrupt. Do not say sorry. Having your own thoughts as you grow is not a fault. However, if it is an apology, there is no need to express it. It was merely a trivial matter. Qingchen replied, everyone has choices, regardless of how one acts. We remain classmates. As for the previous incident, it is now behind us. He then smiled and continued, it is getting late. You should return to your room and rest. I shall head back now. Su Muting watched Qingchen's retreating figure, and although he smiled when he spoke those final words, she sensed a hint of coldness beneath the surface. What I desire is the purest of emotions. If a complete friendship or love has been fragmented or sullied, it is better left unpursued. If this continues, it will devolve into a distorted relationship, one that will culminate in endless suffering and struggle. Thus, it is wiser to bring it to a close sooner rather than later. Qingchen thought deeply, reflecting on the words his sister, Qingxue, had imparted to him before her departure. Xiaochen, some emotions require continual testing, yet often, these bonds cannot withstand such trials. Only after enduring numerous failures will you discover those most suited to accompany you through life. Tragically, those you love most may not choose you. Those who love you most may not be your true affection, and those who accompany you longest may not be your beloved, nor the one who loves you the most. Qingchen reminisced about the days of his childhood spent with Yushan and Su Muting, playing together, attending school, and returning home. Whenever he and Yushan got into trouble and faced reprimands, Su Muting was always there to defend them. His thoughts drifted back to Su Muting's words. After all, we have matured. We should maintain our distance. He then recalled Yan Xian's derisive laughter and Yushan's discontent. Upon exiting the hotel, Qingchen's eyes had turned crimson, a fire igniting within him. Reaching an open expanse, Qingchen harnessed his energy, for the first time unleashing the combat techniques from the sacred flame cannon. He executed the sacred flame fist, the sound resonating through the empty space, murmuring, throughout history, how many have claimed the title of hero? Once one enters the realm of martial arts, they wage war for millennia. The sound of gouging and drums, the clash of weapons, blood staining the starry sky. I asked the world, who is the hero? Phoenix, divine fire, golden crow, imperial flame. Consuming the world, flames obliterate all. Yet, not even the deep affections of kin can be extinguished. As the winds stir and clouds gather, at the pinnacle of martial arts, who shall stand as the champion? Blood splatters the heavens, swords pierce the sky. There is only fight, fight, fight. Lu Qingchen's hair billowed, his blood surging. The essence of his body refinement reached its zenith, the air around him resonating with a thunderous roar. It took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. His heart as clear as a mirror. What of love and kinship? In this life, there is only the ascent of martial arts, until I reach the summit. I shall not relent. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingchen, all of this was witnessed by Lu Yan, who had been seeking solace on the hotel rooftop. Initially, she merely observed Lu Qingchen stepping out alone. Her curiosity piqued, but as she continued to watch, her astonishment grew, and she murmured, "How did this young man acquire combat techniques? And what is this battle song he recites? How have I never encountered it before? What a question to the world. Who is the hero?" Lu Yan's gaze grew intense, as if gazing upon a rare gem. Upon returning to the hotel, she pushed the door open and found Yushan eagerly awaiting Lu Qingchen's return. "What did she say to you? Is everything all right? You mustn't fall for a woman's deceit. Last time she even said." Yushan's indignation grew as he spoke. Lu Qingchen placed a reassuring hand on Yushan's shoulder, offering a wry smile. "Without saying much, I remain merely a classmate of hers, currently absorbed solely in the pursuit of martial arts rather than romantic entanglements." After listening to Lu Qingchen, Yushan gazed at him, fell silent for a few moments, and then heaved a long sigh. "Indeed, we are merely classmates." The two exchanged knowing smiles, each understanding the singular focus on martial arts that bound them. Chapter 13, Talent of Metal Affinity, Celestial Grade. The night swiftly passed. On the following morning, Lu Qingchen awoke, stretching languidly and exclaiming, "What a delightful feeling." Perhaps it was due to his first experience of martial skills the previous night, for his eyes sparkled with vitality. After freshening up, Lu Qingchen roused the still, slumbering Yushan. Once they had both completed their morning routines, they set off towards the hotel dining area. The breakfast crowd was sparse. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to find a seat with Yushan, he heard Lu Yan's voice calling out, "Over here," waving her hand. Lu Yan beckoned them over. Lu Yan had been discussing the previous day's test with their homeroom teacher, De Huang, and upon seeing Lu Qingchen, she eagerly invited them to join. "After just one day apart, Lu Yan, you appear even more radiant," Lu Qingchen remarked playfully, his spirits unusually high. "Really?" Lu Yan replied with a charming smile. "Then tell me, just how beautiful do you think I am?" Lu Qingchen, caught off guard by her question, raised his hands in surrender. "Little one, compared to your older sister, you still have much to learn." Lu Yan laughed playfully. "Let us eat together." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qingchen had already grabbed a bun with his left hand and a cup of soy milk with his right. Yushan, however, chose a different fare, opting for fried dough sticks. Lu Yan looked at the two of them with a hint of exasperation. De Huang, grinning from ear to ear, chimed in, "Eat up, eat up." As Lu Qingchen devoured his bun, other classmates began to arrive, seemingly well-rested from the previous night. Only Su Muting bore the signs of distress, her eyes red-rimmed, as if she had wept. "Now that everyone is here, let me outline today's assessment," Lu Yan began. "I mentioned it briefly before. We will first conduct the attribute talent tests. Only those with talent will proceed to the subsequent martial soul awakening ceremony, while those without will be eliminated." Lu Yan paused before adding, "I must remind everyone that if your talent is detected and you receive an early admission offer from a martial arts university, do consider accepting, unless you are particularly confident in your abilities." Talent generally falls into 4 categories: earth, heaven, profound, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest and celestial the highest. Typically, those with earth-level talent will attract the attention of the 3 prestigious academies. At this point, Lu Yan smiled and added, "To be candid, I am an instructor at the Tiandao Holy Institute. Should you awaken an earth-grade attribute talent, you should prioritize considering Tiandao Holy Institute." With a playful sticking out of her tongue, she continued. The students gasped in astonishment, realizing that their gentle instructor was affiliated with one of the 3 elite schools. Hong Bing, shamelessly stepping forward, quipped, "Lu Yan, I believe all of us should be celestial grade talents. Otherwise, why not just admit us directly into the academy?" He followed his statement with a grin he deemed charming. Lu Yan chuckled at Hong Bing's antics, playfully tapping his head, and responded, "I'd prefer not to be expelled upon my return. If you can defeat the dean, I might just take you in." Upon hearing this, Yushan leaned in to inquire, "How strong is the dean?" Lu Qingchen shot Yushan a shocked look, silently thinking, "Surely he isn't bold enough to challenge the dean. Just don't drag me into it. I have no desire to be beaten." The group seemed to visualize Lu Yan's exasperation as she rubbed her forehead and conceded, "All right, you win." Nearby, De Huang was nearly splitting his sides with laughter. Only 10 minutes left to prepare for the test. "Everyone, please gather downstairs." Just as laughter filled the air, the call for assembly rang out. De Huang brushed off his clothes and stood up, saying, "I won't be joining. Lu Yan will lead these youngsters. I wish everyone a triumphant return." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Arriving at the assembly point of Qingchen No. 1 High School, the students exhibited remarkable efficiency, and within 3 minutes, the examiner arrived. This time, there would be no divisions. Those who completed their attribute talent tests could return to the hotel for a rest, while the martial soul awakening ceremony would occur in the afternoon. The examiner scanned the students and spoke in a deep voice. Now, everyone, follow me. They arrived at an open area where a stone pillar, approximately human height, stood at the center, topped with a jet black stone. Next, I will call out names. When your name is called, approach and place your hand on the attribute sensing stone for 3 seconds, then simply wait. Number 00001, Wang Tong. Lu Qingchen recognized this name. Not for Wang Tong's potential, but because he had been the first to undergo the strength test previously. A rather handsome Wang Tong stepped forward from the crowd, rolling up his sleeves, and placed his hand on the attribute sensing stone for 3 seconds. After a brief silence, the stone emitted a faint yellow glow. The examiner announced loudly, Earth attribute talent, yellow grade. Wang Tang's face flushed with excitement as he leaped up, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. I have a martial soul. My father will surely be overjoyed." The other students, witnessing the first talent detection, were equally thrilled. Number 00005, Zhou Xin. A slender, somewhat delicate-looking boy stepped forward. Upon placing his hand on the stone and waiting a few seconds, no glow appeared. Number 00005, no talent. The examiner declared. "No, it can't be. I must have talent." Zhou Xin cried, his face paling as he began to sob. The students grew somber upon hearing his cries. Number 00008, no talent. Number 00009, no talent. Number 00037, no talent. Aside from Wang Tong, not a single student from numbers 00001 to 00037 had displayed any attribute talent. The once vibrant atmosphere now felt heavy with silence. The students yet to be tested appeared increasingly anxious, their spirits dampened. Next, number 00038, Yushan. The examiner watched as a towering figure, significantly more robust than himself, emerged from the crowd. Lu Qingchen observed the examiner's lips twitch slightly, contemplating, is this physique typical for someone of his age? Yushan placed his large hand upon the attribute sensing stone and waited a few seconds. The examiner, perhaps unable to resist, offered a gentle reminder. With his palm, the size of a fan, resting on the stone, golden light erupted after a few moments, dazzling the eyes of all present. Metal attribute talent, celestial grade. The examiner gasped, his voice trembling as he announced. Instantly, the crowd erupted into fervor. After a moment, a martial arts instructor swallowed hard, managing to say, "This student. I now invite you to join the new Bay Martial Soul University. The terms are negotiable." As the various mentors finally grasped the situation, they clamored. "The new North Soul University is inadequate. Come to our new South Soul University. You all should step aside. The true path lies in our Lai Shu Soul University." The mentors from these soul universities were on the verge of madness. Such a heavenly talent. It was a rarity to find even a single individual among so many. At that moment, Lu Yin smiled gently at the crowd of mentors and said, "Esteemed mentors, I apologize, but this individual is a student of our Heavenly Path Sacred Institute." Chapter 14, Tentative. Fire Attribute, Heavenly Grade. As her words fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the testing ground. The students began to murmur amongst themselves, "So, they are from the 3 prestigious schools. No wonder they possess such a heavenly gift. It makes sense now, they must have been recruited early. The Heavenly Path Sacred Institute moves swiftly. How enviable, to be admitted to one of the 3 prestigious schools so quickly. If only I could have a heavenly gift too. Or even an earthly one." At that moment, a mentor from the Soul University interjected with a wry smile. "Lu Mentor, your Heavenly Path Academy is remarkably swift. Indeed. That's a heavenly grade. Our institute hasn't even seen an earthly grade," echoed the other mentors. Lu Yin brushed her hair back, smiling. "What can I say? I am merely the martial arts instructor for this student. One can only blame the excellent allocation from above." With her hands raised in a gesture of helplessness, she added, "Such is the plight of Versailles," shouted one of the mentors. "Silence. Let us continue the testing." After a few moments of astonishment, the examiner regained composure. Next, contestant number 00041, Zhang San. A spirited young man stepped forward from the crowd. He approached the stone pillar and placed his hand upon the attribute sensing stone. Seconds later, the stone emitted a gentle blue glow. Water attribute talent, Xian Great. The examiner announced loudly. Upon hearing the examiner's declaration, Zhang San trembled uncontrollably. I possess Xian Great talent. Mother and father, I have not disappointed you." Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang San burst into tears. "This is a good thing, a reason to rejoice. There is no need for tears." One mentor consoled. Wiping his tears, Zhang San replied, "Mentor Wang, I am fine. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. I never imagined the pressure parents place on their children could drive a good child to such a state." Mentor Wang sighed inwardly, contemplating, "Child, would you be willing to join our Southeast Soul University? I will strive to secure the best possible treatment for you." "I am willing. I wish to join Southeast Soul University." Zhang San choked out. "What a good child." Mentor Wang exclaimed with excitement. "Old Wang, how can you be so unscrupulous? We haven't even spoken, and you've already recruited a genius with Xian Great talent." joked a mature and alluring female mentor with long, light yellow curls. "Aha. I won't compete with you any further," replied the honest mentor Wang, scratching his head. "Next, contestant number 00045. The examiner called. Not bothering to glance at the previous commotion, the student designated as 00045 placed his hand on the stone, which failed to emit any light. Contestant 00045, no talent. The examiner declared. The dejected student shuffled out of the crowd. Contestant 00049, no talent. From Zhang San to the student before Lu Qingchen, numbered 00087. None of the students present could elicit a response from the attribute sensing stone. Next, contestant number 00088, Lu Qingchen. Place your hand on the attribute sensing stone and hold it for 3 seconds. The examiner recalled that this student had broken the strength testing machine with a remarkable force of 5,000 kilograms, a record in the history of assessments. Thus, the examiner had a profound impression of this student. Lu Qingchen stepped forward and placed his hand on the attribute sensing stone, feeling nothing. Moments later, the stone glowed with a dim red light. "Look, it's lighting up," a student exclaimed. As the words left their lips, the stone's brilliance surged forth, dazzlingly radiant. The crimson glow illuminated every face present, gradually transforming into a golden hue before shifting to a pure white light. After a few moments, the attribute sensing stone stabilized at the crimson glow. The examiner, experiencing such a phenomenon for the first time, found his mind blank. The tentative detection result is fire attribute talent, heavenly grade. After a lengthy pause, the examiner finally uttered these words. This declaration was akin to a stone cast into still waters, instantly stirring a mighty wave. Heavenly grade, yet again. Why is this happening? I recall that Lu Qingchen's strength test reached a staggering 5,000 kilograms. Is he a monster? What about the golden and jade-like glow? Does anyone know? The students erupted into fervent discussions, excitement palpable in the air. Some students, devoid of attribute talent, struggled to accept such a result. Coming to terms with their own lack of talent was already a challenge, and the sudden appearance of another with a heavenly grade shattered their psychological defenses. Lu Yan, upon witnessing the dazzling red glow, was overjoyed, and the subsequent transformation into golden and jade-like light took her by surprise. Even as a well-versed mentor from the Heavenly Path Sacred Institute, she momentarily found herself at a loss. The mentors present were equally exhilarated by the brilliant crimson glow, astonished as it morphed into golden and jade-like hues. This transformation left many mentors from various Seoul universities dumbfounded, exchanging glances of disbelief. "Young man, would you consider joining our East China Seoul University? I assure you I will fight for the best resources I can provide." After a few moments of silence, a slender, yet sharp-eyed middle-aged mentor excitedly addressed Lu Qingchen. The other mentors quickly rallied. "Young man, don't listen to him. Come to our North China Seoul University. And you can set your own terms. Ignore them. If you join our university, we'll guarantee you a girlfriend. Choose us, and you'll be the deputy dean." Overwhelmed by the uproar, Lu Qingchen thought, "Is recruitment this competitive now?" Grasping his hair in exasperation, he remarked, "I am truly grateful for the attention from all the esteemed mentors, but I have already been recruited by a school, and I cannot accept any further offers." "Which school is so shameless as to act so swiftly?" the mentors exclaimed in unison. "I apologize, everyone. But Lu Qingchen is already a student of our Heavenly Path Sacred Institute." The crowd slowly turned to see Lu Yan standing at the back, arms crossed, a victorious smile gracing her face. Chapter 15, The Secrets of Soul Awakening. Lu Yan beamed a victorious smile at the numerous mentors present. It was evident that the instructors from the Martial Soul University were momentarily taken aback before descending into a frenzy. "How could you do this? Why have all the prodigies been preemptively recruited into your academy?" exclaimed one. "Indeed, did you somehow assess their talents beforehand?" echoed another. Faced with the frantic mentors, Lu Yan could only shake her head in resignation. "Alas, I have only pre-enrolled 2 students in total. Who could have anticipated that these 2 would prove themselves so remarkable?" Her smile radiated brightly. "Moreover, there are regulations in place prohibiting the early assessment of students' talents. Surely, no Martial Soul University would dare to contravene the rules we collectively established. Would they?" The instructors' faces turned ashen, as if they had just swallowed a dead spider. 2 exceptional prodigies, both of extraordinary talent, have been accepted into the Heavenly Path Sacred Academy. Goodness, a student from Kyoto has also awakened a heavenly grade talent. Just as the mentors from various Martial Soul Universities were seething with indignation, a voice from outside broke through. They hurriedly rushed outside, leaving Lu Yan standing still. She turned to Lu Qingchen and flashed him a captivating smile. "Little one, splendid work. You've surprised your sister greatly." Lu Qingchen scratched his head, his face aglow with sunshine. "I'll give you even more surprises in the future, sister, so don't be too shocked." "Really? If you can surprise me further, I shall." Lu Qingchen grinned. "What shall you do, Miss Lu Yan?" Lu Yan gazed at him with a playful smile. "If you can surpass the surprise of awakening a heavenly grade talent, I shall grant you a condition." Lu Qingchen's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, involuntarily drifting to places he shouldn't have been looking, as he timidly inquired, "Any conditions, sister?" At this moment, many gazes turned toward them, including Yushan's. Brother Qin is impressive. He is even charming a mentor. Yushan thought to himself. I must ask Brother Qin to teach me more. Lu Yan naturally noticed Lu Qingchen's gaze, surprised by his boldness. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she fixed an intense stare on him, gritting her teeth. As long as you can give me an even greater surprise. Any condition shall be acceptable. Lu Yan's enchanting gaze lingered on Lu Qingchen, recalling that night on the hotel rooftop. This mere high school student had his hair flowing in the wind, exuding an aura of strength, proclaiming, "Who among the world is the hero?" She vividly remembered the clarity in Lu Qingchen's eyes that night, filled with unwavering dedication to martial arts. Now, gazing at his handsome visage and charming smile, her cheeks flushed. What am I thinking? Lu Yan instinctively touched her blushing face. Lu Yan, why is your face so red? Yushan chimed in. Who is blushing? I am simply overjoyed at my imminent promotion to a senior mentor. Lu Yan quickly retorted, then added with a smile, after all, I have secured 2 exceptional talents for the academy. Surely, I shall be rewarded. Seeing that his jibe had not succeeded, Yushan chuckled sheepishly. This fool really ought to study for a few more years, Lu Qingchen mused inwardly. The mentors from the Martial Soul University, who had rushed out earlier, slowly returned. Though Lu Qingchen noted that their expressions were far from pleasant. It's quite strange, 2 students with heavenly grade talents have been preemptively accepted by the Heavenly Path Sacred Academy, while another from Kyoto has been taken in by the Monster Academy. One mentor muttered to himself. How are we supposed to report back? I haven't even recruited a single yellow grade talent. Are even the prestigious schools starting to compete amongst themselves? Upon hearing the mentor's complaints, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but grin. He was curious whether Lu Yan would react similarly if she failed to recruit students. The thought of Lu Yan's complaining visage made him chuckle. The assessments continued, with the examiner declaring that those without talent could leave. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Lu Yan sat together, exchanging glances. While we have a moment, let me explain the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony and what to expect during the process. After a brief silence, Lu Yan suddenly spoke up. As soon as Lu Qingchen heard Lu Yan was going to discuss the martial soul, his interest piqued, and he leaned in closer. Lu Yan tapped their heads lightly. You undoubtedly understand that the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony is intended to help awaken your martial souls. However, the events that occurred during the awakening are what I wish to emphasize now. At this moment, Lu Yan's demeanor turned serious. Once the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony commences, it will stimulate the hidden martial souls within you. These souls can be incredibly diverse, ranging from flora and fauna to mythical creatures. Some powerful martial souls may have accompanying entities, such as divine weapons or unique techniques. Although the martial soul belongs to you, the accompanying divine weapons or techniques, along with rare resources, can be utilized by others upon your demise. Despite being somewhat prepared, Yushan couldn't help but exclaim. Therefore, regardless of whether you awaken a powerful martial soul or an accompanying divine weapon, it is imperative that you keep it to yourself. Only disclose it if you possess sufficient strength or a powerful protector. Lu Yan gazed intently at the two. Even though you are students of the Heavenly Path Sacred Academy, risks still exist outside. In the martial world, treachery and theft are all too common. Trust should not be given lightly, lest you find yourself devoured whole. The attribute talent assessment has concluded. Those who have awakened their attribute talents, please come forward to prepare for the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. I asked the mentors from various martial soul universities to make the necessary preparations. Just as Lu Qingchen and Yushan were listening intently, the examiner's voice rang out. I must go prepare for the students' Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. You may follow the examiner shortly. Lu Yan's expression suddenly turned grave. Remember my words. Whatever transpires during the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony must remain buried in your hearts. If any issues arise, wait until the ceremony concludes before asking me at the hotel. With that, she hurriedly departed. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Now, those who have awakened their attribute talents, follow me. They rose and, along with a few other students who had awakened their talents, strode confidently behind the examiner. Lu Qingchen pondered, I wonder if I will awaken a powerful martial soul. Perhaps a fire-type soul would suffice, but what about the other? Plants, trees, or even insects and beasts? Please, anything but a canine or porcine martial soul. I have no desire to transform into such adorable creatures. The anticipation swelled within him. Chapter 16, Supreme Martial Soul. Golden-backed fierce beetle. The examiner led the students into an exceptionally spacious room, which appeared to span over 1,000 square meters. Within the room, 18 mats were arranged, each approximately 10 meters apart. Lu Qingchen and Yushan surveyed their surroundings, noticing that personnel from the other 3 districts had also arrived. When the members of District D entered, they discovered that apart from Su Xian and Zhang Wei, everyone else was present. Hong Bing shook his head at him, and Lu Qingchen immediately grasped the implication. Alas, Mentor Lu Yan was indeed correct. Luck plays an exceedingly crucial role, Lu Qingchen thought, shaking his head in resignation. As the awakening of their martial souls was imminent, one student inquired, "Do you know how the awakening process works?" "I have no idea. It's about to commence. And the examiner will surely explain," another replied. "I am anxious about what martial soul I will awaken. If only it could be a formidable offensive martial soul. Then I would undoubtedly become a powerful individual." With the impending commencement of the martial soul awakening ceremony, the students could not help but feel exhilarated. At that moment, numerous mentors from the Martial Soul University entered, each holding an irregularly shaped stone that was entirely black. Lu Yin was unmistakably among them. They approached each meditation mat, grasping the stones in their hands and sitting cross-legged. Given the limited number of mats, they could assist only a dozen students at a time. And since there were not many students, about 50, they were divided into 3 groups. The Martial Soul Awakening ceremony is about to begin. The first group of students. Please take your seats on the mats in order. 18 students stepped forward from the crowd, including Hong Bing, Su Muting, and the twin sisters Zhang Ying and Su Man from Class 7. Interestingly, the mat next to Su Muting was occupied by Lu Yin. "Silence," the examiner declared sternly. "We may commence." Lu Yin instructed Su Muting, "Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and focus on sensing the latent power within you. No matter what transpires, remain silent." Su Muting softly acknowledged her instructions. The mentors emanated a myriad of colors, which Lu Qingchen surmised must be soul power. They directed the radiant energies into the black, irregular stones they held. After approximately a minute, the stones began to emit a golden glow and slowly ascended, floating above the students' heads. A soft golden light radiated from the stones, forming a pale golden barrier that enveloped the seated students. As the students, initially somewhat agitated, were enveloped by the golden light, they immediately fell into a tranquil state, eyes closed, seemingly attuned to something profound within themselves. After about 15 minutes, the golden barrier dissipated, and the stones reverted to their inky blackness, returning to the mentor's hands. Above the heads of the seated students, indistinct orbs of light appeared. As time passed, some of these orbs began to shatter, revealing vibrant hues that flickered above each student's head. The students who had yet to awaken their martial souls looked on with curiosity, observing that within the radiant colors were various creatures, flora, fauna, and even weapons resembling martial souls. Lu Qingchen noted that Hong Bing's orb shone with a rich earthy yellow hue, revealing a roaring giant bear within. Su Muting's orb glimmered with a deep blue light, showcasing a bird-like soul beast in song. As the luminous orbs gradually dimmed, the martial souls above their heads began to radiate light, each adorned with distinct, bright grooves. "These must be the soul grooves that Mentor Lu Yin mentioned," Lu Qingchen mused. The number of soul grooves varied among the martial souls. The maximum was 4, while the minimum was just 1. Lu Qingchen observed that Su Muting's martial soul bore 4 grooves, while Hong Bing's had 3. A few minutes later, the martial souls transformed into beams of light, entering the bodies of the students. At that moment, the students on the mats opened their eyes, their gazes reflecting the transformation that had just occurred. Some exhibited pupils that had morphed into mere points, while others had eyes radiating light corresponding to their inherent attributes. All eyes turned towards the examiner, who solemnly stated, "Upon awakening your martial souls, you will clearly perceive their existence in your minds. I trust you now understand how to utilize your martial souls. The realm you have entered after awakening is known as the Awakening Realm, primarily focused on comprehending your martial soul and cultivating soul power to nourish it. When your martial soul's soul power reaches its zenith, you will automatically ascend to the next realm. Naturally, the stronger the martial soul, the greater the soul power required. For now, you can only temporarily wield certain abilities of your martial souls." The attention shifted to a particular student who had awakened the martial soul of a badger. "Upon releasing your martial soul, your skin will become notably denser, significantly enhancing your resilience against impacts," the examiner explained. The crowd's gaze fixated on the bashful student, who averted his eyes in embarrassment. "Do not be ashamed. Awakening a martial soul signifies that you have become a soul warrior, surpassing many others. Moreover, martial souls are incredibly diverse, and your beast-type martial soul is rather commonplace," the instructor reassured him. Instantly, the student lifted his head with newfound pride. "Additionally, upon awakening your martial soul, a mark known as the martial soul seal will manifest on your body, where your martial soul resides in its designated space. Students who have reached this stage of martial soul awakening are undoubtedly intelligent," the examiner concluded, and everyone understood immediately. "That will suffice for now, please. The second group of students, take your places on the mats." Another 18 students emerged, and Lu Qingchen noticed Yushan among them, giving him a wink. He also recognized 2 familiar faces, their class leader, Yan Zian, and the student from Kyoto with whom he had previously clashed, Yao Qingwu. As before, the mentors infused their soul power into the black stones, which began to emit golden light and slowly ascended. The golden glow enveloped the seated students, forming a pale golden barrier around them. After approximately 15 minutes, the barrier dissipated. Yan Zian's light orb shattered first, revealing what appeared to be a lizard within the flames. A deep, Resonant bovine roar echoed through the air as Yushan's light orb also fractured, revealing a dazzling golden radiance. As the light dispersed, it unveiled a bull with a golden back, its remaining form cloaked in darkness, complete with a pair of golden, spiraled horns that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. This bull exhibited an astonishing 7 luminous soul grooves. Top-tier talent, was Lu Qingchen's immediate thought. The examiner swayed slightly, his voice trembling as he murmured, This is the top-tier beast martial soul, the golden-backed bull demon. Chapter 17, Lu Qingchen's martial soul. Indeed, this is Yushan's martial soul. As Yushan's martial soul manifested, everyone seemed to feel the weighty presence akin to a mountain, which swiftly transformed into an intensely sharp aura, as if it were about to pierce the heavens. The examiner's words had barely left his lips when the crowd erupted into a frenzy. What type of martial soul is this? If I am not mistaken, it appears to be a beast-type martial soul. Of course, I am aware that it is a beast-type martial soul. My inquiry pertains to whether this particular soul belongs to the category of offensive martial souls. The students present began to murmur among themselves, their gazes towards Yushan filled with envy and longing. The examiner beside them also regarded Yushan with admiration. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed, causing an acute pain in everyone's ears. The crowd quickly turned their attention to the source of the sound. Lu Qingchen also shifted his gaze, discovering that the eagle's cry originated from the martial soul hovering above Yao Qingwu's head. Above him, everyone beheld a blue divine bird, emanating a faint halo. Its azure body was adorned with scales reminiscent of dragons, shimmering with an icy blue luster. This martial soul possessed the body of an eagle but bore a dragon's head, exuding an aura of extreme cold that instantly enveloped the surrounding students in a chill. Remarkably, this eagle-bodied, dragon-headed martial soul shimmered with 7 brilliant soul rings. Another top-tier talent. Lu Qingchen mused internally. The consecutive awakenings of 2 superior martial souls inevitably weighed upon him with a sense of pressure. At that moment, all the students seated on their mats had successfully awakened their martial souls, with the exception of Yushan and Yao Qingwu, who had both manifested top-tier martial souls. Lu Qingchen also noted that Yan Xian's martial soul bore 5 luminous soul rings. Recalling Lu Yan's earlier words, that luck is also a component of strength. Lu Qingchen shook his head, gradually calming his emotions. What does it matter if I have not awakened a top-tier martial soul? The path of martial cultivation is not solely reliant on innate talent. As long as I possess a martial soul to cultivate, it suffices, especially since I have 2. Oh, and I must not forget my system. Because I have yet to awaken my martial soul, Mirror Shatter, I almost overlooked its existence. Lu Qingchen concentrated and opened his information panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial soul, unawakened, fire, strength. Realm, body refining stage 10. Mental power, 20. Techniques, celestial flame cannon. Unknown, to be activated upon awakening martial soul. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, 2 minor creation pills. Has the martial soul changed? Lu Qingchen frowned slightly. One is fire-based, and the other is strength-oriented. Thankfully, it is not some whimsical creature like a hasty pig. The students who had awakened their martial souls were filled with excitement. Yet when they gazed upon the top-tier martial souls of Yushan and Yao Qingwu, their exhilaration felt doused by a bucket of cold water. Why must we awaken our martial souls alongside such monsters? This was the silent lament of the other students. Having just awakened his martial soul and discovered he possessed 5 soul rings, Yan Xian could hardly contain his joy. However, upon witnessing the martial souls of Yushan and Yao Qingwu, and then comparing them to his lizard martial soul, his expression turned grim. While I cannot compete with these 2, I refuse to believe that Lu Qingchen's martial soul talent surpasses mine. With this thought, Yan Xian felt considerably better. At this moment, the numerous instructors had completed the martial soul awakenings for the students. Upon witnessing the martial souls of these 2 students, their faces darkened. The 3 prestigious academies truly do not treat their students as equals, thought many of the instructors, with the exception of Lu Yan. At this moment, Lu Yan's face radiated joy. 7 soul rings. What a remarkable talent. Even among the 3 prestigious academies, she had seen fewer than 3 martial artists with 7 soul rings. The Heavenly Dao Sacred Institute had not admitted a student with such a martial soul bearing 7 soul rings in ages. It seems I shall be able to advance upon my return. Lu Yan began to daydream. After a few minutes, the crowd had regained their composure from the shock. Now, the final group of students may take their seats on the mats, the examiner announced. As the remaining students moved forward, Lu Qingchen took a deep breath and walked towards his designated place. Coincidentally, the instructor assisting him in awakening his martial soul was Lu Yan. Do not be nervous. Whatever happens, remain silent, she instructed. Now, sit cross-legged and focus on sensing the hidden power within you. Lu Qingchen nodded and settled into a meditative position. Lu Yan emanated a red glow, gradually channeling this light into an irregular, pitch-black stone. After about a minute, the stone radiated a golden light and slowly ascended. Floating above Lu Qingchen's head releasing a layer of golden brilliance that enveloped him in a soft, golden glow. The light surrounding Qingchen was incredibly warm and gentle. In that instant, he felt as if he were enveloped in a remarkably comforting world, indescribably pleasant. The soothing warmth surged into his body, and Qingchen distinctly sensed something breaking free from within him. His entire being began to heat up, from head to toe. At that moment, Qingchen's body trembled uncontrollably, and upon closer inspection, one could see beads of sweat forming on his brow. In an instant, a powerful wave of vitality surged forth. Immediately thereafter, Qingchen perceived an incredibly brilliant light in his mind. A fierce, resonant roar echoed within his consciousness, transforming his mental landscape into a sea of flames. Golden flames blazed across the heavens, burning at their zenith, and moments later, the flames surged towards a shadow. When the golden flames dissipated, Qingchen finally beheld the creature that the shadow represented. A pair of colossal wings spread wide, enveloped in an endless, crimson-golden divine fire. Its entire form seemingly cast from gold, radiating unparalleled brilliance. Its eyes resembled twin suns, and this fearsome entity revealed its true visage. Compared to the dragon-headed eagle martial soul awakened by Yao Qingwu, this creature was thousands of times more noble. This divine bird gazed down upon Qingchen, its beak glistening, standing proud like a mountain in this world. Its body, entirely covered in golden scales, exuded an aura of sanctity, with feathers resembling blades forged from gold, radiating an endless sharpness. The three claws beneath it were adorned with golden scales, their curved hooks as sharp as daggers, a testament to its identity. A three-legged golden crow. Qingchen was astounded. This creature was one that should only exist in myth. Roar! Just as Qingchen felt an overwhelming excitement, an indescribable, thunderous dragon roar reverberated through his mind. In that instant, his thoughts went blank, and his spirit resonated. What a magnificent dragon roar it was. An ancient, noble, wild, and primal aura washed over him. Until the next moment, the golden light faded away, and Qingchen experienced an illusion of standing atop the highest clouds. The world around him empty and devoid of matter. Only he and the divine being of unimaginable greatness remained, locked in a gaze. Chapter 18. The Golden Emperor Dragon and the Sun Golden Crow. Qingchen trembled slightly. He could hardly believe that such a godlike creature would become his martial soul. The being before him was one that no amount of adjectives could adequately describe in terms of its power and majesty. It was a divine dragon, entirely radiant in gold. Its body covered in golden scales. A pair of dragon horns, sharp beyond measure, resembled two unparalleled divine swords, perpetually radiating a dazzling golden light. The entire body of the dragon was adorned in the most regal shade of gold, with each scale unfurling like a razor-sharp blade, glimmering with an enigmatic luster. The dragon's head was nothing short of perfection, akin to a celestial masterpiece. Its golden whiskers danced gracefully, while beneath its jaw lay a dragon pearl. Its eyes, also a resplendent gold, shimmered with an imposing majesty that exuded an air of supremacy over the ages. The vast wings at its back obscured the very sun. Qingchen, in awe, discerned beneath this golden behemoth a formidable set of 9 stout claws. The 9-clawed true dragon, a rare embodiment of the dragon lineage. For only a true dragon could possess 9 claws. The 9 powerful claws represented the purest bloodline of the dragon race, signifying the potential of a dragon emperor. Ding. Host detected to have broken through to the awakening realm. Extreme rewards have been granted. Ding. Host has awakened the supreme martial soul. Reward, the creation Jade Lotus. Just as Qingchen's thoughts spiraled into confusion, the long-absent system reappeared. The creation Jade Lotus. The third martial soul awarded by the system. It was a meteoric rise. Yet what could the supreme martial soul entail? Qingchen pondered. The onlookers beheld 2 luminous orbs manifesting above Qingchen's head. As the orbs dispersed, an extraordinarily radiant divine bird unfurled its wings. The 3-legged golden crow had descended upon the world for the first time. The other orb shattered, revealing a magnificent lotus flower hovering above Qingchen's head. The lotus was pure white, resembling a creation of jade, adorned with 12 verdant leaves and blooming with 24 petals. At its heart, 5 jade-like lotus seeds formed. The entire lotus shimmered with 7 bright soul slots. Yet, astonishingly, the resplendent divine bird only bore a single, remarkably bright soul slot. What was the meaning of this? What had transpired? 2 martial souls. Who am I and where am I? Questions flooded the minds of the onlookers. At that moment, the other students successfully awakened their martial souls, drawn to the spectacle that had captivated everyone's gaze. Upon turning to witness the scene, they too were left in utter astonishment. What on earth? Is this still a human? Why does he possess 2 martial souls? They observed as a lotus mark appeared on Qingchen's forehead, which shimmered before transforming into a sun mark. The 2 symbols complemented each other in brilliance. Moments later, with a thought, Qingchen felt the 2 martial souls merge into a stream of light, entering his forehead. As he reopened his eyes, he discovered that all present were fixated upon him. Lu Yin stood before him, her gaze intense, brushing her lips with her hand. Under the scrutiny of so many, Lu Qingchen felt a sudden surge of nervousness and sheepishly remarked, "Though I am quite handsome, your unwavering stares are quite overwhelming. Brother Chen, you've awakened 2 martial souls?" Yushan approached, brimming with excitement. Lu Qingchen nodded, "It seems so." He then turned to face Lu Yin, who, equally exhilarated, smiled warmly. "Indeed, you possess dual martial souls. Little brother, you've truly surprised me." Lu Qingchen scratched his head and offered her a pure, innocent smile. The martial soul awakening ceremony had concluded, and everyone was free to depart. Furthermore, the results of this test and the awakening would contribute to their scores for the upcoming college entrance examination. After the examiner hastily exited, presumably to report to superiors, the students and mentors in the room began to leave. Yan Zian chose not to remain with Class 7. Instead, following Ji Chengwu towards the capital. The expressions of the two were dark, with envy evident in Yan Zian's eyes. Once everyone had departed, only the members of Class 7 and Lu Yin remained in the classroom. "This is fantastic. Everyone has awakened their martial souls. I must rush home to share the joyous news," Hong Bing exclaimed. "Then you must treat us to a graduation feast." Yushan replied with a smile. "No problem. Whatever you desire, I'll make sure to provide it. My family will be overjoyed to learn I've been accepted into the Martial Soul University," Hong Bing replied excitedly. Unfortunately, Su Xian and Zhang Wei did not awaken their martial souls, Su Man quietly remarked. A hush fell over the group. In truth, the absence of martial soul awakening for the two was not entirely a misfortune. Attending a prestigious liberal arts institution was equally commendable. Lu Yin consoled her peers, continuing, "Moreover, awakening a martial soul signifies embarking on the martial path, fraught with peril. Not awakening a martial soul may not be a disadvantage when aiming for a liberal arts institution." Hearing Lu Yin's words, the other students found her reasoning quite sound, nodding in agreement. "Shall we return to the hotel then? I'm eager to share the good news with my family." Hong Bing grinned. "All right, you all head back to the hotel. We'll return to school together tomorrow. Lu Qingchen and Yushan, please stay." After Hong Bing, Su Muting, Zhang Ying, and Su Man departed, Lu Yin turned to Lu Qingchen, her smile warm. "Dual martial souls. Splendid indeed. You've truly surprised me. But why does one of your martial souls only have a single soul slot?" Lu Qingchen scratched his head. "I'm not entirely sure." In truth, Lu Qingchen was genuinely unaware that aside from the creation Jade Lotus, which boasted 7 soul slots, both the Sun Golden Crow and the Golden Emperor Dragon martial souls possessed only 1 soul slot each, albeit the slots were significantly larger than that of the creation Jade Lotus. As for why everyone perceived him to possess 2 martial souls, it was simple. He was concealing one. In this day and age, who wouldn't he play the part of a pig to eat a tiger? Furthermore, with 7 soul slots already present in the creation Jade Lotus, Lu Qingchen was confident that both he and Yushan would undoubtedly gain access to the finest resources from the Heavenly Path Sacred Academy. Noticing that Lu Qingchen's words bore no hint of deceit, Lu Yin refrained from probing further. "You two may head back to the hotel. I've already informed the higher-ups about early recruitment, and now I must report on your situations." Lu Yin paused before continuing. "As for you both, take time to truly comprehend your martial souls. The Academy will surely offer you generous benefits." With that, Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged satisfied smiles. On their way back to the hotel, their spirits soared with excitement over their martial soul awakenings. Soon, they approached the hotel entrance. "Warning! Warning! Danger ahead!" The system's voice suddenly echoed. Startled, Lu Qingchen slowed his pace slightly. He gently tapped Yushan, whispering, "There's danger ahead. Someone is lying in ambush. When I count to 3, we must dash to where Mentor Lu Yin is. Run with all your might, understood?" Yushan nodded discreetly. Just 100 meters from the hotel entrance, Lu Qingchen softly declared, 1. Their pace remained steady, ensuring they remained undetected. 2, 3, run. Chapter 19, A Moment Between Life and Death. With a fierce shout, Lu Qingchen urged Yushan to turn and sprint towards Lu Yin's previous location. The 4 soul warriors lying in ambush at the hotel entrance were clearly unprepared for Lu Qingchen and Yushan to suddenly retreat. The 4 individuals momentarily froze, caught in a fleeting lapse of awareness. In that brief instant, Lu Qingchen and Yushan had already exerted themselves to break away for quite a distance. At this moment, both Yushan and Lu Qingchen radiated an ethereal glow, their speed exponentially surpassing their usual prowess. As the awakened possessors of supreme martial souls, they had already harnessed a fragment of their soul's power from the very onset of their awakening. The 4 ambushing soul warriors stationed at the hotel entrance quickly regained their composure. Swiftly emerging from their concealed spots, their forms ignited with vibrant luminescence, and astonishingly, 2 of them took to the skies, sprouting a pair of ethereal wings, hastening in pursuit of Lu Qingchen and Yushan. However, the disparity in strength between the 2 parties was insurmountable. It was Lu Qingchen's first encounter with the reality that humans could indeed soar through the air, despite having gained considerable distance during the ambush's initial confusion. The opposition's response was swift and relentless. "Help me, Mentor Lu Yan," Lu Qingchen suddenly bellowed, startling the four assailants. The two airborne figures darted towards Lu Qingchen and Yushan, diving down as they closed the distance to less than 100 meters. As the ambushing duo landed, they were mere seconds away from closing in. With the pursuers now less than 20 meters away, Lu Qingchen growled lowly. In an instant, two crimson wings unfurled from his back as he unleashed his martial soul. "Hold on tight, and do not let go," Lu Qingchen shouted to Yushan. Upon hearing this, Yushan immediately grasped Lu Qingchen's hand, and together they ascended into the air. Just as the two ambushing soul warriors descended, Lu Qingchen and Yushan had already soared to a height of 20 meters. The powerful soul warriors, their wings aglow, unleashed a formidable beam of light towards Lu Qingchen in the sky. Lu Qingchen was taken aback. He quickly maneuvered his body to narrowly evade the lethal beam. He continued to flap his wings, ascending higher into the sky, now less than 1,000 meters from Lu Yan's testing grounds. The two soul warriors flapped their wings and took to the air once more, closing in on Lu Qingchen's position within mere seconds. Though Lu Qingchen was already 100 meters above ground, the two soul warriors swiftly ascended, nearly catching up to him. Lu Qingchen noticed one of the soul warriors accelerate suddenly, brandishing a massive blade flickering with azure flames. The blade was gathering energy, and Lu Qingchen gritted his teeth. Realizing escape was futile, he concentrated every last vestige of his soul power into his crimson wings, and in the next moment, the wings expanded dramatically, propelling a colossal crimson beam towards the soul warrior. In an instant, the immense flames surged towards the one wielding the azure-flamed blade, igniting him instantly. With a scream, he plummeted from the sky. After unleashing this attack, Lu Qingchen had completely drained the last remnants of his soul power. He could no longer sustain his martial soul, losing the crimson wings, and he and Yushan began to fall forward. In that moment, Yushan gritted his teeth, releasing his martial soul, his muscles bulging as his clothes tore apart under their strain. His back transformed, glimmering like metal. He intended to brace Lu Qingchen and absorb the impact upon landing, attempting to utilize his martial soul to fortify himself for the fall. Just then, Lu Yan, rushing from the testing ground in response to their cries for help, witnessed Lu Qingchen and Yushan about to descend from the sky. In a flash, Lu Yan activated her martial soul, morphing into a streak of light that soared towards the two. Alas, it was a hair's breadth too late, and despair filled her eyes. Just as Lu Qingchen and Yushan were about to hit the ground, an ice blue figure materialized out of thin air, catching them. "Who dares to attack the students of the Heavenly Path Academy?" The ice blue figure admonished coldly. After speaking, she tossed Lu Qingchen and Yushan back towards Lu Yan, who was positioned a few meters behind. The ice blue wings unfurled behind her, and in the next instant, Han Meng ascended into the air. The wings expanded 100-fold, and a massive icy gale transformed into a colossal beam of light that shot towards the soul warriors. With a resounding thud, two distinct sounds echoed. The two soul warriors were encased in ice, plummeting to the ground as frozen figures. Thus, for ice sculptures now adorned the earth below. "Take these two students back to rest. I shall deal with these individuals," Lu Yan instructed. Acknowledging with a nod, she cradled Lu Qingchen and grasped Yushan, taking flight towards the hotel. "How fragrant," was Lu Qingchen's immediate reaction. In the next moment, Lu Yan unceremoniously tossed Lu Qingchen onto the bed. He winced in pain, rubbing his shoulder with a look of lament. "Could you not be a tad gentler, Mentor Lu?" Lu Yan rolled her eyes, then patted her chest as though relieved to have survived. "Fortunately, I reported your achievements to the Academy earlier. Had the Academy not intervened, who knows what might have happened to you?" At this moment, Lu Qingchen felt a pang of fear, had it not been for the system's reminder. He and Yushan might well have become corpses. He resolved to treat the system with greater reverence henceforth, grateful for its life-saving intervention. Lu Yan furrowed her brow, gazing at the two. "Have you offended anyone recently? Why would someone suddenly attempt to assassinate you?" "Not at all," Lu Qingchen and Yushan instinctively responded. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Lu Qingchen seemed to realize something, glancing at Yushan, who was equally contemplative. A surge of anger ignited within Lu Qingchen. Neither he nor Yushan were the types to instigate trouble. They had always adhered to the principle of non-aggression. If they had offended anyone, it could only be two individuals, Yan Zian and Yao Chengwu from Kyoto. The former hailed from a modest background, making it implausible for him to summon such a number of soul warriors for an assassination. Thus, the latter was undoubtedly the culprit. Yao Chengwu had been injured by Lu Qingchen earlier, suffering humiliation, and after being assisted by a mentor from the Monster Academy, he was subsequently taken away by the enforcers. Moreover, being from Kyoto, his family status was assuredly not trivial, enabling him to engage for soul warriors, a feat unattainable by an ordinary family. Lu Yan, realizing this, appeared shocked. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Yan was about to speak, the door was abruptly pushed open. Chapter 20. The shock of Han Meng. Lu Yan hurried to open the door, revealing an ice blue figure entering, clad in a flowing ice blue gown. Her deep blue eyes were clear and profound, as if capable of reflecting the scenery of the world. Her long ice blue hair cascaded down her back, and despite her veil, it could not conceal her frosty and proud demeanor. How beautiful! Lu Qingchen couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Yan quickly turned to Lu Qingchen, saying, "This is my mentor, the vice principal of the Heavenly Path Academy." "Greetings, vice principal." Upon hearing her title, the two hastily rose and bowed. Han Meng, observing their serious demeanor, couldn't help but smile. "It seems the two geniuses Lu Yan spoke of are indeed you two little ones." "Oh, not at all, not at all," the two replied modestly, grinning widely. Lu Yan looked at them incredulously, rolling her eyes. "Keep pretending, just keep pretending." With a flicker of the ring upon Han Meng's hand, a small porcelain vial materialized in her grasp. She poured out 2 elixirs and handed them to Lu Qingchen and Yushan. "Upon consuming these, your soul power should be restored. Xiaoyan and I have matters to discuss," she stated before both departed from the room. Lu Yan cast a surprised glance at her mentor. Han Meng smiled, explaining, "Top-tier martial souls possess a fragment of soul power upon awakening." Lu Yan nodded in sudden realization. "Teacher, there is something I forgot to mention. Lu Qingchen has 2 martial souls." "What did you say?" Han Meng suddenly became animated. "I forgot to mention it," Lu Yan admitted, sticking out her tongue. "Is that true?" Han Meng questioned, her disbelief evident. Lu Yan nodded earnestly. "However, there is something peculiar," she pondered aloud, resting her chin on her hand. "What do you mean by peculiar regarding the martial soul?" Han Meng's interest was piqued. "Do you think it's common for a top-tier martial soul to possess 7 soul slots?" "Top-tier martial souls are indeed rare, and those with 7 soul slots are even more so. A few years ago, the Academy had a student with a 7-slot top-tier martial soul, and that class ranked first nationally. However, in recent years, the Monster Academy has been recruiting talented students early, offering generous conditions. Although they cannot always accurately recruit geniuses, they prefer to take more rather than miss out. Consequently, their chances of acquiring talent have significantly increased. The Tiandao Sacred Academy has now fallen to 3rd in the rankings in Huagua, having been surpassed by the War God Academy just 2 years ago. Following this, the elders of the Tiansheng Pavilion expressed their outrage and clearly stated that the next cohort must regain the first position. This has led many instructors and directors of the Martial Soul University to venture to various exam sites to recruit early. Han Meng sighed. To reclaim the top position is no small feat. Rumors suggest that at least 5 students with top-tier martial souls will compete from the Monster Academy in the next cohort. Meanwhile, we only have 3 students, and that count includes 2 fortunate recruits from the past 2 years. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "By the way, who was it you mentioned had a peculiar martial soul?" "Oh, it's nothing much. Lu Qingchen has 1 martial soul with 7 soul slots, while the other possesses only 1. "Impossible. Are you certain you didn't misread?" Han Meng expressed her skepticism towards her usually unreliable student. Lu Yan rolled her eyes and retorted, "I saw it quite clearly. A pristine white lotus and a grand bird enveloped in flames, entirely golden. I do not recognize the lotus, and I am unfamiliar with that bird's martial soul." Lu Yan's voice suddenly dropped. "I've told you to read more. It's one thing to be slow at cultivation, but not to recognize a martial soul is unacceptable. Please do not mention I am your teacher to anyone. It would be utterly humiliating," Han Meng remarked, slightly exasperated with her student. After a pause, she continued, "Are there any other peculiarities?" "Yes, indeed. That lotus exudes a vital essence, which is not surprising given that it has 7 soul slots. However, what perplexes me is that the golden bird's martial soul emits an aura even more formidable than that of the white lotus." At this moment, Han Meng too felt a sense of intrigue. She had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Moreover, having only heard Lu Yan's description without witnessing it herself made it difficult to ascertain. "Once they have fully recovered, I shall personally examine their martial souls. For now, it is premature to draw conclusions." Han Meng shook her head. "By the way, what about the other student? You mentioned both had awakened top-tier martial souls." "Yes. The stronger of the 2 is named Yushan, and he too possesses a martial soul with 7 soul slots." Lu Yan confirmed with a nod. "What did you say? Another with 7 soul slots?" Han Meng was taken aback, her composure shaken after such a long period without significant emotional upheaval. To think that after only 1 day in Jinling City, she had been stirred twice. Lu Yan, her excitement palpable, exclaimed, "I recognize Yushan's martial soul. It is the golden-backed maned bull, which you surely know." Han Meng indeed recognized it. The golden-backed maned bull was a formidable spirit beast, regarded as the king among bovine spirit beasts. Its incredible strength rendered many lion and tiger spirit beasts powerless against it. Its form was entirely black, save for its golden back, resembling a creature clad in armor. It was said that ordinary attacks had no effect on it. And its most formidable feature was its spiraled golden horns, with legends claiming that the strongest of the golden-backed maned bull clan could pierce the heavens. To encounter a student with an awakened golden-backed maned bull martial soul, particularly one with 7 soul slots, was astonishing. In terms of both offensive and defensive capabilities, it was undeniably powerful. Once its cultivation reached a certain level, who among its peers could rival it? "Xiaoyan, you have done well this time. You have finally brought honor to your teacher, Han Ming acknowledged with satisfaction, realizing that this student was not without merit. Of course, teacher. You are unaware that when the instructors from the Martial Soul University learned that these were my early recruits, their faces turned pale. Lu Yen replied with a mischievous grin. By the way, there is a student from Kyoto who has also awakened a top-tier martial soul, likely the Frost Dragon Eagle, which also possesses 7 soul slots. Moreover, he previously clashed with Lu Qingchen and Yushan. I suspect he orchestrated the assassination attempt on Lu Qingchen involving 4 soul warriors. Lu Yan's expression was one of indignation. This matter will be thoroughly investigated by the Academy. Until we have evidence, it is best not to make it public. The Frost Dragon Eagle martial soul indicates that this student from Kyoto is likely a descendant of a certain vice president from the Monster Academy. Lu Yan nodded, thinking to herself how astute her teacher was, possessing such extensive knowledge. Chapter 21, System Rewards. At the Green Hotel, room 404. After Lu Yan and Han Ming departed, Lu Qingchen and Yushan began to chat idly. Brother Chun, the instructors and the dean of the Tiandao Sacred Academy are quite beautiful. Yushan initiated the conversation, and Lu Qingchen had no intention of entertaining this potentially awkward topic. Are you not at all moved, Brother Chen? Yushan pressed on, noting Lu Qingchen's lack of response. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes, thinking, who wouldn't he be moved? It's just that I dare not act. I certainly don't wish to end up like an ice block. Thus, he retorted to Yushan, Brother, you are no longer a child. My uncle mentioned to my father that he would help you find a wife. Brother Chun, I was mistaken. My heart is solely devoted to the martial path. Yushan exclaimed in a hurry upon hearing this. Observing Yushan's earnestness, Lu Qingchen nodded in approval. After some idle chatter, the two settled on the bed to recover their soul power. With a thought, Lu Qingchen opened his information panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Souls, Sun Golden Crow. Golden Emperor Dragon. Creation, Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Stage 2nd Layer. Mental Power, First Level of the Bright Moon, 30. Cultivation Methods, Heaven Burning Sacred Record. Indestructible Body of the Emperor Dragon. Creation Jade Clarity Heart Sutra. Divine Powers, Not Yet Activated, Fire, Dragon. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, 2 Minor Creation Pills, Extreme Realm Reward, Pending Collection. Collect. Lu Qingchen silently commanded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven-Burning Divine Seed, Soul Seed, a Star Refining Cauldron, and 100 Soul Stones. With a thought, Lu Qingchen began to examine the item information. Heaven-Burning Divine Seed, one of the strongest soul seeds. One of the most potent divine seeds of the fire path, a heavenly treasure, once refined. Its spiritual power possesses an innate burning effect and grants access to a divine power. Star Refining Cauldron, a heavenly treasure, it is utilized for alchemy and body tempering. Refining elixirs under the stars at night can enhance the success rate by 10%. Soul Stone, a stone used to absorb soul power, applicable in both cultivation and combat. Is the Burning Heaven Divine Seed a rare treasure? It appears to be quite precious. How might one utilize it? Lu Qingchen pondered deeply but could not discern anything. Never mind. I shall investigate further upon arriving at the Celestial Path Academy. The mentors there should possess the knowledge. Subsequently, Lu Qingchen examined his martial souls. Sun Golden Crow, a supreme fire-type martial soul, embodying the essence of the sun and the rigidity of steel, the pinnacle of the fire path. Possessing the power of the sun, the bearer of this martial soul becomes immune to all fire-based attacks and divine abilities, naturally endowed with the Golden Crow Emperor Flame. Capable of incinerating all things. Golden Emperor Dragon, the ultimate beast-type martial soul, epitomizing strength and the utmost rigidity. Those who possess this martial soul will acquire formidable power and a vigorous physique, coupled with exceptional recovery abilities, exerting a certain suppression over all beasts. Creation Jade Divine Lotus, an elite life-type martial soul, typically born alongside a supreme martial soul, it enables the host's cultivation speed to increase tenfold. Possessing the power of life creation, with capabilities for group healing and potent individual healing. How exhilarating, given such extraordinary talents by fate. How could I possibly be content without ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts in this life? Tenfold cultivation speed means I shall progress 10 times faster than others. Lu Qingchen was filled with excitement. Ding, small reminder. The cultivation speed for supreme martial souls is exceedingly slow in the early stages. Martial arts require steady progress and cannot be rushed. The system's words gradually calmed Lu Qingchen. Indeed, as long as he cultivated step by step with his supreme martial soul, he would be fine. Martial arts have always been about laying a solid foundation and cannot be achieved in a single leap. In his previous life as a youth burdened by 5 poisons, Lu Qingchen understood the necessity of self-reliance in martial arts, relying solely on one's own strength. It seems I must not become overly dependent on the system. Just like today's ambush, without the system, I might have already become a corpse. However, what if I could have detected them in advance? Or if I were as powerful as the vice president? Would anyone dare to ambush me then? With this thought, Lu Qingchen's resolve to reach the zenith of martial arts solidified further. As he consumed the elixirs provided by Han Ming, both their soul powers gradually recovered. Having broken through to the awakening realm, Lu Qingchen could finally begin his cultivation. And I have gained 2 additional cultivation techniques. With this in mind, Lu Qingchen opened his panel to examine them. Immortal Dragon Body, the supreme body tempering technique of the dragon race, divided into 9 layers, with each breakthrough. A dragon mark forms on the body. Cultivating to the 5th layer transforms the physique into the Emperor Dragon's sacred body. Upon reaching completion, one can attain a physique akin to the Golden Emperor Dragon, one of the 3 supreme pure-blood true dragons. Those who reach the 9th layer are immortal and indestructible, capable of cultivating true dragon aura. Creation Jade Clarity Heart Sutra, a companion technique to the Creation Jade Divine Lotus. It enhances one's soul upon cultivation. The martial soul will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing the heart to remain as pure as ice, unaffected by external influences. Heavenly Burning Sacred Cannon, the pinnacle of the fire path. Those who reach completion can burn mountains and boil seas, incinerating all things in the world. Upon cultivation, spiritual energy can be transformed into heavenly burning energy. Should others come into contact, even their soul power may ignite. Seeing the effects of these techniques, Lu Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. Having a top-tier cultivation technique in the early stages of martial arts is essential. One cannot simply change techniques midway through cultivation, especially since his techniques encompass body tempering and mental enhancement, leaving no weaknesses. Truly, the system has rewarded him well. The 3rd martial soul compensates for his deficiencies. Lu Qingchen mused. At this moment, Lu Qingchen's soul power had fully recovered. Noticing Yushan still seated on the bed in meditation, he began to cultivate the Creation Jade Clarity Heart Sutra. After a moment, his heart became as clear as ice, and the Creation Jade Divine Lotus martial soul began to fervently absorb the soul power of heaven and earth. The examiner mentioned that one must fill their martial soul with soul power to advance to the next realm. Does this mean I must fill 3 martial souls? Lu Qingchen murmured. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Seeing that Yushan was still recuperating, Lu Qingchen rose to open the door. To his surprise, it was Lu Yin and Han Ming. I have met Mentor Lu and Vice President. Lu Qingchen hurriedly bowed. When did you become so polite? Han Ming chuckled. Internally, Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes. It's the Vice President of the Celestial Path Academy. How could I not seize this opportunity to curry favor? Even if this leg to hug is rather slender and delicate? Observing that the 2 remained standing outside, Lu Qingchen quickly invited them in. With a swift motion, the door closed behind them. I heard from Xiao Yin that you awakened 2 martial souls. Is that true? Han Ming inquired, her large blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed. It is true, Lu Qingchen nodded. May I see your martial souls? Han Ming smiled, her eyes filled with anticipation. Though it may be somewhat inappropriate to directly observe another's martial soul, Han Ming had just saved both of their lives. Furthermore, Lu Qingchen had resolved to cling to a powerful benefactor. It was only reasonable to agree. With a thought, Lu Qingchen released his Creation Jade Divine Lotus martial soul. Chapter 22. Acquiring a Beautiful Master. With a thought, Lu Qingchen manifested the Creation Jade Divine Lotus martial soul. The lotus appeared entirely snow-white, as if sculpted from fine jade. Surrounding it were 12 green lotus leaves, and the flower bore 24 petals. At the heart of the lotus, 5 jade-like seeds formed. The entire lotus shimmered with 7 bright soul slots. What a beautiful lotus. I feel as though I have seen it in some book, but I cannot quite recall where. Han Ming mused, gazing intently at the flower. You clearly don't even recognize it yourself, yet you claim I never read books, Lu Yin murmured from the side. What are you saying? I didn't say anything. Lu Yin quickly defended herself, her survival instincts kicking in. Indeed, it truly has 7 soul slots, Lu Qingchen said. Would you be willing to take me as your apprentice? Han Ming gently asked, her gaze warm. Lu Qingchen was taken aback. He had not anticipated Han Ming would wish to take him as her disciple. It felt rather abrupt, causing him to momentarily freeze. What benefits would there be in taking you as my master? Lu Qingchen blurted out, surprised by his own audacity. What benefits do you desire? Han Ming replied, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps some divine abilities, combat techniques, or elixirs. Lu Qingchen boldly proposed. Han Ming nodded. That can be arranged. However, the divine abilities and combat techniques will be provided once you enter the academy, as you have yet to gain admission. With that, she handed Lu Qingchen a small porcelain vial. He examined it closely but could not discern the nature of the elixir within. This is a small soul pill, after consumption. It will enhance your soul power. She then produced a delicate hexagonal ice talisman and offered it to Lu Qingchen. In the future, should you encounter an insurmountable crisis, simply crush this ice talisman, and I will sense it. Lu Qingchen's eyes brightened, realizing the value of such an item. He eagerly accepted the ice talisman, holding it in his hands and examining it, a broad smile revealing his gleaming white teeth. Thank you, my beautiful, kind, and gentle master. Lu Qingchen generously praised his newfound mentor. Humph, I am not lacking in kindness towards you either. I have yet to see you shower me with such compliments. Lu Yin huffed, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Not at all. Senior Sister Lu, you possess the beauty that could make fish sink and birds shy. Your grace is unmatched. A natural beauty worthy of admiration. Stop, stop, stop. How could you be so nonchalant? Lu Yin remarked in a teasing tone. Yet the smile adorning her face was impossible to conceal. Han Meng turned her head, casting a knowing glance at Lu Yin that was both playful and enigmatic. Lu Yin's large, dark eyes sparkled mischievously. Oh, look at what our junior brother said. Clearly, Master is the most beautiful. At this, Han Meng nodded in satisfaction. Yushan, observing from the side, was left in awe, silently praising Chun Gu as a remarkable talent. Within just an hour of acquaintance, he had already secured a stunning female master. Oh right, Lu Yan's mentor has also become senior sister to Chun Gu. Seemingly perceiving Yushan's thoughts, Lu Qingchen smiled at Han Meng and said, Beauty Master, what do you think of Yushan? His talent is quite commendable. Should we consider him? I would love to, but the acceptance letters have already been issued. And neither of you has entered the academy yet. I have already taken on 2 disciples in advance. The other 2 vice presidents and even the dean would surely be displeased, Han Meng replied, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. However, we can wait until we enter the academy to see if Yushan has a preferred teacher. I recall there is another vice president whose martial spirit is a powerful bull type. If he learns that a student with the golden-backed rampant bull martial spirit has been admitted, he would be overjoyed. If I recruit early, he would undoubtedly come to challenge me. That stubborn bull has a foul temper and a thick hide every time we spar. My hands ache. Yushan's face fell, his heart lamenting. My fate is truly unfortunate. I too desire a beautiful master. As if reading Yushan's innermost thoughts, Han Meng chuckled. There are indeed many female instructors at the academy, all of them beauties. You still have a chance. But Lu Qingchen, with a playful shake of her fist, Han Meng added, if you dare choose another woman when it comes time to take a master, do not blame me for taking action. How could that be? I would certainly choose the most beautiful vice president master. Lu Qingchen exclaimed hurriedly. He thought to himself, my master seems to have a propensity for violence. How will I manage in the days to come? All right, during the master-taking ceremony, no matter who recruits you, you must say you want to think it over and ultimately choose me, understand? Han Meng instructed. Then, as if recalling something amusing, she began to laugh to herself. Understood. Understood, Lu Qingchen responded, observing his master laughing foolishly and feeling a bead of sweat form on his forehead, wondering if his master might be unwell. By the way, don't you have another martial spirit? Release it so I can see, Han Meng said, her laughter subsiding as she remembered her duties. All right, Lu Qingchen replied. Suddenly, a crimson light enveloped him, and in the next moment, a pair of magnificent wings unfurled, wreathed in endless golden flames, shining with a brilliance akin to that of gold. His entire being radiated a divine golden hue, adorned with feathers that seemed forged from pure gold, resembling legendary divine swords that emitted an aura of infinite sharpness. Beneath him, 3 claws covered in golden scales curled like blades, each gleaming with a groove twice the size of a standard soul slot. The overwhelming pressure compelled Han Meng to unleash her martial spirit as well. However, as a vice president from one of the 3 prestigious academies, she quickly regained her composure. Raising her head, she observed intently, and upon seeing the 3 golden-scaled claws of the divine bird, Lu Yin noticed her teacher shuddering. This is the supreme fire attribute martial spirit, the 3-legged golden crow, Han Meng exclaimed, her voice trembling as she revealed the name of Lu Qingchen's martial spirit. Master, what is a supreme martial spirit? Lu Yin asked, intrigued by the rare excitement displayed by her teacher. Han Meng, still trembling with emotion, slowly explained. I once stumbled upon a reference to it in an ancient tome within our academy. The supreme martial spirit, as the name implies, represents the pinnacle of a martial spirit's attribute. Within the domain of a supreme martial spirit, no other martial spirit of the same attribute can surpass it. She paused briefly before continuing. For example, Lu Qingchen's martial spirit, the 3-legged golden crow, reigns supreme among fire attribute martial spirits. No other martial spirit can rival it, unless it belongs to a different attribute of equal standing. However, awakening a supreme martial spirit is no easy feat. To date, I am aware of only one instance in our academy's history. Lu Yin took a moment before recalling. I remember reading about it in an ancient text in our academy's library. The student who awakened a supreme martial spirit caused quite a stir, even attracting the attention of the then dean and many esteemed elders from the heavenly sacred pavilion, all eager to take him as a disciple. Ultimately, after reaching unparalleled mastery, that student had no rivals across the entire Blue Star. That was indeed the most glorious moment for our Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy. Chapter 23, The Attitude of the School Leaders. As she spoke, Han Meng's expression turned somewhat somber, and with a hint of hesitation, she addressed Lu Qingchen. Although I have just accepted you as my disciple, a supreme martial spirit is a rare phenomenon, appearing once in a millennia. The dean and some of the elders certainly possess more experience in mentoring students with supreme martial spirits than I do. If you wish, I can retract my earlier statement. You may seek instruction from others in the academy, and I believe they would be more than willing to guide you. Wait, Qingchen suddenly interjected, raising his hand to interrupt Han Meng. I believe that as a martial artist, having a conducive training environment and excellent teachers is certainly ideal. However, as a person, I feel that certain things are far more important. With a serious demeanor, Qingchen continued, though I do not know why you say this. I have only just decided to take you as my master, which is one reason. Additionally, you have saved both me and Yushan, which is another. When you accepted me as your disciple, you were unaware of my supreme martial spirit, which is a third reason. Thus, regardless of circumstances, I have already pledged myself to you as a disciple and do not wish to transfer my allegiance simply because I awakened a supreme martial spirit. Qingchen smiled, adding, I hope you refrain from making such declarations in the future. I am already your disciple and cannot be pushed onto someone else. His expression was earnest. Of course, who would want to forsake a powerful and beautiful master for another? What if the alternative is a grumpy old man? Qingchen mused, shuddering at the thought of having a cantankerous old master. A beautiful master is undoubtedly preferable. Upon hearing Qingchen's heartfelt words, Han Meng's eyes glistened with tears, nearly moved to the point of weeping. It seems I have not misjudged him. This young man possesses a heart of integrity, Lu Yin thought to herself. Very well. Very well. Master will not push you onto anyone else. Rest assured, Han Meng said, gazing into Qingchen's eyes with her deep blue ones, her voice sweetly assuring. At this moment, Yushan was left in a daze, marveling at Chun Ji's impressive maneuvering. Qingchen grinned. Now that feels right. Master, please don't get emotional. Seeing Qingchen comforting her, Han Meng rolled her eyes but couldn't help but smile through her tears. I am not emotional. You're going to have a hard time after choosing me as your master. Qingchen gasped. Could there be something I am unaware of? At that moment, Han Meng cautioned him. I must return to the academy to report, so before you both head there, please refrain from revealing your martial souls. Once the admission letters arrive, you may come to the academy, and there will be someone to welcome you. Xiaoyan. After you return the students undergoing assessment in the next few days, please handle matters over there, and then come back to the academy. If the admission letters are issued swiftly, you can bring Yushan and Xiaoqing along. Master, are you leaving already? Lu Yin inquired, her expression tinged with concern. Is there any other choice? The beasts from the other realm are becoming increasingly restless, and many of the academy's instructors have already gone to the front lines. I must also venture forth to slay more of these beasts and exchange their resources for your cultivation. With that, Han Meng hastily pushed open the door and departed. Seeing Lu Yan's worried countenance, Qingchen curiously asked, Minter Lu, where is Master going to hunt the beasts? Master is likely heading to the front lines of the other realm, but there is still some time before that. You will understand more about the other realm once you enter the academy. And, please refrain from calling me Minter. Address me as senior sister. Do I really appear that old? Lu Yin said, adopting a mock-serious demeanor as if she had just lost her master. Senior sister, do you have a welcome gift? Qingchen smiled cheerfully. All right, you may still call me Minter. Soon, I too must venture into the other realm to hunt beasts and earn some credits. I'm quite strapped for cash. Lu Yin lamented. I'm equally short on funds, Qingchen responded. As mealtime approached, the three made their way to the cafeteria. At that moment, the students of Class 7 of Jincheng No. 1 High School were present, along with their head teacher, De Huang, and several school leaders. De Huang and the leaders wore broad smiles, feeling confident that this year's bonuses were secure with so many students gaining admission to the Martial Soul University. The head teacher, De Huang, even began to envision the various perks that would come with a promotion. Little did they know that just moments prior, two of their most talented students had narrowly escaped assassination. Qingchen and the others chose not to disclose this alarming information, as sharing it would only serve to incite unnecessary worry. The students engaged in light conversation. Su Xian, Zhang Wei, although you too couldn't attend the Martial Soul University, you can still aim for prestigious liberal arts schools. This way, you can secure a better job in the future, Zhang Ying reassured them. Su Man nodded in agreement. Minter Lu also mentioned that attending the Martial Soul University could entail risks. Although I'm uncertain why, at least applying to a liberal arts school would be quite safe. And your parents wouldn't be overly concerned. Hong Bing repeatedly nodded, affirming the sentiments of the two female classmates. Upon seeing Qingchen, Yushan, and Lu Yin approach, Hong Bing exclaimed, Ah, the two geniuses have arrived. He flashed what he deemed a charming smile. Qingchen responded with an equally captivating grin. At this moment, everyone turned their attention toward them, and De Huang quickly stood to greet them. Qingchen, Yushan, I've heard about your assessments from the others. Well done, well done. Da Huang beamed, patting Qingchen and Yushan on the shoulders with a look of pure delight. The other leaders also rose to shake hands with Qingchen. Student Lu, I've heard about your performance in the assessment. You truly excelled and brought honor to the school. Due to his age, one leader cleverly referred to him as Student Lu to ease the awkwardness of forgetting his name. And you, this robust young man, are quite impressive. They laughed heartily, one by one. The leaders continued to shake hands with Qingchen and Yushan, attempting to establish familiarity while reciting their titles. Student Lu, I'm the head of the senior class. I recognized your potential early on, and I'm pleased to see I was not mistaken. And you, Yushan, you're equally commendable. I'm the vice principal of Qingchen No. 1 High School. I've kept an eye on you, knowing you were destined for greatness. I'm the head of the research department. I oversee security. Lu Qingchen and Yushan smiled politely as they listened to the leader's unremarkable chatter. However, after the conversation concluded, Lu Qingchen's smile turned stiff. After a lengthy wait, he learned that they were expected to treat the leaders to a grand meal, akin to a celebratory banquet. In truth, many leaders were somewhat self-serving. Their flattery and invitations to dinner were intended to curry favor with Lu Qingchen and Yushan, hoping that once they entered prestigious schools, they might elevate their own status. Having traversed life as a shrewd youth, Lu Qingchen saw through this ploy but chose not to reject their goodwill, as he was indeed a student of Qingchen No. 1 High School. Moreover, it was always better to have friends than enemies. The meal concluded swiftly, and soon everyone boarded the government bus to return home. Inside the bus, spirits were high, buoyed by their successful assessments. By the way, Lu Qingchen, Yushan, do you plan to attend Tiandao Sacred Academy? Hong Bing initiated the conversation. Yes, Yushan and I have decided to go to Tiandao Sacred Academy once we receive our admission letters. Lu Qingchen nodded, then inquired about everyone else's plans. What about you? Have you received any early invitations from the martial soul universities? Hong Bing hesitated before nodding. Some martial soul universities have invited us, but we want to see if we can gain admission to the 3 prestigious schools. Before the assessment, we only thought about awakening our martial souls. But now that we have, it feels a bit regretful not to at least try for the 3 major schools, Zhang Ying added. Exactly, especially Su Muting. Her martial soul has 4 soul slots, so she has a glimmer of hope, Su Man chimed in. Currently, the admission standards for the martial soul universities have not been disclosed. We plan to wait for the standards to be released before making our choice, she remarked softly. Lu Qingchen and Yushan nodded, agreeing with her reasoning. Waiting for the admission standards to be released is a wise choice. You all possess 3 or more soul slots, which is considered exceptional talent at any ordinary martial soul university, so you have plenty of options, Lu Qingchen analyzed further. Generally speaking, those who accept early invitations may lack confidence in their own talents. However, I believe you all will be just fine. It's wise to wait and see the admission standards of each institution. Who knows, you might gain entry into one of the 3 prestigious schools. Yushan, Zhang Ying, and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in Lu Qingchen's perspective. It made sense to heed his advice, as those schools were eager to attract students. I've heard that all 3 major schools are expanding their admissions this year, and Tiandao Sacred Academy is no exception. With your talents of 3 soul slots, you certainly have a chance. I recall that when Su Muting awakened her martial soul, it had 4 soul slots. Thus, she should have no problem gaining entry into the 3 major schools. However, I must clarify one point, Lu Yan stated, her gaze fixed on Hong Bing and the others. Her tone earnest. With your qualifications, gaining entry into the 3 major schools is indeed feasible, but once you're there, you may only be regarded as ordinary students. Unless fortune smiles upon you or you experience an extraordinary encounter, it is unlikely you will rise to the core level. Conversely, if you enter other martial soul universities, there is a significant chance you will receive focused training, with resources prioritized for you. In comparison, ordinary students from the 3 prestigious schools must complete tasks to earn resources, with the only advantage being the exceptional faculty. The exposure to universities far exceeds that of other colleges. Lu Yan glanced at the contemplative crowd and continued, for instance, the guidance in martial arts techniques is unparalleled compared to other institutions. I can reveal that upon entering one of the 3 major schools, you will embark on an entirely new chapter of life. At this moment, Zhang Ying could not contain her curiosity, asking, what do you mean by an entirely new life? Will it be completely different from our current existence? Yes, once you enter the academy, the days we have now may seem like a luxury. For everyone is striving diligently for resources and personal advancement. Each individual is a fervent practitioner, unlike the comfort of our current lives. Lu Yan spread her hands, expressing a blend of helplessness and nostalgia. However, I do not regret it. What I have experienced and gained at the academy is something that would take a century of this comfortable existence to even dream of achieving. Thus, I suggest that if you aspire to a more thrilling life, consider applying to the 3 major schools. It would be splendid if you could join our academy. Yet, if your goal is merely to earn a bit more money for a better life, I would advise you to apply to a regular martial soul university, as that would allow for more time with family. The students of Class 7 fell into a contemplative silence. Take your time to ponder this. There is no pressure. Compared to your peers, you are already exceptionally talented, considering that among 100 individuals, there may not be even one who awakens a martial soul. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, everyone felt a weight lift off their shoulders. However, Su Man voiced her concern, but my awakened martial soul seems rather useless. As they say, it's a wasteful one. That should not be the case. As long as your martial soul possesses a soul slot, it is not wasteful. Unless it has no soul slots at all. Why not release your martial soul and let us see? Timidly, Su-man produced an apple. Aside from Zhang Ying, the others were baffled. We asked you to release your martial soul, not to bring out an apple. We just finished eating and are not hungry, Hong Bing reiterated, thinking Su-man had misunderstood. But this apple is my martial soul, Su-man exclaimed, nearly in tears as she explained. Wait, you mean your martial soul is an apple? Lu Yan appeared somewhat excited. Yes, indeed, Su-man replied, puzzled by Lu Yan's enthusiasm. Hand me the apple, Lu Yan requested eagerly. Su-man promptly handed over the apple, only for Lu Yan to take a hearty bite. The apple was quickly devoured, and Lu Yan rubbed her stomach, closing her eyes. The students of Class 7 exchanged glances, their faces a blend of confusion. Moments later, Lu Yan took a deep breath and, with excitement, asked Su-man, how many apples can you produce at once? And what is their shelf life? Approximately 4 or 5 dozen, after which I need to recover my soul power. As for the shelf life, I'm not sure yet, Su-man replied, conjuring several more apples to distribute. The group examined the apples closely. Yushan held one up, smiling. Look at this apple, it's large and round. Surely delicious. As soon as he took a bite, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Chapter 25, 2 Food-type martial souls. The others, noticing Yushan's shock, were filled with curiosity. They all took a bite of the apple Su-man had passed around. Once they swallowed, their faces mirrored Yushan's astonishment. Zhang Ying's mouth formed an O shape, her eyes wide with disbelief. It actually restores soul power. I feel so comfortable now, Hong Bing exclaimed, taken aback. Su-man, give me another one. Lu Qingchen, astonished at Hong Bing's shamelessness, indignantly said, Su-man, give me one too. Me too. Yushan stood up, hands now empty. In that fleeting moment, an entire apple had vanished down his throat. Lu Yan looked at the group, exasperated by their insatiable appetites. Lu Qingchen felt warmth spreading through him after just finishing an apple, and with a slurred voice, he said, Su-man, if you were to sell apples, you'd surely become wealthy. These apples are not only appealing but also restore soul power. Yes. After making a fortune, we could open a chain. I'd entrust my later years to you. Hong Bing jested. The group erupted in playful banter, teasing the somewhat reserved female classmate. Lu Yan, nearly amused to the point of laughter, gently addressed Su-man, I must inform you, your martial soul is a food type, which is exceedingly rare. Such souls are coveted everywhere, even at the 3 major schools. If you are willing, our Heavenly Path Academy would gladly admit you early, providing you with core resources and training under dedicated mentors. Su-man's cheeks flushed as she stammered. I of course, your situation would also be welcomed at the other 2 major schools. However, as a member of the Heavenly Path Academy, I naturally hope you will join us. Lu Yan, perceiving Su-man's hesitation, proceeded to elaborate on the situation. Can I? Su-man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. As long as you agree now, I will report to the academy, and once the notification arrives, you can head to the academy with Yushan and Lu Qingchen. I am more than willing, Su-man declared without hesitation. Ha, splendid. At the academy, you can enjoy apples every day? Yushan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lu Yan felt immense joy at Su-man's resolute decision to join the Heavenly Path Academy. All right, I will report to my superiors now. You should receive your acceptance letter in a few days. Nearby, Hong Bing, Zhang Ying, and Su Muting gazed at her with envy. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen posed a question. Lu Yan, do food-type martial souls possess any special characteristics? How do they differ from other martial souls? Lu Yan, noticing the attention directed at her, began to share some common knowledge. The primary distinction of food-type martial souls lies in their ability to transform soul power into tangible items that can be consumed or drunk, just like an ordinary apple. The apples Su-man conjures are not only edible, but also larger and sweeter, possessing additional benefits. The ability to restore soul power is highly sought after wherever one goes. After all, who wouldn't keep some restorative pills or other items on hand? Ordinary martial souls cannot create such consumable items, which underscores the unique advantage of food-type martial souls. Just as Lu Yan concluded, she noticed Lu Qingchen producing a lotus seed, abruptly halting her speech. Lu Yan, does my lotus seed count as a food-type martial soul? Lu Qingchen's unexpected inquiry astonished the students of Class 7. Su-man, having just conjured another apple, was drawn to the lotus seed in Lu Qingchen's hand. Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, how can you produce physical objects? This defies the laws of science. In her hand, Lu Qingchen held a crystal-clear, perfectly round lotus seed, which he offered to the astonished Lu Yan. She accepted the lotus seed, scrutinizing it closely. The seed exuded a vibrant aura of life, and after taking a few deep breaths, Lu Yan felt a warm sensation enveloping her entire body. Without further hesitation, she placed the lotus seed in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, it transformed into liquid, and after a brief moment, a vital energy radiated from her being. This lotus seed, I can hardly believe it. It seems to have healed my hidden injuries. There's an indescribable sensation within me. Lu Yan closed her eyes, contemplating the effects of the lotus seed. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her expression tinged with complexity. It truly resembles a food-type martial soul. As for its effects, I have yet to fully comprehend them. Is there anyone else who knows you can create such lotus seeds? Qingchen scratched his head, responding, no, it was merely a spontaneous idea of mine. I never expected it to actually materialize, though it did consume quite a bit of my soul power. He continued, for now, let us hold off on creating more. I will explain this matter to my master. Before entering the academy, let us focus on restoring our soul power. Once we're inside, my master can assist you in testing its efficacy and storage duration. Qingchen nodded in understanding. I wonder how effective this is, if it's viable. It would surely be in high demand at the academy. I could potentially profit from it in the future, he mused, filled with anticipation. However, he lamented the considerable consumption of soul power that prevented mass production. Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious to Qingchen's musings, each lost in their own thoughts. While Yushan casually observed his surroundings, seeing the silence among the group, he leaned back in his chair. Each person grappled with their own complex feelings. Some were anxious about the admissions outcomes from the 3 prestigious schools, especially since Su Man had already been accepted. Only Lu Yen was absorbed in reflecting upon the lotus seed's effects. Beyond her previous injuries being healed, the most significant aspect was the enigmatic sensation she experienced. What could it be? She pondered, resting her chin on her hand. I recall having a similar feeling before, though I struggle to remember. It was imbued with life. Are the students accepted into the Tiandao Sacred Academy all around the same age as us? Qingchen's unexpected question interrupted Lu Yan's contemplation. Suddenly, she exclaimed with excitement. I figured it out. Startled, Qingchen paused, as Lu Yan realized that the vibrant aura she sensed and the inexplicable feeling were manifestations of increased lifespan. She was astonished that consuming Qingchen's lotus seed could actually prolong her life, and she yearned to bring him back to the academy to show Han Meng. Unfortunately, she couldn't return just yet. It would require taking 3 people along, though uncertain of how much lifespan could be gained. Any treasure linked to longevity would undoubtedly be extraordinarily valuable and unattainable even with wealth. Lu Yan, brimming with excitement, suppressed her enthusiasm and addressed the group seriously. Qingchen's martial soul is rather peculiar. I'm not certain how it relates to the food system, but I hope you all can keep this under wraps for now. We must confirm everything once we reach the academy. Observing Lu Yan's gravity, the others nodded solemnly. Qingchen refrained from further inquiries regarding the lotus seed's effects, instead focusing on quietly restoring his soul power. You just asked me if the students accepted into the Tiandao Sacred Academy are similar in age to you, right? Lu Yan suddenly recalled Qingchen's earlier question. He, Yushan, and Su Man all nodded eagerly. Curiosity piqued. Lu Yan took a sip of water and began to elaborate. Most of the students admitted this time are indeed around your age, and the Tiandao Sacred Academy is a very equitable place. Initially, everyone trains in the Outer Academy. The Outer Academy is divided into 4 grades, akin to the freshman to senior years of a typical university. However, there are assessments at the end of each year, and those who do not pass are eliminated. What does elimination mean? Is it a retake? Yushan interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Lu Yan shot him a glance and continued. Elimination means leaving the academy. You can think of it as expulsion. Even those expelled from the Tiandao Sacred Academy are sought after by other ordinary martial soul universities. Every year, there is an assessment, and each time one passes, they advance a grade, which creates fierce competition in the Outer Academy. After completing the 4th grade, there is a crucial assessment, often referred to as the first step towards becoming a powerful individual. The Tiandao Sacred Academy comprises both an outer and an inner academy. The latter further divided into the Heavenly Academy and the Sacred Academy. Gaining admission to any of these is a testament to extraordinary talent, requiring both unwavering determination and hard work. The Heavenly Academy specializes in martial arts, which is the most common form of training, while the Sacred Academy focuses on the soul, also known as the soul system. I am not well versed in the Sacred Academy, but I have heard that assessments are related to mental strength. After speaking at length, Lu Yan, feeling parched, took another sip of water and continued. That's about all I can share for now. Once you enter the academy, you will understand. One thing is certain, the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. If you don't put in the effort, you will be surpassed and eliminated. Those who gain entry to the inner academy are all exceptional talents, and you'll soon realize that no student there is without their own merits. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Qingchen felt a surge of anticipation. Yushan's eyes sparkled with desire. As a wielder of a top-tier martial soul, who wouldn't harbor pride? Only Su Man appeared somewhat anxious, inquiring, Lu Yan, does the food system also require assessments? Are the evaluation methods the same? Of course not. The assessments for the food system are relatively straightforward, given its rarity. As far as I know, 99% of food system soul masters manage to enter the inner academy. Within the academy, food system soul masters are quite sought after. Su Man sighed in relief, patting her chest. That's a relief. Qingchen wore a peculiar expression, questioning. How do food system soul masters engage in battle? Do they simply create an apple and hurl it at their opponents? At that moment, The group began to digest the plethora of information they had just received about the Martial Soul University. As if the door to a new world had swung open before them, the bus continued its steady journey down the road. After an indeterminate amount of time, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Qingchen No. 1 High School. By the time they parked, night had already fallen. However, this did not dampen the vibrant atmosphere at Qingchen No. 1, as numerous students returned after completing their assessments. Though they had only been away for 3 days, it felt as if 3 years had passed for the group. The myriad of universities they had encountered left some still reeling from the experience. At the entrance of Qingchen No. 1, a large sign read, "A warm welcome to the returning students of the Senior 3 Martial Arts Examination." As soon as Lu Qingchen alighted from the car, he heard his mother, Xiaolan, calling for him. "Xiaochen, over here, over here." Xiaolan waved her hand to ensure that Lu Qingchen could spot her in the dimming twilight. His father, Lu Chongting, was also beckoning him. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lu Qingchen hurried over. At this moment, the parents of Yushan and Hong Bing had also arrived, and upon seeing their children return, they waved enthusiastically, nearly moved to tears. Although it had only been 3 days, for parents who had rarely left their children's side since birth, the separation had weighed heavily on their hearts. "Xiaochen, you've been alright these past few days? How was it over there? Did you go hungry?" Xiaolan circled around Lu Qingchen, her chatter flowing as she recounted the dishes she had prepared: sweet and sour ribs, boiled fish, sizzling beef, cola chicken wings, braised pork, and more. After inspecting him thoroughly and confirming her son was in good condition, her face broke into a beaming smile. Seeing his son safe, Lu Chongting also wore a grin. "That's great to hear. You know, while you were away, your mother kept insisting on going to Jinling City to see you. I thought I'd lose my mind listening to her." Lu Qingchen glanced at his father's dark circles, silently marveling. No wonder it's Mom. The other parents had similarly gathered around their children, scrutinizing them with concern, fearing their offspring had not fared well during their absence. Lu Qingchen noticed Yushan's father patting his shoulder with a hand as large as a fan, causing Yushan to grimace in pain. "Easy there, old man. You're going to break me," Yushan complained. "Ha ha, that is my son. It seems the awakening of your martial soul has significantly improved your physical condition." Yushan's father, towering over 2 meters tall, made him and Yushan appear like 2 mountains standing side by side, exuding an intimidating presence. Having missed his mother's cooking after so many days away, Lu Qingchen waved to the others. "Instructor Lu Yan, Yushan, I'm heading back now. See you tomorrow." Lu Chongting also waved at Yushan's father, saying, "Old Yu, my son, and I will head back now. We'll drink together another day?" Yushan's father heartily laughed. "All right, bring Xiaochen over to my place for dinner next time. There will be plenty of drinks." At this moment, Su Muting was quietly sharing with her family the events that transpired during the assessment period. Hearing the exchange between Yushan and Lu Qingchen, her eyes reddened. Noticing their daughter's unusual demeanor, Su Muting's parents quickly offered comfort. "Dad, Mom, I think I did something wrong, and I feel so sad." Lu Qingchen also heard Su Muting's sobs but chose not to intervene, instead lowering his head and walking steadily towards home. Some decisions, once made, leave no room for retreat. Right, brothers? Chapter 27. The Extraordinary Efficacy of the Jade Divine Lotus Seed. In the Qingchen community, room 502 of Building 2. Lu Qingchen and his parents had just returned home when he hurried into his room and shut the door with a loud bang. Xiaolan shook her head with a smile. "Xiaochen, who knows what he is up to, always in such a rush. The child has grown up. Surely he has his secrets, ha ha ha." Lu Chongting laughed heartily, sporting a mysterious grin. "Indeed, Xiaochen has matured," Xiaolan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "I'll go prepare a soup. Just heat up the dishes for dinner while you watch some television." Inside the room, Lu Qingchen could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved a seed from the heart of the Jade Divine Lotus. 1 seed, 2 seeds, 3 seeds, until he had taken all 5 seeds from his martial soul, only to find that the soul power of the Jade Divine Lotus had been completely drained. It seemed that it could only produce 5 seeds at a time, and it would need to recover its soul power before creating more. With a thought, 4 seeds were placed into the system's storage space. Holding the remaining seed in his hand, Lu Qingchen swallowed it whole. It almost melted in his mouth, and moments later, a robust aura of life radiated from him, as if something had fundamentally changed within. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering what this change could be. Ding, congratulations, host lifespan has increased by 5 years. The realization that he had gained additional lifespan left Lu Qingchen astounded. If he were to consume 5 seeds daily, would that not mean he could attain boundless longevity, immortality? His eyes widened in shock, and his breath quickened as he urgently inquired. "System, can the effects of this seed stack?" Ding, the effects of the seed can be stacked, but there is a limit beyond which they cannot be accumulated. How many seeds can I consume before it becomes ineffective? This is currently unknown. The host will need to experiment gradually. A hint for the host: the seeds have an indefinite shelf life. An indefinite shelf life? So I could produce them daily and store them for trading other resources. Lu Qingchen murmured. Indeed, The seeds are at the hostess' disposal, but only 5 can be produced each day. Understood, system. You may carry on with your tasks. Having gleaned the information he sought, Qingchen waved dismissively, signaling the system to depart. Just a mere tool, after all. Ding. A special reminder for the host. The efficacy of the seeds will enhance as the hostess realm increases. Wait, to what extent can it be enhanced? Upon hearing this beneficial news, Qingchen promptly inquired further. Currently unknown, the host must explore this on their own. However, please avoid taking shortcuts in cultivation to elevate your realm. The mechanical voice resonated once more. All right, I understand. Seeing the system reluctant to engage further, Qingchen waved it away again. It appeared he would have to rely on his own exploration. Cultivation must be pursued step by step. Just as the system advised against taking shortcuts, since the Jade Divine Lotus did not require him to cultivate soul power, Qingchen began to infuse the soul power into his other 2 supreme martial souls. It was only during his genuine cultivation that he discovered the astonishing total capacity of soul power storage in these 2 exalted martial souls. After a brief period of cultivation, the soul power he infused within did not stir a single ripple. However, this was advantageous. The more soul power the martial souls could store, the longer they would endure in battle. In a situation where other factors were comparable, it would ultimately hinge on who had deeper cultivation. Han Meng had previously informed him that the cultivation speed of supreme martial souls would be somewhat slower than others, yet he had underestimated the significance of this tenfold disparity. As he truly embarked on his cultivation journey, he realized how challenging it was. No wonder it is said that to traverse far in the martial path, one must possess unwavering determination and steadfast perseverance. The notion that cultivation is timeless is not merely a saying. Qingchen reflected thoughtfully. Xiaochen, come out for dinner. Just as he had been cultivating for a while, his mother's voice resonated from outside. Qingchen promptly leaped from his bed, opened the door, and was greeted by the sight of Xiaolan having prepared an elaborate spread. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally sumptuous, featuring sweet and sour ribs, boiled fish, sizzling beef, cola chicken wings, braised pork, and a soup Qingchen did not recognize. Nothing compares to my mother's cooking. The meals outside are all so monotonous. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly grabbed a chicken wing in one hand and a rib in the other, indulging in the feast. If it's delicious, eat more. Your mother has been preparing your favorite dishes every day. Xiaolan watched her son with a gentle smile as he devoured his meal. Lu Changting was also serving him soup. In their eyes, the more their child ate, the better. This has led to a situation where, whenever I express my fondness for a particular dish, my parents dutifully prepare it for me until the day I grow weary of it. Yet, their sole intention is to provide me with the finest offerings. Qingchen devoured his meal ravenously, casually accepting the soup his father handed him and taking a generous sip. What kind of soup is this? It's exquisite. I can even sense my soul power gradually increasing and feel the changes within me. Qingchen inquired with a hint of astonishment. This is a concoction made with the Qingling bird and 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, which your father managed to acquire from an acquaintance recently, Xiaolan explained gently. Although uncertain of the cost of these ingredients, Qingchen could discern from the changes in his body that they must be extraordinarily expensive. It seemed that his parents had truly gone to great lengths these past few days. By the way, Xiaochen, how did your assessment go? Did you awaken your martial soul? Qingchen asked, his gaze filled with a mix of tension and anticipation as he looked at his beloved son alongside Xiaolan. Of course I awakened it. Your son is a genius, and I've even been accepted into the Tiandao Sacred Academy ahead of time, Qingchen proclaimed proudly, thumping his chest to emphasize his confidence. The Tiandao Sacred Academy is one of the 3 prestigious institutions. Truly, my son is remarkable. Not at all inferior to me in my youth. Ha! Qingchen laughed heartily. It became evident to Qingchen that his father had also been an extraordinary soul martial artist in his youth, a thought that reverberated in his mind. Of course. But once the college entrance examination results are out and the admission letters are dispatched, you must head to the academy. The thought of leaving the home he had inhabited for over a decade brought a pang of reluctance to Qingchen. Once you're at the academy, be sure to exercise caution and heed your mentor's advice. Upon hearing that her son would soon depart for school, Xiaolan began to express her worries. Mom, don't fret. I will definitely listen to my mentors and commit myself to diligent practice once I enter the academy, Qingchen reassured her. Changting observed quietly. And once Xiaolan concluded her admonitions, he solemnly remarked, Xiaochen, after you go to the academy, your mother and I must attend to some unresolved matters. Make sure to cultivate diligently. When you reach a certain level of mastery, you will discover just how wondrous this world truly is. Chapter 28. The mysterious past of the parents. I will definitely train hard. But Dad, is there any danger in what you and Mom are going to do? Qingchen asked, a hint of concern evident in his voice. Rest assured, I would never put your mother in harm's way. You just focus on your training at the academy, Changting replied with a reassuring smile, indicating that there would be no danger. Qingchen nodded. Unable to gauge the depths of his father's strength, he could only faintly sense the vast ocean-like soul power within Lu Chongting. Yet, a subtle sense of urgency began to stir within him. Having just finished his meal, Lu Qingchen retreated to his room to begin his training. Knowing that every additional moment of practice would allow him to fill his martial soul with more soul power, while infusing his martial soul with energy, he could gradually comprehend its strength and capabilities. During the awakening stage, besides saturating the martial soul with soul power, a crucial task is to grasp its essence. The deeper the understanding, the greater the abilities one can wield through the martial soul. Lu Qingchen needed to comprehend the powers of 3 distinct martial souls. Although it would require considerable time, it would ultimately render him more formidable than his peers at the same stage. Soon, he became immersed in his solitary world, quietly contemplating the capabilities of his martial soul. Unbeknownst to him, a golden mist intermingled with red began to rise around him. Before long, the 2 colors coalesced into a golden crow and a true dragon, spiraling around Lu Qingchen. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Xiao Chun, rise and shine. You still have to visit the school today? I heard from your teachers that there are some matters to attend to. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Lu Qingchen promptly emerged from his meditative state. What a refreshing feeling. After a night of training, I can sense my strength has significantly increased. Lu Qingchen mused internally. Stretching his body, a series of pops echoed as he exited his room, where he found his mother had already prepared breakfast. Just as he sat down, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Xiaolon hurried to open it, revealing the familiar figure of Yushan. Upon seeing Xiaolon, Yushan scratched his head and grinned. Good morning, Annie. I'm here to find Qingji to go to school together. Lu Qingchen was just about to grab a snack for the road when he heard his mother call out. Xiaoyu, come in and eat with us. I've prepared a feast and have some things to discuss with you both. Thus, the dining table transformed from 1 seat to 2. As both boys indulged in the meal, chewing on a golden brown pan-fried bun, Lu Qingchen, mouth full, mumbled, Mom, what did you want to tell us? Nothing too significant. I just wanted to ask Xiaoyu which martial soul university he plans to attend. Yushan paused, seemingly puzzled, before pointing to himself and asking me. Yes, Xiaoyu. Which martial soul university do you intend to apply to? Xiaolon continued. At this moment, Lu Qingchen smacked his forehead, realizing that in his eagerness to discuss the lotus seeds yesterday, he had forgotten to inform his mother. I'm going to Tiandao Sacred Academy with Qingji. Didn't Tihi mention it to you? Yushan scratched his head, smiling foolishly. What? You're both going to Tiandao Sacred Academy? Why didn't Ti Shaochen tell me yesterday? Xiaolan's gaze shifted to Lu Qingchen, who was still devouring his meal. Mom, I just forgot. I was planning to tell you today, but seeing Yushan still eating, Lu Qingchen exclaimed, playfully smacking Yushan on the head. All you do is eat. Hurry up and get ready for school. You're going to be late. Yushan, looking aggrieved, protested. I just ate a youtiao. Let me have a little more. All right, don't rush to school. Let Xiaoyu finish his meal. Xiaolon shot a glare at Lu Qingchen. This mischievous boy, unable to communicate effectively, made her ask again. At that moment, Xiaolon internally lamented her son's unreliability. She then turned to Yushan, speaking gently. Xiaoyu, make sure to look after Xiao Chun at school. If he acts impulsively, you must persuade him to be cautious and not let him go astray. Yushan, with his mouth full, nodded vigorously, assuring her he would fulfill this responsibility. Satisfied with his response, Xiaolon felt a sense of relief, as parents often perceive other children to be more mature and composed than their own. After their meal, the 2 boys departed, heading towards the school. By the way, Qingji, my old man said he is leaving Jincheng to take care of some matters after I get to the academy. Yushan suddenly interjected. No way. My dad said the same thing. After I go to the academy, he'll be resolving some past issues as well. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and confusion. Moreover, ever since I awakened my martial soul, I've realized my father is far from ordinary. He possesses soul power within him. And I can't even compare to him, Yushan remarked, his expression grave, tinged with disbelief. Lu Qingchen, equally contemplative, added, I can't fathom my father either. And I find it equally difficult to comprehend my mother. I surmise that my father must have sustained an injury in the past, which is why he has been recuperating in Jincheng. Moreover, since I can remember, my father and Uncle Yu have always been acquainted. The 2 of them seemed to recall something, their expressions becoming somewhat intricate. Lu Qingchen continued. Furthermore, we have all awakened our supreme martial souls, indicating that our parents' innate talents must also be commendable. As for the specifics, I believe we are not yet privy to them. At this moment, Yushan's face was filled with concern. Qinggu, do you think what they are about to undertake might be perilous? It shouldn't be. My father has always been a prudent man, and Uncle Yu does not seem to be one to act impulsively, Lu Qingchen reassured him. Besides, overthinking at this stage is futile. Our primary focus should be on diligent cultivation to enhance our abilities once we enter the academy. Once we attain a certain level of strength, we should begin to uncover some truths. It is only after becoming formidable ourselves that we can aid them. Knowing now would be of no benefit and might even disrupt our own progress. Lu Qingchen analyzed the current situation to Yushan. with the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes. Lu Qingchen was acutely aware that in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, only through personal strength can one wield influence and pursue one's desires. Upon hearing this, Yushan indeed found it reasonable and shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. At that moment, Lu Qingchen took a moment to steady his emotions and suddenly remembered that his parents once mentioned that his sister was at the Martial Soul University. Although they did not specify which institution, the entire family comprised soul warriors, which made Lu Qingchen ponder deeply. It appeared that this lifetime's experiences would be far more thrilling than those of his previous one. Chapter 29, Top 100 Nationwide, Qingchen No. 1 High School. Outside the classroom of Class 7, Year 3. As the two approached the entrance, they were met with a cacophony of noise from within. Did you hear? Our Class 7 has produced several prodigies this time. Oh, when did that happen? Are you referring to the students participating in the Martial Soul University assessment? Yes. Those from our class who took part in the assessment have reportedly awakened their martial souls. A rather slender classmate, donned in spectacles, excitedly shared his tidbit of information. I can't even begin to imagine what it feels like to awaken a martial soul. I wish I could experience it. At that moment, a voice chimed in, sadly. We can't experience it. We lack that kind of talent. We can only hope for decent scores in the upcoming college entrance examination to secure a place in a prestigious university. Sigh. All we can do now is aim for a good university and find a good job. I envy them, remarked another classmate with a wistful expression. Lu Qingchen, overhearing the conversations among his classmates, shook his head in resignation. Surely, in his previous life, he harbored similar thoughts, striving to excel academically and secure a good job. This was not only his aspiration, but also that of his parents. With a tumult of thoughts, Lu Qingchen decided not to dwell further and walked directly into the classroom with Yushan. As they entered, the classroom erupted. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, have either of you awakened your martial souls? Yes. I heard nearly everyone has awakened theirs. You wouldn't be the exception, would you, Lu Qingchen? A classmate, who was relatively close to Yanxian, spoke with a hint of mockery. Lu Qingchen merely cast a glance at him, choosing not to engage, and proceeded to his seat. However, Yushan was not inclined to let it slide. With a cold snort, he subtly released a fraction of his pressure. Instantly, the classmate's face flushed, struggling to breathe. Yet, it was merely a warning that lasted a mere second or two before Yushan retracted his aura, mindful of their camaraderie. As the two settled into their seats, Hong Bing turned his head towards them. Hey, how did you sleep last night? Hope all is well. Hong Bing greeted them. I slept quite well. Nothing beats my bed at home, Yushan replied with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Ying, Su Man, and Su Muting also gathered around, sharing an unspoken understanding. Once Hong Bing opened his mouth, it was certain he had some inside information. True to form, he soon addressed everyone with an air of mystery. I heard some news yesterday that you all might find intriguing. Care to hear it? Zhang Ying, always the impatient one, quickly chimed in. Spill it. What is the news? Call me Bingo, and I'll tell you, Hong Bing teased, relishing the attention. Dream on. I want to call you that. I don't believe you can hold back. Zhang Ying retorted, not falling for his trick. Seeing his plan thwarted, Hong Bing turned away, indicating he would remain silent. The group shared a tacit understanding and refrained from speaking. As Hong Bing turned away, Zhang Ying felt an urge to press him. Bingo. All right. Just tell us the news. Desperate to hear the gossip, Zhang Ying was willing to plead. True to form, upon hearing this, Hong Bing swiftly turned back, grinning. Don't rush, dear sister. Bingo will tell you right now. Lu Qingchen observed Zhang Ying's clenched fists and silently mourned for Hong Bing, hoping he wouldn't suffer too much later. Seeing the interest from everyone, the rest of the class also turned their attention to this unfolding drama, enjoying the spotlight. Hong Bing beamed. I heard that by this afternoon, or at the latest by tomorrow, the results of our assessments and the admission criteria for the Martial Soul University will be released. Really? Su Muting exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Of course it's true. Moreover, it is said that there will be a national ranking, and the top 100 will receive substantial rewards, Hong Bing continued. Upon hearing that the top 100 would receive rewards, Lu Qingchen was intrigued. What are the criteria for the assessment? How is it calculated? I heard it's based on 3 tests combined, strength, attribute tests, and martial soul talent evaluations. Apparently, a mysterious force is in charge of the assessment, and they are also the ones providing the rewards. However, being mere hearsay, Hong Bing wasn't entirely certain. I believe both you and Yushan will definitely be among the top 100 nationwide, considering the data from your 3 tests is quite astonishing, Hong Bing asserted confidently. Zhang Ying, Su Man, and Su Muting nodded in agreement, as the figures from the two were indeed formidable. At this moment, the rest of the classmates also overheard Hong Bing's seemingly ludicrous claims. Lu Qingchen and Yushan could make it into the top 100 nationwide. What is going on? Those who had not participated in the assessments were left bewildered. After this topic concluded, the class engaged in light chatter until the bell rang for class. Moments later, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, entered the classroom. Today, Mr. Huang was particularly well dressed, sporting a wine-red double-breasted suit. Underneath was a white high-neck shirt with subtle patterns, and his deep blue tie was striking, making Mr. Huang appear remarkably spirited. At least a decade younger. Classmates, the assessment for the Martial Soul University has concluded, and those who participated from our class performed exceptionally well. Our Class 7 has been awarded the title of the Best Class of the Year, accompanied by a commendable prize of 10,000 yuan for class funds. Let us extend our applause to the students who participated in the assessment for the Soul Master University. Initially, the atmosphere was rather subdued. But upon hearing about the substantial class funds, excitement surged through the room, leading to an enthusiastic round of applause. Once the clapping subsided, the homeroom teacher continued addressing the class. Those who have applied to the Soul Master University have no further obligations. You may leave once the results are released tomorrow. However, those preparing for liberal arts universities must intensify their studies. Da Huang began to speak at length, and by the time he finished, the first class had already concluded. To Lu Qingchen's dismay, every teacher who came to class seemed to gaze intensely at him and Yushan. The rest of the students frequently directed their attention towards the two of them, which made the typically low-profile Lu Qingchen quite uncomfortable. Time flew by, and the final bell rang for the last class. However, the students were in no hurry to pack up, for it was customary for the homeroom teacher to share a few words at this hour. As expected, Da Huang hurried into the classroom, a computer in hand. Upon reaching the podium, he announced a piece of news that sent the classroom into a frenzy. Please do not rush to leave. We have just received word that the admission criteria and the results for the Soul Master University can now be checked. As soon as the words left his mouth, the classroom erupted like a tidal wave. Those who had initially planned to tune out and head home were suddenly invigorated with excitement. Da Huang trembled as he opened the computer and connected to the internet, addressing everyone. The results will officially be released at 6 o'clock, but you can check now to see who will be the first. Seeing this, Hong Bing eagerly jumped up and exclaimed, I'll go first. He rushed to the podium and stood beside Da Huang. He proceeded to log into the National Martial Arts Examination Student Information Query website, entering his examination number and ID number to check his results. However, after the initial thrill, the page displayed, the information you are searching for has not yet been recorded. Please check back at 6. At this moment, all the students mirrored Hong Bing's anticipation, including Lu Qingchen. The sensation was akin to the final match of a league playoff. Each time Hong Bing clicked refresh, it felt like the adrenaline rush of an impending team battle. After refreshing dozens of times, the screen stubbornly continued to show the same message. This left both Da Huang and Hong Bing feeling a mix of disappointment and anxiety. The other students shared in this tension, but more so, they were filled with anticipation, even though they had not participated in the Soul Master University assessment. Curiosity regarding the rankings of those who had was palpable. As Hong Bing continued to fervently click the mouse, Zhang Ying couldn't help but inquire, what is the status? Hong Bing, did it come up? The results haven't been recorded yet. They said to wait until 6. Hong Bing replied, somewhat helplessly. The bell had just rung, and there were still several minutes until 6 o'clock. Yet, no one seemed inclined to leave. All eyes were fixed on the podium and Hong Bing. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with only the sound of collective breaths filling the air. Time passed slowly, with no one speaking, a silent vigil awaiting the arrival of 6 o'clock. As the clock approached 5:59, Lu Qingchen noticed beads of sweat forming on Hong Bing's forehead. Refreshing the webpage, he quickly entered his examination number, ID number, and completed the verification code. When the clock struck 6, he clicked to query. As the page loaded, Hong Bing felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, and the homeroom teacher's face was filled with tension. The page finally loaded, and Hong Bing's eyes locked onto the total score of 555 and a national ranking of 4,320. In a moment of elation, he shouted, I made it into the top 5,000. Ha! His jubilant leap was met with cheers, for in a nation as vast as Huagua, where countless students awaken their martial souls, ranking within the top 10,000 is a remarkable achievement. At that moment, Zhang Ying rushed to the podium, exclaiming, quick, check my results. Hong Bing gestured for her to input her ID number and examination number. The page loaded swiftly, and when the results appeared, Zhang Ying's face lit up with excitement. Total score 553, national ranking 4980. Like Hong Bing, she too had entered the national top 5,000. Da Huang, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shed tears, exclaiming, well done. Truly, my students have brought me pride. At this point, only Su Muting, Su Man, Yushan, and Lu Qingchen had yet to check their results. Su Muting was the third to approach the podium, as she had already been accepted by the Celestial Academy. Lu Qingchen and the others were not as eager to see the results as Hong Bing and Zhang Ying had been. Upon entering her information and clicking to query, Su Muting's face flushed crimson. Moments later, she couldn't help but sob quietly. Da Huang quickly glanced at the numbers on the display. Total score 599, national ranking 2900. In that instant, Lu Qingchen could see Da Huang trembling with excitement. Su Muting, national ranking 2900. He announced. The classroom erupted in cheers, with several girls rushing to comfort Su Muting. Hearing this score made Lu Qingchen smile. Despite the earlier unpleasantness, having known Su Muting since childhood and being classmates, he felt a sense of happiness for her. Although Lu Qingchen and Yushan also felt a thrill, they were not in a rush. So they allowed Su Man to check her results first. The three of them approached the podium together, under the watchful eyes of their classmates. Su Man nervously entered her ID number and examination number before clicking query. As the page began to load, the anticipation in the room was palpable. When the results finally displayed, it showed only a national ranking of 967, without a score, although she already knew she had been accepted by 3 prestigious universities. Seeing a 3-digit ranking was still exhilarating. At this point, the homeroom teacher was beside himself with excitement, shouting, "Su Man, national ranking 967. The classroom erupted once more. Next up were Yushan and Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen winked at Yushan, indicating for him to go first. Yushan proceeded to enter his ID number and examination number. Then clicked to query. Again, no score appeared, only a 2-digit national ranking, 11. Yushan didn't seem overly affected by this result, as it was close to his expectations. However, upon seeing Yushan's ranking, Lu Qingchen's expression grew serious. If my memory serves me correctly, the Yushan strength test yielded a remarkable 4,100 kilograms, accompanied by a metallic talent of unparalleled quality, and the awakening of the top-tier martial soul, the golden-backed bull beetle, with 7 soul slots. Astonishingly, this placed him in 11th position. In an instant, Lu Qingchen felt a surge of pressure within his heart. It seems that this assessment is teeming with extraordinary talents. However, only he and his companion displayed little change in their demeanor. Nearby, the homeroom teacher, De Huang, nearly fainted from excitement upon seeing the number 11. What did I witness? Top 100, top 100. Just 1 rank shy of the top 10, and he is a student from our class. At that moment, De Huang was overwhelmed with unparalleled exhilaration, sensing that life was about to usher in a second spring. After calming his excited heart, he could hardly conceal the joy etched on his face. Clearing his throat, he proudly announced to the audience below, "Yushan, national ranking, 11th. The crowd below erupted in fervor. But Lu Qingchen paid no heed. He merely approached the computer to input his identification number and examination number. At this moment, Yushan, Hong Bing, and others had gathered around, their eyes glued to the screen without a flicker of movement. Lu Qingchen clicked to query, and moments later, the page finished loading. Those around felt as though the world had vanished, leaving only the computer before them. The display screen revealed 5 resplendent words. National ranking, 1. Chapter 31, the name of Lu Qingchen. National ranking, 1. At this moment, it seemed as if the crowd's gaze was fixated solely on that sacred number, rendering them momentarily speechless. The students below gazed up at the few individuals on stage, their eyes wide as saucers, each expression a masterpiece of astonishment. Yet, not a single voice broke the silence. Observing the stillness above, the students below ceased their animated discussions, plunging the entire classroom into a silence even deeper than before. After an indeterminate period, De Huang was the first to regain his composure, suddenly leaping up, pounding his chest like a madman, exclaiming, "I never expected to guide such a student in my lifetime." Ha! The students below were momentarily startled, listening to their homeroom teacher's soliloquy in silence. After several minutes of jubilation, De Huang became aware of his own lack of decorum and gradually settled his excitement. With utmost seriousness, he intoned, "Students, today we shall witness history, the history of Class 7 of Senior Year, the history of Jinling City, and indeed the history of Huaghua." Pausing to clear his throat and taking a moment, he spoke with an extraordinarily infectious voice. "Lu Qingchen of Class 7, Senior Year, national ranking, 1st. As the words fell, the entire class fell silent, exchanging glances in disbelief. One uncertain student ventured to ask, "Teacher, are you saying that Lu Qingchen's martial arts examination result is 1st in the nation? Am I deceiving you? Come and see for yourselves." No sooner had he spoken than the entire class surged toward the podium, with the inquiring student leading the charge. Upon focusing on the display screen, he murmured in disbelief, "Lu Qingchen, it truly is 1st in the nation." Before he could finish, he was jostled aside as more students took their turns to glance. Only after the last student had seen it did the reality of this unfathomable fact fully sink in. Moments later, an uproar erupted among the students, although it was not their own achievement. They reveled in the pride of declaring that a classmate had secured the top position in the Martial Soul University examination. How impressive it would be to say that. The classroom remained abuzz when suddenly a throng of school leaders appeared at the door. The excited students' voices diminished instantly, though their expressions of joy could not be concealed. The leaders showed no signs of displeasure at the students' ruckus. One of the officials who had accompanied Lu Qingchen and the others to the martial arts examination stepped forward. Beaming as he announced, "I have heard that the results of the Martial Soul University examination have been released. Principal Zhang has come to visit the students who participated in the examination and to help everyone check their results." Emerging from the crowd was a sprightly middle-aged man, nearing 40 but exuding vitality, holding several gift boxes in his hands. He addressed the students who had participated in the martial arts examination with a smile. Thank you for your hard work in the examination. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Which of you is Qingchen and Yushan? Upon hearing their names, Qingchen and Yushan stepped forward. The principal promptly handed the gift boxes to them, patting their shoulders as he said, "You both have done exceptionally well. You have brought honor to the academy. There will be additional rewards once the results are finalized." Just as Qingchen was about to express a few polite words in response to the mention of rewards, Yushan, with a broad grin, interjected cheerfully, "Oh no. This is merely what we ought to do." He scratched his head, appearing quite naive. The other leaders distributed the remaining gift boxes to Hong Bing and the others, who expressed their gratitude with a chorus of thanks before standing quietly to the side. Principal Zhang rubbed his hands together and addressed Teacher De Huang. "Teacher Huang, it is now past 6 o'clock. Do you think we could check the students' results?" Expecting the students to be excited at the prospect of checking their scores, he was surprised to see them all composed. Having already known that Qingchen was first, the teachers felt no urgency. Teacher De Huang replied leisurely, "Principal Zhang, we have already checked the results for our class." "So soon?" "Teacher Huang, your efficiency is impressive. Please tell me how the students performed." Teacher De Huang took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "First." "First? What do you mean by first?" Several leaders, thinking they misheard, asked again. "First, indeed, first." Teacher De Huang began to enjoy the suspense. "What kind of first? Please elaborate." At this moment, Principal Jiang grew anxious. Just then, a light-footed figure approached. Lu Yan, striding with purpose, entered the classroom and noticed the presence of numerous leaders. Ignoring their intentions, she scanned the room before spotting Qingchen behind Yushan. A radiant smile lit up her face as she walked over. The students parted to make way for Lu Yan. Aware of her prestigious background and unwilling to offend her, she approached Qingchen, playfully teasing, "Little one. Oh no, I should now call you a renowned figure, shouldn't I?" Her playful demeanor shifted to seriousness as she continued, "From this day forth, everyone should refer to you as the national number one." As her words resonated, the leaders suddenly realized the implications, their eyes fixated on Qingchen as they exclaimed in unison, "National number one, top of the martial arts examination?" At that moment, Qingchen paid no heed to the crowd, instead smiling at Lu Yan and saying, "Mentor Lu Yan, this surprise is even greater than before." Lu Yan suddenly recalled their previous wager, momentarily taken aback. Seeing Qingchen smiling at her with a twinkle in his eye, she couldn't help but blush. Reflecting on that previous mischievous grin of his, she couldn't restrain herself from exclaiming, "What a mockery of the top rank in the martial arts examination. Just a timid little brat." With that, she rushed out of the classroom, covering her flushed face, heedless of the astonished stares from her peers. At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted to Qingchen, who found himself feeling somewhat awkward. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. He wished he could vanish into the ground. "The senior sister has misled me. My once illustrious reputation is now tarnished," Qingchen lamented internally. Yushan was utterly captivated. He had thought that Chen Ge was already impressive, but now he realized that his charisma surpassed even that of previous encounters. The high school seniors, brimming with youthful vigor, were taken aback to witness the beautiful and enchanting mentor Lu Yan blush in front of Qingchen. Ignoring the presence of the school leaders, they erupted into wild cheers, instantly turning the classroom into a chaotic scene. At that moment, Principal Jiang, coming to his senses, murmured, "Qingchen number 1 high school is bound to gain fame." The homeroom teacher, De Huang, gazing into the distance, sighed deeply. After this, Qingchen's name will be known far and wide. Chapter 32, Instant Fame. After this moment, Qingchen's name would be known to all. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa in Kyoto, a somewhat sinister-looking student with pockmarked skin anxiously awaited the results in the living room. As the clock struck 6, he swiftly entered his identification number to check his score. National ranking, 12. How could I only rank 12th? Who are the 11 students that have outperformed me? His expression twisted in disbelief. If Qingchen were present, he would recognize this individual as Yao Qingguo, the one who had previously sent assassins after him following their conflict. In the military headquarters of Huagua, a robust young man, rivaling Yushan in physique, was currently scrutinizing the rankings before him. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he remarked, "I wonder who the 9 ahead of me are. I can't wait to find out." The screen displayed a national ranking of 10. Across the nation, countless individuals were engrossed in checking their exam results. Some rejoiced, while others despaired, but at that moment, Qingchen had already escaped the classroom alongside Yushan. Under the weight of so many curious gazes, even the top-ranked Qingchen struggled to endure. He had little interest in how his classmates and the school leaders would explain the situation outside. As Qingchen and Yushan walked home, they passed by Grandpa Wu's antique shop, where the elderly man was leisurely basking in the sun on a chair, mistaking their approach for that of potential customers. He hurriedly got up, only to see it was Qingchen and Yushan. In his haste, he dashed into the shop without even grabbing his chair, slamming the door shut behind him, which bore a sign reading closed. Qingchen and Yushan exchanged bemused glances. Was it really such a big deal that they merely picked up a good fortune? On their way, Qingchen overheard various rumors. Have you heard? The Martial Spirit University exam results can now be checked. Really? I must hurry home to check my eldest son's results. They say only those who rank in the top 10,000 are considered top-tier geniuses. A middle-aged woman, around 40, said mysteriously. Is that true? I heard it was the top 20,000 who are deemed geniuses. A skeptical middle-aged man replied. I wouldn't lie to you. My son is ranked 9,999th nationally, which is within the top 10,000. The woman declared proudly. Congratulations. A few bystanders offered perfunctory blessings before hastily returning home to check their children's scores. Qingchen observed the scene with a sense of resignation. Yushan teased, if they knew the national first place just passed by them, they would be utterly astonished. Qingchen retorted playfully, don't act like a jester, you're also just outside the top 10. Yushan's expression darkened immediately. Such mockery was downright disheartening. I heard from that kid Hong Bing that the national rankings will be released at midnight tonight. You'll likely become famous then. Stay humble, this is just the beginning. Qingchen asserted. The mentor Lu Yin previously mentioned that there are soul warriors who have cultivated to the pinnacle of this world with a single soul slot. Yushan scratched his head, grinning slyly. I don't know if one soul slot can reach the pinnacle of martial arts, but I do know after tonight. Uncle Lu and Auntie will be quite busy. Your front door might even be trampled. Seeing Yushan's mischievous grin, Qingchen shrugged, feeling slightly helpless. Don't forget. We live in the same neighborhood, and you're the 11th. Jincheng neighborhood, building 2, apartment 502. Upon returning home, Qingchen was greeted by his mother, Xiaolan, who rushed out of the kitchen, apron-clad. Xiaochen, you're back. Wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. After washing up, Qingchen sat at the dining table, waiting for his father. Xiaochen, I heard that the results can be checked at 6. Is that true? His father, Lu Chongting, inquired with keen interest. Yes, Dad. The homeroom teacher already checked for us at school. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongting was taken aback and quickly asked, what was your score? Did you make it into the top 100? Qingchen, with a wry smile, replied, how could I only be in the top 100? At the very least, I'm in the top 10. Quickly tell me your exact rank. Lu Chongting urged. With utmost seriousness, Qingchen declared, first. I told you to be honest about your score, not to joke with me. I'm serious, I really am first, Qingchen insisted earnestly. Just then, Xiaolan approached with a plate and asked, what are you two discussing? What's this about first place? Lu Chongting hesitated to speak. We're talking about the National Martial Arts Exam rankings. Oh, I thought it was something else. What did you say? Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaochen says he is first in the martial arts exam, but I told him not to joke around. At that moment, both parents stared at Qingchen with skepticism, making him feel the pressure mount. Resigned, he said, I'm not lying. I really did rank first. Although Xiaolan and Lu Chongting trusted their son, the notion of being first in the entire nation was hard for anyone to believe. Seeing their disbelief, Qingchen decided to abandon his defense. They say the National Martial Arts ranking list will be released at midnight. You'll see then. After dinner, Qingchen retreated to his room to cultivate, while his parents remained glued to the computer, waiting for the clock to approach midnight. As the hour drew near, Qingchen exited his meditative state and made his way to the study, only to be startled by his parents who were already in the room. The two elders were leaning over the table, fixated on the display screen. As the clock struck 12, they promptly clicked to check the results. However, the page displayed an error indicating that the number of viewers was too high. Upon seeing this, Lu Chongting frantically refreshed the page. After relentless attempts, the leaderboard finally appeared after dozens of clicks. Qingchen noticed that her father's gaze was directed upwards, and her mother mirrored his expression. National ranking 10, Luo Zhan. National ranking 9, Mu Ningyue. National ranking 8, Ouyang Lai. National ranking 3, Morong Qingqing. National ranking 2, Lung Qianjue. National ranking 1, Lu Qingchen. Lu Chongting and Xiaolan's eyes widened in astonishment, exchanging glances before exclaiming in unison, is Xiaochen really in first place? At that moment, voices erupted from across the nation. In the Sichuan region, within the War God Academy, a youth with fiery red hair laughed maniacally. I can't believe I only ranked 8th. I wonder what kind of prodigies are ahead of me. But Luo Zhan is only 10th. Ha! Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the National Investigation Department, a tall girl murmured, why am I only 9th? Is it true what my mother said about this year being a year of exceptional talents? And Lung Qianjue is only 2nd. Who on earth is this first-place contender? Who exactly is Lu Qingchen? How could she surpass so many geniuses to claim the top spot? At this moment, talents from various factions were all curious about Lu Qingchen's identity. Instantly, her name spread like wildfire among countless mouths. Chapter 33, Unlocking New Functions? At this moment, Lu Qingchen's parents were utterly stunned, astonished that their son had indeed secured the top position in the Martial Soul University assessment. Lu Chongting swallowed hard, struggling to ask, Xiaochen, what was your score, and what martial soul did you awaken to achieve first place? His mother, Xiaolan, also gazed intently at her son. Seeing the curiosity in his parents' eyes, Lu Qingchen felt no need to conceal the truth. With a thought, the three-legged golden crow and the creation jade lotus manifested before them. Xiaolan was instantly captivated by the white jade-like lotus flower, which boasted 12 green lotus leaves and 24 petals in full bloom. Indeed, young women are drawn to beautiful things, Lu Qingchen mused inwardly. Initially, Lu Chongting was entranced by the creation jade lotus and its radiant 7 soul slots. However, his gaze soon shifted to the three-legged golden crow, and his expression froze in astonishment. He noticed that the golden crow possessed a single, exceptionally bright groove, twice the size of a standard soul slot. With his vast knowledge, Lu Chongting instantly deduced that it was a supreme martial soul. To think his son possessed such an extraordinary gift. No wonder his martial soul had evolved on the day of the assessment, Lu Chongting thought to himself. After a moment of silence, Lu Chongting spoke solemnly. That's enough, Xiaochen. Please put away your martial soul. Remember, until you have the ability to protect yourself, do not reveal your second martial soul. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences could be dire. Lu Qingchen nodded, acknowledging that aside from Han Ming and Lu Yin, he had only revealed his powers during the martial soul awakening ceremony, which had not drawn much attention from the examiners. As for why he ranked first, perhaps it was due to being a dual martial soul wielder. While he reflected, Lu Chongting continued, Xiaochen, awakening a dual martial soul is a good fortune. It lays the foundation for you to become a top-tier powerhouse. However, I must emphasize that the most crucial aspect of the martial path is having an indomitable spirit. Both geniuses and ordinary individuals will face their own challenges. What you need to do is to continually strengthen that spirit until it becomes unbreakable. The path of a martial artist is one that we must strive for. When opportunities arise, you must seize them. Once you embark on this journey, cultivation resources will become exceedingly important. Moreover, given your exceptional martial soul talent, the resources you require may be several times, or even dozens of times, greater than others. At this moment, Lu Chongting's expression suddenly grew serious. Regardless, your mother and I hope you live well. But since you have chosen this path, we will undoubtedly support you. Remember, while striving, you must prioritize your safety. Only by staying alive can you hope to become a top-tier powerhouse. Lu Qingchen was taken aback by his father's lengthy discourse and nodded. I understand, Dad. Rest assured, I will strive for what I need while keeping my safety as a priority. Seeing their son respond earnestly eased Lu Chongting and Xiaolan's worries. After all, as a grown man, he could not remain sheltered under their wings forever. Furthermore, Lu Chongting recognized that his son had his own aspirations, and ranking first in the martial assessment was proof of that. It's getting late, Mom and Dad. You should head back to your room and rest. You have things to attend to tomorrow, Lu Qingchen said with a smile. Haha, your mother and I will book a hotel first thing in the morning, and you must invite all your classmates over for drinks. Lu Chongting boomed with laughter, while Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with joy. Every parent wishes for their children to excel, even among soul warriors. Beep. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement of being first in the National Martial Assessment. Reward, 100 achievement points. The lucky wheel has been activated. Suddenly hearing the system's voice, Lu Qingchen ceased his conversation with his parents. After bidding them good night, he hurried back to his room. Once in his room, he sat on the bed and focused his thoughts to open the information panel. He noticed a new function had been added, the lucky wheel. Upon entering, he discovered an array of vibrant colors. System, could you please introduce this new feature? A mechanical, synthesized voice responded. The host has unlocked a new function due to achieving a hidden accomplishment. You may use achievement points to draw from the lucky wheel. And how do I use it? Each draw requires 100 achievement points. The host merely needs to mentally recite their intention when ready to draw. Understood, system. Is there any other hidden function you could reveal ahead of time? Lu Qingchen inquired, his curiosity piqued, as the system always brought him surprises. Yes. There is a malfunction that remains locked. It will automatically activate upon the completion of the first system task, the mechanical voice continued. Oh, another task? When will it be issued? Tasks are released each time the host breaks through a major realm. Completing these tasks will yield rewards, and the timing of task issuance is random. After this exchange, Lu Qingchen grasped the concept. Each advancement to a major realm would trigger a task, and fulfilling it would grant rewards. By the way, what happens if a task remains incomplete? Lu Qingchen asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Failure to complete a task will result in an automatic drop to a lower minor realm, the mechanical voice stated without any hint of emotion. That is acceptable. Lu Qingchen murmured to himself, finding the system to be rather gentle compared to outright annihilation. With a thought, Lu Qingchen focused on examining the lucky wheel. It resembled an ordinary prize wheel, divided into 7 equally sized sections, divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Lu Qingchen observed with keen eyes, but discerned nothing remarkable. In his heart, he silently recited the incantation for the draw, and soon the white pointer began to rotate gracefully upon the roulette. Moments later, it halted within the azure sector. Ding, Congratulations to the host for acquiring the immortal grade technique. The Ice Phoenix Sealing Cannon. Ding. Task initiated. Bestow the Ice Phoenix Sealing Cannon upon your first master before reaching the next major realm. Task completion reward. Unlock the shop feature, 10,000 soul stones. Qingchen clicked his tongue, considering the task to be rather straightforward. Although he was uncertain of the rank of the immortal grade technique, its exalted name alone suggested its grandeur. Bestowing the technique upon a master seemed simple. Yet how would he explain its origin? Shaking his head, Qingchen decided to set that thought aside for the time being. After all, there was still ample time. He settled cross-legged on his bed, gradually entering a state of meditation. The golden crow and the imperial dragon circled around him, emanating an extraordinarily fiery and noble aura from Qingchen's being. The night passed in silence. Chapter 34. This is a misunderstanding. The following day, at 6 in the morning. Xiaochen, your father and I are heading out to book a hotel. Breakfast is on the table. Remember to eat something when you wake up. Qingchen, still immersed in his meditative state, suddenly heard his mother's voice from outside the door. Then came the sound of the door clicking shut. Noticing that dawn had broken, Qingchen ceased his meditation, rose to wash up, and hurried to the dining table. At that moment, he was voraciously chewing on a fragrant pancake when he suddenly recalled that he hadn't yet reviewed the admission criteria for various martial spirit universities. Thus, he quickly grabbed a cup of soy milk and made his way to the study to check the entry requirements. He did not bother with other martial spirit universities. Qingchen's objective was straightforward. He directly searched for the admission standards of the 3 prestigious schools. Curiously, he clicked into the official website of the War God Academy and directly accessed the enrollment policies. The enrollment standards for the War God Academy for the year 388 of the Soul Martial Era were as follows. 1. Students ranked within the top 3,000 of the National Martial Examination, including the 3,000th. 2. Students with an attribute talent test score of at least Earth grade, including Earth grade. 3. Students achieving a strength test score exceeding 3,000 kilograms, with martial spirits possessing at least 3 soul slots. 4. Students with awakened martial spirits that possess 5 or more soul slots, including 5. 5. Students with awakened food-type martial spirits, no standard. Note, students meeting any of the above criteria may apply to the War God Academy, which anticipates enrolling 1,000 students in the year 388 of the Soul Martial Era. With selections based on merit, the top 100 will enjoy prioritized cultivation. Qingchen recalled that in previous years, the 3 esteemed schools had never enrolled more than 1,000 students. This year, however, they had expanded their intake significantly compared to the last, he mused. Next, Qingchen proceeded to examine the admission standards of the Heavenly Path Sacred Institute and the Monster Academy. The admission criteria were quite similar, with the sole difference being that the Monster Academy anticipated enrolling 1,500 students in the year 388 of the Soul Martial Era. Truly, backed by the Alchemist Association, this martial spirit university was indeed affluent. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Qingchen assumed it was his parents returning and hurriedly dashed to open the door. Upon opening it, he found a towering figure standing at the threshold, a 2-meter-tall student. To be precise, it was Yushan, accompanied by his parents. Good morning, Chenggu. Yushan was about to greet Qingchen, only to find that his friend had not even glanced in his direction. Uncle Yu, Auntie, please come in. Qingchen promptly ushered Yushan's parents into the house. Leaving Yushan standing outside, somewhat bewildered, Qingchen quickly tidied the living room and gestured for Yushan's parents to sit on the sofa, then hurriedly brewed some tea. As he served the tea, Yushan's father exclaimed, Xiaochen is such a considerate child, and he is ranked first in the National Martial Examination, unlike our Yushan. Alas, just as those words left his lips, another series of knocks sounded at the door. Qingchen rushed to open it again, revealing his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, along with several school officials. He quickly welcomed everyone inside, and upon noticing the school leaders, Yushan promptly greeted them. Hello, teachers. Greetings to all the leaders. At that moment, the various officials beamed with joy, feeling honored to be addressed by 2 of the nation's top talents. As a former 5 Poisons youth in his past life, Qingchen was well versed in the art of socializing. After a series of pleasantries, the guests expressed their admiration and praise. Time slipped by, and eventually, Qingchen recognized the familiar footsteps of his parents returning. He hurried to open the door and quietly explained the guests' identities to them before retreating to his room. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qingchen heard the sound of departing footsteps and rushed out to find that the school officials had already left, leaving only Yushan's family behind. The 6 of them enjoyed a delightful lunch together. Once everyone had departed, Chongting remarked, truly deserving of the title of national champion. I suspect even more visitors will come tomorrow. Qingchen chuckled. Dad, where did you and Mom go to book the hotel this morning? At the largest hotel in Qingchen. Many people were trying to book, and we nearly couldn't secure a reservation. But once I mentioned that my son ranked first in the National Martial Examination, the hotel manager came personally, allowing us to book the entire venue without charging a single cent. Lu Chongting exclaimed, his spirit soaring as if he were the one who had achieved national first place. Xiaolan, unable to hold back her laughter, added, your father is just like that. He was basking in the envious glances of those around him and ended up chatting with them for quite a while, almost reluctant to leave. Lu Qingchen, hearing his mother's words, couldn't help but chuckle. Mom and I will go send out the invitations. Tomorrow we shall host a celebration banquet for your admission, Lu Chongting said, his vigor palpable and his demeanor radiant. True to the efficiency of the 3 prestigious schools, Lu Qingchen's parents had not been gone for long when the admission letter was delivered right to their doorstep. To Lu Qingchen's pleasant surprise, the letter was brought by Lu Yin, thus adding a beautiful mentor to his household. The two engaged in casual conversation. By the way, senior sister, when shall we head to the Heavenly Path Sacred Institute? Lu Qingchen inquired, his curiosity piqued. Having read numerous novels in his past life, he held a deep yearning for the martial arts. Lu Yin took a sip of the tea brewed by Lu Qingchen, leisurely munching on some sunflower seeds as she replied. No need to rush. It should be in the next couple of days. Besides you and Yushan, we just need to wait for the other 2 girls to receive their admission letters before we can set off. Other 2? Who besides Su Man? Lu Qingchen asked, momentarily perplexed. The girl named Su Muting, of course. She ranked within the top 3,000 and has also applied to our Heavenly Path Sacred Institute. Lu Yin responded with a smile, clearly satisfied with her achievements in this recruitment task. Upon hearing Su Muting's name, Lu Qingchen felt a slight headache coming on. Noticing the peculiar expression on Lu Qingchen's face, Lu Yin's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired, what's wrong? Is Su Muting someone significant to you? Lu Qingchen, startled by her question, hurriedly waved his hands and changed the subject. Tomorrow I'm hosting a celebration banquet at the Golden Eagle Hotel. You must come, senior sister. Lu Yin shot him an annoyed glare, clearly displeased with his attempt to divert the topic. After engaging in light-hearted conversation for 2 hours, the hour grew late, prompting me to take my leave. Lu Yin glanced at the dimming sky and promptly rose to depart. Lu Qingchen hurried to open the door for her, and as he swung it open, to his surprise, he found Lu Chongting and Xiaolan standing just outside. The gazes of the 2 parents, crossing over Lu Qingchen, fell upon Lu Yin, instantly transforming their expressions into warm smiles. Well, Xiaochun, who is this lovely young lady? Do introduce us. Lu Qingchen, sensing the precariousness of the situation, forced a strained smile as he exclaimed, Dad, Mom, this is a misunderstanding. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I am Lu Yin, Lu Qingchen's martial arts instructor. I have come to deliver his admission notice to the Tiandao Sacred Academy, she said, revealing a sweet smile while playfully gazing at Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen is exceptionally talented, and I am confident he will shine brilliantly at the Tiandao Sacred Academy. Won't you, Lu Qingchen? Noticing the impish grin on his mentor's face, Lu Qingchen quickly mustered his courage to respond enthusiastically. Indeed, Mom and Dad, this is my martial arts instructor. She has gone out of her way to bring me the admission notice today. Lu Qingchen's parents, possessing vast experience in social interactions, immediately sensed the underlying story woven between Lu Qingchen and Lu Yin through their banter. Thus, Xiaolan, with a beaming smile, grasped Lu Yan's hand and said, Teacher Lu, you have worked hard. I often hear Xiaochun speak of you. Please stay for dinner tonight. Though Lu Yin was a mentor at the Tiandao Sacred Academy, she was only slightly older than Lu Qingchen. Given Xiaolan's warm invitation, she found it difficult to refuse and, after a moment of hesitance, settled back onto the sofa. At this point, Lu Qingchen felt a wave of anxiety. There was no escaping this dinner. In contrast to Lu Qingchen's unease, Lu Yin felt an even greater pang of trepidation. After all, this was her first time dining at a male classmate's home, and both of Lu Qingchen's parents were present. While it was true that at their age they were expected to understand certain matters, sharing a meal with Lu Qingchen's family was an entirely different experience. Lu Yin couldn't shake off her nervousness. Fortunately, Lu Qingchen's mother had a delightful disposition, and she quickly struck up a lively conversation with Lu Yin. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen lounged nearby, casually munching on sunflower seeds while watching television, seemingly in bliss. As for Lu Chongting, he busied himself in the kitchen, aware that women typically engaged in more meaningful discussions. In this relaxed atmosphere, time flew by swiftly, or at least that was how Lu Qingchen perceived it. It felt as though only a few minutes had passed when his father emerged from the kitchen with a platter of food. Before long, the table was laden with an array of dishes, hot entrees, soup, and cold appetizers, all beautifully arranged. As Lu Qingchen bit into a chicken wing, he mumbled, Dad, since when did you start cooking? I had no idea. At that moment, Lu Chongting and Xiaolan were busy serving Lu Yin, with Xiaolan expressing her concern as she urged, Xiao Yin, do eat more. Look at how thin you are. While a girl's figure is important, one mustn't be too slender. In truth, Lu Yan's physique was far from what Xiaolan described. As a soul warrior and a goddess-like figure at the academy, Lu Yan's figure certainly matched her stunningly beautiful face. Dressed casually in a cartoon-printed t-shirt and knee-length denim shorts, her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back, and her slender legs were captivatingly fair. With enchanting fox-like eyes and elegantly arched brows, she was a sight to behold. Yet, in Xiaolan's eyes, such a beautiful girl might well become her future daughter-in-law, leading her to continually serve Lu Yin until her bowl overflowed. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen sat nearby, a mix of envy and exasperation on his face, pondering who the real child was in this scenario. After dinner, Xiaolan continued chatting with Lu Yin while Lu Chongting quietly washed the dishes. As the hour grew late, Lu Yin prepared to leave. But just as she stepped out the door, Xiaolan called out, "Xiao Yin, do come by often. Xiao Chun will be in your care from now on." Lu Qingchen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but Lu Yin replied gently, "Rest assured, Auntie, I will take good care of Lu Qingchen at the academy." Xiaolan beamed at her words, but to Lu Qingchen, the implications were rather disconcerting. What did take good care even mean? The following morning, Lu Qingchen was awoken by his mother, Xiaolan. After a simple breakfast, the three of them headed straight to the largest hotel in Qingchen, the Golden Eagle Hotel. Nestled on the bustling eastern stretch of Jinling Road, the Golden Eagle Hotel boasted an enviable location. Upon his arrival, Lu Qingchen was immediately captivated by the opulent atmosphere that permeated the establishment. The hotel's design, dominated by a golden hue, exuded an air of imperial grandeur. As he stepped through the entrance, a chorus of elegantly dressed young women greeted him in unison. "Welcome." Startled by the extravagant welcome, Lu Qingchen's eyes were drawn to the lovely attendants, only to be playfully reprimanded by his father, who swatted him on the head. "What are you looking at? There's nothing to see." Though his words were stern, his gaze betrayed an unmistakable appreciation. Had his mother not been present, Lu Chongting would likely have been even less restrained. After entering the grand hall, Lu Qingchen noticed a red banner displaying the words, "Congratulations to Lu Chongting's son, Lu Qingchen, for achieving first place in the National Martial Arts Examination." Moments after Lu Qingchen settled into a seat, his close friend Yushan swaggered in, though his parents were noticeably absent. Curiously, Lu Qingchen inquired, "Where are your parents?" "My old man is chatting with Uncle Lu in the back," Yushan replied, helping himself to some pastries from the table. Soon enough, a steady stream of guests arrived, including various school officials and their homeroom teacher, De Huang, who accompanied the entire senior class from Class 7. The hotel lobby buzzed with excitement. Since Lu Yin had arrived alone, Lu Qingchen arranged for Hong Bing, Su Muting, and others to sit at her table. His classmates were divided into two large tables, while De Huang dined with the school officials. Notably, the district mayor, who oversaw the entire Jinling area, also made an appearance, leaving Lu Qingchen somewhat astonished that they were aware of his family's graduation banquet. "Congratulations, Mr. Lu." Lu Qingchen's achievement in securing first place nationally truly puts Jinling City on the map. "I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence," the mayor, Chen Peng, said with a smile. Upon learning that the mayor had arrived, Lu Chongting quickly ushered him into the hotel and seated him at the table with the school leaders. In truth, the mayor had been informed of the event by the school officials, primarily due to Lu Qingchen's prestigious status as the top scorer in the martial arts examination. As a soul warrior himself, the mayor understood the potential that lay ahead for Lu Qingchen, especially given his remarkable achievement. At that moment, many of Lu Qingchen's classmates from Class 7 began to realize that he had ascended to a different echelon, leading to a complex swirl of emotions among them. At this moment, Lu Chongting raised his wine glass and proclaimed loudly, "I am deeply grateful for everyone's regard towards my son, Lu Qingchen. Allow me to propose a toast to all present. May each one of you soar like true dragons, soaring through the heavens. Today, we shall not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room transformed into a lively celebration. Lu Chongting produced a fine wine that had been treasured for many years, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Lu Qingchen, catching a whiff of it, felt invigorated instantly. The school leaders and Shen Peng, the district chief of Jinling, who were seasoned participants in such gatherings, could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a splendid wine." Lu Chongting sat at a table with the parents of Yushan and a few acquaintances unknown to Lu Qingchen. He uncorked the wine bottle, and everyone filled their glasses, raising them in joyous libation. The task of toasting was naturally entrusted to Lu Qingchen. He first toasted his father, then went around the table, offering a toast to each individual while exchanging words they delighted in. A burly man, raising his glass, remarked, "Xiao Chen, you are quite impressive. If you encounter any insurmountable challenges at the academy, do not hesitate to let me know. Uncle Lei will surely set things right for you." Lu Qingchen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Uncle Lei. I believe your name is renowned throughout Huagua." This praise made the self-proclaimed Uncle Lei beam with joy, his face alight with smiles. He patted Lu Qingchen on the shoulder and boisterously declared, "Of course, Brother Lu, Xiao Chun will surely surpass you in the future. Indeed, my son will undoubtedly achieve greater accomplishments than I." As the student surpasses the master, Lu Chongting responded with a smile. Then, Lu Qingchen proceeded to toast each leader at the table, and with each round, the spirits of the leaders soared, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Shen Peng laughed heartily. "Good lad, Jinling takes pride in you. Should you encounter any troubles in Jinling, Uncle Chun will assist you. Lu Qingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly. Uncle Chun, allow me to toast you once more. After toasting several tables, Lu Qingchen began to feel a burgeoning exhilaration. When he reached Lu Yan's table, the group engaged in a contest of drinking, and within half an hour, Hong Bing and Zhang Ying had already succumbed to inebriation. Only Lu Yan, Yu Shan, and Lu Qingchen remained, continuing their drinking and games. Although Su Man and Su Muting had consumed less, they were now teetering between drunkenness and sobriety. As the rounds of drinks progressed, only Lu Chongting's table and Lu Qingchen's table remained actively drinking, while the others had succumbed to intoxication. Yu Shan had been incapacitated a few moments ago, now sprawled on the floor, leaving only Lu Yan, laughing merrily, and Lu Qingchen engaged in their drinking contest. Lu Qingchen clung to the last vestiges of sobriety, downing another glass in a single gulp before resting his head on the table, surrendering to sleep. In a state of hazy consciousness, he felt the spirit energy within him bubbling, as if it were on the verge of overflowing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Qingchen awoke in the warmth of his bed at home. He drew back the curtains and saw that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Stepping out of his room, he discovered the house was empty. His parents were not at home. The dining table bore a letter and a ring, alongside a prepared dinner. Lu Qingchen retrieved the letter, noticing that the envelope bore no distinguishing marks. Upon opening it, he quietly read the contents. Xiao Chun, by the time you read this letter, your mother and I will have departed. Do not worry about us. We are undertaking a task that we should have addressed long ago. I once thought you lacked enthusiasm for martial arts, but I was mistaken. It was we who delayed you. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. And the day you broke the mirror, the small creation pill not only restored my body, but also allowed your mother and me to break our own barriers together. However, my decision is also influenced by another matter. From the second stage of body refinement to now being the world's best. I believe this experience will bring significant changes to you. This world is never short of geniuses. What is lacking are those capable of dominating an era. A fledgling eagle, yearning to soar among the clouds and become a true sovereign, must ultimately rely on its own wings. What we are about to do will have great significance for your future. Do not seek us out. Once you break through to the realm of kings, you will naturally learn of our whereabouts. One day, we shall meet again, and I trust that day will not be far off. The ring on the table is a storage ring, which can only be bound to its master by blood. It contains resources that you will require at your current level. Future resources will need to be earned by your own efforts. I believe that when we meet again, my son will have made a name for himself across the world. Lu Chongting. There was no date indicated, but Lu Qingchen understood that this letter was penned by his father while he was intoxicated that day. As for why he had drunkenly indulged, it was clear that the wine his father had presented was no ordinary vintage. Carefully folding the letter, he placed it into the system space and picked up the storage ring, pressing his blood to it for recognition. Moments later, he began to explore its contents and was greeted by a small mountain of soul stones, along with numerous vials, each meticulously labeled, body refinement pill, small soul pill, red heart breaking spirit pill. Truly, my parents have gone to great lengths, Lu Qingchen murmured, gazing at the abundant resources for cultivation. Yet, his parents had left, and he was uncertain when they would reunite. He was not entirely clear on what the realm of kings entailed, nor did he grasp the nature of his parents' mission. For the first time, as the number one on the National Martial Arts Examination list, Lu Qingchen felt a profound sense of helplessness. What did being the best in the nation amount to? As his father had said, the world has never been short of prodigies. Countless geniuses had fallen before reaching their potential. As Lu Qingchen, still in the awakening stage, felt a wave of agitation wash over him. Whenever he had felt down in the past, he would retreat to the rooftop to enjoy the evening breeze and solitude. Thus, he made his way to the rooftop, gazing at the place he once called home below. Remembering his father's parting words, Lu Qingchen could not help but let out a long, mournful howl to the heavens. An unnamed fire ignited within him, as he awakened the Golden Emperor Dragon martial soul, gradually adopting some draconic traits. Previously, the suppression of the creation Jade Sacred Heart had kept his mind tranquil. However, after such a prolonged calm, he had yet to experience a truly exhilarating battle since awakening his martial soul. At this moment, Lu Qingchen's eyes gleamed with a radiant golden hue. The skin on his back tore apart, revealing a muscular form filled with power, and for the first time, the blood-stained golden dragon wings unfurled. Unlike the crimson wings formed from soul power, these blood-tinged golden dragon wings were not a product of soul energy. Standing on the rooftop amidst the boundless night, Lu Qingchen's demeanor was serene. A gust of wind swept through, and with his golden dragon wings spread wide, he soared into the sky, vanishing into the thick night. In a nearby room, Lu Yan held a small vial, silently watching Lu Qingchen ascend with his dragon wings unfurled, her heart a whirlwind of complex emotions. Just how many secrets does he possess? Chapter 37, The Departure. Onward to the Celestial Path Sacred Academy. The following morning, Lu Qingchen emerged from his meditative state. After calculating the time, it seemed there was still 1 or 2 hours before heading to the Celestial Path Academy. With a flicker of thought, I opened the information panel. Host, Qingchen. Martial Soul, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon. Creation, Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Stage 3. Mental Power, second level of the Bright Moon, 32. Techniques, Heavenly Burning Sacred Cannon, Indestructible Body of the Emperor Dragon. Creation Jade Clarity Heart Sutra. Divine Abilities, Not Yet Activated, Fire, Dragon. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell. 2 Minor Creation Pills, Heavenly Burning Divine Seed, Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, 100 Soul Stones. It appeared that I had advanced a small realm overnight, and my mental power had also seen a slight enhancement. According to my senior sister, the Celestial Path Academy is divided into the Celestial Institute and the Sacred Institute, with the Sacred Institute primarily focusing on the soul or mental power. I pondered where my mental power stood. Stepping out of my room, I casually had a light breakfast and made my way directly to the U Mountain residence. The two families were quite close, and upon arriving at the U Mountain doorstep, I knocked on the door with a firm rap. The door was opened by U Mountain, who, it was evident, had not rested well the previous night, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. Once inside, I noticed that no one else was home and couldn't help but inquire, "U Mountain, where are your uncle and aunt? Have they gone out?" U Mountain, visibly in low spirits, softly replied, "I don't know where my parents have gone. They left me a letter, saying they had some matters to attend to. They also mentioned that once I reached the King realm, I would understand these things." He then looked up at me, and I was equally astonished. I hadn't anticipated that my father would leave at the same time as Uncle U. It seemed that U Mountain and I shared a bond of hardship. I patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly, "Don't be too disheartened. My parents also left last night and left a letter. I suspect Uncle U has departed alongside them." "Really? Then it's not a problem." Upon hearing that my situation mirrored his, U Mountain's demeanor shifted dramatically. I rolled my eyes and said, "All right, let us focus on our training at the Celestial Path Academy. Once we grow stronger, we will uncover everything." U Mountain nodded and hurried off to his room to gather his belongings. Moments later, we left his home and headed towards the academy. Perhaps it was due to his first encounter with the storage ring. U Mountain was swaying it back and forth in front of me. "This ring is truly magical. I never imagined such a small item could hold so much." I chuckled helplessly. Once we arrive at the academy, I suspect there will be even more astonishing items. No wonder Lu Yin mentioned starting a new life. We walked briskly and reached the school gate in under 10 minutes. By then, many were already gathered there, including several classmates from Class 7, all there to bid farewell to us. In contrast to U Mountain and myself, who carried nothing, Su Man and Su Muting were laden with numerous bags. Hong Bing, with wide eyes, curiously asked, "Aren't you two bringing any luggage to the Martial Soul University?" At his inquiry, U Mountain and I exchanged a simple, hearty smile. Lu Yin shot us a glance and, with a flicker of light from her ring, made Su Man and Su Muting's luggage vanish. The students of Class 7 were taken aback by such a marvelous occurrence and stared at Lu Yin with curiosity. She chuckled lightly. "This is a storage ring. It contains space within, which you can use to exchange items once you reach the academy." Hong Bing scratched his head, realizing that such wondrous objects existed. Just then, Su Man timidly asked, "Instructor Lu Yin, how do we get to the academy? Are we waiting for a bus to take us?" Lu Yin shook her head, offering no explanation. Instead, she retrieved a pouch resembling an incense bag from her waist. At that moment, a thought crossed my mind, and I muttered to myself. In an instant, a radiant light appeared. The next moment, a gigantic flying creature emerged before us. This was the Fire Spirit Sparrow, my contract soul beast. In the future, once your cultivation strengthens, or you successfully pass the Inner Academy assessment, the Academy will provide you with a mount, Lu Yin remarked, gesturing for us to board. None of us had ever encountered such a colossal soul beast, and for a moment, everyone was stunned. Only I promptly leaped onto the back of the Fire Spirit Sparrow. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. The Fire Spirit Sparrow was large enough to accommodate nearly 10 individuals, and with only 5 of us aboard, it was not crowded. Lu Yan's soul power surged, transforming into a crimson sphere that flew towards Su Muting and Su Man. She then advised me and U Mountain, "Make sure to hold on tight. Remember to protect your bodies with soul power, as the Fire Spirit Sparrow flies swiftly." Below, Hong Bing and Zhongying shouted, "You all must train diligently. I'll be joining you soon." The students of Class 7 and De Huang waved their hands, and during this time, the Fire Spirit Sparrow began to flap its wings and ascend into the sky. Seeing everyone wave goodbye, I responded in kind, "Until we meet again." At that moment, Su Man and Su Muting had reddened eyes, for it was their first time leaving their families and classmates, departing from the city they had known for over a decade. Lu Yin noticed their emotional state but chose not to comment, instead sitting cross-legged on the back of the Fire Spirit Sparrow, silently cultivating. A gust of wind swept through, nearly knocking U Mountain and me off balance. Unlike Su Man and Su Muting, we lacked Lu Yin's soul power for protection. I felt my own soul power surge, forming a scarlet sphere around my body. Meanwhile, U Mountain was enveloped in a bright yellow glow. The wind held past us, and I was oblivious to the speed of the Fire Spirit Sparrow or when we would arrive at the Celestial Path Academy. I closed my eyes, allowing the creation Jade Divine Lotus Heart Sutra to circulate, calming my mind, and entering a meditative state, much like Lu Yan. Yu Mountain followed suit. Only Su Man and Su Muting occasionally glanced at Lu Yan, then at me and Yu Mountain, puzzled by our methods of cultivation. It was understandable, as I had the heavenly burning sacred canon, while Yu Mountain possessed an innate technique stemming from his martial soul awakening. This was the advantage of possessing a top-tier martial soul. Those without awakened martial souls would have to wait until they entered the academy to select suitable techniques for cultivation. In this moment, I had entered a state of deep meditation, my mind clear. Past experiences and memories gradually sank into the depths of my heart. Hey, Celestial Path Academy. Here I come. Chapter 38, Arrival. New student registration. I was unsure how much time had passed when I felt the wind around me slowly diminish. I opened my eyes. Emerging from my shallow state of meditation, I noticed the fire spirit sparrow gently descending, finally landing on the ground. I had previously gathered some knowledge about the Celestial Path Academy. It was situated in the heart of Demon City, and it was the only martial soul university in the entire city. It can be said that the entire economy of the Magic City supports the extraordinarily renowned Tiandao Sacred Academy of Huagua. However, Tiandao Sacred Academy provides ample protection to the Magic City. As long as one resides within its borders, safety is absolutely guaranteed. Many individuals come here in admiration, bringing with them a significant influx of visitors and economic activity. As one of the 3 prestigious institutions, Tiandao Sacred Academy excels in every regard. The entire campus spans over several dozen square kilometers, an area equivalent to hundreds of standard football fields. This is merely the outer academy. As for the inner academy, apart from Tiandao Sacred Academy itself, no one knows its exact location, adding an additional layer of mystery to the institution. When a few individuals dismounted from the back of the fire spirit sparrow, apart from Lu Yan, the others were filled with awe. In his past life, Lu Qingchen had encountered countless schools, having paid homage to many renowned universities across the nation. He had seen innumerable middle schools, high schools, and universities, including Qingchen, one high school, where he currently resides. However, he had never seen a school like Tiandao Sacred Academy, where the entrance alone stands nearly 100 meters tall and several dozen meters wide. Gazing upward, he beheld the grand entrance adorned with 4 robust and elegant characters, Tiandao Sacred Academy. Aside from these 4 ancient and forceful characters, the entrance was devoid of anything else. Appearing as a cohesive whole, the grandeur of this entrance left Lu Qingchen and his companions in stunned silence for several minutes. Yushan stared wide-eyed at the 4 characters, which loomed even larger than himself. At this moment, Lu Yan chuckled lightly, saying, "Is this feeling of shock overwhelming? Just wait until you experience even greater astonishments." She then added, "Come, I shall take you to the registration office." With a flash of light from the pouch at her waist, the enormous fire spirit sparrow transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the bag. Lu Yan then led the group to the registration area, informing them, "You will register here shortly. I will arrange everything else. I have matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you for now. Just a heads up. All students in the outer academy train here. Only students from the inner academy and advanced instructors may enter the inner academy. And only the top 10 newcomers from the freshman trials can proceed to the inner academy." Lu Qingchen listened attentively to Lu Yan's words, noting her somewhat flirtatious smile as she continued, "Just so you know, conflicts are quite normal in the outer academy, as long as upperclassmen don't bully underclassmen. If someone crosses the line, remember to give them a good thrashing." She punctuated her statement by waving her delicate fist. The group stood in awe of Lu Yan's sudden disappearance after she took a few steps forward, leaving them thoroughly astonished on their very first day at Tiandao Sacred Academy. Shaking his head to regain composure, Lu Qingchen began to contemplate Lu Yan's earlier remarks. The outer academy students train here, while only advanced instructors and inner academy students may access the inner academy. Furthermore, only those who rank in the top 10 of the freshman trials can enter the inner academy. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen grasped the crux of the matter. The reason for restricting access to the inner academy to the top 10 newcomers was singular, namely, the training environment and resources. Having discerned this relationship, Lu Qingchen led Yushan and the others to the registration area. At the registration desk, they encountered a male student who appeared to be a couple of years older than Lu Qingchen. This student was seated, casually resting his legs on the table while munching on sunflower seeds. Upon noticing their arrival, he quickly stood up, his eyes lighting up with a smile as he exclaimed, "Are you all newcomers to Tiandao Sacred Academy, here to register?" This young man had a somewhat handsome appearance, yet he was far from frail. Lu Qingchen sensed the immense strength concealed within his sturdy frame. "Yes, we are here to register, guided by instructor Lu Yan," Yushan replied. Astutely recognizing Lu Yan's notable reputation within the school, believing that mentioning her name would facilitate their process. "Oh, Lu Yan the senior? She's quite remarkable," the young man replied. "Please register, and I'll share some information about the academy with you afterwards." The 4 of them quickly completed their registration. "You are the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination," Lei Xian exclaimed, glancing at the registration form in surprise. Qingchen politely nodded, feeling a bit bashful as he replied, I prefer to keep a low profile. I was merely fortunate to achieve first place. At that moment, Lei Xian regarded Qingchen with the same reverence one would reserve for gold, his eyes gleaming with admiration. After inquiring further, Qingchen learned that this somewhat handsome student was named Lei Xian, a third-year student from the Outer Academy. Perhaps due to Qingchen's status as the top scorer, Lei Xian was exceptionally enthusiastic. Noticing the absence of other students at the academy, Lei Xian smiled and suggested, since it's quiet now, let me show you around. The group nodded appreciatively, recognizing that having a senior to guide them would be quite beneficial as they familiarized themselves with the environment. Look, this is the teaching building ahead, where we have our classes. There are a total of 4 buildings. Lei Xian pointed to the 4 somewhat antiquated structures with a smile. Each building corresponds to a different grade, the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year teaching buildings. The curriculum is relatively straightforward, but each instructor has their own unique approach. Pay attention to the colors. The white building is for first years, the yellow for second years, and the purple and red correspond to third and fourth years, respectively. However, the school uniforms are all white, and the distinction lies in the Heavenly Dao Academy emblem on the uniforms. At this point, Lei Xian indicated the golden emblem on his uniform, prompting Qingchen to take a closer look. He discovered the emblem was composed of 3 weapons and a divine dragon. The color of the emblem represented one's grade level, classified into white, yellow, purple, and red. Noticing that Lei Xian's emblem was not purple, but rather gold, Su Man curiously inquired, Senior Lei Xian, why is your emblem gold instead of purple? Upon hearing this, Lei Xian's enthusiasm surged, and he replied with a look of delight. I was waiting for someone to ask that. You see, a gold emblem signifies a core student in the Outer Academy, essentially, the elite among all Outer Academy students. Hearing this, Qingchen couldn't help but voice his skepticism. But doesn't that mean you can't distinguish which grade the core students belong to? With a mysterious smile, Lei Xian gestured for Qingchen to examine his emblem closely. Upon closer inspection, Qingchen noticed a purple mark within the gold emblem. The design was remarkably clever, and the quality of the Heavenly Dao Academy uniforms was far superior to those he had worn in his previous schools. The mere thought of his old school uniform sent shivers down his spine, evoking feelings of embarrassment. Reflecting on this, Qingchen couldn't resist exclaiming, the design of the Academy uniforms is truly ingenious, and the material is exceptional. Hearing this, Yushan and the other 2 girls grew curious and asked, how exactly do you differentiate which grade a core student belongs to? Look at the small mark within this emblem, Lei Xian patiently explained, pointing to the purple mark. In which grade does this emblem signify a particular hue? Though such a statement is made, it cannot conceal the pride evident in one's gaze. Being a core member of the esteemed external college, indeed, is a source of pride. After elucidating the inquiries of the crowd, Lei Xian continued to guide them on a tour. As they strolled, they encountered another structure adorned in the same color as before, prompting Qingchen and the others to glance back at Lei Xian. With eloquence, Lei Xian remarked, this is the dormitory building, the residence of the external college students, similarly categorized by color. Noticing the group nodding and understanding, Lei Xian's tone shifted suddenly to one of gravity. Each dormitory accommodates 2 individuals, offering ample space and comprehensive facilities. However, it is imperative that I convey this to you. The group turned serious, and Lei Xian, satisfied, nodded slightly. Every grade's core members have their designated quarters. Only by residing there can one truly claim to possess an optimal cultivation environment. Having said this, he led Qingchen and the others toward the adjacent dormitory building, clearly intending to broaden their horizons. The newcomers hurried to keep pace. As they walked, they arrived at a villa district, where Lei Xian halted and cleared his throat. Here lies the abode of the core members, also referred to as the core zone. As they approached the villas, the group initially assumed these were residences for the Academy's mentors and leadership. For indeed, these were not mere dormitories. They were exquisite, high-end villas. Each villa was a standard 3-story loft, resplendent in white and embellished with numerous golden patterns. It remained uncertain whether these were genuinely adorned with gold leaf. Behind the villas lay a moderately sized artificial lake, dotted with boats and wooden piers. Standing not far from the villas, Qingchen and the others felt a noticeable acceleration in the flow of their soul force. Observing their reaction, Lei Xian smiled. Do you sense your soul force circulating at an accelerated pace? The group eagerly nodded, with a mysterious grin. He continued, this is due to the presence of a small spirit vein beneath these 40 villas, which enhances the concentration of spiritual energy in the environment, thereby expediting the cultivation of soul practitioners. The group stood in astonishment, marveling at the opulence of the Tiandao Sacred Academy. Lei Xian, feeling a swell of pride at their astonishment, pointed to one of the villas. Do you see that? That is my residence. At this moment, Su Man, somewhat perplexed, inquired, isn't cultivation supposed to be arduous? Why does this environment seem far superior to our own homes? It is known that soul practitioners are significantly more affluent than ordinary individuals. Thus, this level of expenditure is trivial. Moreover, Cultivation is inherently monotonous. If the living conditions were inadequate, it would indeed drive one to madness. Lei Xian regarded Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan with a knowing gaze. Furthermore, even if a grade comprises 1,000 students, only 10 may gain access to the villa district for cultivation. Such odds are indeed rare. And who among those admitted to the Tiandao Sacred Academy is not a prodigy among millions? Without further regard for the crowd's current sentiments, Lei Xian proceeded to familiarize Lu Qingchen and the others with the training grounds, the athletic fields, and the dining halls. The dining halls, in particular, were remarkable. One was exceptionally vast, boasting 4 stories, with each floor capable of accommodating thousands of diners. The other dining hall, though modest in height, was lavishly adorned. Anticipating their inquiries, Lei Xian preemptively remarked, "The cuisine in this grand dining hall is quite ordinary, but in the smaller hall, the dishes consist of ingredients that can enhance physical attributes and soul power, albeit at exorbitant prices." Spreading his arms, he wore a comical expression. However, core members dine at merely 1/10 of the cost, while others are not afforded such privileges. At this moment, Lu Qingchen and his companions fully comprehended their status. Within the Tiandao Sacred Academy, core members receive nothing but the finest, superior accommodations, cultivation environments, and abundant resources. The group silently resolved to strive for the status of core members in the external college. After concluding the tour, Lei Xian addressed them. "Do you have any further questions? If so, feel free to ask, for I must return to my duties shortly." At this juncture, Lu Qingchen, harboring a slight curiosity, queried, "Senior, we have just toured the academy, yet aside from a few individuals in the dormitory area, we encountered no one in the villa district." Indeed, while there are only 40 core members, Lu Qingchen's mental acuity allowed him to perceive a radius of 100 meters, yet he found the villa district entirely deserted. Lei Xian, somewhat taken aback by Lu Qingchen's observation, patiently explained, "They have ventured elsewhere, to a location accessible solely to core disciples in the external college. Once you become core members, you will naturally come to know of it." Lu Qingchen nodded, gradually grasping where those core members had departed. Recalling that Lu Yin had also vanished in an instant. Seeing that Lei Xian appeared eager to return, Lu Qingchen hastily added, "Senior, one last question. Where are we to reside now?" Lei Xian, nearly forgetting their lack of accommodations, gestured toward the central villa. "That villa is yours." The white lettering on it indicates that prior to participating in the new student trials, placements were determined by the National Martial Arts Examination rankings. Since you topped the National Martial Arts Examination, you will reside directly in the core zone. Having uttered these words, he hurried off to resume his duties. Lu Qingchen still had many unanswered questions, such as why core members were not engaged in cultivation, but were instead at the registration office welcoming new students. Such tasks should fall to ordinary students. However, he refrained from voicing these queries, as many matters would soon become clear in 3 days. Thus, he accompanied Yushan and the others toward their temporary residence, the core zone. Chapter 40, Provocation. The first building in the core zone for first-year students. As Lu Qingchen and his companions arrived at the entrance, they found a set of keys hanging on the door. It was the day designated for new student enrollment, and the previous cohort of newcomers had presumably advanced to their second year, while those who did not progress had likely been eliminated. Upon pushing the door open, the group was awestruck by the spacious living room. They dashed upstairs and downstairs, repeatedly surveying their surroundings. Goodness, is this truly the place where core members cultivate? Beyond a single bedroom, the villa boasted a living room, study, training room, bathroom, and even a kitchen. It felt more like a haven for leisure than a mere residence. However, the training room was rather compact, accommodating only 2 individuals, yet within it, the concentration of spiritual energy was overwhelmingly rich. As Lu Qingchen stepped inside, he felt his martial soul fervently absorbing the energy within the room. His pores opened wide. He had never experienced such comfort before. Moreover, the entire villa was outfitted with pristine infrastructure and essential amenities. Aside from a few personal belongings, everything else was readily available. After exploring, Yu Shan and Lu Qingchen returned to the living room, settling onto the plush sofa, exchanging glances filled with exhilaration. Su Man and Su Muting began to organize their luggage, while Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan gazed at each other, their eyes sparkling with excitement. With exuberance, Yu Shan exclaimed to Lu Qingchen, "Brother Chun, I suddenly have no desire to return home. I wish to reside here indefinitely. It is simply too comfortable." Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement. His fleeting melancholy from leaving home dissipated by the serene ambience of the Tiandao Sacred Institute. However, he earnestly replied to Yu Shan, "If you wish to dwell in the core area, or an even more splendid place, you must take the freshman trial seriously." Yu Shan solemnly nodded. Curiosity etched on his face as he inquired, "Brother Chun, what constitutes a better place? Also, do you know where Mentor Lu Yin has gone?" Lu Qingchen speculated with keen intuition. "If I am not mistaken, they are likely in another dimension, which may indeed be the true location of the Tiandao Sacred Institute." The two engaged in light conversation, unperturbed by other matters, and soon arrived at the training room. The training chamber was modest in size, with 2 mats laid on the floor. They each sat cross-legged, commencing their cultivation. Time slipped by as they practiced for several hours, until a knock echoed from outside the training room. Yushan, Lu Qingchen, it's nearly evening. Shall we go for dinner? Came the voice of Su Muting. The two concluded their session and exited the training room to find Su Muting and Su Man waiting at the door. Lu Qingchen caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, likely from shampoo, suggesting the two had just bathed upstairs. Su Muting noticed Lu Qingchen seemingly inhaling the air, and her cheeks flushed slightly, but she still addressed the two. You both are truly diligent, putting in such effort on your first day. I don't wish to fall behind, especially if there are many talented newcomers. I certainly don't want to be expelled from the core area. Lu Qingchen spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two young women dimmed slightly. Su Man quietly remarked, you two will undoubtedly be fine. You possess top-tier talents. However, we fear. At this moment, Yushan, brimming with confidence, waved his hand and declared, no worries. With Brother Chen here, as long as he passes, we will have a villa to reside in. Lu Qingchen shot a sidelong glance at Yushan, thinking to himself how uncertain he felt, yet Yushan appeared so assured. The topic did not linger, and Lu Qingchen asked, by the way, where do you plan to eat? The two young women shook their heads, indicating they were unsure. Su Man then produced 2 apples, handing one to Lu Qingchen and the other to Yushan. Leaving the core area, they continued their stroll within the academy. The sky had darkened, and Lu Qingchen noticed an influx of students entering and exiting the premises. He observed many heading towards a larger cafeteria, moving briskly, with several carrying takeout boxes upon their exit. Yushan, likely feeling a pang of hunger, suggested to the group, shall we check out the cafeteria? Su Man and Su Muting nodded in agreement. Let's first see if Senior Lei Xian is still at the registration desk. If he is, we could invite him to join us for a meal, Lu Qingchen proposed. Given that Senior Lei Xian had been quite helpful earlier, it would be beneficial to have someone familiar as they navigated the academy's various rules. The women concurred, acknowledging it would indeed be wise to invite Senior Lei Xian along. Thus, the group took a detour to the registration desk, where they indeed found Lei Xian reclining in a chair, munching on sunflower seeds. It seemed there were not many new arrivals that day. Lei Xian was somewhat surprised to see them again, as Lu Qingchen approached and said, Senior Lei Xian, it's mealtime. How about joining us for dinner? Lei Xian's eyes lit up. He was indeed rather impoverished, which was why he had taken a part-time job at the registration desk. He silently praised the students for their kindness in inviting him along. As he stood to leave, shutting the door behind him, a brash voice boomed from outside. Does no one here have any sense? You see I have arrived, and yet no one comes to greet me? What does closing the door mean? Lu Qingchen and the others turned to see 4 or 5 figures. The voice belonging to a young man at the forefront. Seeing their attention on him only inflated his arrogance, prompting him to continue loudly. What are you all staring at? Who is responsible for welcoming new students? Can't you see someone has arrived? Lu Qingchen glanced at Lei Xian, who was visibly twitching at the corners of his mouth. The arrogant youth, noticing their lack of response, pointed at Lu Qingchen and shouted even louder, are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Did you not see someone arrive? Lu Qingchen was taken aback by the audacity of such arrogance in university. Feeling a surge of indignation as the young man continued to speak condescendingly, he retorted coldly, who dares to shout here? Are you unable to control that mouth of yours? How dare you insult me? Do you even know who I am? The young man was livid, his face contorting in rage, as he had never been spoken to in such a manner before. I care not who you are, mind your tongue, or I shall not hesitate to impart a lesson you won't soon forget. Lu Qingchen replied with an indifferent demeanor, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 41, Divine Powers? Law Manifestation. Lu Qingchen had always adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked, yet there were always those foolhardy enough to challenge him. At this moment, the young man, trembling with wrath, pointed a shaking finger at Lu Qingchen, exclaiming, you are courting death. With that, he lunged forward, aiming to strike Lu Qingchen with a punch. Lu Qingchen had been feeling particularly stifled of late, and his life in Qingchen had been exceedingly tranquil. Moreover, as a member of the Dragon Clan, born for battle and endowed with the Golden Emperor Dragon martial soul, he yearned for combat. Thus, as the young man charged, golden light surged in Lu Qingchen's eyes. Rather than evade the incoming fist, he advanced boldly, delivering a punch of his own. His fist shimmered with golden soul energy, the force compressing the air to produce a creaking sound. In the next moment, their fists collided with a resounding crack, and one of the combatants' bones shattered. The young man let out a pained scream, only to receive another powerful punch to his chest from Lu Qingchen. He was sent flying, landing on the ground in a crumpled heap, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The 4 companions of the young man were clearly unprepared for such an outcome, and upon witnessing their master in such a pitiful state, one of the middle-aged men seethed, you little wretch, you are asking for death. The middle-aged man swiftly charged forward, his trajectory somewhat unbelievable, a yellow glow flickering in his hands. With yellow soul energy coalescing in his palms, he struck at Lu Qingchen, mountain-crushing palm. Lu Qingchen's expression turned grave. His martial soul instantaneously enveloped him, his arms swelling to an impressive girth, while his right hand transformed into a claw of radiant gold. With an expression of cold detachment, he unleashed his crimson-hued energy through the golden claw. In the next instant, the claw tore through the yellow light. Along with the middle-aged man's palm, the man clutched his bloodied, torn palm and was sent flying backward, while Qingchen staggered several steps due to the force of that palm strike. Upon witnessing their companion's inability to withstand Qingchen, the other middle-aged men surged towards him. Yushan instinctively attempted to shield Qingchen, but before he could react, a graceful figure had already appeared in front of Qingchen. It was Lei Xian. Seeing Lei Xian standing before Qingchen, the expressions of the other middle-aged men turned cruel, their bodies radiating various luminous energies. Subsequently, they unleashed their arcane powers, coalescing beams of light into a massive, earthen-hued hand. This gigantic rocky appendage descended upon Lei Xian, but suddenly, a colossal blue, beastly silhouette emerged behind him. As Qingchen and the others focused their gaze, they were astonished to recognize it as a lion, its body crackling with electricity. With a ferocious roar, the lion's fur acted like lightning rods, instantly piercing through the massive rock hand. The countless lightning strikes did not cease upon breaching the rocky appendage. Instead, they shot directly toward the group of middle-aged men. In the next moment, the men grunted and collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. "Go back to where you came from, and mind your manners in this place," Lei Xian coldly remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen men. In truth, Lei Xian had held back, retracting a significant portion of his soul power at the last moment, which reduced the number of lightning strikes by nearly 90%. Otherwise, those men would have been thoroughly perforated. At this moment, Qingchen's once formidable golden claws had reverted to human hands, though his right arm was tattered and torn. Su Man and Su Muting were utterly stunned, not merely by the terrifying thunderous lion behind Lei Xian, but by the overwhelming aura exuded by Qingchen after his martial soul manifested, causing them to tremble involuntarily. At this juncture, the advantage of the martial soul became evident. Compared to the two women, Yushan appeared entirely unfazed. Lei Xian retracted the massive lion behind him and turned to say, "Let us go. Ignore these fellows. If they dare to make a move in the academy again, the enforcement personnel will handle them." A radiant smile adorned his face as he looked at Yushan and Qingchen, adding, "I am indeed a bit hungry. Let us proceed to dine." Thus, Lei Xian led the group to the dining hall, not the large one, but the smaller canteen designated for core students. Upon reaching the counter, Lei Xian called out, "Old Zhang, 5 portions of charcoal grilled dragon wings, 5 bowls of purple spirit rice, and a serving of blue spirit egg soup. Please." With a flash of light, Lei Xian produced a handful of small stones and handed them to old Zhang. Qingchen and the others quickly interjected, "Senior Lei Xian, since you previously showed us around the academy, it is only right that we treat you." Lei Xian chuckled, "It's no trouble at all. Although I am somewhat impoverished, treating my junior brothers and sisters to a meal is quite manageable. Besides, I receive a discount here. You can treat me once you become core students, and that will be perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, for both Yushan and Qingchen were confident in becoming core students. Moreover, as a third-year core student of the Outer Academy, Lei Xian possessed a keen eye for talent. Just by witnessing Qingchen's martial soul manifestation, he instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. Typically, only a few core students in the Outer Academy could achieve such a complete transformation of their entire arm into a beast form, often only after utilizing a soul pearl. Most significantly, the instant Qingchen released his martial soul, Lei Xian felt a subtle, yet palpable pressure, a sensation rarely experienced in the academy, even among those with top-tier beast martial souls of the lion and tiger class. At that moment, the canteen reserved for core students was rather desolate. The group gathered around a round table and took their seats. Just as they settled in, Yushan curiously inquired, "Senior Lei, what was that enormous hand produced by those soul warriors earlier?" "Indeed. And what about the colossal lion that appeared behind you?" Su Man and Su Muting excitedly chimed in. With a slight smile, Lei Xian replied, "The massive hand was a manifestation of a ground martial realm technique, while the lion behind me is my Dharma form." A proud expression filled his features as he spoke. "Wait, Senior Lei, what is the ground martial realm? And what is a Dharma form? I don't quite understand." The other three looked at him in confusion, save for Qingchen. "Little Lei, your dinner is ready." Just as Lei Xian prepared to explain, old Zhang's voice interrupted, prompting him to rise and collect the meal. "Let us eat first and discuss as we dine. Someone help me carry the dishes." Yushan was the first to stand, eagerly following Lei Xian to gather the dinner. They returned swiftly, carrying several enormous trays. Qingchen and Su Muting's eyes widened with astonishment upon seeing the trays, which bore 5 gigantic grilled wings, each nearly the length of their arms. Is this a grilled wing?" Su Muting and Su Man exclaimed in shock. Qingchen swallowed hard, not solely due to the impressive size of the wings, but because the glistening sheen of the grilled wings was simply irresistible. Yushan had already begun to gnaw on one of the massive wings. Satisfied with the reaction of the two women, Lei Xian chuckled with delight. Ha! These are wings from a formidable avian beast known as the flying dragon. The meat is exceptionally delectable. Additionally, the flesh of the flying dragon contains spiritual energy, which is highly beneficial for cultivation. Surely the price of these flying dragon wings must be exorbitant, right? Suman expressed concern, realizing Lei Xian had ordered 5 portions. Lei Xian waved his hand dismissively, picking up a grilled wing. Fortunately, while ordinary students may find them unaffordable, core students receive significant discounts. Besides, I'm in a good mood today, indulging a bit 1T hurt. By the way, senior, what were those small stones you used to pay? Can they be used as currency? Su Muting suddenly inquired. Oh, those are soul stones. They can be used to assist in cultivation. Most transactions within the academy, including purchasing items, are conducted using soul stones. Lei Xian explained while savoring a massive flying dragon wing. Soul stones. I think I have quite a few. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up. He remembered possessing several soul stones, but was uncertain of their purpose. He quickly asked, how do you use soul stones during cultivation? It's quite simple. When absorbing soul power, just hold the soul stone in your hand while practicing your cultivation technique, Lei Xian replied. Lu Qingchen felt a pang of frustration for not knowing such a straightforward method. Meanwhile, the 3 boys were devouring the flying dragon wings, their mouths smeared with grease. Only Su Muting and Su Man were particularly mindful of their appearances, feeling somewhat shy and eating delicately, unlike the others who devoured their food with gusto. In just a short while, Yushan and Lu Qingchen finished their meals, followed closely by Lei Xian. Noticing that the 2 girls had barely made a dent in their dishes, Lei Xian earnestly remarked, my dear junior sisters, there's no need to be so refined while dining at the academy. Have you not seen those senior sisters? Goodness. When I dined with them previously, I nearly dropped my jaw in astonishment. What is the most crucial aspect in the academy? It is cultivation, of course. Time is a resource. If you continue to eat like this, others will have cultivated for half an hour longer than you. However, being girls, it's understandable that you might feel a bit restrained. Nevertheless, upon hearing Lei Xian's words, they began to mimic their peers, eating heartily. At that moment, Lei Xian, Lu Qingchen, and Yushan exchanged knowing smiles. You all inquired about the Earth Martial Realm and the Law Manifestation earlier, didn't you? Allow me to enlighten you now. Lei Xian took a sip of the purple spirit egg soup, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The Earth Martial Realm, also known as the Divine Ability Realm, is merely a term for distinguishing levels of cultivation. By now, you should have awakened your martial souls, which is referred to as the Awakening Realm, also known as the Spirit Martial Soul Master. Once you have filled your martial soul with soul power, you will comprehend a divine ability from within it. Upon grasping this divine ability, you will ascend to the Divine Ability Realm, a stage where you can commence your personal cultivation. At this moment, Lei Xian expounded on the knowledge of martial arts with fervor. The others, having only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, listened intently as he explained. Once one reaches the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, advancing further requires utilizing the martial soul as a guide to forge one's own law manifestation, which is akin to the thunderous lion law manifestation I possess. After forging the law manifestation, the power of the divine ability employed will far exceed that of the Divine Ability Realm. Suddenly, Lei Xian paused, clearing his throat. At this juncture, I must clarify something for you. Your current realm is known as the Awakening Realm, commonly referred to as the Spirit-level Soul Martial Master. The Divine Ability Realm is also termed as the Earth-level Soul Martial Master, while the Law Manifestation is classified as the Heaven level. For ease of reference, we can simply refer to them as Spirit Martial, Earth Martial, and Heaven Martial. This delineation pertains to the early stages of martial arts. As for what lies ahead, you will discover that in due time. After speaking at length, Lei Xian felt parched and quickly gulped down a generous mouthful of soup. The others, having absorbed his insights, fell into contemplation, processing the martial knowledge he had shared. Observing their deep thought, Lei Xian rose with a smile and said, all right, take your time with your meal. I shall return to my cultivation. With that, he departed, leaving Lu Qingchen and the others behind. Su Muting and Su Man continued to savor the dragon wings, while Lu Qingchen and Yushan sipped their soup slowly. Spirit Martial, Earth Martial, Heaven Martial. What comes after Heaven Martial? Could it be the King's realm? Upon recalling the thunderbolts released by Lei Xian's thunderous lion law manifestation, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but let his imagination wander. He wondered when he might cultivate to the law manifestation realm. Lei Xian was merely 2 grades above them, yet possessed such formidable strength. He pondered whether he would be as powerful by his 3rd year. Shaking his head, he felt a heightened sense of urgency. At that moment, Su Muting and Su Man finished their meals and wiped their mouths. Su Muting exclaimed with delight, the soul power contained in these dragon wings is astonishing. I feel as though I have broken through a small realm. Lu Qingchen shared her sentiment, feeling a significant increase in his soul power after dinner. Perhaps it was due to Lei Xian's words that everyone felt an impending sense of urgency. Without further ado, they hurried back to the core area. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Qingchen made his way to the training chamber. A flash of light from his ring revealed 2 soul stones in his hand. Following Lei Xian's instructions, he placed the 2 soul stones in his palm and activated the burning heaven sacred cannon. Qingchen felt his soul power surge rapidly within him. Moments later, the soul stones depleted their energy, crumbling into dust. He then retrieved another pair of soul stones and continued his cultivation. Time passed, and suddenly, Qingchen felt his body tremble, as if he had broken through a small realm. With a thought, he opened his information panel. Host, Qingchen. Martial Soul, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon. Creation, Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Realm, 4th level. Mental Power, Crescent Moon, 2nd tier, 33. Cultivation Techniques, Burning Heaven Sacred Cannon. Undying Body of the Emperor Dragon. Creation Jade Clarity Heart Sutra. Divine Abilities, Not Activated, Fire, Dragon. Items, Eastern Sovereign Bell, 2 Minor Creation Pills. Burning Heaven Divine Seed, Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, 100 Soul Stones. Gazing at the information panel before him, Qingchen let out a slow breath. He had reached the 4th level of the Awakening Realm. Tonight's meal combined with the Soul Stone cultivation had allowed him to ascend another small realm. Chapter 43, The Unconventional Martial Soul. It remains to be seen how long it will take to reach the King's realm. The journey is arduous. Qingchen examined his storage ring, noting that the top of the mountain of soul stones had already diminished. After calculating, he realized that this session of cultivation had consumed around 200 soul stones over approximately 4 to 5 hours. At this rate, should he use up his 20,000 soul stones entirely for cultivation, it would last him roughly a month. Chanting had left him 10,000 soul stones, and there was another 10,000 from the system lottery. With his consumption rate of about 200 stones every 4 to 5 hours, he would need nearly 700 to 800 stones daily, not accounting for the time spent on eating and sleeping. Resources. Indeed, resources are paramount in cultivation. No wonder his father had advised him to seize what must be seized before departing. Chenggu. Why is there a firebird and a dragon swirling around you while you cultivate? The voice of Yushan broke through his thoughts, and Qingchen opened his eyes to see Yushan staring wide-eyed at him. A bird and a dragon around me? What do you mean? Qingchen was bewildered by Yushan's statement. Yushan hurriedly clarified. Just now, when I finished my cultivation and was about to wake you, I noticed a dragon and a firebird circling around you during your practice. Qingchen, skeptical, began to circulate his technique again, opening his eyes to check for the phenomena Yushan described. After waiting for a while and finding nothing unusual, he playfully tapped Yushan on the head. Speak. Are you trying to fool me? Yushan, feeling wronged, rubbed his head and insisted, I truly saw it. And when you were cultivating, the area around you was incredibly hot, extending about 2 meters from your body. Seeing that Yushan was indeed sitting 2 meters away, Qingchen nodded, realizing the boy wasn't joking. As for the nature of his cultivation, he would inquire about it later with Han Meng. As long as it didn't affect his cultivation, he was unconcerned. He waved his hand at Yushan, saying, it's nothing. As long as it doesn't interfere with my cultivation, I'll ask Master about it after the freshman trials. Yushan nodded seriously, knowing that Han Meng was the vice president of the Heavenly Path Sacred Academy and undoubtedly well-informed. No longer entangled in these matters, the two of them exited the training room and made their way to the second-floor chamber. Qingchen noticed that Yushan's expression seemed somewhat peculiar. At that moment, Su Man was seated on the soft, large bed, staring blankly at the ceiling above her, though Su Muting was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, with a soft thud, the door swung open, and Qingchen along with Yushan stepped inside. Upon seeing the two enter, Su Man, who had been lost in thought, was startled and inadvertently exclaimed, "You're here?" Qingchen smiled at her and inquired, "What were you pondering?" "Why the days?" Su Man's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "Oh, nothing. I was just wondering if we could still stay here after the freshman trials." She suddenly lowered her head, feeling somewhat dejected. "But I'm merely a food-type martial soul, lacking any combat prowess. I certainly have no hope of making it into the top 10. Understanding her concern, Qingchen patted Yushan on the shoulder, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "What is the problem? Once Yushan breaks into the top 10, we will have a place to stay, won't we?" "Huh, is that possible?" Su Man asked, somewhat astonished at Yushan's capabilities. "Absolutely, Chenggu is right," Yushan said, ruffling his hair and beaming. "Yushan, your uncle mentioned before leaving that you should find a girlfriend at the academy. And I'm merely assisting you here. Don't let my good intentions go to waste," Qingchen thought to himself. He glanced around the room and noted Su Muting's absence, prompting him to ask, "Where's Su Muting? Why are you the only one here?" "Oh, she's around," Su Man began, but before she could finish, the door creaked open again. Su Muting had just finished her shower and was returning to rest, only to be taken aback upon entering the room and finding Yushan and Qingchen present. Their eyes met at that moment. "Ah!" Su Muting shrieked, covering her face, and hurriedly dashed to Su Man's bed, pulling the covers over herself. Embarrassment enveloped her as she wished to vanish into the ground. Fresh from her shower, she had only wrapped herself in a towel, oblivious to the presence of Qingchen and Yushan in the room. Lu Qingchen and Yushan discreetly turned their heads away, silently chanting, "I saw nothing. I saw nothing." An awkward atmosphere lingered. Su-man chuckled softly, "Come on. She's wearing a towel. It's not like she's undressed." Lu Qingchen felt his face flush, nearly bursting with embarrassment as he exchanged glances with the two. He hadn't expected his martial soul to possess such capabilities. "I'm a dignified person. It's the martial soul that's indecent." Lu Qingchen's mind raced. Perhaps due to his intense focus, he suddenly sensed a fragment of the Golden Emperor Dragon's ability awakening within him, the power to see through illusions. A remarkably potent and rare ocular technique. Under the influence of this technique, all concealments would be unveiled before Lu Qingchen's eyes. He could even perceive objects concealed behind walls. Unexpectedly, this little incident led Lu Qingchen to grasp a form of divine ability. At the moment of making eye contact with Su Muting and the others, he beheld an expanse of pure whiteness, and then it vanished. The two promptly turned away. The Golden Emperor Dragon possesses such prowess? Lu Qingchen exclaimed inwardly, realizing why the draconic gaze was often illuminated with golden light. He wondered if utilizing this ability would also cause his eyes to shimmer with gold. Fortunately, the parties involved were unaware. Su Muting peeked out from beneath the covers, somewhat awkwardly asking, "Aren't you all going to rest? It's quite late. We can practice tomorrow." Since the two girls had not yet selected their cultivation techniques, they could only rely on consuming medicinal pills and natural treasures to enhance their soul power. Rest? Yes, I'll go take a shower first. With his newfound abilities still fresh, Lu Qingchen had little inclination to continue practicing, instead yearning for rest. Moreover, he intended to explore his recently acquired power. He hurriedly made his way to the bathroom. The bathroom was spacious, infused with a subtle fragrance. Lu Qingchen's mind wandered back to the earlier scene that lingered in his thoughts. The expanse of white was indelibly etched in his memory. Turning on the shower, he let cold water cascade over his body, forcing himself to calm down. With the chill of the water, Lu Qingchen quickly regained his composure and began contemplating the functions of the three great martial souls. Chapter 44, The Arrival of New Students. Since awakening his martial soul and commencing his cultivation, aside from the physical transformations brought on by the martial soul manifestation, Lu Qingchen had scarcely discovered any other abilities. It wasn't until he recently advanced to the 4th level of awakening that he experienced a fragment of the Golden Emperor Dragon's prowess. Additionally, there was that time during his escape when he unleashed the Radiant Flame, incinerating a soul warrior who pursued him. Beyond that, he possessed no other divine abilities. In truth, typical soul warriors, upon reaching the awakening realm, would not awaken divine abilities unless they had also cultivated combat techniques. Only by fully saturating their martial soul's power could they hope to comprehend divine abilities, which typically occurred at the 9th level of awakening. Individuals like Lu Qingchen, who grasped divine abilities at the 4th level of awakening, were exceedingly rare. Only those who awakened a supreme martial soul could potentially comprehend them ahead of time. This was the terrifying aspect of supreme martial souls, which also accounts for their invincibility at the same tier. Contemplating this newfound ability, Lu Qingchen found himself somewhat speechless. While it allowed him to pierce through all illusions, what was the significance of X-ray vision? However, I quite like it. As he had just awakened this ability, Lu Qingchen struggled to control it effectively. "I shall call you the Golden Sacred Eye," he decided, satisfied with his naming skills. After finishing his shower, Lu Qingchen wrapped himself in a towel and returned to the room. Upon entering, he found the three of them staring intently at him, leaving him perplexed. "What are you all staring at? Is there something on my face?" The others shook their heads, and Su-man softly replied, "It's nothing. Hurry up and get to bed." It was then that Lu Qingchen realized that although this villa was quite spacious, there was only one bedroom. Furthermore, the bedroom contained 3 beds, none of which were particularly large, resembling single beds. It was certainly impractical for Lu Qingchen to share a bed with Yushan, given his size. However, it wouldn't do to sleep in the same bed as a girl. Thus, the 2 girls could only share one bed. As Lu Qingchen lay down after his shower, Yushan hurried to the bathroom. Lu Qingchen reclined on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. This was not due to any desire on his part, but rather a reflection of the fact that throughout his life, he had never shared a room with a girl. This made the self-proclaimed pure Lu Qingchen feel somewhat awkward. Sensing something, Su Muting peeked her head from under the covers and addressed Lu Qingchen, who was still staring at the ceiling. "Lu Qingchen, Su-man and I will be staying here for a few days, after the new students arrive. We'll move out." Su-man, lying beside her, cast a wistful glance at Su Muting, indicating her reluctance to leave. Lu Qingchen smiled gently at her. "It's all right. I don't mind. Living alone in such a large villa feels a bit too quiet. You are free to decide if you wish to move to the dormitory or stay longer." Indeed, Su-man and Su Muting also hold a great fondness for this place, particularly because of the training rooms, a luxury seldom found in dormitories. However, they were concerned that residing here for an extended period might impose upon Lu Qingchen, which led them to deliberate for quite some time before voicing their thoughts. Upon realizing that Lu Qingchen bore no objections, and that Su Man was reluctant to leave. Su Muting gently nodded, retreating once more beneath her covers. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glimmer of moisture welled in her eyes. Su Muting harbored profound regret for the harsh words she had directed at Lu Qingchen during class. What spurred such an outburst? Perhaps it was because Lu Qingchen had only recently reached the second stage of body refinement, or possibly due to her own momentary impulsiveness. She could not fathom why she had made such a decision. Each recollection of that moment sliced through her heart like a sharp blade. Her arrival at the Celestial Path Academy was motivated by a sense of indebtedness to Lu Qingchen, a desire to make amends. Little did she anticipate that upon arriving at the academy, it would be Lu Qingchen who quietly extended his assistance to them. Had it not been for him, they might have found themselves seeking a hotel outside the academy at this very moment. For reasons she could not articulate, Su Muting found herself increasingly perplexed by Lu Qingchen. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen himself was not overly concerned. After all, they were classmates, and he felt it was only natural to lend a helping hand. The three of them lay in bed, each lost in their own thoughts, until Yushan returned from his shower. He flopped onto the bed, which appeared diminutive compared to his robust frame, producing a creaking sound under his weight. However, the beds at the three prestigious academies were of exceptional quality and showed no signs of yielding. Su Man, do you have an apple? Toss one over. Yushan called out, perhaps feeling famished after a lengthy training session. Su Man quietly retrieved an apple from beneath her covers and tossed it to Yushan. After pondering for a moment, she produced another apple and handed it to Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen murmured as he held the apple. A soul master possessing a food-type martial soul is akin to a walking treasure trove. Observing Yushan devouring his apple, Lu Qingchen began to eat as well. The night passed in silence. Before long, the day of the new students' enrollment arrived, and the Celestial Path Academy began to bustle with activity. After enjoying breakfast at the modest cafeteria, the group made their way to the registration area. The registration desk was unoccupied, but a throng of people had gathered near the entrance. Lu Qingchen and his companions hurried over. At that moment, Lei Xian was extremely busy, as numerous new students had come to register. Li Si, new dormitory building 101. Please collect your key from the dormitory supervisor. Wang Wu, new dormitory building 102. Retrieve your key yourself. Lei Xian calmly recorded the information of each new student, while several second-year students maintained order nearby. You all have arrived? Upon spotting Lu Qingchen and the others, Lei Xian smiled and greeted them. Let me arrange accommodations for these two junior sisters first. Ignoring the rest of the crowd, he spoke directly. Su Muting, Su Man, you two will be in room 501. Go collect your keys, and then proceed to the fee payment area to settle your registration fee. As for little Lu, you will be in building 1 of the core area. Just inform the dormitory supervisor. Lu Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Yushan, yours should be in building 4 of the core area. You three can go collect your keys together. At this moment, Lu Qingchen inquired, Senior Lei, is it permissible to bring guests into the core area? Lei Xian was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qingchen's question, then glanced at Su Muting and Su Man, quickly grasping the implication. With a mischievous grin, he replied, yes, it is permitted, but exercise moderation. Don't let it interfere with your training. Before he could finish, someone in the crowd shouted, when will it be our turn? This is unfair. Why do some get to cut in line for early registration? A robust young man with small eyes and an air of superiority bellowed from the crowd. Furrowing his brow, Lei Xian calmly explained, I apologize. But those students arrived a few days ago, so they are being registered first. We will proceed with the next person. Is arriving a few days early a reason to cut in line? Is this the Academy's rule, or is it a custom you've established because you know them? The arrogant young man persisted. Lei Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the crowd, fixing his gaze on the young man with a shifty demeanor. You seem to carry yourself with an air of superiority. Might I inquire about your national ranking in the martial arts examination? The young man hesitated for a moment before a smug smile broke across his face, his pride evident. Listen well, I ranked 1999th in this year's national martial arts examination. What's the matter? Trying to change the subject? A bemused smile crept onto Lei Xian's face. Ranked 1999th? Quite impressive. He abruptly shifted the topic, pointing to Lu Qingchen and stating, do you know why I prioritized his registration? His name is Lu Qingchen, the top scorer in this year's national martial arts examination. He is entitled to these privileges. Instantly, the crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. The young man's expression soured, yet he stubbornly retorted, even if he is number 1. Does that grant him the right to cut in line? Is that the Academy's rule? Seeing his persistence, Lei Xian's demeanor turned icy. Number 1 does indeed warrant such treatment. That's my rule. If you disagree, feel free to report me to the Academy and seek punishment. Let's see if you possess the capability. Now, kindly return to your place in line. If you obstruct this process again, do you wish for me to deal with you personally? Lei Xian's cold snort resonated, his imposing presence silencing the crowd. The young man promptly slinked back to the end of the line, grumbling, once we enter the academy, I will report you. Await your consequences. Lei Xian paid no heed to his threats, instead addressing the crowd. Anyone who believes they have a higher ranking may step forward to register early. No need to wait in line. The rules here are set by me, and if you disagree, you can report me once you enter the academy. With Lei Xian's firm stance, no one dared to speak up, and they quietly formed an orderly line, awaiting their turn to register. Qingchen refrained from further interrupting Lei Xian's dealings, merely expressing his apologies. Senior Lei, I apologize for the trouble. Not at all. Such incidents occur every year. There's no need to concern yourself. You'll soon understand that in this academy, might makes right. Lei Xian patted Qingchen's shoulder with a smile. You all should go fetch your keys from the dormitory supervisor. Once I finish here, I'll come find you to chat. Qingchen chose not to linger on the matter, leading Yushan and the others toward the dormitory. Just before departing, he overheard Lei Xian's voice. Qingchen, ranked 3rd in the National Martial Arts Examination? Very well. You will be in Building 2 of the core area. The dormitory supervisor will guide you. The 4 individuals approached the dormitory supervisor's office, politely knocking on the door. Come in. A middle-aged woman, engrossed in her writing at the desk, responded after just a few seconds. Qingchen and his companions hurriedly entered, and upon noticing their youthful faces yet the absence of luggage, the woman inquired with a hint of skepticism, Are you here for the new student registration? They nodded in affirmation, with Suman sweetly chiming in, Auntie, we are all freshmen here to collect our dormitory keys. Mine is for room 501. The middle-aged woman rummaged through her desk for a while before producing a key, which she handed to Suman, her voice softening as she said, Little girl, please take good care of this key. If you happen to misplace it, just come back to me for a replacement. Perhaps charmed by Suman's petite and adorable demeanor, the woman spoke with gentle warmth. Thank you, Auntie. Suman replied cheerfully, presenting the woman with an apple as a token of gratitude. This gesture elicited a brighter smile from the supervisor, who then turned her attention to Qingchen and Yushan, her tone becoming noticeably softer. And you too? Which dormitory are you assigned to? Yushan scratched his head, grinning innocently as he responded. Auntie, I'm in the core area, Building 4. While he's in Building 1. The woman, looking at Yushan's honest smile, expressed disbelief. What did you say? The core area? Yes, Auntie. We are in Building 1 and Building 4 of the core area. I have already received my key and wanted to inform you, Qingchen explained. The woman's expression shifted as she regarded Yushan and Qingchen with newfound respect, promptly stating, Very well, very well. I could tell at a glance that you two are not ordinary students. The keys for the core area are already hanging by the door. Please register here, and you can collect them shortly. The two quickly filled out the registry, and the middle-aged woman gazed at them as if they were rare treasures. Goodbye, Auntie. After completing their registration, they bid farewell to the woman and hurried towards their residence. Upon arriving in front of the dormitory building, Yushan turned to the two girls and asked, Are you planning to stay in the dormitory or join us? The girls deliberated for a moment, hesitating. We'd like to stay in the dorm for a few days to see how it goes before making a decision. All right then, we will head off first. See you later. Qingchen waved goodbye, leading Yushan towards the core area. To Yushan's surprise, he asked Qingchen, Brother Chun, why didn't you invite them to stay with us? The cultivation environment here is excellent. Qingchen shot him a knowing glance and mysteriously replied, They will come over after a few days in the dorm. Yushan, filled with skepticism, chose not to dwell on it. And the two made their way to the core area. Upon locating Building 4 and unlocking the door, they found the interior quite similar to Building 1. They promptly entered the cultivation room, and Qingchen sensed that the spiritual energy here was not as rich as that in Building 1. However, the difference was negligible. If it weren't for Qingchen's keen sensitivity to spiritual energy due to his martial soul, he might not have noticed at all. After observing for a moment, he patted Yushan on the shoulder and earnestly said, Let us stay in Building 1 for now. The cultivation room there has denser spiritual energy. We should strive to elevate ourselves to the next minor realm before the new student trials. Chapter 46. It has arrived. With 3 days allocated for new student orientation, Qingchen and Yushan dedicated this time to intensive training in the cultivation room. As they absorbed numerous soul stones, Qingchen felt his soul power steadily rising. They continued their training in the cultivation room until the morning of the 3rd day. In a meditative posture, Qingchen emanated a unique aura. As the sacred flame cannon operated fervently, the dozens of soul stones in his hand were instantly reduced to dust. A robust energy radiated from him, followed by a surge of crimson soul power. Moments later, the energy gradually subsided and settled into tranquility. Exhaling deeply, Qingchen emerged from his meditative state, unable to suppress a long sigh of relief. In just 3 days, he had broken through to the 5th level of the awakening realm. A sense of something new within him stirred, and he was just about to investigate whether he had acquired a new ability when a heavy aura emerged from Yushan. As the golden soul power swirled around him, it eventually calmed, revealing a beaming Yushan. Brother Chun, I've broken through to the 3rd level of the awakening realm. Yes, I know, I'm at the 5th level now. Your progress seems a bit slow, Qingchen remarked, patting Yushan's shoulder with a tone of earnestness. Yushan had yet to savor the joy of his breakthrough when Qingchen's words doused his excitement with cold water. He stared at Qingchen for a moment before managing to utter, Impressive. After 2 days indoors, the two decided to venture outside. Exiting their comfortable villa, they strolled side by side along the tree-lined paths of the academy. They observed students congregating in small groups, as well as many who walked alone, most of whom moved with a brisk pace. Arriving at the grand cafeteria, they found it bustling with people, predominantly new students. Just as Qingchen and Yushan prepared to queue for food, a familiar voice called out, Qingchen, Yushan, over here. Suman and Su Muting waved from their table, prompting many in the cafeteria to turn their heads towards Qingchen, drawn not by the two girls, but by the mention of his name. Perhaps it was due to hearing Lei Xian mention him during registration, or because many were aware of the national martial arts exam rankings. A short-haired male student approached them, asking, "Are you the top scorer of the national martial arts exam?" Seeing no malice in the inquiry, Qingchen nodded. The young man laughed heartily, introducing himself. "I'm Zheng Yu. I ranked 21st in the national martial arts exam, but I am not satisfied with this position. I will challenge you during the new student trials." "Absolutely. I look forward to your challenge," Qingchen replied, eager for a sparring partner now that he had reached the 5th level of the awakening realm. After Zheng Yu waved goodbye, Qingchen and Yushan collected their meals and joined Su Man and Su Muting at their table. The cafeteria offered reasonably priced meals, comparable to what Qingchen had previously paid in Qingchen, albeit featuring only the most basic dishes. Once seated, Su Man excitedly asked, "Do you know about the new student trials?" The two shook their heads, having been immersed in their training for the past 2 days. "I've heard that the top 10 in the new student trials will gain direct access to the core area, along with many generous rewards," Su Muting said with envy. "Yes, it said that the top 10 freshmen can enter a mysterious place for several days of cultivation, along with receiving various elixirs and divine weapons as rewards." A mysterious place? Could it be the place where the inner courtyard students reside? Qingchen's thoughts raced, and he immediately recalled what Lu Yan had mentioned earlier. What exactly is the content of the new student trial? Curiously, he inquired. Su Man quietly replied, "We are not entirely sure either. We only heard that 10 out of 1,000 new students will be directly selected, but no one knows the specifics of the selection process." Qingchen sighed, exasperated by the lack of clarity. After finishing their lunch, the four of them strolled around the vast academy before returning to their respective dormitories. As Qingchen was about to open the door, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his back. Turning around, he discovered a charming girl with sparkling eyes. Strangely, her hair was not black, but a vibrant shade of green, exuding vitality. The girl, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Are you Qingchen?" With a smile. Qingchen nodded at the adorable girl and inquired, "Who are you? And do you need something from me?" Instead of responding, the girl flashed a playful grin and quickly departed, leaving behind the words, "You'll find out soon." Yushan looked at Qingchen, bewildered, as if to say, "When did you meet a new girl?" Qingchen could only shake his head helplessly, thinking one should remain modest, ignoring the trivialities. They both headed straight to the training room upon entering the villa. Aside from a brief outing for a light meal in the evening, they dedicated the remainder of their time to training. The night passed in silence. Time seemed to fly by during their training, and when Qingchen opened his eyes, daylight had arrived. Both had concluded their practice, as the new student admission ceremony was scheduled for today, followed by the new student trials. Their continued stay in the villa depended on the results of today's trials. After a quick wash, they made their way to the dining hall. The cafeteria was unusually crowded today, mostly filled with upperclassmen, while the number of new students was rather scant. Suddenly, a loud and urgent horn sounded, instantly stirring the cafeteria into a frenzy. "The new student admission ceremony is starting. Hurry to the playground. Let us go, to see the spectacle. Wait for me." The upperclassmen abandoned their meals, linking arms as they headed toward the playground. Observing the exodus, Qingchen quickly urged Yushan to follow suit. On their way to the playground, Qingchen noticed a throng of students heading in the same direction. Among such a large crowd, there were surely more than just new students. Why were so many upperclassmen attending the admission ceremony? It seemed this event was destined to be extraordinary. Qingchen mused, quickening his pace to keep up with the older students as they made their way to the Tian Dao Sacred Academy's playground. Chapter 47. The Arrival of Notable Figures. Before long, Qingchen and Yushan arrived at the playground. Unlike the modest 400-meter track at Qingchen's previous school, the Tian Dao Sacred Academy boasted a spacious playground with a track that extended several laps, roughly estimated to be over 3,000 meters. Excitement radiated from many students as they surged into the playground. Qingchen scanned the area and estimated the number of students had surpassed 3,000. Considering there were only 1,000 students per year, it appeared that 3/4 of the student body had gathered, not to mention numerous mentors and leaders. Though 3,000 seemed like a significant number, it appeared somewhat insignificant within the vast expanse of the Tian Dao Sacred Academy's playground. The scene was somewhat amusing, as Qingchen and many new students formed a massive square, surrounded by chuckling upperclassmen, with a considerable audience seated in the stands. At that moment, the new students resembled monkeys in a zoo, being scrutinized by a curious crowd, causing a wave of embarrassment to rise within each individual. The audience mainly consisted of 3rd and 4th year students, along with mentors from the Tian Dao Sacred Academy. If Lu Qingchen had observed closely, he would have noted Lei Xian among the audience, animatedly chatting with several students, occasionally revealing a mysterious smile. It has been quite a wait for the new student admission ceremony, one of them remarked. Indeed, I remember the previous year when we were surrounded like monkeys. Now it's their turn, another added with a chuckle. Out with the old, in with the new, I've heard there are quite a few promising talents this time. After the new student trials, renowned figures from the academy will come to recruit disciples. A male audience member expressed with hopeful anticipation. What does that matter? If one of those 2 stunning women were to take you as a disciple, that would be true fortune indeed. Another chimed in with a sly grin. Shush. A female mentor nearby frowned slightly. You all are quite bold. If the academy's higher-ups hear you, you'll be in for it. The group suddenly recalled the grueling training methods of the academy's leaders, causing an involuntary shiver to run down their spines, leading them to silence. The male mentors, who had been listening intently, saw the sudden quiet and quickly urged, continue speaking. The leaders are all busy training in the inner courtyard and want to attend the new student admission ceremony, I assure you. With the support and encouragement from the male mentors, Lei Xian and the other upperclassmen resumed their discussion, now joined by a few male mentors. I've heard that among this batch of students, there are individuals from the sacred city of life. Have you heard? One asked. Oh, I wasn't aware. I only know that both the vice principal and the principal are preparing to recruit disciples, another replied. Who knows which principal it will be? The new students are truly fortunate. If one of them catches the eye of either, it would be never mind the rest. If one were to be taken as a disciple by that impressive principal, that would be a real blessing. They continued to share their experiences, growing more animated in their conversation. Just as their excitement reached a peak, a clear, cold voice rang out. From the void emerged 3 figures, led by an extraordinarily beautiful woman whose ice-blue eyes seemed to reflect the sun, moon, and stars. The newcomers were none other than the vice principal of the academy, Han Meng, accompanied by a robust and a rather refined middle-aged man. Greetings, vice principal. The gathered students and mentors quickly bowed in respect upon seeing the trio. At this moment, Lei Xian and several male instructors were bowing their heads, avoiding each other's gaze as if afraid of being discovered. Just a moment ago, who was it that mentioned Dean Dainyu and the goddess? Please, continue. I wish to hear more. The elegantly featured middle-aged man said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Lei Xian and the male instructors lowered their heads even further, nearly touching the ground. Isn't this Lei Xian? Come, tell me more about the goddess's physique. The middle-aged man teased, winking at the bashful Lei Xian. Hypocrite, you've led me astray. Lei Xian thought vehemently, mentally sending a barrage of insults towards the man. Slowly, he raised his head and sheepishly addressed the dignitaries before him. There are too many people here. Let us not discuss it. Dean Lu, you should have mentioned earlier. I still remember what you said last time. Silence. Before he could finish, the middle-aged man shouted at Lei Xian, who immediately closed his mouth. The onlookers were astonished. In that instant, Lei Xian's open mouth snapped shut, emitting a muffled sound. Lu Qingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had nearly been put into a predicament by this troublesome lad. At this point, a robust middle-aged man chuckled. Lu Qingfeng, what is the fun in bullying students? If you have the ability, come and spar with me. Lu Qingfeng remained silent, merely clasping his fists in acknowledgement. No need to fight. I concede. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's demeanor, the robust man refrained from insisting on a match and sullenly took a seat. Can you be any more shameless? Han Meng remarked with resignation. If you wish, of course, you may, Lu Qingfeng replied with utmost seriousness. There's no saving you. Lu Yen sighed, indicating her fatigue. At this moment, Lei Xian was still struggling. After a long pause, he finally found his voice. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed Vice Dean Lu casting a disapproving glance his way. The words he was about to utter were swallowed back down, and he awkwardly said, Esteemed instructors and dean, the new students of Tian Dao Sacred Academy are about to arrive. Chapter 48. The Rules of Tian Dao Sacred Academy. Upon hearing the announcement, the new students of Tian Dao Sacred Academy began to emerge from their dormitories, curious. The school had not specified where the enrollment ceremony would take place, but seeing numerous students heading towards the playground, they hesitated no longer and followed the crowd. Among the throng of new students, Lu Qingchen was observing his surroundings. Concealed within the crowd, he felt less conspicuous, and gradually, his sense of embarrassment began to fade. A glance around revealed that the group of new students did not comprise 1,000 individuals, as more newcomers continued to arrive. Curiosity peaked among the academy's new students. Discussions erupted. Hey, do you know what we'll be doing soon? I heard it's the enrollment ceremony. It can't be that simple. I've heard whispers that something thrilling is about to happen. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, a commanding voice resonated from the stage. Silence. The sudden command silenced the previously chattering new students, and nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes turned towards the stage. A formidable middle-aged man stood there, surveying the crowd. Excellent. A total of 993 students are present. 7 have not yet arrived. He proclaimed. Those absent will forfeit all cultivation resources for the first year. As soon as he spoke, the faces of the new students paled, relieved they had made the wise choice to follow the Academy's students to the playground. Otherwise, they would be left without resources for cultivation. Qingchen couldn't help but click his tongue. The Tiandao Sacred Academy was indeed formidable. They made no distinction regarding which students were absent and simply decided to deduct their resources for the year. What if there were geniuses among them? In truth, Qingchen's thoughts were accurate, but the Academy's upper echelons possessed keen insight. With just a cursory glance, the middle-aged man on stage could discern that the talented individuals of this cohort were present. He only needed to ensure that the top 10 geniuses in this year's intake were accounted for. As the new students resumed their discussions, a boy entered the playground just in time to overhear the middle-aged man's statement. He defiantly raised his head and questioned, "Why should we forfeit our cultivation resources for a year? The Academy never clearly stated when the enrollment ceremony would take place or where it would be held. Why should we be penalized for arriving a bit late?" The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on the authoritative figure on stage. The man pointed to the assembled new students below and slowly said, "Look closely. There are 993 of you gathered here. Did they know where the enrollment ceremony was to be held? And upon hearing the announcement, you emerged from your dormitory, did you not? You saw that the other students were heading to the playground, did you not?" Suddenly, the man thundered, "Why, upon seeing them heading to the playground, did you remain indifferent? And why spread rumors that the Academy is engaged in some nonsense? Who gave you the right to tarnish the reputation of Tiandao Sacred Academy?" A series of inquiries left the student pale and trembling, pondering how the man knew of his remarks. The new student felt a deep terror. Discussing the entire academy was no trivial matter. Many students looked at him with pity, realizing he likely would not last long at Tiandao Sacred Academy. At this moment, the middle-aged man on stage ignored the boy and addressed the more than 900 new students below, speaking solemnly. "I do not care what your past was or what your backgrounds entail. The moment you step into Tiandao Sacred Academy, you become a student of this institution and must abide by its rules. Perhaps you all believed yourselves to be geniuses, and your parents and teachers have told you so." However, he paused dramatically. The world has never lacked geniuses. What Tiandao Sacred Academy needs is prodigies. Do you understand what a prodigy is? Upon entering the academy, you must set aside your pride. Let your achievements speak for you. If you disagree with my words, that is of no consequence. When your cultivation surpasses mine, you may speak your mind, for Tiandao Sacred Academy only reveres the strong. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Remember, my name is Li Yinxing, the director of instruction at the Outer Academy of Tiandao Sacred Academy. Welcome to challenge me." His voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the ears of all present. After hearing Li Yinxing's words, the new students fell into a thoughtful silence, no longer chattering amongst themselves. At this moment, Qingchen thoroughly comprehended that within this academy, no one would concern themselves with your past accomplishments. What he needed to focus on was diligent cultivation, growing stronger and stronger. Only 7 individuals were absent this time, which was quite commendable, far superior to the newcomers of previous years. Just as Qingchen resolved to devote himself to training, the voice of Li Yinxing echoed in his ears. Upon hearing his words, some senior students couldn't help but lower their heads. Among those who bowed their heads was, surprisingly, Lei Xian. At that moment, numerous mentors in the audience gazed at him with a mix of incredulity and bemusement. For every new student present today, each would receive a reward of 10 academy points. Perhaps you are unaware of what points are and their significance. Allow me to enlighten you. Within the Heavenly Dao Academy, 1 point can be exchanged for 100 soul stones. I trust you are all familiar with soul stones, which can enhance your cultivation speed. Upon hearing his proclamation, the throng of new students erupted into excitement. Indeed, they had chosen the right academy. Arriving here meant acquiring 1,000 soul stones, 1,000. While 1,000 soul stones might sustain the average student's cultivation for several days, for Qingchen, who possessed 3 powerful martial spirits, it might last but a day. This is the benefit the academy bestows upon its newcomers. Moreover, if you truly are a genius, you shall receive even greater resources. However, you must strive to earn them yourselves. I shall not elaborate further. Now, all of you, line up and assemble as we proceed to the Heavenly Dao Arena. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Yinxing transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the location. The other mentors and senior students quickly manifested their martial spirits, dashing towards the Heavenly Dao Arena at their utmost speed. In an instant, the arena was alive with fervor, with figures soaring through the sky and racing across the ground, all emanating radiant brilliance. Seeing the multitude of students unleash their martial spirits, Qingchen decided it was time to abandon his low profile. A pair of immense crimson wings unfurled from his back, their radiance instantly eclipsing all around him. Many new students couldn't help but glance in his direction. Yet he paid them no heed. A gust of wind swept through the air, and Qingchen transformed into a bolt of light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 49, A Simple Trial. At the Heavenly Dao Arena, with the formidable cultivation of the director of the Academy's outer campus, Li Yinxing reached the location in less than 3 seconds. Accompanying him were Han Meng, Lu Chengfeng, and a robust middle-aged man. If the new students were present at that moment, they would notice a total of 11 enormous arenas. The arena where Li Yinxing and Han Meng were situated was encircled by 10 ordinary arenas, forming a configuration reminiscent of stars surrounding the moon. This particular arena, in comparison to the others, was only 1/10 the size, yet it was constructed from a unique metal, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty. This arena was the Heavenly Dao Arena. Within 2 seconds of arriving on the stage, Li Yinxing bellowed, his voice resonating in the ears of the students. The first 10 newcomers to arrive at the Heavenly Dao Arena would be rewarded with 30 points. Upon hearing this, the new students surged forward like they had been invigorated with a surge of adrenaline, rushing towards the training ground. As the top contender of this national martial arts examination, Lu Qingchen was undoubtedly the first to reach the training ground. At this moment, the prominent figures atop the Heavenly Dao Arena scrutinized him with keen interest. However, Han Meng merely blinked her bright eyes at Lu Qingchen, signaling that her disciple was performing admirably. The burly middle-aged man patted Lu Qingchen on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Good lad, what remarkable speed. Lu Qingchen felt as though his shoulder might crumble under the force, grinning widely as he replied, Thank you for the compliment, Director. In his previous life as a youth of the 5 poisons, Lu Qingchen was well-versed in the ways of the world. Complimenting others was a skill he had mastered, and he did so subtly. Upon hearing Lu Qingchen's words, the robust middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, winking at Lu Chengfeng. Ah, not at all. Not at all. Lu Chengfeng discreetly stepped back 10 meters, visibly unimpressed with the burly man's demeanor. This lad truly lacks discernment. Doesn't he see that I resemble the director more than this oaf? At that moment, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but grumble under his breath. A moment later, a figure clad in azure darted towards Lu Qingchen, swiftly landing atop the arena. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qingchen recognized her as a tall, fair-skinned woman. Accompanying her was a familiar face, the azure-haired girl who had previously inquired about Lu Qingchen's identity in the villa district. The two descended together, presumably with the tall woman escorting the azure-haired girl. Without further thought, Lu Qingchen sensed the presence of his good friend, Yushan. Suddenly, a yellow flash surged towards him. As Yushan hurriedly approached, nearly colliding with Lu Chengfeng, who stood 10 meters away from Lu Qingchen. Lu Chengfeng, startled, almost found himself bowled over by the oncoming robust figure. This action elicited an amused chuckle from Han Meng. Yushan eventually managed to halt. Offering a sheepish grin to Lu Chengfeng, My apologies, esteemed director. I momentarily lost control. Truly, he was Lu Qingchen's good brother, while he may not have mastered many skills. He excelled at charming banter. His words instantly brightened Lu Chengfeng's expression, who excitedly patted Yushan's sturdy arm and exclaimed, no worries, young man. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Yushan beamed in response, showing his respect. Soon after, several more figures flashed into view, arriving at the arena. Lu Qingchen recognized one as the individual who had previously challenged him in the cafeteria. The first 10 contenders had now all gathered. Before long, a throng of new students streamed into the Heavenly Dao Academy. Observing that over a dozen individuals had already reached the arena, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. 30 points had vanished, and with them, 3,000 soul stones. At this moment, the 11th newcomer to arrive felt a pang of regret. Originally, Lu Qingchen had intended to fly over with Yushan, but considering Yushan's cultivation and talent, a place within the top 10 was assured. Furthermore, with so many high-ranking academy officials present, Yushan's performance would be on display for all to see. It was possible that one of the esteemed figures might take notice of this young man's talent and accept him as a disciple. Seeing that all the newcomers had now assembled, Li Yinxing proclaimed loudly, speed is also a manifestation of strength. When you encounter danger in the future, speed may serve as a means of survival. Many new students scoffed dismissively, failing to take his words to heart. Observing their expressions, Li Yinxing's voice grew grave. I know what you are thinking. You still believe yourselves to be geniuses. You harbor pride, convinced that when faced with danger, you shall fight to the end. Only then did the crowd turn their gazes towards him. But have you considered that with your current cultivation, you might not even be able to withstand a mere soul warrior? Even at my level, there are still many stronger than I, when confronted by a formidable opponent. I too must flee, let alone you. He continued, remember this. Life comes first. If you lose your life, what is there left to discuss regarding becoming a strong cultivator? Lu Qingchen listened silently to the words of this instructor, recognizing the undeniable truth in them. Having experienced that ambush, Lu Qingchen still vividly remembers how insignificant he was compared to the strong, merely a speck of dust. At this moment, listening to Li Yinxing addressing the new students from the stage, he couldn't help but straighten his posture slightly. The head of the department continued, I know some of you may still harbor doubts. Therefore, let us conduct a simple trial. I wish to see if you truly possess the pride to stand tall. He took a slight step back, and a burly middle-aged man stepped forward. I am the vice president of Tiandao Sacred Academy, You may call me Director Chu. This ceremony for the new students includes a straightforward assessment, and I shall now announce the rules. Do you see the 10 arenas before you? You will be divided among these 10 platforms, with 100 of you on each. Your task is to remain standing on your arena, using whatever means necessary, until only 10 individuals remain on the platform. Director Chu, may I inquire if there are any penalties for those who do not remain on the platform until the end? A bewildered new student asked. There are no penalties. However, the top 100 students will be granted the opportunity to enter the core class. Another new student couldn't help but ask, what distinguishes the core class? It offers significantly better training resources compared to the ordinary classes. Without further ado, Director Chu waved his hand, and countless beams of light descended. Each new student found a plaque in their hands. And Lu Qingchen glanced at the number on his Arena 1. After checking his plaque, Lu Qingchen turned to Yushan. I am on Arena 4. Yushan said with a smile, directly revealing his platform. At that moment, a clear voice rang out beside them. Sister Ningyue, which arena are you in? A tall girl who had arrived second at the arena smiled. I am in Arena 3. Oh, I am in Arena 2, said a girl with azure hair, sounding somewhat disappointed. Hearing their conversation, Director Chu smiled at them. You little rascals, stop whispering. The top 10 students have already been assigned to the Tiandao arenas. Thus, each arena now has one of the top 10 newcomers. Ah, I see, Murong Qingchen said, blinking her bright eyes to indicate her understanding. Now, everyone, please proceed to your respective arenas according to the numbers on your plaques. We shall commence in 1 minute. Do your best. Director Chu encouraged the new students with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately stirred, rushing towards their designated arenas, eager to secure advantageous positions. Lu Qingchen and Yushan strolled leisurely to their respective platforms, where Lu Qingchen began to rub his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Moments later, the arena was filled with people, and the challenge commenced. Most of the newcomers, likely participating in such trials for the first time, stood frozen in place, unsure of their next moves. How could one emerge victorious in such a chaotic melee of over 100 participants and become one of the last 10 standing? Some of the newly ranked students and those from influential backgrounds wore grave expressions. In the next instant, they began scanning the crowd for familiar faces. As one who had awakened the supreme martial soul, Lu Qingchen was already eager for battle. Seeing no one making a move after a considerable time, he bellowed, "Forgive my bluntness. All of you present are nothing but trash." His words struck a nerve among the new students. One boy shouted, "Brothers, let us work together to throw him off the stage first, and then we'll settle our scores." With a mighty roar, he surged forward, shimmering with silver light, his hands extending claws like talons. As he unleashed his martial soul, his speed accelerated, racing towards Lu Qingchen. Upon seeing someone charge at him, Lu Qingchen's eyes sparkled. A crimson glow enveloped him, and one of his arms transformed into a claw of brilliant gold. The next moment, their claws collided, causing the silver-glimmering boy's face to contort in pain. He let out a wretched scream as a beam of light whisked him away. One contestant eliminated from Arena 1. Leaving 99, Li Yinqing announced, fearing that the new students lacked combat experience and might inflict fatal injuries upon one another. The Academy's higher-ups had mandated that any sign of life-threatening danger would prompt immediate intervention. At this moment, instructors stood vigil beside each arena. Even the external dean of Tiandao Sacred Academy personally overseeing the events, along with the 3 vice presidents. Observing that the boy who had just faced Lu Qingchen was swiftly eliminated, the remaining students in Arena 1 took a few steps back. Though the small group of over 20 retreated, Lu Qingchen had no intention of letting them off easily. He charged towards that small group, his powerful claws swinging, as if he were a tiger among sheep. With every swipe of his golden claws, another student was taken away, transforming the arena into Lu Qingchen's personal stage. The remaining newcomers, witnessing this spectacle, quickly abandoned their earlier thoughts and each selected an opponent to engage in battle. At this moment, 2 individuals, inspired by Lu Qingchen's overwhelming strength, felt their own fighting spirit ignite. As they unleashed their martial souls, they charged towards Lu Qingchen. One on the left was partially covered in gray scales, his eyes resembling those of a serpent. A mysterious liquid shot forth towards Lu Qingchen. The one on the right, his hair turning earthy yellow and his physique becoming robust, swung his fists in Lu Qingchen's direction. Their coordination was impeccable. Should Lu Qingchen attempt to evade, their subsequent attacks would only intensify. Yet, as the top contender in the martial examination, Lu Qingchen had no intention of retreating. He feared no one of the same rank. With a disdainful scoff, flames erupted around him. The unknown liquid ignited upon contact with the flames, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, Lu Qingchen's powerful golden claw struck out against the incoming fists. In an instant, blood gushed from the boy's hand, forcing him to stagger back, his expression darkening as he glared at Lu Qingchen. Unwilling to let this one escape, Lu Qingchen advanced, enormous crimson wings unfurling from his back, propelling him forward with blinding speed. His strong arm swung out, and the earthy-haired boy was swiftly taken away by an instructor. Having dispatched that opponent, Lu Qingchen turned to confront the boy with serpent-like eyes. This student, his demeanor cold, unleashed a more potent stream of toxic liquid towards Lu Qingchen, who was now racing towards him. Clearly unable to evade this strike, Lu Qingchen swiftly covered his arm with brilliant golden scales. Lu Qingchen swung his arm to block the incoming strike, the venom splattering against his golden-scaled armor, hissing and dissipating into vapor. The frigid student, realizing evasion was futile, contemplated being rescued by his instructor and taken off the arena. His reasoning was not entirely misplaced. After unleashing an attack, he could hardly withstand the terrifying onslaught from Lu Qingchen's claws. However, having witnessed Lu Qingchen eliminate his companion, he was determined to inflict at least a modicum of damage in retaliation. As Lu Qingchen charged forth, he ceased his attempts at evasion, fully aware that the Academy's instructors would not allow him to be grievously harmed. What he did not anticipate was Lu Qingchen's innate advantage over serpent-type martial souls, being the bearer of the Golden Emperor Dragon martial spirit. At that moment, as the student's pallor darkened and he launched a ruthless attack, a glint of cold light flickered in Lu Qingchen's eyes. With a fierce roar, the aura of his supreme martial soul surged forth like a tidal wave, momentarily suppressing the instructor's presence, though he quickly regained his composure. Yet, it was too late. Lu Qingchen had already unleashed his razor-sharp claws upon the cold-faced student with ferocity. Chapter 51. Standing on the arena means being an enemy. The student's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes brimming with terror. A flash of crimson gold illuminated the scene, followed by a spray of blood. The student's chest was torn apart, and his breath grew faint. It was only then that the instructor reacted, hastily intervening to prevent Lu Qingchen from delivering a fatal blow. However, Lu Qingchen had no intention of finishing him off. His gaze merely reflected a hint of indifference. The Academy instructor, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, "This student, you know he is incapable of continuing the fight. Why unleash such brutality?" Lu Qingchen furrowed his brow slightly, responding coldly, "Had he refrained from attacking me, I would not have resorted to such measures. But who knows if he had any hidden means to continue his assault. Once you step onto the arena, you become an enemy. I shall show no mercy to any adversary. To do so would be a disservice to the very essence of survival. If it were you, instructor, would you extend compassion to an enemy who has just assaulted you?" The instructor was rendered speechless by Lu Qingchen's retort. Indeed, once on the arena, all were enemies. Moreover, it was true that this student had initiated the attack. Yet, he could not help but add, while all on the arena are foes, one need not strike with such severity. After all, once off the arena, we are all classmates. I have already stated that he chose to provoke me, fully aware of his impending elimination. I merely acted as was necessary. Lu Qingchen's tone grew increasingly icy. I would suggest that if you have time to champion his cause, it would be better spent taking him for treatment, lest we miss the optimal window for recovery. Just as the instructor prepared to speak again, another figure appeared on the stage. Enough, take this student for treatment. Lu Qingchen has done nothing wrong. Mercy shown to an enemy is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. The figure was none other than Li Yinqing, the director of the External Academy, who now regarded Lu Qingchen with approval. Well done, young man. One must not hold back against an enemy. The failure to rescue that student promptly is the instructor's oversight, not yours. I look forward to your future performances. Without waiting for Lu Qingchen's response, Li Yinqing transformed into a streak of light, darting towards another arena. Such a reasonable individual. No wonder he is the director of the Heavenly Dao Academy, Lu Qingchen mused, scratching his head in contemplation. Meanwhile, on another arena, Mu Ningyue's figure flickered as instructors escorted each new student off the stage, announcing their elimination. On Arena 4, Yu Shan, imbued with his martial soul, appeared remarkably imposing. As though clad in heavy armor, his aura was overwhelmingly powerful. With each swing of his fists, new students fell before him, none able to withstand his might. The upperclassmen watched with rapt attention, including several high-ranking officials of the academy. Indeed, a top-tier martial soul conferred an immense advantage. And talent was not merely a matter of words. Of course, otherwise, why would the other two academies offer such generous conditions to those with exceptional talent? Lu Qingfeng remarked, somewhat wistfully. It can be said that exceptional talent is a divine favor, and those with peak potential have already begun to shine. Dean Chu seriously addressed the two others. On Arena 1, following the earlier interruption, no student dared to attack Lu Qingchen. Naturally, why provoke such a formidable opponent? After all, one must prioritize their own survival. Yet, Lu Qingchen did not share this sentiment. Observing the dwindling numbers on the adjacent arenas, he yearned to conclude this assessment swiftly, for he sensed that the subsequent trials would be far more intriguing. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, swiftly dispatching one new student after another. Time flew by, and just as Lu Qingchen prepared to launch an attack on the next opponent, a stern voice resonated in his ear. The assessment on Arena 1 has concluded. The remaining 10 competitors are to cease all hostilities. Upon hearing this command, the two combatants engaged in fierce battle on Arena 1 halted their skirmish, as did the others. Refraining from further attacks, You 10 may rest on the arena to recuperate your soul power while awaiting the conclusion of the assessments on the other arenas. Li Yinqing announced to the 10 competitors on Arena 1. Seeing the remaining 9 students seated on the arena to restore their soul power, Qingchen also settled down, reflecting on the details of the previous battle. After neutralizing one enemy, he had charged towards the cold-faced student, unable to evade the incoming attack in time. He had been compelled to forcefully utilize his martial soul's abilities for defense. But what if the toxic substance had been more potent? Or worse, what if it could have inflicted harm upon him? Qingchen began to ponder the shortcomings in his combat strategy. At that moment, the number of eliminated individuals on the other arenas continued to rise, and with the last student on the final arena defeated, this simple trial was declared at an end. The eliminated new students hung their heads, struggling to accept the outcome of their elimination. After all, prior to entering the Heavenly Dao Academy, they had all considered themselves unparalleled geniuses. It was only through this straightforward assessment that they realized how naive their beliefs had been. Among those still standing on the stage were the true exemplars of excellence. Even forming small teams during this trial required a certain level of strength, particularly on Arena 1. The new students cast wary glances at the seemingly innocent and delicate figure of Qingchen. In this trial, he alone had eliminated nearly half of the competitors. His merciless approach had left a shadow of fear over those he had defeated. Some of the eliminated students remained unaccounted for. Indeed, a few were likely still undergoing treatment. Observing the reactions of the new students below the arena, Li Yinqing nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had envisioned. He leisurely ascended the Tian Dao arena and addressed the crowd below. So, do you still consider yourselves geniuses? Do you still believe you are invincible among your peers? Is it only now that you realize there are indeed others beyond you, realms beyond realms? A profound silence enveloped the audience. No one dared to utter a word. Answer me, Li Yinqing suddenly bellowed. His outburst startled the freshmen, who were engulfed in the shadows of defeat, prompting them to lift their heads and respond weakly, yes. Louder. Where is your spirit, men? What is there to mourn over losing just a single match? Rally yourselves. The group of freshmen finally raised their heads. Li Yinqing continued. Failure itself is not to be feared. What is truly dreadful is the defeat of your spirit. If you cannot endure this minor setback, perhaps it is best for you to return whence you came. Upon hearing Li Yinqing's proclamation, the eyes of the freshmen sparkled with renewed hope. They gazed intently at the director of the external college, who was evidently pleased with their reaction. Excellent. It seems your spirits are not as fragile as I had feared, he remarked, nodding in satisfaction. His gaze shifted to the 100 students still standing resolutely on the arena. Then he turned back to the eliminated freshmen and spoke in a grave tone. We shall now proceed to the next trial, allowing you to witness how those remaining on the arena confront their challenges. The eliminated students erupted in excitement, eager to discern what set apart the victorious 100. Li Yinqing addressed the upright students on the arena, saying, I had previously promised you that the top 100 would gain entry into the core class for training. However, I neglected to mention an additional reward. Each individual standing on this arena will be granted 100 points. Upon hearing this, the victorious students could not contain their joy, grinning widely at the prospect of such a bounty. Yet, as they reveled in their triumph, the director's tone shifted, and with a smile, he continued, moreover, I present you with an opportunity for immense fortune. By participating in this assessment, you stand a chance to earn an additional 500 points. 500 points, calculated proportionally. That equates to a staggering 50,000 soul stones. The students on the arena fell silent, the only sound being the heavy panting that filled the air. Meanwhile, the eliminated students were left in a daze, some lamenting their missed opportunity, wishing they had persevered just a little longer. Even Qingchen, who possessed a fair share of soul stones, felt a tug at his heart. After all, that was 50,000. Might I inquire, Director, how can we secure these 500 points? One of the students on the arena could no longer restrain himself and asked. The rest of the students turned their gazes toward Li Yinqing, who wore a slight smirk, relishing their curiosity. He announced loudly, as I have already stated, to earn these 500 points, you simply must win in this trial. With that, he waved his hand toward the other end. In an instant, dazzling beams of light cascaded onto the Tian Dao arena, and moments later, the brilliance faded. The multitude of students observed as 20 figures emerged on the arena, each clad in pristine white, unmistakably the uniform of the Tian Dao Academy. Each uniform bore a yellow emblem of the academy. Qingchen recalled that Lei Xian had mentioned to him that yellow signified second-year students from the external college. The victorious freshmen from the first round turned their gazes toward the 20 figures, and Qingchen took a brief glance as well. The foremost female student sported a golden emblem on her uniform, indicating her status as a core student of the second year. Qingchen's eyes widened, as he seemed to grasp the nature of the upcoming trial. Sensing the crowd's anticipation, Li Yinqing abandoned any pretense and directly informed the 100 freshmen of the rules. In the first trial, you performed admirably. However, your forthcoming opponents will no longer be fellow freshmen. You shall face students from the external college of Tian Dao Academy. The 20 external college students turned their attention to the 100 freshmen. Some bore smiles, others displayed disdain, while a few reveled in the misfortune of others. Only the leading female student stood proudly apart from the others, seemingly unwilling to mingle with her 19 peers. "So, this is the new batch of Heavenly Dao Academy students? They appear promising," remarked an unremarkable-looking second-year student to his companion. "Do not underestimate them. I have heard rumors that this cohort includes the National Martial Arts Examination top scorer," came the response. "So what if they do? Can we not best a bunch of newcomers?" "There is nothing to fear," another chimed in. "Indeed. And with Lan Xiao among them, it is baffling why the leadership has gone so far as to send course students for this trial." At this moment, the freshmen on the arena began to perceive the attitude of the upperclassmen towards them, which seemed rather unfriendly. Li Yinqing's voice rang out. "Before you stand your upperclassmen, your task in this trial is to select an opponent and defeat them. Should you triumph, you will earn the 500 points. However, should you falter, well, the 100 points you previously acquired will then belong to your upperclassmen." The director's words reverberated in the ears of the freshmen. Upon hearing that losing would result in forfeiting their hard-earned 100 points, some students began to waver. "Those wishing to withdraw may do so now. You will still retain your 100 points," he declared. As his words lingered in the air, several freshmen began to exit the arena. Some were acutely aware of their own abilities, while others recognized that their success in the first round was merely a stroke of luck. Within a minute, fewer than half of the participants remained on the 10 arenas. Yet, in comparison to the number of second-year students, their ranks still felt somewhat numerous. With a wave of his hand, Li Yinqing commanded the second-year students on the arena to step forward. Their combined aura surged, momentarily overwhelming the remaining freshmen, making it difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, Li Yinqing looked at the remaining students with a beaming smile and asked once more, "Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? You still have time. Otherwise, should you lose, those points will vanish." Whoosh. The majority of the individuals on the arena swiftly exited. Were they jesting? They could barely withstand the pressure of the aura, and yet they were expected to challenge? This was merely courting disaster. All eyes in the academy, including those of the 3 vice deans, were fixated on the remaining students, curious to see who would endure. Han Ming observed intently, but her eyes were solely on Lu Qingchen. Noticing his unwavering resolve, her lips curled into a subtle smile, barely perceptible. Moments later, of the 4 to 5 dozen students who had been on the arena, only a few remained. For those who recalled, they were indeed the 10 students who had arrived at the Heavenly Dao arena first. At this moment, Lu Qingchen cast his gaze toward the 4th arena, only to find Yushan also directing his attention to the platform where Lu Qingchen stood. Their eyes met, and a shared smile blossomed between them. As Lu Qingchen observed the 20 figures on the Heavenly Path arena, a sense of anticipation filled his heart. "Allow me to witness the prowess of the senior students from the Heavenly Path Academy." Suddenly, 2 dazzling figures soared toward him, closely followed by a throng of senior students. The second-year and third-year students present could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. The red school emblem? Have fourth-year students also arrived? Is this freshman trial of such significance? As the 2 radiant figures descended, it became evident that they were 2 stunningly beautiful women. The one on the left possessed an extraordinary beauty, with flowing azure hair that cascaded gracefully, skin as fair as snow, and features that seemed to have been sculpted by the hands of a master artist, flawless in every regard. The woman on the right was tall and statuesque, her deep burgundy hair cascading down in a manner that exuded a lazy yet regal air. Her lightly tinted eyes radiated a hint of seduction, making her an unparalleled beauty. Aside from the freshmen on stage, the remaining students from the external academy, including those in their 4th year, were fixated on the 2 women with fervent gazes. Noticing the crowd's reaction, the burgundy-haired woman could not help but gently remark to the exquisite beauty beside her, "Xiaoxua, why have you suddenly decided to watch the freshman trial?" Could it be? The azure-haired beauty, referred to as Xiaoxua, responded with a hint of exasperation after training for so long. "I merely wish to take a breath of fresh air, nothing more." If Lu Qingchen were to glance at the 2 women, he would recognize the blue-haired beauty as his long-lost sister. Lu Qingxue had not participated in the National Martial Arts Examination back in the day. Instead, she was whisked away by a mysterious, powerful figure. Lu Qingchen once overheard his father mention that he was acquainted with this formidable individual. Little did he expect to find Lu Qingxue at the Heavenly Path Academy, and even more astonishingly, as a core disciple. However, in this moment, Lu Qingchen's focus remained steadfastly on the 22nd-year students on the Heavenly Path arena, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Li Yinqing waved his embroidered robe and called out to the 10 students, "You 10, ascend the Heavenly Path arena." In an instant, 10 radiant beams of light flashed, and the freshmen materialized on the arena, standing in stark contrast to the 20 senior students. Observing the 10 newcomers, Li Yinqing displayed a satisfied smile and began to announce the rules. "Before you stand your seniors, whoever you draw, if you defeat them, you shall earn 500 points. Upon hearing the mention of 500 points, several students could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. Li Yinqing then turned to the second-year students, stating, Since there are only 10 freshmen this time, I will toss out 10 tokens. Whoever retrieves one shall enter the battle. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yinqing tossed the 10 tokens into the air. In the blink of an eye, the tokens were seized by eager hands. The students who failed to secure a token could only smile wryly. What a stroke of luck for you all, earning 100 academy points without any effort. Lu Qingchen focused intently and noticed that one of the core second-year students was among them. Li Yinqing then tossed another 10 tokens toward Lu Qingchen and the others, instructing, "Each of you may draw one at random." The nearby students complied, casually selecting a token. Lu Qingchen did the same, flipping over his token to reveal a single character inscribed upon it, a 1. The 10 freshmen and 10 seniors turned their gazes toward one another, each eager to discover the identity of their respective opponents. "I am number 10, number 9, number 8, number 1. The final voice rang out with an air of coolness, emanating from the girl known as Lan Xiao. When the last core second-year student announced their number, the onlookers, including students and instructors, turned their attention to the 10 freshmen. Their curiosity piqued regarding which unfortunate soul had drawn number 1. "I am number 8. Yushan's voice echoed. "Number 3. Number 2. The voices of Mu Ningyue and Murong Qingqing followed suit. Once everyone had declared their numbers, all eyes turned toward the last individual remaining. At that moment, Han Ming gazed at the slender figure on the arena with a mix of exasperation and anticipation. Lu Qingxue and the burgundy-haired woman also could not help but steal a glance, wondering who possessed such ill fortune. When Lu Qingxue beheld the youthful visage on the platform, she instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. The burgundy-haired woman beside her, noticing Lu Qingxue's reaction, inquired, "What's wrong, Xiaoxue? Do you know that unfortunate soul up there?" Suddenly, memories flooded back to Lu Qingxue from years past, of a time at home when there stood a boy, merely at the first level of body refinement, who showed little enthusiasm for martial arts. That boy was her younger brother. As she recalled the frail figure from years ago, it began to merge with the tall, poised figure before her on the arena. With a complex expression, Lu Qingxue turned to the beautiful woman beside her and said, "In truth, he." As the crowd finished announcing their respective token numbers, countless strange and sympathetic gazes fell upon Lu Qingchen. Noticing this, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, resignedly proclaiming his drawn number, "I am number 1. Ah, the top of this martial examination has drawn the core student. How delightful." Lu Qingfeng erupted into laughter, clearly relishing the spectacle. "This will be entertaining." Silence. Upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's triumphant laughter, Han Ming couldn't help but admonish him, her concern for her disciple surfacing. Lu Qingfeng promptly shut his mouth, though the peculiar expression on his face was impossible to conceal. At that moment, Li Yinqing turned to Lu Qingchen, a note of concern in his voice. "Lu Qingchen, since you've drawn a core student, you are afforded one opportunity to forfeit the challenge. Should you choose to forfeit, you will still receive 100 academy points. If you accept the challenge and lose." Li Yinqing had reviewed the assessment materials for these students and recalled that Lu Qingchen possessed another combat-oriented martial soul, but with only a single soul slot. He feared the potential blow to Lu Qingchen's confidence should he suffer defeat. However, before Li Yinqing could finish, Lu Qingchen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Thank you, Director Li, for your concern. However, since I have drawn this token, I shall accept the challenge." Seeing this, Lan Xiao shook her head, disappointed that he would not seize the opportunity presented by the dean. She could not help but frown and, with an air of arrogance, addressed Lu Qingchen. "Lu Qingchen, the top of this martial examination, I have reviewed your profile. Perhaps your other talents are exceptional, but I advise you to forfeit regarding this combat-oriented martial soul." Lan Zhao's cool voice echoed across the vast martial arena, eliciting a mix of schadenfreude among many senior students who were not core members. After all, they were all too eager to witness the downfall of this year's top contender. Hearing Lan Zhao's haughty remarks, Lu Qingchen furrowed his brow. Yet, he remained resolute in his decision, replying, "I appreciate your good intentions, senior sister, but I shall not relent, even if there exists but a sliver of opportunity." At this moment, Lu Qingchen's delicate visage bore a hint of pride as he slowly addressed the figure before him. "Lan Xiao, I have long wished to witness the prowess of a core disciple." Chapter 54, The Golden Crow's Fiery Palm. As Lu Qingchen's words resonated across the Taoist arena, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Who was he, to disdain the opportunity bestowed upon him by Director Li? It is said that he ranked first in this year's martial examination, truly, a person of considerable arrogance. Naturally, previous top 100 freshmen have always carried themselves with such pride. This is no surprise. Yet, who cares about rankings? A good thrashing will soon humble him. Indeed, how true that is. Instantly, the upperclassmen nearby began to chatter among themselves, none of them harboring any faith in Lu Qingchen. Having endured similar trials, they could foresee the grim fate awaiting the new arrivals. Upon hearing Lu Qingchen's words, the core female disciple momentarily froze. Lan Xiao never anticipated that a newcomer would be so ungrateful. With a hint of derision, she retorted, "As expected of the martial examination's top scorer, your pride is palpable." After a brief pause, she continued her taunt with a cold smirk. "However, I must assert that the hubris born of youthful folly will inevitably lead to a despairing conclusion that one cannot bear to accept. It appears this cohort of students is rather disappointing. Her remarks incited fury not only among the other newcomers on the stage, but also among those eliminated students below. In the distance, Han Meng furrowed her brows upon hearing Lan Zhao's words. Perhaps due to Lu Qingchen, this core disciple was particularly unlikable to her. Seeing Lan Zhao look down upon him, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle softly, fixing his gaze upon the proud expression adorning Lan Zhao's face. He enunciated each word carefully. My apologies, senior sister, or rather, this esteemed second-year core disciple. From my perspective, the one who will not be able to accept despair and a tragic conclusion will be you. A surge of momentum enveloped Lu Qingchen, his previously delicate features now taking on a fierce aspect as he mockingly declared, pardon my frankness, but you and the other 9 second-year students are nothing but trash. Such audacious words echoed through the Taoist arena, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. What was he saying? How dare this newcomer? A wave of incredulity washed over the upperclassmen, swiftly followed by the thought that the newcomer had lost his mind. The woman with wine-red hair covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed to Lu Qingchen's sister, your brother is quite audacious, isn't he? Across from him, Lan Zhao trembled with rage, her face clouded with fury as she gritted her teeth and demanded, who are you calling trash? Have the courage to repeat that. Unfazed, Lu Qingchen spread his arms wide, a semblance of helplessness in his expression as he replied, it seems my words ring true. Not only are you trash, but your hearing seems impaired as well. In truth, Lu Qingchen had not intended to respond in such a manner, but Lan Zhao's words ignited a fire within him. How could she hold herself in such high regard without having fought yet, looking down upon the newcomers? At that moment, Lan Zhao nearly lost consciousness from anger. After a few moments of silence, she turned to Li Yinqing beside her and coldly stated, Director Li, we may begin. Standing on the arena, Li Yinqing, still grappling with the disbelief of what he had just heard, snapped back to reality at Lan Zhao's call. He solemnly addressed the 20 new and veteran disciples in the arena. The students drawn for the match should proceed to their respective arenas and prepare for combat. Upon hearing this, the 20 students transformed into streaks of light, dashing towards their designated arenas, eagerly awaiting the trials to commence. The protective barriers around the 10 arenas began to rise slowly, and Lu Qingchen locked eyes with Lan Zhao, both brimming with fighting spirit. Begin, Li Yinqing bellowed, as a layer of white light enveloped all 10 arenas. As his voice faded, Lu Qingchen's arm morphed into a claw, charging towards Lan Zhao. She regarded him with a scornful smile, sprouting a pair of wings from her back and soaring into the air. Suspended above, Lan Zhao cast a derisive glance at Lu Qingchen. In the next moment, numerous sharp ice spikes shot down towards Lu Qingchen, still grounded below. Noticing this, he chuckled lightly, unfurling his wings and ascending to evade the barrage of icy projectiles. Since the senior sister is so eager, I shall reciprocate. Lu Qingchen's wings glowed as a colossal pillar of fiery light descended upon Lan Zhao. Outside the protective barrier, many spectators widened their eyes in astonishment, not expecting this newcomer to be so formidable, and that Lan Zhao could not immediately subdue him. One of the 3 vice deans, Lu Chengfeng, shook his head and remarked to Han Meng and a middle-aged man surnamed Chu, today's freshmen are increasingly extraordinary. They can wield celestial powers even at the spirit martial realm. Han Meng chuckled softly at this. Of course, he is the top scorer of this martial examination. You should be well aware of how exceptional this cohort is. The 2 beside her nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this year's newcomers were indeed remarkable, with many offspring of prestigious school deans participating. The battle on the arena continued. As Lan Zhao beheld the enormous pillar of fiery light hurtling towards her, she did not flinch or evade but charged directly at it. Chilling soul energy coalesced in her hands, forming a sword of ice. Grasping the soul-forged blade, she struck fiercely at the fiery pillar. Crack! The enormous solar light beam was cleaved asunder by Lan Zhao's icy sword, sending fragments careening towards the protective barrier behind her, creating ripples. With the sword in hand, she thrust forward, a sharp blade of light emerging as she aimed it at Lu Qingchen. I spike! She cried out, and the razor-sharp beam seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space as it hurtled towards Lu Qingchen. Seeing the lethal blade approaching, Lu Qingchen raised his golden claw and struck fiercely at the oncoming attack. Buzz! The sharp blade shattered instantly, at which point a voice rang out, winner of Arena 8. Yushan, winner of Arena 3, Mu Ningyue. The barriers around the 2 arenas crumbled, and 4 figures emerged. Standing atop the arena were Yushan and the statuesque Mu Ningyue, while their opponents, second-year students from the Outer Academy, knelt on the ground. Their faces flushed not from injuries, but rather from the embarrassment of being so easily defeated. I never expected Yushan to win before me. Lu Qingchen mused as he exhaled a breath of frustration, then without hesitation, unleashed the might of his 3-legged golden crow martial soul. Lan Zhao felt the overwhelming aura of the 3-legged golden crow suppressing her, and in the next instant, a colossal flaming hand descended upon her. The golden crow's fiery palm, A commanding voice issued from Qingchen. Boom. The blazing hand, enveloped in searing flames, plummeted towards Lan Xiao. Only now did she respond, realizing the tremendous danger as the massive fiery palm bore down upon her, leaving no time for escape. Am I truly destined to lose? The heart of Lan Xiao trembled violently, yet she refused to succumb to defeat at the hands of a mere freshman. An icy blue avian martial soul erupted forth as she made her final stand. However, the assault unleashed by Qingchen was exceedingly fierce, its overwhelming momentum shattering Lan Xiao's defenses. A resounding crash echoed across the arena as her once proud martial soul defense was utterly dismantled, reverting to a flicker of light that returned to her body. Her complexion paled, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Vivid images of a colossal hand descending upon her filled her mind, a fleeting glimmer of fear crossing her eyes. Indeed, had it not been for Li Yinqing's intervention at the last moment, Lan Xiao would have been gravely injured, if not worse. The formidable might of the three-legged golden crow could pierce through anything, especially against her ice-type avian martial soul, which was its polar opposite. At this moment, the barrier had descended, with Li Yinqing standing between the two, casting a meaningful glance at Qingchen. The numerous outer academy students and freshmen gathered outside the arena were fixated on the dissipating barrier, eagerly anticipating the expression of the previously arrogant Qingchen as he faced defeat. Observing the proud figure of Qingchen on the stage alongside the still trembling Lan Xiao, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief at the unexpected outcome. The ultimate victor of the arena was indeed this freshman. The second-year students were the most astonished, fully aware of how challenging it was to become a core student, especially given Lan Xiao's prowess, which ranked among the best in her year as a formidable Earth martial realm expert. Yet, witnessing the scene unfolding in the arena, they could not help but acknowledge the triumph of the freshman. The battle had transcended a significant realm, and it seemed that this year's rookie king was none other than him. Neither Li Yinqing nor the three vice-deans outside the arena paid heed to the reactions of the students. Moreover, at this moment, Lu Chengfeng and Dean Shu hurriedly departed, leaving only Han Meng behind, watching their retreating figures. A faint smile graced Han Meng's lips, as if she anticipated a magnificent spectacle unfolding. Gazing at Li Yinqing on the stage, Lan Xiao's expression was filled with complexity. She glanced at the proud youth before her and gently addressed Li Yinqing, directly. I concede. With that, she slowly approached Qingchen, locking eyes with him for a few seconds before slightly bowing and, with a hint of melancholy, confessed, I have lost. And I apologize for my earlier words. Qingchen was taken aback by Lan Xiao's reaction. He never expected the haughty girl from moments ago to offer an apology. Shouldn't she harbor resentment towards me? This makes me seem quite undignified, he mused silently. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Qingchen promptly stepped forward to assist Lan Xiao, who had bowed in apology. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied somewhat awkwardly, no need for that. I share some responsibility as well, senior. Lan Xiao, surprised, lifted her gaze to study the youth's refined features. She had not anticipated that the once arrogant freshman could possess such an endearing side. Amused by this thought, she chuckled softly, her tone exceptionally gentle as she spoke to Qingchen. It was indeed my fault for being overly assertive in my words. Once the trial concludes, I shall personally arrange a banquet to welcome the freshmen. I hope you will attend. Faced with this unexpectedly gracious senior, Qingchen could only nod helplessly. Then I shall trouble you, senior. From the sidelines, Li Yinqing observed the exchange between the two, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This exemplified the magnanimity that students of the Heavenly Path Academy ought to embody. Meanwhile, the victorious Yushan looked on in astonishment at the spectacle on stage 1. Truly worthy of Brother Chun. After a moment of realization, Yushan hurriedly helped the fallen senior to his feet, loudly apologizing. I'm sorry, senior. My fellow student wishes to extend his apologies. In the distance, Han Meng covered her face upon witnessing this scene, then hurriedly departed. Similarly, Lu Qingxue was momentarily stunned, astonished by her brother's rapid transformation. The nearby woman with wine-red hair playfully poked her cheek and chuckled. Little Chen certainly knows how to charm. He wins over a core female student even before the trial concludes. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue waved her fist in playful protest. Little Chen is not like that. The older students outside the arena began to buzz with excitement. Particularly, the second-year students could not contain their shouts as they witnessed Lan Xiao's sudden warmth towards Qingchen. Ah, my goddess! This batch of freshmen is formidable. Brothers, let us teach this lad a lesson. We support you, go for it. Hearing the raucous cheers from her peers, Lan Xiao felt a rush of embarrassment as she tidied her hair, her cheeks slightly flushed as she addressed Qingchen. Here. I would like to congratulate you in advance on winning the title of Rookie King. Having spoken, Lan Xiao swiftly turned to leave the arena. Just as she did so, a beam of pure white light enveloped her, prompting a soft sound of surprise to escape her lips. As the light descended, she felt all her fatigue and pain dissipate, along with a significant restoration of her soul power. Unable to resist, she glanced back, only to find Qingchen cradling a pristine white lotus in his palm. Beaming at her, encountering his radiant smile, Lan Xiao huffed softly and hurriedly exited the stage. Li Yinxing, hearing the students' raucous cheers, shook his head but chose not to engage. Instead, he soared towards the Heavenly Path arena, raising his hand and calling out, "All freshmen who have just won their challenges, come to me." Responding to Li Yinxing's voice, the victorious freshmen flocked to the Heavenly Path arena. Silence, Li Yinxing shouted, and the once boisterous crowd fell into a hush. Let us now meet the 5 most outstanding students of this year. He pointed to the 5 freshmen on the Heavenly Path arena and declared to the older students below, "Remember their names." Li Yinxing gestured towards Lu Qingchen and the others, announcing, "They are Zhengyu, Yushan, Mu Ningyue, Morong Qingqing, and Lu Qingchen. They are also the top-performing freshmen in this assessment, and aside from Lu Qingchen, the other 4 shall each receive a reward of 500 points." As soon as his words fell, the older students below began to murmur amongst themselves. What is happening? Why didn't Lu Qingchen receive any points for defeating a core student? Numerous questions surged in the minds of the students surrounding the arena. All eyes were fixed on Li Yinxing, waiting for what he would say next. Li Yinxing smiled at the gathered students, continuing in a loud voice. Due to Lu Qingchen's remarkable achievement in vanquishing the core second-year students and triumphing over opponents beyond his level, he has been awarded an additional 500 points. Furthermore, as the top scorer of this national martial arts examination, his rewards will be distributed by the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy. The 3 vice presidents who had departed earlier returned, accompanied by a strikingly handsome middle-aged man. This man possessed an extraordinary visage, with sharply defined features that rendered him exceptionally attractive. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. The handsome figure was gazing towards the director on the arena, seemingly grasping the situation. Li Yinxing suddenly proclaimed loudly, "Now, let us invite Director Long of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy to present the awards to the students on the stage." As soon as the words left his mouth, the handsome middle-aged man approached slowly, nodding at Li Yinxing. He then turned his gaze towards the freshmen and returning students below the stage, waving his hand at them. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, enthusiastically waving back at the striking figure. At that moment, a woman with wine-red hair covered her face, remarking to Lu Qingxue beside her, "Every time I see him like this, I feel utterly ashamed. He is so ostentatious." Lu Qingxue, understanding her sentiment, shook her head in amusement, conveying her helplessness. Director Long appeared quite pleased with the students' performances, and once the crowd settled down, he began to address them. With his resonant voice, he announced, "Allow me, Long Feng, to present the awards to this year's most outstanding freshmen." He slowly approached the 5 individuals on stage. And at that moment, Lu Qingchen and the others felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, this was the esteemed head of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy. Sensing their unease, Long Feng spoke gently. "Having successfully navigated such a challenging freshman trial, why are you still feeling apprehensive?" His soothing voice, akin to a gentle spring breeze, calmed their anxious hearts. Long Feng first approached Zhengyu, presenting him with a storage ring, which Zhengyu eagerly accepted with an excited expression. Following that, he awarded Yushan and Mu Ningyue in turn. After both had received their storage rings, Long Feng addressed the crowd below the stage. "The top 100 students of this national martial arts examination will each receive 20,000 soul stones and a storage ring. Let us welcome them into the Heavenly Dao Academy, making them part of our esteemed student body." As if anticipating the director's penchant for such displays, the audience erupted into cheers, fervently applauding. Satisfied with the audience's response, Director Long nodded appreciatively. He then approached Morong Qingqing and Lu Qingchen, offering them an approving gaze and a smile as he handed them 2 small jade boxes. Lu Qingchen took the jade box and examined it, discovering what appeared to be a verdant pearl inside. Morong Qingqing's eyes lit up upon seeing the pearl, clearly recognizing its significance. Perhaps sensing Lu Qingchen's curious thoughts, Long Feng patiently explained, "This is a soul pearl. After the enrollment ceremony concludes, there will be someone specifically assigned to teach you how to utilize it." Surprisingly, he did not announce what the reward was, but instead addressed the audience below. "Lastly, let us acknowledge the top 3 of this national martial arts examination. The 3rd place, Morong Qingqing, and the 1st place, Lu Qingchen." Hearing this from the director, the 2 felt an odd sensation but still waved in acknowledgement to the crowd. It seemed the handsome director was reluctant to depart from the Heavenly Dao arena, or perhaps he was not entirely satisfied with the students' reactions. He suddenly shouted, "To celebrate the arrival of this year's new students, the core cafeteria will be open for you to enjoy free meals for a day." As soon as this announcement was made, the students erupted with excitement, rushing towards the core cafeteria. Although Director Long had already left the arena, his emotions were tumultuously stirred. The reason he personally bestowed the awards during the freshman ceremony was due to the words spoken by Vice President Chu before him. However, Vice President Chu was uncertain. He merely informed Long Feng that a new student possessed dual martial spirits, one with 7 soul slots, and the other with a single soul slot. Before he could finish, Long Feng hurried over, eager to present the awards. While personally awarding the students, he carefully discerned their attributes. When he awarded Lu Qingchen, he felt a searing, fiery energy emanating from within him, leading to an almost instantaneous realization. A dual martial spirit, with one being of supreme quality. This was a significant discovery. Long Feng pondered how many years it had been since the academy had seen a student with a supreme martial spirit, and the other spirit was also of top-tier talent. Perhaps this cohort of students held the potential to become the future bearers of the Heavenly Dao divine weapons. Compared to the admission of a supreme martial spirit, the cafeteria's one-day free access seemed trivial. Yet, at that moment, Lu Qingchen did not delve into the intricacies of the Soul Pearl, but instead gazed in the direction he had seen earlier, where he spotted his sister, Lu Qingxue, and hurriedly flew towards her. Noticing Lu Qingchen's unusual reaction, Yushan promptly followed him. As the distance closed, Lu Qingchen saw the two women ahead smiling brightly at him. A beam of light descended, and he strode forward. When he reached the breathtakingly beautiful woman, he gazed intently for a few moments before unable to contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, I finally found you." Chapter 57. Call me Sister Shi. A warm reunion. Sister, I finally found you. Upon hearing her brother's words, Lu Qingxue's eyes glistened with tears as she gently embraced Lu Qingchen. I always knew you would embark on this path. It was merely a matter of time, she murmured, tenderly patting his back. Lu Qingxue, with her inherently gentle and tranquil demeanor, spent most of her time in cultivation. Had it not been for Long Shi's incessant reminders about the top scorer of the National Martial Arts Examination coming to the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy, she might still be immersed in her training. At the moment she saw her brother, she could not help but recall Long Shi's earlier words. Xiaoxiu, look, the top scorer of the National Martial Arts Examination is coming to our academy, and his name is just a character away from yours. Uninterested in other matters, Lu Qingxue had glanced at the three characters displayed on the screen. Lu Qingchen, a name identical to her brother's. Yet, in her heart, Lu Qingchen was merely a boy who lacked enthusiasm for martial arts, only at the first level of body refinement. She doubted he could even gain admission to an ordinary martial arts university, let alone one of the three prestigious schools. Lu Qingxue had contemplated whether it could be a namesake, but her intuition told her that this was indeed her brother. Since hearing Long Shi's words, her heart had begun to stir with restlessness. As the day of the new student enrollment ceremony approached, Long Shi had continuously chattered in her ear since morning. Thus, the scene before her unfolded. At this moment, the training ground was already half empty, as many students had made their way to the cafeteria for a meal. The remaining students, perhaps slower in pace or simply wishing to steal another glance at certain individuals, lingered behind. However, this was of little consequence. The moment the renowned first-place student, Lu Qingchen, dashed off the arena towards two breathtakingly beautiful women, many of the onlookers were momentarily struck dumb when they witnessed the two women embrace him. A cacophony of howls erupted from the senior students still present. No, what am I witnessing? How does this freshman deserve such attention? I want that too. They lamented, with one voice scoffing. Look at you, you toad. Even your kind wouldn't look your way. A toad that doesn't aspire to eat swan meat is no good toad. Countless odd remarks tumbled from the mouths of these senior students. This reaction was not confined to the seniors alone. Even Lu Qingchen's good friend, Yushan, was left in a state of shock. This is absurd. How can Chun Ji's sister be so stunning? It seemed he echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Sensing the commotion around him, Lu Qingchen awkwardly scratched his head and addressed Lu Qingxue. Sister, this isn't the place for idle chatter. Let us find somewhere quieter. Recognizing the wisdom in his words, both Lu Qingxue and Long Shi agreed, and the trio departed the training ground, heading back to their residence. Noticing Yushan still standing in a daze, Lu Qingxue chuckled lightly and said softly, "You must be Xiao Chen's good friend. Come along with us." A bit flustered, Yushan scratched his head and followed suit. In the core student district, the four arrived at the entrance of a quaint villa. Lu Qingchen glanced up, noting it was building one of the third year. It dawned on him that both his sister and that senior were third-year students. Seeing him look up at the small inscription above the villa, Lu Qingxue's gentle voice chimed in. "Xiao Chun, why don't you head inside first? I'll explain everything to you later." Thus, the four entered the villa together. Upon stepping through the door, Lu Qingchen discovered that the interior was not dissimilar to his own residence, with a spacious living room on the first floor. To his surprise, the living room was lavishly decorated, predominantly in fiery red hues. Curiously, Lu Qingchen turned to Lu Qingxue, aware that she was not one to indulge in extensive decoration. Perceiving his look of confusion, Lu Qingxue explained with a hint of exasperation, "I don't live here alone. There's also your sister, Long Shi." The girl with wine-red hair playfully twirled a strand of her hair, smiling as she elaborated. Although Lu Qingchen had not yet met this senior, it was clear she was a close friend of his sister. Amused by Long Shi's comment, Lu Qingxue turned to her younger brother, saying, "This is Long Shi, a dear friend of mine. We've always lived together." Lu Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement and, with utmost sincerity, remarked, "The senior is truly beautiful." "Of course. Don't call me senior. It feels too formal." Long Shi replied, clearly delighted by his compliment. then tilted her head and added, "From now on, call me Shi Jia. All right." Lu Qingxue shook her head in mild resignation, knowing her friend's personality well. Long Shi, while lively around Lu Qingxue, was often quite aloof in the presence of others. If any other senior students were to witness her enthusiasm, they might be left utterly astonished. For it was the first time Long Shi had shown such warmth towards a boy. In truth, her warmth stemmed not solely from her friendship with Lu Qingxue, but also from the inexplicable comfort she felt in Lu Qingchen's presence. As mealtime approached, and recalling that both Lu Qingchen and Yushan had just completed their assessments without having eaten, Lu Qingxue turned to Long Shi and said, "Xiao Shi, please head to the inner courtyard and procure some ingredients. See if there are any good ones, and we shall dine here today." Long Shi's eyes lit up at Lu Qingxue's words, her expression brimming with excitement. "Xiao Shui, are you going to cook today?" Amused by Long Shi's earnestness, Lu Qingxue nodded in affirmation. With that, Long Shi transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. Lu Qingchen chuckled to himself, thinking that his sister's friend seemed quite the foodie. Yushan, witnessing Long Shi's reaction, found himself filled with anticipation as well. After Long Shi departed, Lu Qingxue took Lu Qingchen upstairs, eager to share many thoughts with her younger brother. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen promptly followed her up, reminding Yushan, "You sit tight. I'll be back shortly." With that, he hurried after Lu Qingxue up the stairs. Meanwhile, within a luxurious villa nestled amidst picturesque mountains, Long Shi was energetically shaking a handsome middle-aged man, exclaiming, "Give it to me. Give it to me. Dad, you're the best." The dashing man appeared to revel in his daughter's flattery, leisurely retrieving an item from his storage ring to hand to Long Shi. "Thank you, Dad," she exclaimed. And in an instant, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 58, The Gift of a Minor Creation Pill. In the core student district. Room on the second floor of Building 1. Lu Qingxue pushed open the door and entered, with Lu Qingchen closely following behind. What greeted their eyes was a vivid expanse of red, adorned with myriad wallpapers and stickers. The most amusing sight was a bed featuring an enormous Rilakkuma pillow and countless plush toys. Noticing her brother's bewildered expression, Lu Qingxue chuckled lightly and explained, "Xiaoxi has a penchant for these fluffy items, and she decorated the room with these wallpapers and stickers." Lu Qingchen nodded, concluding that this senior was indeed quite amusing, and remarked to Lu Qingxue, "Shi Jie seems to have a fun personality. With such decor, the room feels far less dreary." Lu Qingxue agreed, acknowledging that without such embellishments, the room would likely feel quite barren. "Xiao Chun, you, sister, you." After a brief pause, both spoke simultaneously. "You go first, Xiao Chun," Lu Qingxue urged, her voice melodious and soft. At this moment, Lu Qingchen appeared slightly agitated, staring intently at Lu Qingxue as he asked earnestly, "Sister, have you been at the Tiandao Sacred Academy these past few years? Have you been well? Why haven't you come home to visit?" His words tumbled out in a rush, revealing his excitement. "Yes, after being taken away by my teacher a few years ago, I've been living at the academy. I've been doing quite well here. My teacher has been exceptionally kind to me. Plus, with Xiaoxi chattering away every day, it's not too dull. I do miss home sometimes, though." "Then why don't you come home if you miss it? Do Mom and Dad know you're here?" Lu Qingchen inquired, his heart brimming with questions, his tone increasingly fervent. A wistful expression crossed Lu Qingxue's face as she gently replied, "I've considered going back, but my teacher advised against it, and Dad even wrote a letter to my teacher." "Oh, a letter to your teacher? What did it say?" Lu Qingchen pressed on, intrigued. Lu Qingxue furrowed her brows, uncertainly stating, "The teacher showed me the letter. It is indeed in my father's handwriting. Aside from urging me to diligently cultivate, there was nothing else in it. The teacher also mentioned that our parents have unfinished matters to attend to, but beyond that, I am not particularly clear." Lu Qingchen nodded, as if beginning to comprehend. "What about you, Xiaochen? How did you become the top scorer in the martial arts examination? I recall you were never fond of martial arts." She inquired. "And how are our parents doing? Are they in good health?" Having not been in contact with her family for several years, Lu Qingxue harbored numerous questions and concerns. "Well, sister," Lu Qingchen began, "I was exceptionally fortunate to have stumbled upon a bottle of elixir, and then I even gave our parents one each before they departed for the academy. They said they needed to accomplish something they had left unfinished." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue could not help but ask, "What exactly did our parents set out to do? Is there a danger involved?" Lu Qingchen confidently patted his chest, reassuringly stating, "Mom and Dad will not face any danger. After taking the elixir, Dad told me in his letter that his health has recovered. Moreover, both Mom and Dad have shattered their constraints, telling me not to seek them out, as I would understand everything once I reached the realm of the kings." After listening to Lu Qingchen's words, Lu Qingxue felt her worries ease. She could not resist asking, "Xiaochen, you mentioned that you prepared for the Martial Soul University examination only after consuming the elixir, and that Dad's health not only recovered, but he and Mom shattered their constraints. Correct?" Lu Qingchen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. At that moment, his sister covered her mouth, a hint of confusion in her voice as she whispered, "What kind of elixir is so extraordinary?" Lu Qingchen grinned, a flash of light emanating from his hand, and in an instant, a small white jade-colored porcelain bottle appeared. He then handed it to Lu Qingxue. Upon receiving the porcelain bottle, she poured out a translucent elixir the size of a longan. The moment the elixir was unveiled, it exuded a refreshing aura. After examining it for a moment, Lu Qingxue realized she had never encountered such an elixir, prompting her to ask, Xiaochen, what kind of elixir is this? I don't seem to have seen it in the academy. Sister, Dad said this is a minor creation pill, very precious. You should consume it quickly, Lu Qingchen urged. What? You mean this is a minor creation pill? Lu Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes widening. Lu Qingchen nodded earnestly. Lu Qingxue's expression became complex. Although she had never seen a minor creation pill, she had read about it in an ancient tome within the Academy's library. Any elixir or treasure bearing the name creation was undoubtedly of extreme value. Furthermore, the effects of the minor creation pill were astonishing. Capable of purifying the body and enhancing one's constitution and unconditionally elevating one's realm below the sacred realm. Such an elixir would be consumed immediately by anyone fortunate enough to possess it, rather than remaining in their possession. Considering this, Lu Qingxue returned the elixir to the bottle and handed it back to Lu Qingchen. Xiaochen, I cannot accept this elixir. A minor creation pill is too precious, and besides. Sister, there's no need to say more. I know what you're thinking. Lu Qingchen interrupted her with a wave of his hand. His bright eyes fixed on her. He stated earnestly, both Mom and Dad have already consumed it, and I even gave one to that brat Yushan. This remaining one was originally intended for you. However, enough, no need to say more. If you still regard me as your brother, then quickly consume it. Lu Qingxue gazed deeply at the handsome youth before her, choosing to remain silent. Accepting the minor creation pill from Lu Qingchen, she swallowed the precious elixir without hesitation. Xiaochen, protect me. In a quiet cultivation chamber, a handsome middle-aged man addressed a striking woman with her eyes closed in meditation. Dean, this is essentially the situation. I do not possess absolute confidence, so I hope you will take a look. With her red lips slightly parted, the woman referred to as the dean asked earnestly, are you certain this new student possesses that kind of martial soul? Did Long Feng personally go? Lu Qingfeng replied with conviction, I can sense that ancient and noble aura. And the other martial soul is indeed the creation Jade Divine Lotus. Judging by its performance in battle, a martial soul with a single soul slot could not possibly exhibit such extraordinary combat prowess. I understand. You may return now, the woman nodded, ceasing further conversation. Seeing her reaction, Lu Qingfeng grew anxious. Dean, you should really go take a look. If you delay, perhaps Dean Long will snatch it away first. With her brows slightly furrowed, as if contemplating something, the woman's figure gradually faded until she vanished completely. In the now quiet cultivation chamber, only Lu Qingfeng remained. Chapter 59, Above respect for martial arts, one must become a king. At this moment, She hurriedly made her way toward the core area. In the room, Lu Qingchen sensed Lu Qingxue's aura rising steadily, her soul powers surging continuously. This energy was reminiscent of what he had witnessed in Lei Xian. Yet the aura emanating from Lu Qingxue at this moment was even stronger. When Lu Qingxue swallowed the elixir, she felt no unusual sensations. Just as she prepared to sense the changes within her body, an immensely powerful force of creation surged forth. This force swiftly coursed through her meridians. Unlike the pain often associated with consuming other elixirs, only a gentle, nourishing energy enveloped her entire being. Moreover, Lu Qingxue inherently possessed an exceptionally high talent. Due to the characteristics of her martial soul, her body was already remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. At this moment, under the transformative effects of the minor creation pill, she radiated a faint glow. A massive force of creation instantly shattered the barriers that had previously held her back. At the moment of her breakthrough, Lu Qingchen could feel an overwhelming aura wash over him. Fortunately, due to the unique nature of his martial soul, he did not feel the immense pressure that accompanied Lu Qingxue's advancement. After a few minutes, the aura released during her breakthrough gradually subsided. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Qingxue's eyes as she prepared to share her joy of the breakthrough with her brother. Creak. Just as Lu Qingxue was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. She entered with a beaming expression, yet upon sensing the aura emanating from Lu Qingxue, her joy instantly transformed into shock. She could scarcely believe the situation before her, hesitantly asking, Xiao Shui, you have broken through? Lu Qingxue smiled and nodded in affirmation. You truly broke through to that realm. She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Xiao Shi, I have broken through to the respect for martial arts realm. Lu Qingxue replied melodiously. Only Lu Qingchen appeared bewildered at this moment. He was aware that Lu Qingxue had advanced, but he was unfamiliar with the concept of respect for martial arts. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Sister, what realm is respect for martial arts? Seeing her brother's confusion regarding the classification of martial arts realms, Lu Qingxue patiently began to explain. After the body refinement realm comes the awakening realm, also known as the spiritual martial realm, which you should know about. Lu Qingchen nodded in comprehension. After breaking through to the spirit martial realm, One ascends to the earth martial realm, followed by the celestial martial realm. The breakthrough to the celestial martial realm is something he could not help but exclaim. Lu Qingxue smiled faintly, affirming that beyond the celestial martial realm lies the sovereign martial realm, which is indeed the final stage of cultivating soul power. And what lies beyond the sovereign martial realm? Lu Qingchen inquired with palpable excitement, eager to learn how soon he could reach the monarch realm. Lu Qingxue's eyes brimmed with hope as she gazed earnestly into Lu Qingchen's eyes, stating, above the sovereign martial realm is the monarch realm, which represents a significant watershed. It dawned on Lu Qingchen that the monarch realm follows the sovereign martial realm, and he silently contemplated just how long it would take him to reach that level. Letting out a slight sigh, observing Lu Qingchen's demeanor, Longxi could not refrain from commenting, why the sigh? You are currently the top of your class. There is a strong likelihood you will advance to the inner academy for training ahead of others. The cultivation there is exponentially faster than in the outer academy. Hearing this, Lu Qingchen's eyes brightened as he turned to his sister. The explanation is somewhat intricate, but you will understand once you enter the inner academy. It should be soon. Lu Qingxue patiently replied. At that moment, Lu Qingchen could only think of hastily reaching the monarch realm so that he could reunite with his parents sooner. The thought of his sister being just a step away from the monarch realm while he was still at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm filled him with a strong sense of urgency. Sensing his feelings, Lu Qingxue gently reassured him, Little Chun, there is no need to rush. We are both in our 3rd year, and you have just entered the academy. There is ample time. Moreover, the higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to advance, so you might catch up to me sooner than you think. Longxi, unable to contain herself any longer, interjected, You too. I have remained stagnant for 2 months, and I am not anxious. Why are you both? Upon hearing Longxi's words, Lu Qingchen wisely closed his mouth, silently vowing to surpass Longxi, if not catch up to Lu Qingxue. In response to Longxi's remark, Lu Qingxue could only smile wryly and chuckle. What can I say? Your martial spirit is rather unique, and besides, no one at the same realm can best you. Longxi rolled her eyes, her expression dimming slightly. What does it matter if I am powerful at the same realm? The resources I need for cultivation are exceptionally rare. Where can I find them? Lu Qingchen flashed a grin and comforted her. Sister Shi, don't worry. Once my cultivation is robust enough, I'll help you find what you need. Longxi, noticing Lu Qingchen's earnest demeanor as he patted his chest, couldn't he help but smile. You better keep your promise. If you don't help me when the time comes, you'll be in for it. As she spoke, she waved her fair arm, showcasing her formidable strength. Lu Qingchen chuckled, about to speak, when Longxi suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Shue, I brought back that spirit beast Dad caught last time. You wanted to cook it yourself? Right? What spirit beast? Lu Qingxue asked, puzzled. With a flash of light from her hand, a creature entirely white appeared in the room. It was an extraordinarily agile antelope. Its body snow white, save for a golden horn atop its head. Although the creature had lost its life, it still emanated a faint aura of pressure. This pressure was not from bloodline or species, but purely from its realm. Lu Qingxue's eyes widened in astonishment as she gasped. Is this a spirit beast of the monarch realm? Longxi grinned, unfazed by Lu Qingxue's shock. Indeed. Dad caught this monarch realm spirit beast last time and has been reluctant to give it to me. I pleaded with him for quite a while today. And to my surprise, he acquiesced. A monarch realm spirit beast? Lu Qingchen was taken aback by the conversation between the two. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Sister Shi, are we really going to eat this spirit beast? Longxi shot Lu Qingchen an exasperated look, adopting a haughty demeanor. Of course we are. Are we supposed to save it for the new year? The three of them exchanged glances before collectively hauling the monarch realm spirit beast into the courtyard. At that moment, Yushan was lazily lounging on the sofa in the living room. Upon hearing footsteps descending the stairs, he opened his eyes and got up. As Lu Qingchen reached the 1st floor, he caught sight of Yushan looking over. Their eyes met. Lu Qingchen sparkled with delight while Yushan's held a hint of confusion. However, this moment of shared understanding lasted only a second. Once the trio fully descended, Yushan realized what Lu Qingchen was carrying on his shoulder. He opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, forgetting what he intended to say. Seeing Yushan in a daze, Longxi shouted, Hey, what are you staring at? Come help us. Yushan promptly took Longxi's position, shouldering the spirit beast. Thus, Lu Qingxue and Longxi began directing. Here, this spot. This place is perfect. Longxi stepped out of the living room and into the courtyard, excitedly pointing to a location as she directed the two. The two approached and placed the spirit beast in the indicated spot before sitting down to await their feast. With a flicker of light from Longxi's ring, an enormous black pot appeared in the courtyard. Lu Qingchen's mouth twitched, and Yushan was left in a stupor. Compared to their senior, they realized they were mere amateurs when it came to culinary pursuits. Yushan muttered to himself as he sat beside her. Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement, suddenly recognizing his own shortcomings. What are you two mumbling about? Hurry and help with the ingredients. The antelope, known as the golden horn snow antelope, was entirely white, with only its golden horn standing out. Although it was not a beast king like lions or tigers, it was undoubtedly a monarch realm spirit beast. As soon as the words left his lips, Yushan produced a kitchen knife, striking the monarch realm's spirit beast's body. The knife clanged against the golden-horned snow antelope with a sound akin to metal clashing. A notch appeared on the blade, indicating it was now rendered useless. Qingchen could hardly believe his eyes, having witnessed everything from Long Shi retrieving the enormous black pot to Yushan drawing the kitchen knife. This was the true essence of a foodie, he mused. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this massive black pot would become an essential item he carried with him in the future. Seeing Yushan hacking away with the knife, Long Shi covered her face in exasperation, saying, "If this gets out, it would be quite embarrassing to admit that we used a kitchen knife to butcher a monarch realm spirit beast." Yushan also hadn't anticipated that the spirit beast would be so resilient, leaving him at a loss for what to do. At this moment, Qingchen's arm transformed into a pair of golden claws, and with a swift swipe, a leg of lamb was severed. However, when it came to processing ingredients, the senior sisters of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy were the true experts. Qingchen and Yushan could only watch as Long Shi produced a massive dark red long knife from her storage ring. The crimson blade, which Qingchen estimated to be around 4 feet in length, bore intricate carvings of unfamiliar divine birds on its black hilt. While the hilt was dark, the blade itself radiated a deep crimson hue, exuding an aura of bloodlust. The razor-sharp edge unmistakably conveyed the ferocity of this weapon. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Long Shi chose to wield this divine instrument for the preparation of ingredients. With deft precision, she severed 4 lamb legs from the body of a golden-horned snow antelope. Meanwhile, Qingchen set up a massive barbecue grill, receiving the 4 lamb legs from Long Shi's capable hands. Once the preparations were complete, she placed the lamb legs down and gestured for Long Shi to commence. Long Shi opened her mouth, releasing a stream of flame. For reasons unknown, Qingchen found this sight rather peculiar. Although he was capable of similar feats, the sight of Long Shi conjuring fire struck him as odd. The flames danced upon the wood, igniting it instantly as the group patiently awaited the outcome. After a quarter of an hour, Qingchen furrowed her brow, expressing a hint of exasperation. The corporeal form of a king-tier spirit beast remains excessively formidable. Little Shi, your flames lack sufficient intensity. What should we do then? If my flames are inadequate, we'll have to seek assistance from the director or the dean. Upon hearing their exchange, Qingchen's eyes brightened, and he promptly approached the 2 young women. Allow me to give it a try. Perhaps I can succeed. Can you really? Long Shi regarded Qingchen with a skeptical expression. Although he had topped the martial examination rankings, his cultivation was merely at the spirit martial realm, which made Long Shi doubt his capability. Very well, little Chun, give it a shot. If it fails, we shall devise another plan, Qingchen encouraged. Sensing that her brother might surprise them, a fierce flame erupted from Qingchen's mouth, instantly igniting the wood. The sudden heat caused both women to take a step back. Meanwhile, 2 middle-aged men lurking in the shadows exchanged glances, their expressions bemused. The handsome middle-aged man was none other than the dean who had spoken on the stage earlier, while the other, exuding authority, was the director, using the supreme martial soul of the 3-legged golden crow's flames to roast lamb legs. How could he conceive such an idea? Long Feng remarked, exasperated, to Li Yinqing. Dean, is this lad truly a 3-legged golden crow? But he only has 1 soul slot. Li Yinqing's inquiry prompted Long Feng to roll his eyes, sighing with a tone of gravity. Yinqing, you are still young. Some things may be difficult for you to comprehend. As Qingchen unleashed his blazing flames, Qingchen promptly placed one of the lamb legs onto the grill. Her focus was unwavering as she meticulously monitored the meat. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air. With a flicker of brilliance, Qingchen produced an array of jars and bottles. After a series of deft movements, the enticing fragrance intensified, causing the 2 hidden middle-aged men to twitch their noses in anticipation. Dean, if we don't hurry, there might not be any left for us. Li Yinqing urged, a hint of urgency in his voice. What's the rush? There are still 3 legs remaining. Long Feng retorted, although his eyes sparkled with eagerness as he observed their every move. Little Shi, please prepare the remaining spirit beast meat. We shall brew a soup afterward. Qingchen called out to Long Shi, who was relishing her meal. Without hesitation, Long Shi tossed the crimson blade towards Qingchen. Little Chun, you take care of this. I haven't had a single bite yet, and now I must work again. Reluctantly, Qingchen accepted the blade, grumbling internally as he set about processing the remaining ingredients. Seeing Qingchen's unwillingness, Yushan could not help but revel in his misfortune. Brother Chun, this is your day of reckoning. Ha ha ha, that fool. Stop grinning and fill the pot with water, then bring it to a boil. Before he could bask in his moment of triumph, Long Shi's voice rang out. With his head hanging low, Yushan set the large black pot in place, preparing to fetch water. Suddenly, a graceful figure emerged. I happened to collect some cold heavenly pool water earlier. Let's use it to cook the spirit beast meat. The newcomer was Han Meng, who appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting, exquisitely sculpted like fine jade. Her ethereal beauty radiated a cold elegance, her icy blue eyes reflecting the celestial bodies. Dean, Lu Qingchen nearly exclaimed upon seeing the enchanting woman before him. "Greetings, Dean Han." Lu Qingxue and Long Shi bowed respectfully, the latter mumbling through a mouthful of food. Han Meng smiled gently. "There is no need for such formality. I merely passed by. Please, continue your work." Despite her words, she showed no intention of leaving, instead standing quietly by, observing Lu Qingchen and the others with her captivating eyes. Long Shi and Lu Qingxue understood Han Meng's nature well, not feeling awkward with her presence. She approached the large black pot, finding it rather intriguing. As Lu Qingchen processed the spirit beast meat nearby, he caught a glimpse of Han Meng, smiling to herself. Was it because of little Shi's large black pot? He couldn't help but grin at the thought. With a flicker of brilliance, Han Meng produced a jade bottle, positioning its opening over the pot and channeling her spiritual energy. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the cold heavenly pool water flowed forth, imbued with a hint of chill. Lu Qingchen and Yushan watched intently, recognizing the jade bottle as a type of storage spirit artifact, subtly distinct from ordinary storage rings. Noticing the puzzled looks from the two, Han Meng patiently clarified. "This is a storage artifact." Before long, the pot brimmed with the cold heavenly pool water. With another flash, Han Meng stowed the jade bottle away. As the graceful and elegant figure approached, Lu Qingchen, who was diligently processing the ingredients, extended his hand to receive the divine weapon from her. "Allow me." Her voice rang out, crisp and melodious. Swiftly, she passed the long blade to Han Meng, and Lu Qingchen watched as the weapon danced adeptly in the hands of his master. Moments later, the ingredients were prepared. One half comprised uniformly sliced meat, while the other half was cut into lengths suitable for grilling. The meat of the golden-horned snow antelope shimmered with a translucent glow, appearing exceptionally tender, and at this moment, it emanated wisps of spiritual energy. Han Meng placed the majority of the meat slices into a large black pot, and the water within the cold pool instantly sealed the escaping spiritual energy. Her enchanting eyes fixed on Lu Qingchen, signaling him to ignite the fire. He promptly unleashed a torrent of flames, causing the wood beneath the pot to ignite fervently. The fire blazed higher, and the water within the pot began to bubble. At this juncture, Long Shi, still gnawing on a leg of lamb, produced a large pot lid, as if performing a trick. With a resounding thud, she placed the lid on the pot. Concealed in the shadows, Li Yanchen cast a peculiar glance at Long Feng. Upon witnessing his daughter produce the pot lid, a twitch escaped Long Feng's lips. "Dean, why has Dean Han also arrived? Is she here to mooch a meal? How would I know? This girl becomes increasingly inscrutable. I didn't even sense her aura when she arrived. It seems the area for Lu Qingchen's assessment is under her purview. What? Are you speaking the truth?" Long Feng's expression suddenly turned grave. The second leg of lamb was nearing completion. Lu Qingxue glanced at Lu Qingchen and Han Meng standing nearby. She then approached the two, and as Lu Qingchen noticed his sister approaching with the roasted leg of lamb, he couldn't help but swallow hard, preparing to receive it. "Here, Han Dean, for you." Under Lu Qingchen's envious gaze, Lu Qingxue handed the food to Han Meng. Han Meng accepted the lamb leg from Lu Qingxue, casting a knowing glance at Lu Qingchen before passing the food to him. "I'm not hungry just yet. You should have it first." The unexpected delight left Lu Qingchen staring intently at the beautiful figure before him. Under his fervent gaze, Han Meng felt a flutter of nervousness in her heart and hastily extended the food to him. Lu Qingchen, not one to be coy, took the lamb leg and began to devour it with gusto. With a single bite, the succulent, golden-brown meat burst with flavor. After a few casual chews, it dissolved into spiritual energy that flowed into Lu Qingchen's body. "Ah!" He couldn't help but exclaim at the sensation of energy surging within. Almost immediately, he felt his pores open, seemingly releasing a torrent of spiritual power. He quickly activated his cultivation technique to refine the energy, indulging ravenously. At this moment, Lu Qingchen's two supreme martial souls automatically absorbed the spiritual energy entering his body. "If we wait any longer, there will be none left, Dean." Li Yanchen, noticing Long Feng's reluctance to reveal himself, urged with urgency. When no response came, he glanced back toward Long Feng's previous position, only to find it utterly vacant. Just then, the villa's door swung open, and Long Feng, wearing a broad smile, strolled toward Lu Qingchen and the others. "I happened to pass by and couldn't resist the urge to chat with everyone. Who wants to chat with you? Just say you're here to mooch a meal." As Long Feng approached the large black pot, the group suddenly snapped to attention. Chapter 62. The atmosphere feels awry. Ignoring the curious gazes directed at him, Long Feng strode toward the pot. With a flash of brilliance, he produced an array of rare treasures. Lifting the lid of the pot, he placed these precious items inside before sealing it once more. "Welcome, Dean Long. Please, make yourself at home." Seeing Long Feng's generosity, Yushan and Lu Qingchen quickly extended their greetings to the esteemed figure. Outside the villa, Lei Xian ambled leisurely, intending to visit Lu Qingchen's residence. However, upon stepping outside, he spotted Director Li Yanchen pacing at the entrance of a villa. He promptly approached him. "Director Li, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Li Yanchen paused upon seeing Lei Xian, a glimmer of realization crossing his face as he noticed the innocent expression on Lei Xian's countenance, eliciting a sly smile. Little Lei, are you hungry? Lu Qingchen and Long Shi devoured their food rapidly. Once finished, they settled into a meditative posture, beginning to absorb the essence contained within the king-level spirit beast meat. After a brief moment, their bodies began to radiate light as they silently refined the immense spiritual power within them. Han Meng and Long Feng observed them intently, concerned that the overwhelming spiritual energy might be too much for them to handle. Such worries were unwarranted, as both were core students of the Heavenly Path Sacred Academy, possessing remarkable abilities. To the surprise of both deans, Lu Qingchen managed to absorb the vast essence faster than Long Shi. Another breakthrough. This is astonishingly easy. Lu Qingchen mused internally. Just as he was reflecting, he caught a glimpse of Long Shi's gaze directed toward him, tinged with envy. What is the matter, Shijia? Lu Qingchen inquired, puzzled by her reaction. Long Shi shook her head, opting for silence. Instead, she stood and turned to Lu Qingchen with a smile. The soup will be ready shortly. Can you still manage to drink some? No problem. Lu Qingchen patted his chest confidently, feeling that this was trivial for him. Possessing two supreme martial souls, the resources required for his cultivation were extraordinarily immense. Were it any other spirit martial realm student, they would scarcely be able to consume such a quantity of spirit beast meat. A mere taste would suffice for them to break through a minor realm. If someone attempted to eat like Lu Qingchen, they would likely burst before finishing. Long Feng observed a hint of melancholy in his daughter's eyes, prompting a silent sigh within him. Long Shi's martial soul was somewhat unique. Ordinary treasures or soul stones would not suffice for her breakthroughs. The Heavenly Path Sacred Academy's decision to send individuals to various martial examination sites was partially influenced by Long Feng's intentions. We'll just have to wait and see, he thought, shaking his head and dismissing the matter from his mind. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door just as everyone was preparing to enjoy the soup. Yushan opened the door to reveal Lei Xian standing there, holding an array of neatly packed cooked dishes. Upon seeing Yushan, he grinned widely. Little you, I just came from the cafeteria, thinking you all might not have eaten yet. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Lei Xian, revealing Director Li Yanchen, who mirrored Lei Xian's expression and held an abundance of food as well. I ran into little Lei at the cafeteria, and he mentioned that you all hadn't eaten yet. Plus I have an announcement for you. The clumsy pretense drew some bemusement from those gathered in the courtyard. You found 2 new students and brought them to the third-year course students? Nevertheless, seeing the director present, they welcomed him inside. Greetings, Dean Long. Greetings, Dean Han. Upon entering, Li Yanchen promptly offered his salutations. Han Meng nodded at him, and Long Feng cast a look of approval in return. Soon, the last 2 legs of lamb were perfectly roasted, and Lu Qingxue handed one to Han Meng. However, she hesitated over the final leg, uncertain whether to give it to the esteemed dean or to Yushan. Li Yanqing and Lei Xian could only watch longingly, clearly resigned to the fact that they would not partake in the feast. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingxue ultimately decided to offer it to the dean. She feared that if Yushan consumed too much spiritual beast meat, he might struggle to absorb it. Additionally, this particular spiritual beast had originally been procured by Long Shi from the dean, and just moments ago, Long Feng had presented an array of precious materials. Just as Lu Qingxue prepared to extend the last roasted leg of lamb to Long Feng, a delicate jade hand materialized from the void, gently seizing the final leg. The onlookers were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, who possessed the audacity to snatch food from Long Feng's grasp. At that moment, a complete figure emerged from the ether. She possessed an enchanting silhouette, exuding an ethereal and aloof aura. Regrettably, her visage was obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinct. Upon recognizing the figure, Lu Qingxue exclaimed with delight, "Master, what brings you here?" "I happened to pass by and thought I would pay you a visit," came the cool and melodic voice. "Well, you could have come without snatching my leg of lamb." Long Feng interjected, his gaze fixed on her, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "I did not seize your food. It was clearly given to me by Xiao Shui," she replied, her voice as melodious as pearls cascading onto jade. Faced with her unreasonable demeanor, Long Feng found himself at a loss. Surely, it would not be prudent to engage in conflict over a mere roasted leg of lamb, and the outcome of such a confrontation was uncertain. With the final leg now claimed, Lei Xian and Li Yanqing shifted their gaze towards the black pot, their hopes for a share dashed. "Master, what brings you here so suddenly, and specifically to see me?" Lu Qingxue asked, her excitement palpable. "I've found my recent cultivation rather monotonous, so I thought I'd take a break and see how you were faring," she replied, though her gaze drifted towards Lu Qingchen, who was waiting by the black pot. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Long Feng quickly diverted the conversation. "Yanqing, did you not notice that Dean Nangong has also arrived? Go fetch my cherished wine." He winked at Li Yanqing, urging him to hurry. "Right away," Li Yanqing exclaimed, vanishing in a streak of light. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Those present were astute. As senior core students, Lei Xian and the others understood the underlying currents of the situation and fell silent. Observing the collective reaction, Lu Qingchen and Yushan refrained from speaking further. Consequently, the still boiling black pot became the focal point of everyone's attention, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chapter 63. The simplicity of breaking through realms. Indeed, that is the situation. The dean has tasked me with relaying this to you, Li Yinqing said anxiously in a tranquil chamber, addressing a white-haired elder. Are you certain it is a supreme martial soul? It has been decades since one has been witnessed. I find it hard to believe the claims made by that young rascal, Long Feng, the elder replied, shaking his head in disbelief. The words of Dean Long are undoubtedly true, and Dean Nangong has also made her way there. What if they are usurped by the Holy Academy? At the mention of the Holy Academy, the elder's gaze sharpened. Are you certain of your information? I assure you, Li Yinqing insisted fervently. Very well. I shall convene the Supreme Council of the Heavenly Academy at noon tomorrow. You may return for now, the elder's voice echoed softly. In the core zone of the third year, a circular dining table was set in the courtyard, where a group of individuals gathered, resembling friends at a feast. Yet, the atmosphere was far from festive. Each person around the table harbored ulterior motives, their gazes sharp and somewhat peculiar. Lu Qingchen could distinctly sense that the gathering had split into three factions. One faction was led by Long Feng, another comprised of Dean Nangong and her supporters, and the third was formed by Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Lei Xian. Long Shi and Long Feng shared a father-daughter bond. While her own mentor was likely affiliated with Long Feng's department, his sister was aligned with her master, though it remained unclear whether this allegiance was voluntary. Lu Qingchen's deductions were astute. However, he remained puzzled as to why so many significant figures had suddenly converged. Was it merely for the consumption of the king-grade golden-horned snow antelope? The atmosphere around the table gradually chilled as the two esteemed deans locked eyes, their intense gazes clashing and emanating formidable pressure that enveloped the gathering. Just then, a figure pushed open the door, causing the tension to dissipate. It was none other than Li Yinqing, returning. Observing the silence surrounding the table, he stood at the doorway, holding 2 bottles of wine, and declared, "Hey, I'm back." The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. "Can we eat now?" Yushan timidly inquired, eyeing the sumptuous spread before him. Lu Qingchen looked at his good friend with utter astonishment. Shaking his head in exasperation after a moment's pause, Long Feng, in a gentle tone, addressed Yushan, "Of course, feel free to indulge, young man." He then handed him a platter laden with grilled meats. "Thank you, Dean," Yushan responded, grasping the platter and preparing to eat when a melodious voice chimed in beside him. "Wouldn't it be a bit too greasy to solely consume roasted meat? Perhaps you should have some vegetables?" Nangong Qianyue smiled sweetly, presenting a platter of greens to Yushan, suggesting he pair it with the lamb. "Chenggu, are you not eating?" Yushan timidly asked Lu Qingchen, noticing that no one else had touched their chopsticks. At that moment, Lu Qingchen's lips twitched in amusement. Inwardly, he thought, the two deans have yet to partake. Sensing the awkwardness enveloping the room, Li Yinqing hurriedly placed the bottles of wine on the table and found a seat. As soon as the fine wine was introduced, the atmosphere lightened considerably. "Lu Qingchen, your performance in the recent freshman assessment was commendable. I have high hopes for you." Li Yinqing raised his glass, gesturing towards Lu Qingchen at Long Feng's prompting. Lu Qingchen promptly raised his glass in response. "It has come to my attention that an ancient trial secret realm has been discovered, yet it remains unexplored." Nangong Qianyue initiated a new topic. "Indeed. It appears that this year's freshman trial has been cancelled and will instead involve participation in the secret realm trial alongside students from across the nation's martial arts academies." "Is it exclusively for freshmen?" Lei Xian inquired. "Not entirely. However, only students below the earth martial realm may enter, meaning those above the spiritual martial realm are excluded." Upon hearing that only those at the spiritual martial realm could participate, Lei Xian's spirit waned. Nevertheless, this secret realm trial is notably extraordinary. Those from higher echelons have mentioned that the rewards are exceptionally significant. At the mention of rewards, both Lu Qingchen and Yushan perked up with interest. Upon observing the reactions of the two individuals, Long Feng could not help but feel a sense of appreciation. It appeared that these two young ones were rather astute. Although the information at hand was not entirely accurate, it was expected that clarity would be attained within 2 to 3 days. Nangong Qianyue, with a soft smile, interjected, interrupting Long Feng's forthcoming words. Long Feng shot her a disgruntled glance, but could only raise his cup to the gathering. As cups of wine were downed, the consciousness of Lu Qingchen and his companions grew increasingly hazy. Eventually, following Li Yinqing's collapse, only 3 deans remained present. At this moment, Long Feng appeared somewhat triumphant, raising his cup cheerfully towards Nangong Qianyue. "Dean Nangong, shall we continue? I have yet to quench my thirst." Nangong Qianyue shot him a disdainful look, choosing to ignore him as she quietly departed. "Hey, you think you can compete with me? You are still too green." At this moment, Long Feng was in high spirits, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, he failed to notice a subtle gleam descending upon the prone Lu Qingchen at the very moment Nangong Qianyue left. Due to the paramount significance of the supreme martial soul, both the Heavenly Academy and the Sacred Academy sought to claim Qingchen. Yet, with Long Feng having intoxicated the others, he now had ample time to make his preparations. He was confident that after thorough preparation, he would successfully acquire Qingchen. At this juncture, Han Ming was engrossed in her own drinking, observing the clash between the two deans, her expression turning rather peculiar. If only they knew I had already taken Xiaochen as my disciple in advance. It wasn't until nightfall that Qingchen finally roused from his stupor. Upon surveying his surroundings, he shook his head in bewilderment. Shouldn't I be lying outside? How did I end up in a room? Just as he pondered this, the door swung open. Oh, Xiaochen, you're awake so soon? Qingchen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her brother awake. I just woke up, sis. Where are you, Shan, and the others? Why am I in this room? They are downstairs. I brought you and Xiao Shi to the room. Qingchen gently explained, noticing his confusion. Qingchen nodded, rising from the bed to head to the living room. As he stood, he realized that his soul power had significantly increased and felt a refreshing clarity. With a thought, he opened his information panel to investigate. Host, Qingchen. Martial Soul, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon. Creation, Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Stage, 7th level. Spiritual Power, Bright Moon, 5th level. Techniques, Burning Heaven Sacred Cannon, Indestructible Body of the Emperor Dragon. Creation Jade Clarity Heart Sutra. Divine Abilities, Not Activated, Fire, Dragon. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Pill X1, Burning Heaven Divine Seed, Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, Soul Stones 10, 100. Having consecutively broken through 2 minor realms in a single day, Qingchen found the experience of transcending realms to be rather effortless. Yet, he did not consider the rarity and value of the king-level spiritual beast meat. Moreover, aside from a few individuals, none of the students within the entire academy, including the inner academy, had ever tasted king-level spiritual beast meat. Chapter 64, Resource Hall. Exchange for Stargrass. Qingchen exited his room and made his way to the first-floor living room. Yushan and Lei Xian were still deeply asleep, and Qingchen glanced around but did not see Longshi's figure. Noting Qingchen's demeanor, Qingchen chuckled lightly and teased. What's the matter, Xiaochen? Looking for someone? Scratching his head sheepishly, Qingchen replied, I thought Sister Shi was here too. Where is she? She just woke up too, but was taken back to the inner academy by Dean Long. Apparently, she had some matters to attend to, Qingchen explained. Qingchen nodded, not surprised by his sister's words. It was obvious to anyone that the dean was Longshi's father. By the way, sis, can the academy points only be exchanged for soul stones, or do they have other purposes? Points are very important. They can be exchanged for various cultivation resources, including combat techniques and divine weapons, among other things, Qingchen patiently elucidated. You've just enrolled and haven't attended classes yet, but once you do, the Academy's instructors will explain it all to you. For now, let me take you to the resource hall. Without disturbing the still sleeping Lei Xian and Yushan, Qingchen followed his sister to the resource hall. Although it was called a resource hall, it was not very large. Comparable in size to the Academy's grand dining hall, Qingchen counted approximately 30 windows. Countless students were bustling in and out, indicating that the resource hall was even more popular than the dining hall. Some upperclassmen, upon spotting Qingchen's arrival, gazed at her with fervent interest. Observing this, Qingchen could not help but jest. Sis, it seems you're quite popular in the outer academy. Qingchen shot him a glare with her bright eyes, retorting, Are you looking to get beaten? How dare you tease your sister? Oh no, just a joke. Qingchen quickly defended himself, rubbing his nose. Walking directly to a window, Qingchen's somewhat cool voice rang out. Hello, could you please provide me with the resource exchange information for both the inner and outer academies? Upon seeing the golden school emblem, the young woman at the window promptly fetched 2 jade tubes and handed them to Qingchen. By channeling a bit of soul power into the jade tube, one could view the contents. Qingchen's clear voice chimed as she held the jade tube. Qingchen followed suit, channeling a bit of soul power into his own jade tube. Suddenly, it burst forth with brilliant light, forming a luminous screen before him. The resources available for exchange appeared like a dazzling menu on the screen. Qingchen swiftly scanned the rows of fine print, discovering that aside from pills and soul stones, there were only a few everyday items, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. There seemed to be far too few items available for exchange. Check the other jade tube, Qingchen advised, unable to suppress her urge to remind him. Listening to his sister, Qingchen activated his soul power to probe the other jade tube. A screen that was nearly 5 times larger than the previous one appeared before him. Not only that, but each item on the screen had corresponding images and descriptions. Crimson Flame Blade, Earth Tier Upper Grade Spiritual Weapon, with an attack that inflicts a flicker of crimson flame, capable of causing a burning effect. The blade is forged from a mix of fine iron and crimson flame stone, exceptionally sharp. Points required for exchange, 100. Small Soul Pill, which enhances one's soul power upon consumption and is more easily absorbed than soul stones. Points required for exchange, 10. Azure Spirit Technique, Heaven Tier Lower Grade Technique. Points required for exchange, 500. Upon reaching this point, Qingchen could not help but grin. It appeared he could exchange for quite a bit. Continuing to examine further, he came across stargrass, a heavenly material for body refinement, nourished by the power of the stars, with excellent body tempering effects. Points required for exchange, 300. I found it. Qingchen's eyes lit up. This was precisely the cultivation resource needed for the first layer of the indestructible body of the Emperor Dragon. Each breakthrough in the indestructible body would manifest a dragon pattern upon his form. Upon achieving 5 dragon patterns, he would undergo a transformation into the Emperor Dragon's sacred body. Moreover, reaching the first layer of the indestructible body would allow him to cultivate true dragon ganchi. Sis, I want to exchange for stargrass. How do I proceed with the exchange? Upon hearing Qingchen's voice, Qingxue walked directly to the window and addressed the staff. Hello. Could you assist me in exchanging for 10 stargrass? As she spoke, she handed a plaque to the attendant. The staff took another plaque, tapped it lightly, and returned it to her. That would be 3,000 points. Here are your 10 stargrass. The attendant presented 10 twinkling grasses to Qingxue. After receiving both the plaque and the stargrass, Qingxue tucked the 10 grasses into Qingchen's embrace. In the future, if you require any cultivation resources, simply mention it at the window and present the plaque to the staff, she advised. Qingchen nodded and carefully stored the 10 stargrass away. Although she was somewhat curious about her brother's intentions with the stargrass, she refrained from asking. After all, her brother was growing up and surely had his own secrets. Sister, how many points do you have left? Qingchen inquired. These stargrasses are for my cultivation techniques. He added, as if sensing Qingxue's unvoiced concerns. I still have plenty of points, so no need to worry. If I ever run low, just let me know. Qingxue replied with a soft, soothing voice. Qingchen nodded in response. Are there any other ways to acquire points at the academy besides exchanging soulstones? Qingchen asked curiously. Actually, students are not very keen on using soulstones for exchanges due to the unfavorable ratio. One can earn points by completing various tasks or by submitting unnecessary treasures and materials for exchange. Many inner court students frequently hunt spirit beasts or seek out spiritual herbs to trade for the cultivation resources they need. After classes resume in a couple of days, the instructors will explain these matters to you, Qingxue clarified, addressing her brother's queries with clarity. After listening to her, Qingchen felt enlightened and promptly pulled Qingxue to a secluded spot. In a flash of light, 5 lotus seeds appeared in his hand, which he then handed to Qingxue. Oh, Xiaochen, what are these lotus seeds for? Qingxue studied the seeds for a while, but found nothing remarkable about them. Sister, these are the seeds of the creation Jade Divine Lotus. Keep them safe. Each seed can extend one's lifespan by 5 years, Qingchen whispered. What did you say? Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. You heard me correctly, quickly accept them. After casting a deep glance at the delicate young man before her, Qingxue hurriedly accepted the seeds, choosing not to ask further. Internally, she vowed that this matter would remain a secret from everyone. Chapter 65. Is this the inner court? A celestial paradise. Core student area. Yushan and Lei Xian, who had been sound asleep, were now awake. The two sat in the living room, munching on sunflower seeds and engaging in casual conversation. She paced back and forth in the courtyard, a hint of anxiety in her light red eyes. Where did Xiaoxue and the others go? Why aren't they back yet? After waiting for a while, She began to feel perplexed. Suddenly, 2 beams of light descended. It was Qingchen and Qingxue. Xiaoxue, you're finally back. Where have you been? I've been waiting for ages. She pouted, her light red gaze fixed on the two. I just took Xiaochen to the resource hall to exchange for some cultivation resources. What is the matter, Xiaoxi? Is there something urgent? Qingxue explained. Ah, you were exchanging for cultivation resources. I thought you were off doing something else. She patted her impressive bosom, indicating her understanding. It's regarding the previous trial in the secret realm. Dad asked me to bring the 5 victorious new students to the inner court. Upon hearing about the new students being brought to the inner court, Qingxue's expression sharpened. Is the academy placing such importance on this trial? It seems this secret realm is quite significant. Indeed, I heard from Dad that this trial is exclusively for students at the spirit martial realm, and there are only 10 spots available across the 3 major schools. She continued, her words flowing freely. Qingxue, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired, what about the other 3? When will they be taken to the inner court? They should be arriving shortly. I've already sent someone to notify them. Just then, 3 figures descended. The remaining 3 successful new students from the trial. Greetings, senior sisters. The trio greeted Shi and Qingxue politely upon seeing them. Qingxue nodded at them, while Shi coldly stated, now that everyone is present, let us proceed to the inner court. She handed several golden plaques to Qingchen and the others. I'll go fetch Yushan, Qingchen said, noticing that his good friend was absent. Entering the living room, he found the two still casually chatting and snacking. Upon seeing Qingchen enter, they briefly glanced at him before returning to their conversation. Qingchen, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Everyone is outside. Senior Sister Long Shi is taking us to the inner court." He turned and walked out. Whether it was hearing Long Shi's name or the mention of the inner court, Lei Xian, who had just been laughing and chatting, abruptly stopped. Yushan quickly rose from the plush sofa and followed Lu Qingchen outside. "Why did you stop chatting?" Long Shi said with irritation. "Weren't you having a good time?" The two exchanged awkward smiles. After handing the last golden plaque to Yushan, Long Shi instructed, "In a moment, just infuse a bit of soul power into the plaque, and you can enter the inner court." After hearing Long Shi's words, Lu Qingchen nodded and infused a trace of soul power into the plaque. "I didn't tell you to do it just yet." Before the words had fully left her lips, Yushan and Lu Qingchen vanished from sight. Instantly, silence enveloped the group. Lu Qingxue sighed in exasperation while Long Shi chuckled in disbelief. Those two little rascals. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen and Yushan, having infused their soul power into the plaque, found themselves in a different space. The scene before them left them in awe. Here stood independent courtyards, magnitudes larger than the core area they had previously occupied. These courtyards were also constructed around a lake, much like the villas in the core area. However, this lake was far more magnificent than the artificial lakes in the outer court. The mist rising from the lake adorned the surrounding courtyards, resembling a picturesque landscape painting. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened as he realized that the mist was not mere vapor, but strands of condensed spiritual energy. A colossal palace seemed to rest upon the clouds, and a towering spire soared into the sky, its height impossible to discern. The environment of the outer court could not be compared. This place was truly a celestial paradise. "Is this the inner court?" Both of them gaped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their purpose. Meanwhile, Long Shi and the others remained outside the villa, seemingly awaiting someone. "Is everyone here? If so, we can proceed." A figure appeared, none other than the director of the outer court, Li Yanqing. After scanning the students before him, he inquired, somewhat puzzled, "Wasn't Lu Qingchen and Yushan supposed to be notified?" The group exchanged odd glances, while Long Shi sighed. "They went in ahead of us." Upon hearing her words, Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. "Did you enter early? How intriguing. Let us proceed inside as well." With that, his figure vanished from the sight of the crowd. Noticing that Li Yanqing had taken the lead, the others hurriedly infused their spiritual energy into the golden plaque. In the next instant, the students who had just been outside the villa disappeared without a trace. As they stepped into the inner courtyard, the first sight that greeted them was not the majestic architecture or the ethereal beauty of the realm, but rather the backs of Lu Qingchen and Yushan. At that moment, Lu Qingchen was marveling at the cultivation environment of the inner courtyard when suddenly, someone playfully tapped him on the back of his head. Turning around, he discovered Long Shi smiling at him. "So what do you think? Are you not astonished by the environment here in the inner courtyard?" Lu Qingchen nodded. "Indeed, I never anticipated such a place existed. It feels like a different world altogether." Long Shi, with a look of profound meaning in his eyes, replied enigmatically, "From this day forth, your understanding may undergo a transformative upheaval." At this moment, not only Lu Qingchen and Yushan, but also the other three new students shared identical expressions of astonishment as they beheld the inner courtyard. Morong Qingqing, Mu Ningyue, and Zheng Yu gazed in disbelief at what lay before them, unable to comprehend that this was merely the inner courtyard of an academy. The colossal palace towering amidst the clouds and the lofty spires reaching for the heavens left an indelible impression upon their hearts. Li Yanqing observed their reactions with no surprise, for he had once felt the same way as the newcomers did now. "Come, allow me to introduce you to the dean." The group followed Li Yanqing to a three-story pavilion. Though the pavilion appeared rather unrefined, it emanated an air of ancient charm and timelessness. Lu Qingchen and the other new students watched the structure with mild curiosity, unaware of its significance. Only Lei Xian, Lu Qingxue, and Long Shi stared in astonishment at the quaint pavilion. Turning to Li Yanqing, Lei Xian asked, his voice trembling, "Director, are we really going to bring the new students in here?" Upon hearing Lei Xian's words, Li Yanqing nodded solemnly. "You three wait here for a moment. I will take them inside first." "No need for that. Since we are here, let us all enter together." A gentle voice resonated, enveloping them in a comforting warmth. Initially taken aback, Lu Qingxue and the others soon wore expressions of delight. "Let us proceed." As Li Yanqing's voice echoed, everyone eagerly followed suit. The interior of the pavilion revealed nothing particularly extraordinary, appearing merely antiquated. As the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed, a sense of nervous anticipation gripped them. Upon reaching the third floor, Li Yanqing stepped forward and gently knocked on the door of a meeting room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Long Feng, the dean of the academy. Noticing the slightly anxious expressions of the core students, Long Feng smiled warmly. "Please, come in." Upon hearing the dean's voice, their hesitations dissipated, and they entered the meeting room. Once inside, Lu Qingchen noticed that the floor was paved with stones resembling soul stones. As they walked upon it, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. How delightful it would be to cultivate here, Lu Qingchen mused. The spacious meeting room, adorned with only a few pieces of ordinary furniture, featured a round table with 11 seats. Greetings, esteemed elders. Li Yinqing stepped forward and bowed towards the round table. Have the young ones all arrived? If so, let them come forth so we old men may take a good look at them. A voice, both ancient and powerful, resonated. At Li Yinqing's signal, Lu Qingchen and the other new students stepped forward, allowing them to catch a glimpse of the venerable figures before them. Aside from the 4 elderly individuals at the periphery, the 2 figures at the center bore visible imperfections. The voice's owner, an elderly man with a single arm, was accompanied by a white-haired elder possessing only one eye. This sight stirred complex emotions within Lu Qingchen and his companions. Have we startled you, young ones? These injuries were sustained decades ago, the one-armed elder said kindly, seemingly reading their thoughts. Pay your respects to the esteemed elders. Long Feng's voice rang out, this time imbued with authority. Lu Qingchen and the others bowed deeply to the elders. The 6 venerable figures before you are the guardians of this academy, and indeed, the protectors of the entire Hua nation. Decades ago, beings from another world sought to invade ours, resulting in countless sacrifices by soul warriors. It was through the valiant efforts of the Academy's elders and those from the Holy Temple of Hua that we secured the peace we enjoy today. Therefore, these elders before you are deserving of your utmost respect. Long Feng's words ignited a profound transformation in the mindset of Lu Qingchen and his companions. The existence of another world seeking to invade their own was a revelation that left them awestruck. Enough, Xiaofeng. We merely fulfilled our responsibilities back then. The Hua nation has since transformed beyond recognition. As for the future of the Academy and the nation, it now rests upon the shoulders of these exceptional youths. The one-armed elder spoke gently, prompting the new students to clench their fists in determination. Children, the reason for your summons is that an immensely important trial awaits you. This trial pertains to the destiny of the Tiandao Sacred Academy and the future of the Hua nation. Here, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Tiandao Sacred Academy. As his words lingered, the 5 deans and 6 elders rose to their feet and bowed slightly towards the students. Boom. In an instant, Lu Qingchen and his companions found their minds blank. What was happening? Why did it feel as though they were living in a dream? The highest authorities of the Tiandao Sacred Academy were bowing to them. For a moment, they stood frozen, devoid of movement. Children, come forth and claim what is rightfully yours. Once the bowing concluded, the one-armed elder's voice resonated once more. Lu Qingchen and the other 5 were still processing the situation when Long Feng guided them to the round table. On the table lay 5 exquisite jade boxes, each containing soul pearls that Lu Qingchen recognized. At that moment, the soul pearls inside the jade boxes varied in form, radiating enticing auras. With a wave of Long Feng's arm, the boxes flew into the hands of Lu Qingchen and his companions. The jade box that landed in Lu Qingchen's hands contained a water blue soul pearl. This is specially prepared for you by the Academy, serving as a safeguard for your journey into the secret realm, Long Feng explained. Store it for now. Someone will assist you in absorbing it after the meeting concludes. With that, the 5 students carefully secured the soul pearls. Esteemed directors, please take your seats. The meeting is about to commence. As the words fell, several figures swiftly occupied the vacant chairs. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qingchen recognized the familiar faces of the directors he had previously encountered, including his esteemed mentor. Xiaofeng, you shall preside over the ensuing meeting, he instructed. Yes, Long Feng replied promptly. Observing the 5 new students before him, Long Feng's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. What I am about to convey is of utmost importance, so listen attentively. He paused, gauging the seriousness etched on the faces of the 5 individuals. This trial not only pertains to the fate of our nation and the Academy, but also bears significant implications for your very lives. At this revelation, apart from Lu Qingchen and Yushan, the others gasped in astonishment. Long Feng cast a profound glance at the 2 before continuing. The location of this trial is at the heart of this region, where an uncharted secret realm awaits exploration. According to intelligence relayed from the sanctuary, there exists an opportunity within that could enable the top soul warriors of our nation to achieve breakthroughs. Your task upon entering is to seek out legacies as diligently as possible. While ensuring your safety, strive to uncover powerful inheritances within. The secret realm teems with treasures. Even if you cannot find a legacy, acquiring some rare materials or formidable armaments would still be quite advantageous. Once inside, you 5 will randomly appear in various locations within the realm. It is advisable to regroup before engaging with others. Long Feng emphasized. This time, not only our Heavenly Dao Academy, but all martial spirit universities in Huagua, as well as individuals from the sanctuary, will venture into the secret realm. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that beings from another world will also compete for resources alongside you. Upon hearing this, the others visibly tensed, as if grasping the gravity of the situation. Observing their reactions, Long Feng's expression grew stern. Indeed, it is the very same entities that invaded our world decades ago who will also enter the secret realm. Thus, your primary objective is to safeguard yourselves, and only when secure should you pursue opportunities. If you encounter beings from the other world, do not leave any survivors. If you find yourselves outmatched, retreat. The 5 nodded in acknowledgement, signaling their understanding. That is the extent of what we currently know. The secret realm will open in 1 month. Your task now is to enhance your abilities to their fullest potential. During this month, the Academy will provide mentors specifically to guide you, he concluded. Understood. The 5 chorused loudly. This meeting is now adjourned. Qingchen, please remain. The rest of you should proceed to the training room on the 2nd floor, where your mentors await. Yes, they responded in unison, making their way upstairs. Watching them depart, Longfeng nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Having clearly observed that the new students absorbed his words, Qingchen, however, found it peculiar that the director had chosen to keep him behind. Longfeng regarded him with an amused gaze, causing Qingchen to shudder involuntarily. Surely the director does not harbor any peculiar inclinations, he thought. A chill running down his spine. Unbeknownst to Longfeng, he was oblivious to Qingchen's thoughts. After studying him for a moment, Longfeng smiled and said, "Do not be in haste. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Seeing that the director required his patience, Qingchen settled nearby to meditate. Lei Xian, Qingxue, Longxi, come forward. Upon hearing Longfeng's words, the trio quickly approached. You all should have heard what I just conveyed. They have only recently enrolled, yet are to represent the Academy in battle for resources, embodying a portion of our institution's future. Gazing at the 3, Longfeng continued, excellent. Qingxue has already achieved a breakthrough to the Zunwu realm, while you 2 stand at the 8th and 9th levels of the Tianwu realm respectively. My expectation is for both of you to ascend to the Zunwu realm within 6 months and make your mark on the Tianjiao rankings. At this demand, Lei Xian grew anxious, exclaiming, Director, achieving 2 realm breakthroughs in 6 months seems rather formidable. Longfeng shot him a pointed look, reiterating, the Academy will furnish you with all the training resources you require during these 6 months. At this assurance, both Qingxue and Lei Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Then I have no objections, Lei Xian declared, thumping his chest in confidence. Meanwhile, Longxi remained silent, appearing less enthused. As for his daughter's progression, even Longfeng, the director, felt a sense of trepidation. The resources imbued with true dragon essence were exceedingly rare, while the Academy's treasury contained numerous treasures resonating with dragon attributes. Not all dragons are true dragons. Contemplating this, Longfeng's brow furrowed momentarily before a sudden realization sparked joy within him. I have found a solution to the resources you require for your training. Though it will take some time. Really? Longxi exclaimed, nearly losing her balance at her father's words. Smiling, Longfeng waved his hand. You 3 may return now. Remember to train diligently. As they gradually departed, Qingxue shot a glance back at her brother, silently promising to see him later. Thus, Qingchen found himself alone, under the intense scrutiny of the esteemed figures before him, feeling akin to a delectable dish on display. Unable to suppress an awkward smile, he inquired, Director, is there something you require of me? Indeed, you are a promising student, Longfeng replied, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. There are indeed matters that need your attention. To the 2nd floor of the Tiansheng Pavilion. Meanwhile, Yushan and the others had already arrived at the training room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by 4 mentors, 2 men and 2 women, who promptly rose to meet them. Follow me, one of the male mentors instructed Yushan, his rugged visage softened by a friendly smile. Why must it be a male mentor again? Yushan inwardly lamented. Entering a specialized training chamber, Yushan produced the soul orb at the mentor's prompting. As he opened the jade box, the orb radiated a golden glow. Fortunate indeed. This is an attack-type soul orb, procured from a power-based soul beast, the gruff male mentor remarked cheerily. Yushan scratched his head, uncertain of the orb's function and effects. You will understand once you fuse with it. Now, close your eyes and unleash your martial spirit. Obeying the mentor's command, Yushan began to release his martial spirit without further hesitation. This is the situation. The competition among various factions will be fierce. Do not hold back against anyone, not even those from other martial spirit universities in Huagua. After absorbing Longfeng's words, Qingchen nodded slowly, grasping the significance of the impending secret realm trial. Regardless of whether they hail from the prestigious 3 academies or other ordinary martial soul universities, all will dispatch their students to participate. Once within the secret realm, all are adversaries. Moreover, the 5 individuals sent by the Monster Academy possess extraordinary strength. You must not underestimate them. It is said that this cohort comprises unparalleled geniuses. Rumor has it that a new student from the Monster Academy has already achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of spirit martial arts, so you must exercise caution. Longfeng said gravely. The student who clashed with you during the National Martial Arts examination is named Yao Qingwu. Do you remember him? Longfeng suddenly inquired. Upon hearing the name Yao Qingwu, Qingchen recalled the assassination attempt he encountered after the assessment. Had it not been for Han Meng's intervention, both he and Yushan might have faced mortal peril. As if perceiving Qingchen's thoughts, Longfeng spoke with profound significance. It is said that Yao Qingwu is among the students dispatched by the Monster Academy this time. At this revelation, Lu Qingchen's fists clenched involuntarily. Furthermore, during this trial in the secret realm, no one will have visibility into the events occurring within. Do you understand? A flicker of imperceptible cold light flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes as he remained calm while listening to the dean's words. Yet, a tide of murderous intent surged uncontrollably within him. I understand. After a moment of silence, a voice tinged with a hint of chill emerged. Chapter 68. The sensation is pleasant. I would dare again. Observing Lu Qingchen's reaction, Longfeng nodded in satisfaction. His aim was to ensure that Lu Qingchen and his companions quickly grasped the brutal realities of martial arts during this expedition into the secret realm. Simultaneously, he wished for them to witness how the geniuses from the Holy Temple and another world approached this trial. With this thought, he too began to anticipate the performance of these new students in the secret realm a month hence. He continued, some may die, and it will be of no consequence. In the secret realm, no one will know. Even if they did, what could be done? You have the support of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy. Longfeng spoke these words with immense confidence, not solely due to the formidable strength of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy, but also because of his own self-assurance. Lu Qingchen, deep in thought, nodded. A decision had already formed in his heart. I shall say no more regarding the secret realm trial. I have a personal request. Longfeng gazed intently at Lu Qingchen's handsome visage, seemingly attempting to discern his innermost thoughts. With a slight smile directed at the dean, Lu Qingchen replied earnestly, if the dean has any instructions, I shall exert myself to fulfill them. Should there be materials or divine weapons imbued with the essence of the true dragon within the secret realm, please endeavor to procure them. This is somewhat related to the cultivation of my junior sister. Longfeng was quite pleased with Lu Qingchen's response and articulated his request. No problem. If I encounter any materials or items infused with the essence of the true dragon, I shall do my utmost to acquire them. Lu Qingchen affirmed, finding this request quite manageable. Then there are no further matters. Let us proceed to the second floor, where assistance will be provided for the absorption of the soul pearl. After bowing once more to the esteemed elders, Lu Qingchen gradually departed the conference room amid their gazes. Upon exiting the conference room, Lu Qingchen hurried down the stairs, contemplating the dean's earlier words. It appears that this trial in the secret realm is even more brutal than I had anticipated. The school has expended considerable effort and resources to bolster the strength of this cohort of new students. This is not merely to empower them in their quest for inheritance. It is far more crucial that they mature swiftly. If any spirit martial artist at the spirit martial realm could enter the secret realm, then surely one could easily find several 9th-level spirit martial realm students among the second-year cohort. Moreover, the second-year students possess greater experience, making them more capable than these disparate new students. Furthermore, outside the secret realm, one cannot glean any details about the occurrences within. This signifies that those who perish in the secret realm truly die in vain. As Lu Qingchen ruminated on these matters, he ascended to the second floor. As he walked, Lu Qingchen unexpectedly collided with a striking figure before him. However, rather than pain, he felt a pleasant sensation. I beg your pardon, Lu Qingchen hurriedly exclaimed, then could not resist glancing up. The breathtaking woman before him was fixated on him, her beautiful ice-blue eyes reflecting a hint of vexation. Dean Han, recognizing the person before him, Lu Qingchen exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, or everyone in this building would have known he already had a mentor. Han Meng regarded him with a displeased expression. You seem lost in thought. How could you fail to notice such a prominent figure before you? Lu Qingchen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sheepishly rubbed his head and inquired. Dean Han, what brings you here? Seeing Lu Qingchen's innocent demeanor, Han Meng shot him a glare. What do you think I'm doing here? I am here to assist you in absorbing the soul pearl. Lu Qingchen had initially assumed it would be a mentor from the academy helping him with the absorption, but he was pleasantly surprised to find his own master had come directly. Therefore, he addressed the woman with the ice-blue gaze before him. Thank you, Dean Han, for helping me absorb the soul pearl. Just a minute ago in the conference room, Lu Qingchen had just departed. The several deans, watching him leave, were left pondering their thoughts. Now that there was nothing pressing, I shall assist him with the absorption of the soul pearl. Longfeng chuckled to the others. I have nothing to do either. Perhaps I should accompany the dean, as it would be safer. Director Chu immediately concurred. You may go. I have no objections. Nan Gongqianyu smiled slightly, seemingly indifferent to the new student. Very well, I shall assist him with the absorption of the soul pearl. By the way, where's Han Meng? Longfeng glanced around and noticed that one person was missing from the conference room. Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng and Nan Gongqianyu erupted into laughter. At this moment, Han Meng and Lu Qingchen had already arrived at the training room on the second floor. Once the door was closed, Han Meng gazed at Lu Qingchen with a teasing smile, remarking, You are quite popular. The deans nearly came to blows over the prospect of taking you as a disciple. Lu Qingchen, shrinking his head, weakly asked, Is it really that exaggerated, Dean Han? Han Meng lightly tapped Lu Qingchen on the head, responding earnestly, What Dean Han? You should call me Master. Master. Lu Qingchen followed her words and addressed her as such, then could not help but add, Master, Are you not afraid of them overhearing? Han Meng smiled warmly and replied, Of course, I am concerned. However, this space completely isolates sounds and energies, so there is no need for worry. Lu Qingchen observed the training room, constructed from unknown materials, and nodded in agreement. Yet, upon exiting this training room, prior to your formal apprenticeship ceremony, you must still address me as Dean. Otherwise, if they discover I have accepted you as my disciple prematurely, they will undoubtedly seek trouble for me. Observing the serious expression on Han Meng's beautiful face, Lu Qingchen could not resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. The texture is soft and delicate. It feels rather pleasant. Han Meng was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qingchen's action but quickly regained her composure. At this moment, her bright, expressive eyes were filled with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she gritted her teeth and slowly uttered a few words. How does it feel, my dear disciple? Just as Lu Qingchen was about to respond earnestly, a sharp pain surged through his ear. Han Meng's delicate hand had seized Lu Qingchen's ear and was pulling it from side to side. Fueled by her anger, Han Meng showed no mercy. She applied considerable force while ensuring not to injure Lu Qingchen. The pain made Lu Qingchen grimace, and the words he had intended to say were instantly swallowed back. Instead, he shouted loudly, Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please be gentler. Han Meng, who had initially planned to merely chastise Lu Qingchen lightly, intensified her grip upon hearing his words. Her lovely face was now flushed with embarrassment and irritation as she fiercely admonished, I'll make sure you remember this for next time. Chapter 69, The Healing System, The Thunder Temple. In the meeting room on the third floor, the esteemed elders and several deans present appeared to hear a piercing scream. Did any of you hear a strange sound? Dean Chu inquired with a puzzled expression, glancing at his fellow deans. The others wore curious expressions, but offered no response. Only Long Feng smiled and remarked, Old Chu, you must be mistaken. Perhaps you haven't rested well recently. You ought to take it easy. Meanwhile, in the training room, Lu Qingchen was clutching his reddened ear, grimacing in pain, while Han Meng wore a victorious smile. Was it just a pinch on the cheek? Lu Qingchen muttered to himself while rubbing his ear. What did you say? Han Meng, having just calmed down, felt her temper flare up again at Lu Qingchen's muttering. Nothing. I didn't say anything, master. Let us begin. Lu Qingchen shivered and quickly shifted the topic. Seeing Lu Qingchen divert the conversation, Han Meng huffed before saying, Take out the soul pearl. I will teach you how to absorb it. With a flash of light from her storage ring, 2 white jade boxes appeared in Lu Qingchen's hands. One was green, and the other blue, and the brilliance of the 2 soul pearls was almost overwhelming. Absorb one first. We will discuss the other later. Han Meng took the green soul pearl, which radiated a life force, and after a brief glance, handed it to Lu Qingchen. Place the soul pearl in your palm, sit cross-legged, and then release your martial spirit. Lu Qingchen nodded and silently communicated with the creation Jade Divine Lotus Martial Spirit. A magnificent jade-colored lotus flower materialized above his head, exuding a gentle aura. Maintain this state, and gradually absorb the power of the soul pearl. Han Meng instructed as Lu Qingchen began to draw in the energy from the soul pearl. As soon as he started, the soul pearl transformed into a beam of green light that penetrated Lu Qingchen's body. Moments later, one of the 7 vibrant soul slots in the creation Jade Divine Lotus dimmed. As time passed, the dim soul slot gradually emitted a green glow, revealing a hint of life energy until the light enveloped the entire training room. Watching the slowly spreading green luminescence, Han Meng's expression turned somewhat dazed as she murmured, Something seems amiss. How could the absorption of a soul pearl happen so quickly? The radiance lasted for about a minute before dissipating. Lu Qingchen turned to the creation Jade Divine Lotus and noticed that one of the soul slots had turned green. He then asked Han Meng, Master, does this mean the absorption was successful? Han Meng's brow furrowed in uncertainty as she replied, It should be successful. Try to utilize the abilities contained within the soul pearl you just absorbed. Usually, it would take an average person a day or 2 to absorb a soul pearl. But Lu Qingchen had done so in less than an hour. Given the rapidity of his absorption, it was no wonder Han Meng felt uncertain. Upon hearing his master's words, Lu Qingchen closed his eyes and began to earnestly sense the abilities he had just acquired from the soul pearl. Seconds later, a beam of green light shot toward Han Meng. Han Meng's red lips parted slightly, and she let out a soft sound. However, she quickly reacted, raising her hand to prevent Lu Qingchen from unleashing a second wave of abilities. After carefully assessing her physical state, Han Meng fixed a disapproving gaze on her disciple and pouted, You've hit the jackpot this time. This healing skill is exceedingly rare. Lu Qingchen smiled, already aware of the remarkable utility of this ability. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced the second blue soul pearl and began to absorb it. Xiaofeng. After these children have absorbed the soul pearls, you and the other deans will personally guide them for a month. The one-armed elder instructed Long Feng in the meeting room on the 3rd floor. Yes, Elder Tian, Long Feng replied respectfully. This time, the secret realm trial will also have several disciples from the temple participating, so be particularly cautious with those from the Thunder Temple. The current Thunder Temple is entirely different from what it once was. Do you understand? Are you referring to that incident from a few years ago? The one-armed elder nodded slightly. It seems that the increasing arrogance of the Monster Academy is likely significantly linked to the Thunder Temple. A glint of danger flashed in Long Feng's eyes. Pay them no mind. They are but clowns. Besides, their good days are numbered. I have sensed that one of them is likely to break the mirror. Break the mirror? Elder Tian, are you implying? The one-armed elder, known as Elder Tian, nodded with a hint of anticipation in his smile. How refreshing. Lu Qingchen stretched lazily, feeling invigorated after absorbing the 2 soul pearls. Han Meng, too, stared in astonishment at her disciple. It was her first time witnessing a student absorb soul pearls so swiftly. All right, since you have successfully absorbed them, you may return for now. Han Meng gestured for Lu Qingchen to leave. Lu Qingchen nodded, rising to exit the training room. Just as a thought struck him, he suddenly turned back and asked Han Meng, Master, I'm not familiar with this place. Could you show me around? Han Meng replied with mild annoyance. There are still people waiting for you downstairs. Let them take you around. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished. Scratching his head, Lu Qingchen departed the training room. Outside the small loft, as Lu Qingchen descended the stairs, he spotted 2 stunning young women standing at the entrance. Sis, I'm ready. Upon seeing Lu Qingxue waiting for him, Lu Qingchen called out. Hearing his voice, the 2 turned around. Lu Qingxue inquired with surprise, Xiaochun, have you successfully absorbed the soul pearl? Lu Qingchen nodded earnestly. That's wonderful. As she spoke, Lu Qingxue retrieved a small shield of icy blue from her storage ring. Handing it to Lu Qingchen, she said softly, Xiaochun, the secret realm trial in a month will be extremely perilous. Take this shield with you. Lu Qingchen took the shield from his sister's hands and examined it closely. It was a defensive treasure. Should danger arise, he could activate it with his soul power. Lu Qingchen, following Lu Qingxue's instructions, gradually infused his soul power into the icy blue shield. In an instant, the small shield expanded rapidly, emanating a layer of icy blue aura that enveloped Lu Qingchen entirely. I understand now, sister. He retracted the shield and addressed the enchanting woman before him. Lu Qingxue nodded slightly, offering him a faint smile. The bond between them required no words. Expressions of gratitude were never uttered, but rather silently cherished within their hearts. Chapter 70. The Talents Ranking. Divine Soul Species. You don't possess a weapon yet, Xiaochun. Take this sword for now. Upon seeing Lu Qingchen equipped with a defensive treasure, She produced a long sword, previously utilized to cleave the king-level spirit beast. The blade glimmered a dark crimson, adorned with carvings of an unidentified ferocious bird. The moment this divine weapon was revealed, it exuded a chilling aura of slaughter. Shi Jie, isn't this your weapon? What will you use if you give it to me? He inquired. This is for your trial. Remember to return it after use. Besides, I need to cultivate during this period and won't require it, Shi replied. Noticing Lu Qingchen's hesitation, she firmly placed the dark red sword into his hands. Take it. When you enter the secret realm, perform well and ensure your safety. Lu Qingchen nodded decisively, accepting the long sword. As he grasped it, the blade trembled momentarily before settling into stillness. He glanced at the sword in his hand, and then looked towards Long Shi, silently questioning its peculiar nature. Long Shi furrowed her brow. She too was witnessing this phenomenon for the first time. Whatever the case, as long as you can wield it, that's what matters. However, this sword is unlike the treasure Xiao Shui has given you. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Qingchen infused a trace of soul power into it. Clang. The blade vibrated violently, radiating a dazzling red light. Both Long Shi and Lu Qingxue were momentarily taken aback. Once he ceased infusing his soul power, the dark red sword reverted to its original state. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Qingxue, astonished, inquired, Xiao Shi, is this sword not exclusively yours? Long Shi, her expression somewhat complex, shook her head. I'm not entirely sure what is happening, but if Xiaoqun can master it completely, that would certainly be preferable. Recognizing that Long Shi herself was uncertain, Lu Qingxue refrained from further questioning. Her reasoning was sound. If Xiaoqun could wield it fully, it would indeed be for the best. Put it away. At Long Shi's urging, Lu Qingchen quickly stored the fearsome sword within his storage ring. In those fleeting seconds when the blade emitted the red light, he felt his soul power rapidly depleting. I'll ponder over this later, he mused internally. Xiaoqun, since you've just arrived in the inner courtyard and may not be familiar with it, would you like us to show you around? Lu Qingxue suggested. Sure. Lu Qingchen agreed. It was fortuitous, as he was uncertain of where to go, and having Lu Qingxue and Long Shi guide him through the environment was indeed beneficial. The inner courtyard was not overly complex. Apart from some independent courtyards, there were only the cultivation chambers. The small pavilion we entered earlier is called the Tiansheng Pavilion, the abode of the Academy's esteemed seniors, Lu Qingxue explained as they walked. So far, only you 5 newcomers have entered the Tiansheng Pavilion. We are also entering for the first time, Long Shi remarked cheerfully. Oh, are there specific requirements to enter the Tiansheng Pavilion? Lu Qingchen asked, puzzled at being among the first newcomers to gain access. Of course there are requirements. Aside from students who have made significant contributions to the Academy, The reason you 5 can enter is likely due to the extraordinary importance of this secret realm trial, significant enough to warrant an early reward. Longxi shrugged. Her expression one of resignation. Did you think one could simply obtain a soul pearl as a reward for passing a mere newcomer trial assessment? Longxi's words heightened Lu Qingchen's awareness of the gravity of the upcoming secret realm trial. Xiaoxi is right. Soul pearls are indeed exceedingly precious. You must tread cautiously during this secret realm expedition. Lu Qingxue's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Sister, I understand. There's no need for concern. The trio arrived before a massive stone tablet, and Lu Qingchen lifted his gaze to its summit. Etched upon the stone were 5 gleaming golden characters. Hua Nation Talents Ranking. As Lu Qingchen gazed at the inscription, he murmured to himself, this is a list compiled by the Sacred Hall, showcasing all the youthful powerhouses of Hua Nation who have reached the Zunwu realm. Every young martial artist in Hua Nation aspires to one day find themselves on this list. Are there any benefits to being on the list? Lu Qingchen queried, puzzled. If it were merely for honor without tangible rewards. He felt the talent's ranking was of little significance. Of course there are benefits, though we are unaware of them. Longxi replied, her excitement palpable. It is said that every 5 years, the young talents on the list enter a mysterious place, rumored to be filled with countless opportunities. If one is fortunate enough to seize a chance, they can ascend to great heights. Longxi's enthusiasm was infectious. As if her name were already inscribed upon the Hua Nation Talents ranking. Lu Qingchen, with a teasing smile, looked at the exuberant Longxi and asked, Sister Shi, why don't I see your name on the list? This question seemed to douse Longxi's excitement with a bucket of cold water. Her expression instantly shifting to one of dismay. Waving her fist at Lu Qingchen, she retorted fiercely, who says I'm not on the list? In a few months, my name will definitely be there. Just be sure not to envy me then. Lu Qingchen smirked, clearly skeptical, observing the playful banter between them. Lu Qingxue could only chuckle helplessly. Let us go check out the buildings above, she suggested, pointing to the 3 towering structures that pierced the clouds. Lu Qingchen gazed upwards, where 2 grand halls stood majestically among the clouds, accompanied by a colossal tower that soared into the heavens, with crimson wings unfurled. He followed the 2 women as they ascended towards the cloud-perched halls. Upon reaching the first hall, they found the entrance inscribed with 3 large characters, Library Pavilion. Upon entering the Library Pavilion, Lu Qingchen discovered an array of ancient texts, numerous jade tubes, and assorted manuscripts within the hall. The Library Pavilion spanned 5 levels. The first contained various ancient texts and records, chronicling an array of wondrous tales and cultivation notes. The second level housed techniques and combat skills necessary for the Zunwu realm. The third and fourth levels were accessible only to kings and emperors, of which he had no knowledge. Lu Qingxue patiently shared her insights with Lu Qingchen, divulging everything she knew. As Lu Qingchen stepped into the first level and casually flipped through some ancient texts, he found records detailing various rare materials and their effects. He opened another volume, which primarily contained introductions to divine weapons. Just as he was about to exit the Grand Hall, a tome titled The Catalogue of Celestial Oddities caught his eye. Picking up the book, Lu Qingchen began to slowly leaf through its pages, engrossed in the contents within. Throughout the ages, the heavens and the earth have birthed countless rare treasures. However, only the most extraordinarily elusive of these can ascend to the esteemed list of wondrous entities. Upon finishing the introduction, Lu Qingchen turned to the second page. A few bold characters stood out before his eyes. The ranking of the 10 supreme divine souls. Chapter 71, the top 10 divine soul rankings. As Lu Qingchen continued to read, he noticed a line of fine print below. Note, each divine soul is a unique creation of the cosmos, and there cannot exist 2 identical divine souls simultaneously. The foremost on the divine soul list, the eternal divine soul. Through the annals of time, the 10 divine souls have shone like celestial suns. With the eternal divine soul revered above all, it is said that the bearer of the eternal divine soul possesses an inexhaustible lifespan, impervious to the ravages of time and fate. The inheritor of the eternal divine soul, unknown. What a remarkable eternal divine soul. Lu Qingchen's gaze turned solemn. He had not anticipated that a single divine soul could wield such astonishing power. Eternity. Could this be the ultimate pursuit of countless martial artists? Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Lu Qingchen pressed on to the next entry. The second on the divine soul list, the sky-slaying ancient, demonic soul. An extraordinarily enigmatic soul. Ancient texts speak of it as the pinnacle of demonic souls, ranked first in terms of offensive capability throughout history, unmatched by any other. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the inheritor of the sky-slaying ancient soul emerged, prompting an onslaught from numerous righteous sections. Ultimately, a catastrophic price was paid, with 9 revered beings of the heavenly path perishing in that battle, before the inheritor was finally sealed. That day saw rivers of blood flow, the heavens weep, and all beings lament. The entire cultivation realm trembled with fear. The inheritor of the sky-slaying ancient soul, the sky-slaying demon emperor, the only individual throughout history to ascend to imperial status with ancient cultivation. At this juncture, Qingchen exhaled slowly. What an impressive entry for the second on the Divine Soul list, bearing the name of Sky-slaying. Were it not for the exceptional nature of the eternal Divine Soul, this soul would surely claim the top rank. With this thought, Qingchen's anticipation for his own Divine Soul grew even stronger. The third on the Divine Soul list, the chaotic Divine Soul. Universally acknowledged as one of the most potent Divine Souls within the cultivation realm. It is rumored that the inheritor of the chaotic Divine Soul must possess a chaotic body. A physique that ranks among the top 3 across all realms. This physique is extraordinarily formidable, capable of sweeping through all worlds. The last inheritor of the chaotic Divine Soul overwhelmed the elite of myriad races before attaining the status of a heavenly venerable. The inheritor of the chaotic Divine Soul, the chaotic heavenly venerable. The fourth on the Divine Soul list, the devouring Divine Soul. Possessing an immensely powerful ability to consume. The inheritor can simultaneously harness the powers of multiple Divine Souls, achieving a training speed unparalleled throughout history. The inheritor of the devouring Divine Soul, the devouring Demon Sovereign. The fifth on the Divine Soul list, the reincarnation Divine Soul. Inheritor of the reincarnation Divine Soul, unknown. Upon reaching the 9th rank, Qingchen finally laid eyes upon the ranking of the Divine Soul he possessed, the Burning Heaven Divine Soul. The 9th on the Divine Soul list, the Burning Heaven Divine Soul, one of the 5 elemental Divine Souls, tied for 9th with the other 4. The most potent Divine Soul of the Fire Path. It is said that upon reaching great mastery, the bearer can incinerate mountains and boil seas, reducing all to ashes. The inheritor of the Burning Heaven Divine Soul, the Eastern Emperor of ancient times. The 9th on the Divine Soul list, Qingchen murmured. Unable to believe that the soul rewarded by the system was indeed among the 10 supreme Divine Souls. He must not allow anyone to discover this, otherwise, he would surely be unable to safeguard this Divine Soul, and his very life could be at stake. Qingchen's expression grew grave. This was a treasure of the heavens and the earth, entirely distinct from innate talent. Such treasures are unclaimed and can be seized. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Qingchen continued to peruse the text. Method of inheriting Divine Souls, akin to the Soul Pearl. Though the duration of Divine Soul inheritance is considerably longer. Note, a single person can only absorb one Divine Soul and cannot possess multiple Divine Souls simultaneously, excluding the devouring Divine Soul. Those with supreme martial spirits may inherit more than one Divine Soul. Upon reading this, Qingchen felt an overwhelming urge to leave the Grand Hall and absorb the Burning Heaven Divine Soul immediately. However, after perusing this ancient tome, uncertainty crept in. This Divine Soul was too precious. What would happen if the Academy found out? He felt a sense of foreboding. Shaking his head, Qingchen dispelled the notion of absorbing the Divine Soul within the Academy's confines. Seeing Qingchen's intense focus and occasional shaking of his head while perusing the ancient text, Qingxue and Longxi exchanged curious glances and inquired, "Little Chun, what is it that you are reading so earnestly?" Upon hearing his sister's question, Qingchen handed the ancient text to her. After flipping through a few pages, it was soon taken by Longxi. Once finished, Longxi smirked and remarked, "What Divine Souls are these? I have never seen them before. But I have heard that the Academy's treasure vault seems to house a few Divine Souls. Did the Academy's ancestors and deans not absorb any Divine Souls?" Qingchen, surprised, asked, "I am not entirely sure about those ancestors, but none of the deans have absorbed any. Perhaps they have not yet made a decision." Longxi generously shared what she knew with the two. In truth, it was not that the deans had not made up their minds. I previously heard my master mention that absorbing a Divine Soul is a matter of considerable significance. Not everyone succeeds in absorbing Divine Souls directly. For instance, if a fire attribute martial artist attempts to absorb a water attribute Divine Soul, it is highly likely to result in failure. The Academy has accumulated only a few Divine Souls over the years. Furthermore, it is said that the Divine Souls possessed by the Academy have rather unique attributes, making them unsuitable for the deans to absorb. As long as she finished speaking, Qingxue shared her knowledge as well. To them, the two individuals before them were allies, and there was nothing that needed to be concealed. Witnessing Qingxue and Longxi so candidly sharing their knowledge with him warmed Qingchen's heart. After all, these matters were of a confidential nature, known to them solely due to Qingxue and Longxi's special status. With this in mind, Qingchen turned to the two women and asked, Sister Shi, have you not yet absorbed any Divine Souls either?" Upon hearing Qingchen's words, both women exchanged resigned smiles. Longxi shot Qingchen a playful glare. "Do you think Divine Souls are as common as cabbages? This is a Divine Soul, after all. Even soul pearls are incredibly rare. The Academy has existed for countless years, and according to what my father told me, the total number of Divine Souls in the Academy's treasure vault has not exceeded single digits throughout the years. Moreover, even if Divine Souls were available, they would first be used by the Academy's higher-ups. Where would that leave us?" With this, Longxi's expression fell, and she couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation. Observing Longxi's reaction, Lu Qingxue appeared remarkably calm, merely shrugging her shoulders in resignation towards Lu Qingchen. Sister, she is right. Divine souls are not something we students can obtain. To my knowledge, only one former student, who made a significant contribution to the academy, has ever received a divine soul as a reward. Moreover, this divine soul was acquired during a trial in a secret realm, and he voluntarily surrendered any surplus divine souls to the academy. The academy did not disappoint him, providing him with unprecedented rewards and lifelong resources for cultivation. Mentioning the secret realm seemed to trigger a thought in Lu Qingxue and Long Shi, as they exchanged silent glances, simultaneously turning their attention to the handsome young man before them. You wouldn't possibly be thinking Chapter 72, the early opening of the secret realm and the change of candidates? Could it be that you intend to vie for the soul seeds in this upcoming secret realm? Upon hearing the astonished tone of the two women, Lu Qingchen shrugged his shoulders, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Is that not permissible? The dean mentioned that this secret realm has yet to be explored. This statement left Lu Qingxue and Long Shi momentarily speechless, but upon reflection, it seemed Lu Qingchen's assertion was not entirely unfounded. After all, the dean had explicitly stated that this secret realm was one that had never been traversed before. It was rumored that within this realm lay opportunities for even the most elite soul warriors of Huahua to achieve breakthroughs. Thus, it stands to reason that the secret realm indeed harbors a significant possibility of soul seeds appearing. However, should such seeds manifest, it would undoubtedly attract throngs of individuals eager to claim them. Contemplating this, Lu Qingxue could not suppress her growing concern. Xiaochen, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Let's avoid unnecessary conflicts with other factions within the secret realm. If we can obtain opportunities and precious resources, we should, but if there's a risk to our lives, we must refrain. At that moment, Lu Qingxue began to worry. As a soul warrior of the martial honor realm, she understood the brutality of the martial path. Yet, as Lu Qingchen's sister, her only wish was for him to remain safe. She would gladly shoulder any danger herself. Sister, I understand, Lu Qingchen replied resolutely. But now that I have embarked on this path, I cannot turn back. When I came to the academy, our parents wrote that warriors must compete, otherwise, one can never reach the pinnacle. Therefore, some conflicts are inevitable. Since we cannot avoid them, we shall let our strength speak for itself. Hearing her brother's conviction, Lu Qingxue realized that she could not dissuade him any further. She gazed earnestly at Lu Qingchen and said softly, since you feel this way, I shall not persuade you otherwise, but do exercise the utmost caution. If possible, once we enter the secret realm, seek out Yushan and his companions. Having more allies is certainly better than facing it alone. Rest assured, sister, I will not engage in reckless endeavors. I will do my utmost to avoid conflicts unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Lu Qingxue's serious demeanor, Lu Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her to be at ease. Beside them, Long Shi rolled her eyes, exasperated as she regarded the sibling duo. With a slight pout, she remarked, all right, Xiao Shui, you saw how he performed last time. Even the core students of the Earth Martial Realm were no match for him. If he enters the secret realm and doesn't he end up defeating others, that would be a fortunate outcome. I truly don't understand your worry regarding his safety. Long Shi's words jolted Lu Qingxue back to clarity. Indeed, if even the second-year Earth Martial Core students could not compete with him, what could those of the spiritual martial realm possibly do? With this realization, Lu Qingxue ceased to dwell on the matter. Since we have already explored the library, allow me to take you to experience the Royal Hall and the Tower of Heaven. Long Shi exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she expressed a keen interest in those two locations. Having procured a tome detailing various heavenly materials and treasures, as well as one chronicling divine weapons, Lu Qingchen inquired, may I take these two books to study at my leisure? With the assistance of Lu Qingxue and Long Shi, Lu Qingchen filled out his name and the titles of the ancient texts at the registration desk. Just as they exited the library, Long Shi eagerly took their hands and hurried them toward the towering structure. This magnificent tower pierced the clouds, and standing at its base, one could not even glimpse its summit. Known as the Tower of Heaven, it had existed long before the establishment of the Celestial Path Academy. No one knew its purpose, nor could anyone ascertain its true height. As Lu Qingchen approached the Tower of Heaven, he placed his hand against its ancient facade. The texture was coarse, reminiscent of stone, yet it emanated a coolness. Gazing up at the tower that soared into the heavens, Lu Qingchen felt a flicker of excitement within him. He had heard from the dean that this tower harbored immense opportunities, merely awaiting the right moment to be revealed. Lu Qingxue interjected, they say the tower contains vast fortunes, but it remains dormant until the time is ripe. The trio did not linger at the towering structure and were about to depart when a resounding voice echoed through the air. The Tianzu Secret Realm will open in 10 days. The Celestial Path Academy may select 5 students of the spiritual martial realm to participate. Upon hearing this proclamation, the three quickly turned in the direction of the voice, where they beheld an elder standing amidst the clouds. Thank you, Master Tianyang, for the announcement. The Celestial Path Academy is aware and will lead the students to the secret realm in 10 days. At that moment, Long Feng had appeared, responding to the elder above. This expedition into the secret realm is exceedingly perilous. Life and death hang in the balance. Please, Director Long, prepare accordingly. The elder, referred to as Master Tianyang, offered a cautionary note. Thank you for your warning, Elder Tianyang. When time permits, I shall visit the sun's sacred hall to pay my respects. Long Feng acknowledged, having grasped the gravity of the situation. As the elder waved his sleeve, his figure gradually faded from view. Qingchen and the others clearly understood the elder's message. The secret realm is fraught with danger. Long Feng returned to the meeting room on the third floor of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion, where everyone had gathered, having heard the elder's voice. Furrowing his brow, Long Feng addressed the assembly. Master Tianyang has personally delivered this message, indicating that the upcoming secret realm trial is likely to be extremely perilous. What are your thoughts? The gathered individuals comprehended his intent. Long Feng was contemplating a change in the candidates for the secret realm. At that moment, a senior member of the Celestial Path Academy spoke up. I believe we should not alter the candidates at this late stage. Allowing these youngsters to gain experience is beneficial, and the Academy will provide protective artifacts. Perhaps we should consider a change, as they are only just beginning their studies and may not be on par with the second-year students. Han Ming interjected immediately. The fact that Master Tianyang made a personal visit speaks volumes about the inherent dangers. My treasured disciple is among those 5. She continued, her concern palpable. Moreover, the identities of this group of students are quite formidable. Mu Ningyue is the daughter of the head of the reconnaissance department, while Murong Qingchen hails from the sacred city of life. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng's expression turned grave. Should they encounter any danger, it would not be a trivial matter. Chapter 73, Divine Skills. Shedding the Mundane. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, several others furrowed their brows, recognizing the significant implications. The reconnaissance department, much like the military, wields influence throughout Huagua, and the Warlord Academy has only risen to prominence due to their support. The sacred city of life is even more formidable, rivaling the 3 prestigious academies. Moreover, the surname Morong has raised some sensitivities. It is said that the current lord of the sacred city bears that very name. Director Chu, standing by, solemnly remarked, the identities of the other factions participating in this venture are of little consequence. I have great confidence in these children. However, my concern lies with the extraordinary dangers posed by this secret realm. Aside from the knowledge that this is an unexplored secret realm accessible only to warriors of the spirit martial realm, no further information is available. Upon hearing the words of Director Chu, the expressions of the gathered individuals grew increasingly troubled. Observing their reactions, Director Chu seized the moment to assert, moreover, these new students possess remarkable talents. Lu Qingchen and Murong Qingchen, in particular, are blessed with dual martial souls. Even if they do not enter the secret realm, their future achievements will undoubtedly be formidable. A few among them nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of Director Chu's statement. At this moment, Lu Qingchen and his companions had already exited the library. Upon hearing the earlier remarks from the Lord of the Tianyang Hall, they lost all desire to familiarize themselves with the inner academy. Sister, I'll head to the training room first, Lu Qingchen said to Lu Qingxue after a brief pause. Lu Qingxue opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet ultimately refrained. Without further ado, Lu Qingchen turned and made his way toward the training room. He understood that Lu Qingxue was concerned for him, having gleaned the dangers of the secret realm from the earlier words of the Tianyang Hall's lord. Once Lu Qingchen had walked away, Lu Qingxue regained her composure. Noticing her demeanor, She remarked nonchalantly, enough, don't worry too much. That boy is quite clever. Furthermore, he now possesses both offensive and defensive treasures. He can contend even against those above the earth martial realm. Seeing Lu Qingxue still frowning, Shi could not help but whisper softly in her ear. After hearing Shi's words, Lu Qingxue, filled with confusion, asked, Xiaoxi, are you being serious? Of course. Just wait for good news from them. By the way, shouldn't we also start our training? Shi said, tilting her head and gazing earnestly at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue smiled at her, and the two then transformed into streaks of light and departed. Upon arriving at the training room, Lu Qingchen shook his head, dismissing any lingering thoughts. After carefully attuning to the environment of the training room, he discovered the spiritual energy to be exceptionally rich. The training rooms within the inner academy must be several dozen times more concentrated than those in the core area of the outer academy. He wondered about the number of spiritual veins beneath this training room and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Following a lengthy discussion lasting an entire day, silence had descended upon the conference room of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion. Since everyone has differing opinions, let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of swapping the participants for this secret realm trial, please cast your votes. As soon as Long Feng's voice fell, Han Ming immediately expressed her agreement. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chengfeng and Director Chu also raised their hands. The several elders of the academy exchanged glances, and two of them subsequently voiced their approval as well. 5 votes. Han Ming gazed at the voting results, somewhat incredulous. It was surprising that Long Feng, who had proposed the motion, did not agree. Excellent. Since only 5 individuals are in favor, we shall conclude this meeting. Just as the assembly appeared ready to disperse, Han Ming suddenly raised her voice, declaring, I object. I do not agree to send these 5 students into the secret realm. The dangers of the secret realm are too great. We cannot gamble with their lives. Han Ming's emotions surged, and she spoke emphatically to the assembly. I support Director Han's viewpoint. The identities of these students are far too unique. And Lu Qingchen possesses a supreme martial soul. Should we lose these students due to this secret realm, it would constitute the greatest loss for the academy. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng echoed her sentiments, his tone exceedingly grave. Moreover, as one of the top soul martial artists in Huagua, I believe you are all aware of how terrifying a supreme martial soul becomes upon breaking through to the sovereign level. Upon hearing Lu Chengfeng's remarks, the other 2 elders of the academy nodded slightly. They were acutely aware of the terrifying potential of a supreme martial soul. Once it breaks through to the sovereign level, with the formidable nature of the supreme laws, it could undoubtedly challenge an entire realm above. Not to mention, Lu Qingchen possesses dual martial souls. Contemplating this, the other 2 elders of the academy slowly raised their hands in agreement. Seeing 2 more elders in favor, a flicker of joy flashed in Han Ming's eyes. However, the moment of joy was brief, as it was soon interrupted by a voice of authority. The participants for this secret realm trial shall remain unchanged. There is no need for further discussion. The one-eyed elder seated at the center spoke slowly. In the training room, Lu Qingchen absorbed the exceptionally rich spiritual energy surrounding him. He felt his total soul power steadily ascending, nearing a breakthrough. After absorbing 2 major soul orbs, Lu Qingchen had long sensed that a breakthrough to the next realm was imminent, with the 3 martial souls fervently absorbing the abundant spiritual energy in the training room. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lu Qingchen's body trembled. He realized he had reached the 8th level of the spirit martial realm. With a thought, he opened his information panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial souls, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon, Creation Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, 8th level of the Awakening Realm. Mental strength, 7th stage of the Bright Moon. Cultivation techniques, Burning Heaven Sacred Canon, Indestructible Body of the Emperor Dragon, Creation Jade Clarity Heart Sutra. Divine powers, Sacred Healing. Golden Sacred Eye, Purifying All. Unopened Divine Power, Fire. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Pill X1, Burning Heaven Divine Seed, Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, Soul Stones X10, 100. Glancing at the attribute panel, Lu Qingchen noticed he had gained 2 new divine powers. They were likely derived from the 2 soul orbs. He recalled the Sacred Healing Divine Power, having previously used it on his master. As for the Purifying All Divine Power, Lu Qingchen was not entirely certain of its nature. Thus, he scrutinized the description of this divine power, and after a moment, a line of small text materialized. Purifying All, an auxiliary divine power that, when activated, can mask all of one's auras, rendering one nearly undetectable. Upon reading this description, Lu Qingchen's eyes brightened. This was indeed a remarkable asset. It was the ultimate divine power for assassination and stealth. According to reports, all participants in this secret realm trial were students of the spirit martial realm. Within a mere 10 meters, leveraging his speed and strength, he could swiftly eliminate an opponent. After absorbing the 2 soul orbs, Lu Qingchen, having reached the 8th level of the spirit martial realm, brimmed with self-assurance in his abilities. Unlike Lu Qingxue and the others' concerns, Lu Qingchen found himself eagerly anticipating this secret realm trial. Possessing 2 supreme martial souls, Lu Qingchen had yet to encounter an adversary of his caliber within the same realm. When he heard Long Feng mention that individuals from the 3 prestigious schools and the Sacred Hall would also participate, Lu Qingchen's anticipation only grew. As for his promise to his sister Lu Qingxue not to engage in conflict with others, that was merely a means to comfort her. He intended to seize every opportunity presented to him in this secret realm trial. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchen focused on the pulsating red task notification. Before breaking through to the next major realm, he must present the Ice Phoenix Sealing Cannon to his first master to unlock the marketplace function. Previously, Lu Qingchen had refrained from gifting this immortal level technique to Han Ming, primarily due to uncertainty about how to explain its origin. However, the situation had changed now. Once the secret realm trial concluded, he would have ample justification to bestow this unparalleled technique upon his beautiful master. Although Lu Qingchen was unaware of the precise level of the immortal grade cultivation technique, he could surmise its superiority merely from its name. It was undoubtedly far superior to the techniques practiced by Han Ming himself. After all, a system-produced item is invariably a masterpiece. With this thought in mind, Lu Qingchen promptly rose and departed from the serene cultivation chamber. The candidates for this secret realm trial remain unchanged. There is no need for further discussion, declared the one-eyed elder seated at the innermost part of the round table, his tone brooking no dissent. The moment his words echoed, the entire conference room fell silent. This one-eyed elder, like the one-armed elder, was one of the supreme authorities of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy. The opponents who had previously expressed disagreement were now rendered speechless. and Han Meng couldn't help but feel a twinge of discouragement. Yet, considering the safety of his disciple, Han Meng stubbornly stated, "Regardless, I cannot agree. These new students must not venture into the secret realm. You elders cannot send these newcomers into the secret realm merely because the academy is lacking in saint-level techniques, subjecting them to uncertain dangers in pursuit of opportunities." Han Meng's words left the assembly momentarily at a loss for retort. Even Long Feng lowered his head slightly, his face tinged with embarrassment. Han Meng was entirely correct. The elders and deans present, aside from wishing to hone these new students, harbored their own ulterior motives. The majority of those present had experienced painfully slow advancements in their cultivation realms, primarily due to the scarcity of high-level techniques. Aside from the Heavenly Elder, who was on the verge of reaching that realm, even the elder who had just spoken was only marginally close to it. As for the other 4 elders and several deans, they remained distanced from the saint realm. If Lu Qingchen and the other 4 new students could acquire techniques above the saint level in the secret realm, the strength of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy would experience an unprecedented enhancement. This was one of the reasons the one-eyed elder opposed altering the participants for the secret realm. However, Han Meng was unwilling to risk his newly accepted disciple. After hearing Han Meng's remarks, the one-armed elder at the innermost part of the round table merely smiled and said, "You, my dear girl, are flustered by your concern. First and foremost, the academy will undoubtedly exert every effort to ensure their safety. Furthermore, these 5 are not ordinary spirit martial practitioners. I can discern that these children possess hidden capabilities. Moreover, the other 2 prestigious academies and several major sacred halls will also send their heirs to the secret realm. Do you think they have not considered this issue?" Upon hearing the Heavenly Elder's words, Han Meng began to calm down. Indeed, other factions were dispatching their top-tier geniuses. Had they not contemplated the dangers of the secret realm? The one-armed elder continued, "Students who do not endure countless battles and bloodshed will ultimately find it difficult to grow. I believe you all understand this well." Upon hearing the Heavenly Elder's analysis, the assembly nodded in agreement. The one-armed elder was correct. Without weathering the storms of life, one would remain merely a flower in a greenhouse, and flowers in a greenhouse are often the most susceptible to withering. Furthermore, do not think that we old-timers harbor selfish motives. If these children can secure saint-level techniques, it would be the best outcome. After all, saint-level techniques are immensely beneficial, both for us old-timers and for you. Casting a glance at the silent assembly, the Heavenly Elder spoke solemnly. But the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy is not so diminished as to place all its burdens upon these children. Even if they do not obtain saint-level techniques, what of it? The Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy remains unafraid of anything. I merely hope that these children can gain something from their experiences in the secret realm after weathering the storms. Hearing these words, Han Meng's face flushed slightly, and with an apologetic tone, she quietly addressed the elders at the round table. "I have been narrow-minded. I hope you all will not take offense." The elders waved their hands dismissively, signaling that they bore no ill will. One particularly robust elder spoke gently, "Little Han, what you say holds merit. We old fellows indeed possess some selfish motives. However, it is not for the sake of obtaining saint-level techniques, but rather to witness the growth of these 5 children firsthand." At this, Han Meng's face reddened further. The elders at the round table exchanged glances and burst into laughter. In a grand hall, an elder was imparting instructions to a young man. "Xiaohong, do not be overly arrogant as you embark on this secret realm trial. It is best to locate the students from the Monster Academy upon entering. The strength of one is ultimately limited," the elder advised the haughty youth before him. "I understand. You've reiterated it countless times," the young man retorted, brimming with confidence. "Only the heirs from the other 2 sacred halls qualify to be my opponents. The rest are unworthy." Observing the pride emanating from the youth, the elder could only shake his head in resignation. In the military headquarters of Huagua, a spirited young woman and a burly man were sharing drinks. The burly man chuckled as he drank. "Mu Rou, that little girl, Xiaoyu, is about to enter the secret realm. Aren't you worried about her? That brat Hong Tian is also entering the secret realm. I haven't seen you, as her guardian, express any concern." Without hesitation, Mu Rou retorted, "Ha!" The burly man erupted into laughter at the spirited woman's response. "That brat Hong Tian is determined to succeed in this secret realm trial," he boasted proudly. For some of our friends who are unclear about the levels of mental power and soul orbs, the author will elaborate here. In the early stages, mental power is categorized as stellar, lunar, and solar, corresponding to spirit martial, earth martial, and heaven martial. The subsequent levels align with the martial arts realms. The levels of soul orbs are divided into spirit, earth, heaven, honor, and king. To aid in memorization, these also correspond to the martial arts realms. Additionally, it should be noted that the highest level of soul orbs is limited to king level. Chapter 75. Who looks better, me or Han Meng? At this moment, various factions had received notifications from the sacred halls, agreeing to converge at the entrance of the secret realm in 10 days. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to grow tense. Just as Lu Qingchen exited the cultivation chamber, he spotted a slender woman veiled in silk waving at him. Lu Qingchen, over here. You're the last one. The melodious voice, akin to the ringing of jade, was unmistakably that of Nangong Qianyue. He hurriedly jogged over and inquired of the stunning Dean, Dean, do you need something from me? As Nangong Qianyue was the mentor of his elder sister, Lu Qingxue, he held her in high regard. With elegantly arched brows, Nangong Qianyue blinked her large eyes at Lu Qingchen. In 10 days, the secret realm will open, and the academy has decided to provide special training for you 5. Upon hearing Nangong Qianyue's words, Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that this secret realm was indeed significant, prompting the academy to arrange special training for the 5 of them. The fact that the dean personally came to inform him suggested that the training would be anything but simple. While Lu Qingchen pondered this, Nangong Qianyue's next statement abruptly disrupted his train of thought. Lu Qingchen, do you think I am beautiful? Upon hearing Nangong Qianyue's words, Lu Qingchen was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. Nangong Qianyu, however, gazed at him with an earnest expression. Of course, it is beautiful, he stammered, feeling the weight of the enchanting dean's gaze upon him. Oh, is that so? Nangong Qianyu responded, clearly pleased with his answer, then turned to inquire. Between me and Han Meng, who do you think is more beautiful? Boom. Lu Qingchen felt his mind erupt in confusion. Good heavens, what a divine question. It was akin to a previous girlfriend asking whether, if she and his mother were to fall into the water simultaneously, whom he would save first. How could one respond to such a dilemma? Lu Qingchen was acutely aware that he dared not answer this question. What did you say, Dean? I was lost in thought, he feigned ignorance. Seeing Lu Qingchen pretend not to hear, Nangong Qianyu smiled mischievously and repeated her question. Realizing he could not escape, he reluctantly mustered the courage to reply. I believe both deans possess unparalleled beauty, captivating enough to rival celestial beings. As Nangong Qianyu's enchanting eyes continued to scrutinize him, Lu Qingchen felt utterly trapped. Hence, he forced a smile and said, both Dean Nangong and Dean Han are exceptionally beautiful, each with their unique charm. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qianyu finally withdrew her gaze, though the playful smile on her face betrayed her amusement. After taking a few steps, they arrived at a spacious training ground where Han Meng stood alongside 4 other new students. With graceful strides, Nangong Qianyu approached Han Meng, and Lu Qingchen had no choice but to follow closely behind her. The other 4 new students cast envious glances at Lu Qingchen trailing behind the captivating Dean. Upon reaching Han Meng, Nangong Qianyu cheerfully announced, Dean Han, I've brought you an interesting little fellow, he. As she spoke, she covered her mouth, giggling. Yet, Han Meng's expression remained unchanged as she replied flatly, thank you, Dean Nangong. Lu Qingchen, return to your team. Under Han Meng's gaze, Lu Qingchen awkwardly stepped out from behind Nangong Qianyu and hurried towards the other 4 students. Now that I've delivered him, I shall take my leave. Dean Han. With Lu Qingchen's return to the group, Han Meng issued a polite dismissal to Nangong Qianyu. Very well, I hope you cherish these 3 days. Dean Han. I shall arrive punctually after 3 days. Nangong Qianyu smiled at Han Meng, and the 2 deans exchanged glances. Lu Qingchen sensed an electric tension crackle in the air, causing him to shudder. After a brief moment of eye contact, Nangong Qianyu chuckled softly and gradually faded from view. Only then did Han Meng's brow relax. At this moment, aside from Lu Qingchen, who kept his head down, the others gazed at her with anticipation. Casting a disapproving glance at Lu Qingchen, Han Meng addressed the group. In 10 days, you will embark on a trial in the Tianzu secret realm. Due to the unique nature of this secret realm, the academy has arranged special training for you. Upon hearing Han Meng's words, the group perked up and Lu Qingchen lifted his head. Seeing their enthusiasm, Han Meng continued. We have organized 3 distinct types of specialized training, each overseen by various deans and instructors. The fact that esteemed deans will guide your training suggests that these 10 days will not be trivial. The students thought to themselves, yet they remained unperturbed, confident in their own abilities. However, there is one piece of unfortunate news. If anyone fails to meet the standards during this training, they shall forfeit their opportunity to enter the secret realm. This statement caused the expressions of the other 4 to shift slightly. No one knew what this training would entail. The uncertainty left them apprehensive, for if they were to face a formidable opponent, it would be dire indeed. In truth, the academy had already determined the participants for the secret realm trial. Han Meng's words were merely intended to instill a sense of urgency in the 5 students, ensuring they approached their training with seriousness. As the 5 students were recognized as the most talented and powerful of their cohort, the academy's senior mentors were well aware of their small concerns. With the necessary words spoken, Han Meng refrained from elaborating further and directly introduced the assessment content. Now, you may proceed to the weapon pavilion to select your weapons. Having a suitable weapon in the secret realm is of utmost importance. Once you have made your selections, return here, and I will await your return. Upon hearing Han Meng's instructions, the other 4 students, except for Lu Qingchen, were utterly bewildered. Having only recently absorbed their soul orbs, they were unaware of the location of the academy's weapon pavilion. Noticing Lu Qingchen heading toward a certain direction, Han Meng pointed and remarked somewhat exasperatedly, You will find it if you follow that route. If you cannot locate it, just follow Lu Qingchen. As soon as she finished speaking, the group rushed out. Observing the 5 new students, Han Ming shook her head in amusement. Moments later, they trailed Lu Qingchen's figure to a small black pavilion. The sign above the door boldly displayed the words Weapon Pavilion. Taking a deep breath as he gazed at the 3 characters, Lu Qingchen strode confidently toward the black pavilion. Chapter 76, The Misfortunate Yushan. As Lu Qingchen entered the weapon pavilion, the others quickly followed suit. Chenggu, what's the deal between you and the 2 deans? Yushan asked, grinning broadly as he closely trailed Lu Qingchen. The other 3 students perked up their ears, intrigued by the matter concerning the 2 deans. Lu Qingchen shot him a glare and replied somewhat irritably, what else could it be? It's just that. Hearing this response, the others felt a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, Mu Rong Qingchen chimed in with a mysterious tone. The 2 deans were almost at each other's throats. It's not a simple matter. Seeing the 4 of them gaze at him intently, Lu Qingchen hastily defended himself. You're overthinking it. Our most pressing concern is selecting our weapons. With that, he made a beeline for a young instructor seated on the first floor of the weapon pavilion. Noticing Lu Qingchen and his companions approaching, the young instructor promptly rose and asked, did Dean Han send you to select weapons? The group nodded, realizing that Han Ming had likely informed the instructor in advance. Very well, follow me. The young instructor led them to the second floor of the small pavilion, with Lu Qingchen and the others closely in tow. Upon reaching a gray door intricately carved with elaborate patterns, the instructor placed a plaque into a recess on the door. After about 5 seconds, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a tranquil chamber within. Step inside. Dean Han has allocated you an hour to make your selections. The weapons here range from spirit grade to heaven grade, and I hope you all find weapons that suit you well. After giving his instructions, the young instructor departed the second floor. The group exchanged glances before stepping into the weapon chamber. Upon entering the armory, the group was astounded to discover the vastness of the chamber. A myriad of weapons was displayed on the pedestals: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all of exquisite craftsmanship. The multitude of vibrant glows emanating from the various armaments captivated their attention. Lu Qingchen and Yushan circled the display, ultimately focusing on the heavenly grade weapons. There was no shortage of celestial weapons. Lu Qingchen estimated there were approximately 200. Indeed, the Heavenly Path Academy lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 prestigious schools, boasting over 200 heavenly grade weapons alone. The abundance of spiritual and earthly grade weapons was simply innumerable. The Academy's formidable foundation left Lu Qingchen in a state of reflection. Approaching the array of heavenly grade weapons, Lu Qingchen seized a crimson longsword and began to wield it. Initially, his movements were casual, but gradually, he closed his eyes, silently absorbing the martial techniques contained within the sacred text of celestial flame. As time progressed, his swordplay grew increasingly intricate, and a fierce aura began to emanate from him. The onlookers were rendered speechless. They had not anticipated that Lu Qingchen, beyond possessing immense strength, would also master the art of swordsmanship. After executing the first 3 forms of the sacred text's sword techniques, Lu Qingchen stood poised with the sword, seemingly deep in thought. In his previous life as a student from Huaxia, Lu Qingchen had a profound admiration for martial arts novels, often fantasizing about traversing the world like the characters within those tales. Little did he know that the dream he once cherished would someday materialize. From the moment he grasped the longsword, he understood the path he was meant to traverse in this life. He sought neither grandiosity nor tumult, but rather the elegance of freedom and the satisfaction of resolving enmities. With the 3-foot blade in hand, he yearned to vanquish countless foes across the realm. Reluctantly placing the crimson longsword back onto the pedestal, Lu Qingchen proceeded to examine the next weapon. After trying dozens of heavenly grade weapons, none resonated with his inclinations. With his supreme power and martial soul, Lu Qingchen found these weapons to be excessively light. The heavier swords were unwieldy, and he dismissed them. As for the spears and halberds, he pondered their utility, realizing they were better suited for mounted combat. Meanwhile, the other 4 had already chosen their respective weapons, their spirits evidently high. As the awakened wielder of a top-tier martial soul, Yushan held a long staff adorned with intricate beast engravings. Among the others, Zheng Yu selected a broad-backed saber, while the 2 young women, Murong Qingchen and Mu Ningyue, both of whom ranked among the top 10 in the National Martial Arts Examination, each wielded a heavenly grade longsword. Their formidable backgrounds ensured they would not be lacking in competent weapons. However, this time, they intended to hone their skills at the Heavenly Path Academy rather than relying on their familial influences. Once everyone had selected their weapons, they gathered at the entrance of the armory, awaiting Lu Qingchen. When he emerged empty-handed, a wave of surprise washed over them. Murong Qingchen, with her bright, expressive eyes, inquired, Lu Qingchen, why did you not select a weapon? I took a stroll around the armory, but unfortunately, I found nothing to my liking, Lu Qingchen replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the group refrained from further questioning and exited the armory, returning to the location where Han Ming awaited. At that moment, Han Meng, somewhat bored, anticipated what weapon Lu Qingchen would choose. Given her disciple's disposition, she speculated it would either be a sword or a spear, perhaps even a folding fan. As she pondered the few words Lu Qingchen had exchanged with Nangong Qianyue, her thoughts began to wander. Suddenly, the sound of swift movement broke her reverie. She turned to see the group approaching her. As they neared, Han Meng cast a quick glance at their selections: 2 long swords, a broad-backed saber, and a long staff. She nodded slightly, pleased to see that they had chosen weapons suited to their abilities. However, when her gaze fell upon Lu Qingchen, she noticed he carried nothing at all. With a fierce glare directed at Lu Qingchen, Han Meng enunciated each word with emphasis. Lu Qingchen, where is your weapon? In response to his master's inquiry, Lu Qingchen could only shake his head in resignation. Director Han, the armory did not house any weapon that suited me. Just as Han Meng was about to express her confusion, several instructors arrived. A trio of female mentors accompanied by a male instructor. The male instructor cast a cursory glance at the weapons in their possession, his eyes lighting up momentarily upon seeing Zheng Yu's saber. A striking female instructor's gaze brightened upon noticing the long staff in Yushan's hands. Come with me, she instructed Yushan. At this point, Han Meng addressed the group. For the next 3 days, these instructors will guide you in weapon usage. After 3 days, I will assess your training progress. Just as Yushan, brimming with excitement, prepared to follow the female instructor, a resonant voice echoed from above. Instructor Shun, allow me to mentor this new student wielding the staff for the next 3 days.